Chapter 1, My Newbie Gift Pack of 300 Billion. In a dormitory of a university in Jiangnan City, Jiang Che looked at the breakup message on his phone and was furious. Xu Rui, my girlfriend of more than 2 years, actually cheated on me. Over the past 2 years, Jiang Che has been caring about Xu Rui every day, delivering breakfast downstairs, and doing his best to complete anything Xu Rui asks. He once saved money and worked part-time as a delivery boy for 3 months just to buy her a birthday present and give her a surprise. Xu Rui was the beauty of their foreign language department. Jiang Che fell in love with her at first sight when she was a freshman and started pursuing her fiercely. At that time, Xu Rui was still a pure girl who had just entered college. In addition, Jiang Che himself was also very handsome, so he was really successful. At the beginning, the two were very sweet, but in the past year, Jiang Che found that Xu Rui was becoming more and more materialistic. She would always ask for bags worth tens of thousands of dollars and would go to the best restaurants near the school to eat with Jiang Che. But Jiang Che liked her, so he worked several part-time jobs and sacrificed all his free time to make money to give Xu Rui what she wanted. Last night, Jiang Che delivered the last few takeout orders in the heavy rain, and then today he caught a bad cold as expected. This morning, when I groggily opened my phone, I saw a breakup message from my girlfriend. Jiang Che suppressed his anger and asked, "Why? Xu Rui, am I not good enough for you?" The message came back slowly. "What's the point of being nice to me? What I hate most is a man's useless gentleness. Do you want me to follow you to deliver food in the future? Look at Xu Sailei, he's handsome and rich. How can you compare to him?" 3 consecutive messages completely shattered Jiang Che's fantasy about Xu Rui. "What a bullshit goddess, she's just an expensive whore. I'll follow whoever has money. I was so blind before." Jiang Che clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. "If I become rich, I'll use my money to kill you 2 dogs. Ding tilde the host's strong desire to show off is detected, and the 300 billion system is automatically bound. A playful electronic sound sounded in Jiang Che's mind. Jiang Che was stunned for a moment. "I seem to hear some system." As someone who often reads online novels, I naturally know what the system is, but could it be that I have a cold and a fever and am hallucinating? Host, you heard it right. You have been bound to the 300 billion system. You are no longer the loser you used to be. 300 billion systems. Jiang Che was now sure that he had heard correctly. He didn't care about the system's name for him and asked hurriedly, "I am bound to 300 billion systems." Host, you are dreaming. The name of this system is 300 billion. Ding tilde Newbie gift package has arrived. Reward deposit 300 billion. As soon as the system finished speaking, Jiang Che received a message on his phone, informing him of the changes in his deposit. Jiang Che. No wonder it's called the 300 billion system, simple and rough, I like it. Can I spend these 300 billion casually? Jiang Che asked in disbelief. Yes. The system agreed. No restrictions. Jiang Che confirmed again. There is no limit. These 300 billion belong to the host's personal property and can be used at will. Fuck. Jiang Che pounded the table excitedly. Awesome. Then what other functions does this system have? Jiang Che quickly accepted the fact that he had become tall, rich, and handsome. After all, this was not something that was difficult to accept. This system aims to make the host a wealthy man admired by everyone, so the host needs to collect the worship points of others. The worship points can be used to purchase items in the system mall. The system will occasionally issue special tasks, and you will receive random rewards after completing them. Finally, the system has a fixed daily spending task. If you fail to complete it, you will be punished. Ding tilde today's random amount, 12.5 million. Please spend it before midnight today. There is also a daily spending task. Jiang Che was shocked. What will be the punishment if I don't complete it? JJ is half as short. No more talking, go spend the money. Jiang Che stood up, but perhaps because of his severe cold, he felt dizzy for a moment and had to hold on to the table to keep his balance. Ding tilde the host's body is detected to be too weak, and the body is being strengthened and transformed. As the system's voice rang in Jiang Che's mind, he felt a warm sensation in his body, and the feeling of weakness caused by the cold completely disappeared. In addition, Jiang Che also felt his muscles twitching and a sense of power filling his body. Awesome! Jiang Che clenched his fists, his face full of joy. There is no man who doesn't like this feeling of power. But at the same time, Jiang Che also felt a sticky feeling on his body, which probably meant that the impurities in his body were being discharged. Go take a shower. Jiang Che excitedly jumped up from his chair, fetched water, and took a shower in the dormitory. In just a few minutes, Jiang Che finished washing, put on a pair of shorts, and stood in front of the mirror in the dormitory. So handsome! Jiang Che exclaimed, if I were a woman, I would definitely marry a man like this. Jiang Che was originally quite handsome, with a height of about 1.85 meters. With the system transformation, his appearance was completely enhanced. The most important thing was the perfect muscle lines on his body. He looked thin when dressed and had muscular body when undressed. Chapter 2. Work hard. Before Jiang Che could fully appreciate his muscles, the dormitory door was opened and his two roommates came back. Jiang Che lives in a 4-person room, but one of his roommates hardly ever stays in the dormitory, so it's considered that 3 of them live together. Jiang Che has a very good relationship with his other 2 roommates. Jiang Che didn't go to class in the morning because he had a cold, and the 2 of them had just returned from class. Third brother, you just caught a cold, and you're still running around in your big shorts. The eldest brother, Wang Cheng, saw Jiang Che and said, I brought you some food. After you eat, go to the pharmacy downstairs and buy some medicine. Hey? Third brother, how come you've suddenly become so fit? Second brother Du Yuan said in surprise, I remember you were always skinny before. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Oh, yes, he seems to have become more handsome. Wang Cheng also noticed the changes in Jiang Che. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Jiang Che heard the voice coming from his mind and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Is this what admiration is? Haven't I always been this handsome? It's just that you didn't notice it before. Jiang Che said jokingly. Go to hell with you. Do you take my compliment seriously? Are you half as handsome as me? When it comes to the principle of room grass, the second brother Du Yuan has always been unyielding. The eldest brother Wang Cheng smiled, then seemed to have thought of something and looked as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Jiang Che noticed his expression and couldn't help asking, what's wrong? What do you want to say, boss? This is nothing. Wang Cheng hesitated and said nothing. Du Yuan couldn't help it, it's better to suffer a short pain than a long one. There's no point in hiding it like this, boss. Du Yuan said directly, third brother, I told you not to be angry. During class today, Xu Rui and Xu Sailei went to class hand in hand. That woman was just playing tricks on you. As roommates, Wang Cheng and Du Yuan couldn't stand seeing Jiang Che so exhausted every day buying things for Xu Rui, but Jiang Che refused to listen no matter how they tried to persuade him, and there was nothing they could do. Oh, about this, I know. She sent me a message this morning saying she broke up with me. Jiang Che said indifferently. You're not sad. This time, Wang Cheng and Du Yuan were surprised. What's there to be sad about? Jiang Che smiled and said, forget it, I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to be honest. I'm actually a second-generation rich man. I'm very rich. I have as many girls as I want. Since he was rich, there was no need to pretend to be a poor loser anymore, so Jiang Che didn't plan to hide it from his 2 roommates. Du Yuan looked at him like an idiot. Third brother, are you confused due to the fever? Just cry if you are sad. We won't laugh at you. Wang Cheng said it directly. I really didn't lie to you. Jiang Che said with a smile, let me show you the money in my phone. Jiang Che showed them the WeChat balance on his phone. Of course, the balance only contained the 12.5 million yuan he was going to spend today. If it was 300 billion yuan, they would be scared to death. 1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros. Damn! More than 10 million. Wang Cheng and Du Yuan were stunned. They had never seen so much money in their lives. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Jiang Che felt relieved when he heard the admiration value keep rising, and he made up another sentence, I just broke up with my boyfriend, and my dad knew about it. Seeing that I was sad, he gave me 10 million yuan and asked me to find another girlfriend. Wang Cheng, Du Yuan. Can we talk properly? Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. After hearing this, Wang Cheng and Du Yuan didn't know what to say. Is this the world of rich people? However, Jiang Che's words still had a very good effect, and the two of them once again contributed a lot of admiration to Jiang Che. So the admiration value is just for me to show off. Jiang Che understood in his heart, I'm the best at this. Jiang Che casually opened Alipay again, letting Wang Cheng and Du Yuan see the balance inside, and said, my mother loves me more, so she transferred more than 100 million to me. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Jiang Che smiled secretly at the dumbfounded looks on his two roommates' faces. He used to look down on others for pretending to be cool, but now that he's pretending to be cool himself, it feels damn good. Jiang Che smiled and took his phone back, patting his two roommates on the shoulders. You two should stop looking at each other like that, work hard, and one day you will find out that working hard is really useless, and it's better to rely on your father for comfort. I have something to do outside. I will treat you to dinner when I come back in the evening. Jiang Che did not continue to attack his two roommates. He just put on a t-shirt and went out. He was mainly in a hurry to go out and spend money, otherwise his penis would be half as short, which would be a serious matter. Chapter 3, The Art of Pretending. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Jiang Che could hear the admiration value in his mind growing continuously while walking on the road without doing anything, mainly because the current Jiang Che was so handsome after the systematic transformation. In addition, he was wearing big shorts and short sleeves, which revealed some of the well-proportioned muscles on his calves and arms, making some girls passing by unable to take their eyes off him, which naturally made him admirable. This boy is so handsome, why didn't I notice such a good-looking boy in school before? Yeah, look at the muscles on his arms. I really want to pinch them. Can you stop being such a fangirl and secretly take a few photos back to the dorm and look at them when you go to the bathroom at night? I really want to go up and get his contact information. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. TSK. He's just a loser. What's the point of being handsome? Look at what he's wearing. It costs less than 100 yuan in total. Can being handsome be used to make a living? There was a lot of discussion around, but Jiang Che didn't pay any attention. His attention was focused on the System Mall. Lamborghini sports car. 500 worship points, medium-sized villa. 1,000 worship points. There are even things like proficiency in foreign languages and proficiency in cooking, but these skills actually cost 2,000 worship points, which is more expensive than a villa. Jiang Che sighed. There is almost everything in the System Mall, including cars, houses, and various skills. Newbie's Guide. It is recommended that the host not exchange for things that can be bought with money. The host can exchange worship points for skills, and then use skills to earn worship points, and so on. In addition, the rewards for the system's random tasks must be of high quality, so the host needs to pay attention to them. Jiang Che nodded. Now that he had 300 billion, there was no need to waste worship points to exchange for things that could be bought with money. As for the random tasks from the system, he had not received any yet. If there were any, Jiang Che would definitely pay attention to them. Thinking about these things, Jiang Che quickly came to a mobile phone store at the school gate. He wanted to change his mobile phone first. Jiang Che bought his mobile phone 3 years ago when he just entered college. Now it takes more than 10 seconds to open an app, and it is very slow. Over the past 3 years, Jiang Che has spent most of his money, except for living expenses, on Shu Rui and has never had the chance to change his phone. But as soon as he entered the store, Jiang Che saw the person he least wanted to see, Shu Rui. And next to Shu Rui there was a fair-looking young man who was quite handsome, but pale compared to Jiang Che. Brother Sai Lei, do you think this phone is pretty? Shu Rui asked the young man next to her while holding a pink phone. I really want it tilde. A coquettish tone. It's too expensive, Shu Sailei said bluntly. My monthly pocket money is only 30,000 to 50,000 yuan, and this phone is over 10,000 yuan. I don't have much money left this month. Shu Sailei's family does have some money, but he only has about 10,000 or 20,000 yuan in pocket money every month. He would be reluctant to spend 10,000 yuan to buy a second-hand mobile phone. Ah? But I really like this phone. Aren't we here to buy a charger? It's not like your phone is unusable. Shu Sailei coaxed, Shu Rui, I like simple girls. You make me think you're with me just for my money. Oh, okay, I don't want it anymore. Xu Rui didn't want to leave a bad impression on Xu Sailei from the beginning, so she put the phone down reluctantly. Just at this time Jiang Che walked in and the two of them looked at each other. Jiang Che, we've broken up. Why are you still chasing me here? Xu Rui suddenly said, why didn't I realize you were so shameless before? You really make me feel sick. Xu Rui was afraid that Xu Sailei would misunderstand, so as soon as she saw Jiang Che, she quickly distanced herself from him. Jiang Che was filled with anger. They had been in love for more than 2 years, but she was so heartless just for money. Thinking back to the past, Jiang Che really felt that it was not worth it for himself. Jiang Che sneered, I never thought you were so disgusting before. Is this the mobile phone store you own? You are the only one who can buy a mobile phone here. What kind of phone can a poor bastard like you buy? Come over here and tell me straight away. The people around him looked like they were watching the fun, a real-life story about a gold digger, a second-generation rich man, and a bootlicker. It's just that Jiang Che was wearing shorts, a white t-shirt and a pair of worn-out slippers. Although he was handsome, he still looked like a loser, so it was reasonable for him to break up with him. Sure enough, no matter how handsome you are, it's useless if you don't have money. I know this person, Jiang Che from our Department of Economics and Management and the beauty Xu Rui. To be honest, Jiang Che is quite nice to Xu Rui, but I didn't expect Xu Rui to be such a girl. What kind of girl is that? Is it wrong for a girl to think about her future? She has no money and yet she blames others for looking down on her? This is a typical loser mentality. That's right, you have no ability yourself and yet you accuse others of being materialistic. Jiang Che laughed at Xu Rui's words, you have money? I bought you all your clothes, and now you're begging another man to buy you a cell phone. Xu Rui, you're only worth this. Jiang Che was too lazy to bother with the woman after he finished speaking. He walked to the counter and asked, what's the most expensive phone here? There was also a pretty lady behind the counter. Seeing how good-looking Jiang Che was, she couldn't help but blush and her heart beat fast. She thought, I would be willing to have such a handsome boy even if he didn't have money. Seeing that the young lady was stunned when she saw him, Jiang Che coughed lightly, young lady, I want to buy a mobile phone. The young lady finally reacted and blushed, oh, okay, our most expensive phone is the iPhone 20 that came out a few days ago. Let me show it to you. The new apples only arrived on the morning of the 20th, so they had not yet been put on the counter and had to be picked up from the warehouse in the back. Okay, thank you. Jiang Che thanked politely. What Jiang Che was thinking about now was whether he could gain more admiration points after he actually paid. There were many other customers in the store. He bought such an expensive phone right after being ridiculed, so the effect of showing off should be good. The host's pretense skills are detected to be immature, and a random task is issued, buy a new model of Apple 20 mobile phone for all customers in the store. Fuck. Why didn't I think of that? Jiang Che sighed in his heart. Sure enough, the system was really good at pretending. This way, the admiration points he would get would definitely increase several times. As for the extra money spent, there was no need to care about it at all. He glanced at the people in the store. There were 7 customers in total. But in that case, Xu Rui was also a customer. Should he buy her a mobile phone? Chapter 4, Buying a Cell Phone. Soon the young lady came out with 3 iPhone 20s in different colors and introduced them to Jiang Che. We only have these 3 colors in our store for now. Which one do you like, little brother? Can he afford it if he likes it? Xu Rui said sneer, as if trying to save face for not being able to buy the phone just now. Jiang Che didn't even look at her. He held up the black apple and said, this is it. How much is it? The latest model of iPhone 20 has a uniform price of $16,999 on the official website, said the young lady. A mobile phone that costs 17,000 yuan is undoubtedly a huge sum of money for these college students who have little income. Jiang Che felt that if he directly said that he wanted to buy more than 10 mobile phones, the lady at the counter might think he was playing a trick on her, so he first paid for 2 phones. Okay. Jiang Che agreed without any hesitation and scanned the code to transfer 33,998, the money for 2 mobile phones. Xu Rui was stunned for a moment. She knew best whether Jiang Che had money or not. He was working part-time as a delivery man to earn a living yesterday. But what made her even more confused was that Jiang Che put the black phone into his pocket and then stuffed the white phone directly into her pocket. Jiang Che smiled and said, "I have slept with you for more than 2 years anyway, let's say 800 days, 17,000. 800 days, that's about 21.25 yuan per night, which is pretty cheap. But to be honest, your taste in judging people isn't that good. Your new boyfriend isn't even willing to buy you a 10,000 yuan cell phone. TSK 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 TSK. Jiang Che said this while shaking his head regretfully, as if he felt sorry for Xu Rui. However, when he saw Xu Rui's confused expression, he felt so happy. "I'm going to slap you in the face with money." He remembered a line he had heard before. "Is it great to be rich? I'm sorry, but it's really great to be rich." When I first heard it, I didn't understand the meaning of the words, but when I listened again, I realized that he was a rich man. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. There is no doubt that Jiang Che's actions earned him another wave of admiration. The people around saw the whole thing from beginning to end. They saw Jiang Che being mocked by Xu Rui when he entered the door, and finally spending more than 30,000 yuan to buy a mobile phone. I am dying of laughter. This girl is so stupid. She thought she found a rich second-generation guy, but she didn't expect that her ex-boyfriend is the real boss. Wow, this guy is really generous. He gave away a cell phone worth more than 10,000 yuan. This girl doesn't even look at herself. Is she worthy of such a handsome guy? They broke up, so this guy probably doesn't have a girlfriend now. I want to add him on WeChat. I know this person, Jiang Che from our department, and the school beauty Xu Rui. But when did Jiang Che become so rich? A classic rich second generation coming here to experience life. But this made Xu Silei blush. Xu Rui was his girlfriend now, and Jiang Che was discussing how much his girlfriend made every night. Wasn't this a slap in his face? He asked Jiang Che with a cold face, "What do you mean? What does it mean literally?" Jiang Che was not afraid of him, and said with a faint smile, "If you feel embarrassed, you can let your girlfriend throw it away, but she seems a little reluctant to let go." Xu Rui saw that Xu Silei was a little angry, so she quickly assured him, "Brother Silei, don't be angry. I will sell my phone on Xinyu when I get back. I won't take his things." She couldn't bear to throw it away. It wouldn't be a problem to sell it on a second-hand website for more than 10,000 yuan, but she also couldn't bear to sell such a beautiful phone to someone else. Xu Silei's expression looked better. Jiang Che smiled, turned around and said to the lady at the counter, "Miss, please help me get another 10 iPhones for 20, I will give them to others." The young lady was stunned. It was the first time she saw such a generous buyer. But after she realized it, she became excited. She got a commission for every mobile phone sold. 20 for so many Apple phones, this is nearly 10,000 commissions, almost as much as her 2-month salary. Okay. The young lady immediately ran to the warehouse at the back to get her cell phone. Fuck, 10 iPhones, plus his 2, that's almost 200,000, right? Be more confident, it's already over 200,000. They say men look the most handsome when they pay. Seeing you today, it really lives up to its reputation. I've never heard of such a person in school before. How come such a rich second generation suddenly appeared? He's very low-key. Didn't you see that even his girlfriend didn't know he was rich? No, she's his ex-girlfriend now. Ha ha ha, look at the expressions on that woman and her boyfriend's faces. This guy is really relieved. This is how you should deal with a gold digger. Chapter 5, Everyone who sees it gets a share. Xu Rui and Xu Silei's faces were as dark as the bottom of a pot, especially Xu Rui, who had no idea what was going on. Giving away something worth 200,000 yuan? With so much money, she still delivered food. Wasn't that mentally ill? A few minutes later, the girl came out holding a bunch of well-packaged iPhone 20s and said excitedly, "Brother, 10 iPhone 20s. Do you want me to send them back to school? It's hard for you to carry them by yourself." "No, I won't take it back." Jiang Che didn't say anything more and directly scanned the code to pay 170,000 yuan. "Not taking it back? What do you mean?" asked the young lady. "I'm giving them away." Jiang Che picked up the phone and started distributing them on the spot. Come on, come on. I broke up today and I'm happy. I'll give everyone a cell phone." Whoever sees one gets one. Jiang Che gave one to everyone. Now not only Xu Rui was confused, the lady at the counter was also confused, and all the onlookers were confused. When Jiang Che said give it to someone, he meant it was giving it to them. Giving a 200,000 yuan mobile phone to a stranger? This is not a wealthy person, this is a super wealthy person. After Xu Rui realized what was happening, she felt a burning pain on her face. She had just been saying that Jiang Che was poor, but in the blink of an eye, he had spent 200,000 to buy a mobile phone and gave it to someone else. After a moment of silence, Jiang Che's admiration exploded. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. After all, I got the phone myself, which was completely different from watching Jiang Che buy a phone. Thank you, brother. Can you add me on WeChat? A girl thanked excitedly while holding her new phone. If Jiang Che had only given it to one person, then that person might not have dared to accept it, but since everyone present had received the phone, there was nothing to worry about. Brother, I'm so grateful for your kindness. If you need a girlfriend, I can introduce my roommate to you. Although he's a man, he definitely won't mind you being so rich. Don't listen to him, little brother. I can introduce my best friend to you, but what do you think of me? Hey, isn't it too much to put a hat on me in front of me? At once, everyone thanked Jiang Che. Jiang Che grinned as he felt the rapidly rising admiration value in the system. In just a few minutes, the admiration value was almost close to 1,000. Jiang Che naturally accepts all girls who want to add him on WeChat, but as for guys, sorry, there are not enough friend slots. When every customer in the store had a mobile phone in their hands, the system's voice rang in Jiang Che's mind. Mission completed, the host is rewarded with a Lamborghini Veneno, the key has been issued, and the interpersonal communication artifact, favorability display, is rewarded, which has been automatically bound. Shit! Poison! Jiang Che was shocked. He had heard of the name of this supercar worth nearly 100 million yuan a long time ago. There are only more than 10 of this kind of car in the world. It is not something that can be bought by anyone with money. Now he actually has one? Keep calm, stay calm. Jiang Che kept telling himself in his heart that he was already a multi-billionaire, so wasn't it normal to have a car worth 90 million? Jiang Che turned his attention to the thing behind him. System, what is that favorability display? The system immediately explained that favorability display allows the host to see the favorability of the people around him or her. Generally speaking, the favorability of strangers towards you is 0. The larger the number, the higher the favorability of the person towards you, the host. 60 points is a passing score, which means we can be friends. 80 points. If it's the same sex, then you can be considered a very good brother. If it's the opposite sex, then it means that the other person has a liking for you that goes beyond friendship and may even pursue you. A score above 90 means that this person cares about you more than himself. In addition, considering the host status as a wealthy person, if the other party only likes the host because of money, it will not be counted in the favorability. Jiang Che sighed in his heart. It really is a magical tool for interpersonal communication. With this thing, he can know whether the people around him are sincere or insincere, whether they really want to be friends with him or are simply interested in his money. This is more interesting to him than poison. Jiang Che glanced at the people around him, and his eyes immediately showed how much they liked him. However, most of the favorability levels were between 0 and 10, which was very low. There were a few girls whose favorability levels were higher. Jiang Che asked in confusion, they seem very happy about the phone I gave them? Why is their favorability so low? Even 0? As I said before, money alone does not count towards the host's favorability. These people just like you because of the phone. Girls have a higher favorability because you are handsome. Just telling the truth. Jiang Che's attention was completely focused on the last sentence. Then he looked at Xu Rui and Xu Sailei. Xu Rui, favorability 0. Xu Sailei, favorability 20. Hetilda. Jiang Che sneered. It was not surprising that Xu Sailei's favorability towards him was negative, and Jiang Che didn't care. However, Xu Rui's favorability towards him was actually 0. After more than 2 years, a dog should be cooked by now, but after spending so much time on her, Xu Rui still has 0 affection for me. It's really disheartening. But since they had already broken up, Jiang Che didn't want to make things difficult for himself. He looked directly at the lady at the counter. To Jiang Che's surprise, the lady at the counter had a 70% favorable impression of him. This meant that as long as Jiang Che spoke up, the two of them could become very good friends. As for further development, it was not impossible. Chapter 6, Poison. But Jiang Che didn't have any intention of adding WeChat right now. After all, he had just broken up and was cheated on. Even if he saw a very beautiful girl, he was too lazy to have any thoughts. No matter what, I just want to make money, fuck love tilde. But no matter whether you are interested in the young lady or not, the system task still needs to be completed. There were 7 customers in the store, so Jiang Che had the last 3 phones left. He came to the counter, picked up a rose gold iPhone 20 and waved it in front of the counter girl, then asked with a smile, "Miss, do you want one?" To be honest, objectively speaking, Jiang Che thinks that the girl working at the counter is really pretty, even prettier than Xu Rui, the beauty in the foreign languages department. "Can I have a share?" The young lady squinted her eyes happily. "Thank you. Are you a student at Jiangnan University?" "Yes, I'm a senior student in the Department of Economics and Management, class of 2017. Jiang Che said. "What a coincidence. I am a student of the Foreign Languages Department, grade 17 tilde. Are you also a student of Jiangnan University?" This time it was Jiang Che's turn to be surprised. "Why, doesn't it look like that? I'm just working part-time here." The young lady hesitated and asked, "And, can I add you on WeChat?" Jiang Che hesitated for a moment after hearing this. To be honest, he didn't want to join. He had no interest in girls right now. Of course, he definitely had no interest in boys either. However, Xu Rui was still beside him. If he refused, this woman would probably think that he was still obsessed with her. So he nodded and said, "Okay tilde. Anyway, you won't lose anything by adding WeChat." The two added each other on WeChat. Jiang Che saw the other person's name and said, "Fang Nanqing, you are pretty and your name is nice. Please treat me to a meal when you are free." "Okay, it's a deal." Fang Nanqing agreed with a smile. She was also very interested in Jiang Che. Xu Silei's eyes widened. "Fang Nanqing, isn't this one of the school beauties in their school? No wonder she looks so familiar." He immediately became jealous of Jiang Che. He actually got the school beauty's WeChat. As for Xu Rui, she felt extremely uncomfortable watching Jiang Che and Fang Nanqing flirting with each other. In the past, Jiang Che had always been nice to only her, and would never even glance at other girls no matter how pretty they were. She had gotten used to Jiang Che being at her beck and call, and no matter what excessive demands she had, Jiang Che would try his best to satisfy them. But now Jiang Che actually started flirting with other girls in front of her, and this girl was even prettier than her. This made Xu Rui feel inexplicably jealous, as if something that belonged to her was taken away by someone else. However, the two have already broken up, and Xu Rui has to endure it no matter how uncomfortable she feels. Xu Silei noticed the change in Xu Rui's expression and his face became completely gloomy. Jiang Che added Fang Nanqing's WeChat, said hello and left. As for the 2 remaining mobile phones, he planned to take them back to Wangcheng and do Yuan. These 2 roommates of his were very nice. When leaving, Jiang Che deliberately took out the car keys from his pocket and turned them in his hand, which made others curious. What kind of car would such a rich man drive? Since they already had the cell phones, they all followed Jiang Che out to find out what was going on. As soon as Jiang Che went out, he saw a grey-black sports car parked on the side of the road. Its tough lines revealed a fierce fighting spirit, and its streamlined body took into account both beauty and dynamics. In a word, it was very handsome. Just one look at a sports car like this can make people feel excited. There is no doubt that this is Jiang Che's Lamborghini Venom. However, at this time, many passers-by were surrounding the car and taking pictures. After all, such a nice sports car is hard to come by. Some car enthusiasts even recognized the name Poison and took out their mobile phones to take pictures and post them on WeChat Moments. The domestic landing price is as high as more than 90 million yuan. It is said that there are only 13 units in the world. It is hard not to attract attention when such a sports car appears on the streets. What the hell? Xu Silei at the back widened his eyes, obviously recognizing the sports car. What kind of car is that? Is it expensive? Xu Rui didn't quite understand. It looked quite handsome, but didn't seem cheap. Xu Xiaolei cursed, "It's not just expensive, it's over 90 million, there are only a few of them in the world, and they are all collected by the top rich people. How could he drive this car? Awesome!" After hearing Xu Xiaolei's explanation, everyone behind was stunned. Xu Rui was even more stunned. More than 90 million, fake. Definitely fake. It must be rented. How could Jiang Che be so rich? But she didn't think about it. Can such a car be rented? Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Jiang Che's lips curled up into a smile. This was exactly the effect he wanted, not missing out on any opportunity to pretend, no, not missing out on any opportunity to earn admiration points. Chapter 7, My Car. Make way, make way. Jiang Che squeezed towards his car as there were too many people around. What? What? Can't I queue up if I want to take a photo? Someone was dissatisfied. Yeah, why are you pushing so hard? If you bump into a car, can you afford to pay for it? Seeing that they would not let him pass, Jiang Che directly pushed away the people blocking his way with his hands. It's my own car, why should I queue up? The person who was pushed away was not convinced. Your own car? If it was your car, I would have taken it away right there. Before he could finish his words, he saw Jiang Che took out the car keys and opened the car door. What are you going to do with it? Eat it. Jiang Che asked with a smile, holding the key in his hand. Eat it. I don't want you to pay for it after you finish it. When that person saw Jiang Che actually took out the key, he was stunned. Not only was he stunned, but everyone who was taking pictures nearby was also stunned. Why is he so rich but wearing cheap clothes? Do all rich people like to play like this? Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. The man laughed dryly. Brother, I was just joking, don't mind it. If I offend such an awesome rich second generation, Jiangnan University might not be able to accommodate me. Jiang Che ignored him and opened the car door and got in. He looked so cool that it seemed like he didn't want to bother with that person. But once he got into the car, Jiang Che's true colors were revealed, and he was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Poison. A car that's close to a small goal. I can actually own one. Fortunately, after the car door was closed, people outside could not see the situation inside. Otherwise, seeing Jiang Che's appearance, others might not admire him so much. He started the engine and stepped on the accelerator. With a roar that made people's blood boil, Jiang Che drove away, leaving the passers-by behind with envy. They took a deep breath and thought, this exhaust is so fragrant. However, what Jiang Che didn't know was that after he left, a piece of information went viral on his friend's circle. A god-level rich second generation driving a Lamborghini Veneno suddenly appeared at Jiangnan University. A sports car of Venom's level will cause a sensation wherever it appears. Fortunately, Jiang Che ran fast and his face was not photographed by those people, otherwise it would have caused trouble again. Jiang Che wants to show off to gain admiration, but that doesn't mean he wants to be watched like a monkey. Along the way, Jiang Che drove his luxury car like a wild dog, running around everywhere and fully indulging his passion for driving a sports car. After having fun, Jiang Che remembered that he still had more than 10 million to spend. After thinking for a while, he drove to the sales office of a villa area called Mingjing Garden. Apart from buying a car and a house, Jiang Che really didn't know how to spend so much money. Mingjing Garden is one of the best villa areas in Jiangnan City, and of course one of the most expensive, which is just right for Jiang Che. Jiang Che parked his sports car directly in front of the sales office, and the moment he got out of the car, he instantly gained a lot of admiration points. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. When the passers-by saw Jiang Che getting out of the sports car, their eyes were filled with envy and admiration. He was so young, yet he could drive such a nice sports car, and he was so handsome, a typical tall, rich, and handsome man. Jiang Che got off the car, calmly adjusted his 20 yuan buy one get one free shirt, which was a gift back for favorable reviews, and walked into the sales office wearing slippers that he had bought out of season during the Double 11 discount. He exuded the aura of a successful man. When the salesperson at the sales office saw that it was a big customer who came in a sports car, he immediately rushed over like a grey wolf seeing a white rabbit. The salesperson's name is Jiang Yi. She is able to work as a salesperson in such a high-end villa area, so her qualifications must be good. Both her appearance and business ability are top-notch. But after working here for a long time, Jiang Yi developed a bad habit, worshipping money. When Jiang Yi first came to work, she was full of dreams about life and wanted to build her future through her own efforts. However, when she saw various bosses bringing young and beautiful women to buy houses here every day, she began to doubt her goals. Even if she works here for her entire life, she still cannot save enough for the down payment of a villa, while those women can live in the villa of their dreams just by acting coquettishly and saying a few words to make a man happy. This makes Jiang Yi doubt whether it is worth it for her to work so hard. Subconsciously, she often wondered if she could also find a rich man. And now she saw Jiang Chai's sports car, and then looked at Jiang Chai's appearance. Wow, what a perfect boyfriend! Jiang Yi was very confident about her appearance and figure. Thinking of this, she straightened her chest, walked up to Jiang Chai and asked with a smile, "Handsome guy, would you like to see a house? This is the best villa area in Jiangnan City." Chapter 8, Jiang Yi. Jiang Chai glanced at her. Because of his outstanding height, he accidentally caught a glimpse of the snow-white skin on Jiang Yi's chest. Ahem. Jiang Chai coughed lightly and told himself to stay calm. He was a rich man now and beautiful women were nothing to be craved for. Jiang Yi noticed the change in Jiang Chai's eyes and laughed inwardly. Shouldn't it be easy to capture this inexperienced little brother with her charm? But she didn't show it on her face. She held the house purchase brochure and deliberately got close to Jiang Chai, then introduced, "Handsome, look at this one. It's very good. It's over 300 square meters. The surrounding environment is also good. It only costs 9 million. 9 million. Jiang Chai frowned, with an unhappy expression on his face. Jiang Yi keenly noticed Jiang Chai's expression and thought it was too expensive. She thought to herself that the man driving the sports car was not as rich as she thought. However, she changed her words and said, "There are also ones around 5 million here, but they are smaller." Jiang Chai interrupted her and said angrily, "How can a house that costs less than 10 million be habitable? Just show me the most expensive one." Jiang Yi. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Jiang Chai spoke loudly, and everyone around heard him. He immediately gained a wave of admiration points, but some people were unhappy. If a house worth less than 10 million yuan cannot be lived in, then what are they living in? Or are they not human? After a brief shock, Jiang Yi's eyes immediately lit up. "Handsome boy, our most expensive house is Mingjing Building No. 1, which is worth 23 million. Although it is expensive, it is definitely worth the money. Only a house like this can suit your temperament." Jiang Yi praised Jiang Chai non-stop as if his compliments were free. Jiang Chai felt relieved. He casually glanced at the house and interior in the picture. He couldn't understand it, but it looked good. So he waved his hand and said generously, "Buy it. Swipe the card." Ah. Now it was Jiang Yi's turn to be surprised. "Don't you want to go and see the house?" "No need for that. A house worth 20 million is not worth my time. Just sign the contract." "Okay." Jiang Yi agreed excitedly. She could make hundreds of thousands of dollars from this business. In just a few minutes, Jiang Chai signed his name on the house purchase contract and got the key. If Jiang Yi was still somewhat reserved before, now after seeing Jiang Chai pay 20 million without batting an eyelid, she completely let go. When handing Jiang Chai the key, she deliberately touched his hand, blinked, and asked in a tender voice, "Handsome boy, can I have a phone call with you?" "Ooh? Phone call?" Jiang Chai looked a little unhappy. "I just spent more than 10,000 to buy an Apple 20, why should I give it to you?" "Ah?" Jiang Yi was stunned. What kind of trick was this? Is this what you mean by asking for a phone call? Jiang Yi calmed down and quickly explained, "I mean I want your phone number, is that okay?" "Of course not." Jiang Chai said righteously, "I've used this number for 3 years. How can anyone find me if I give it to you? It's inexplicable." Jiang Chai stopped paying attention to her and left, leaving Jiang Yi alone in the hall. "Can anyone get my number?" Jiang Chai said to himself proudly after getting in the car. Of course he understood what Jiang Yi meant, but he also realized that she was only interested in his money. She was a complete gold digger. If he didn't have money, she probably wouldn't even look at him. She was exactly the same kind of person as Shu Rui. Jiang Che would not be interested in such a woman no matter how beautiful she was. After coming out of the sales office, Jiang Che still went to see his new house. Although he bought it because of the system task, after all, he couldn't just buy such a good house and leave it alone. The villa worth more than 20 million yuan was indeed very luxurious, which shocked Jiang Che. If it were not for the distance to the school, Jiang Che would have wanted to move in immediately. But this place is too far from the school, and it is troublesome to run back and forth for classes every day, so Jiang Che finally had to give up this idea. Chapter 9: Bumping into a Young Lady. After Jiang Che came out of the villa, he felt that it was still early and it was not completely dark yet, so he planned to buy some better clothes first. When he read novels in the past, he always thought that there was something wrong with those rich people. They had a lot of luxury cars and mansions, but they just couldn't bear to buy decent clothes. They wore cheap goods every day and were ridiculed by others. So if Jiang Che wants to buy a few sets of handsome clothes now, they must not only be handsome, but also expensive. Jiang Che hummed a little tune along the way and drove the sports car very fast, but he didn't expect that an accident suddenly happened at an intersection. Jiang Che saw that the traffic light at the intersection was green. He looked around and saw that there was no one on either side, so he didn't slow down. But who would have thought that an electric car suddenly jumped out from the side? Oh my God! Jiang Che was startled. He quickly stepped on the brakes and turned the steering wheel. At this speed, hitting someone would be no small matter. With a loud bang, Jiang Che's car brushed past the electric bike and hit a green tree on the roadside. Fortunately, the speed of the car behind slowed down and Jiang Che himself was not injured. The passers-by had the look of spectators at first, coming over to watch the fun, but when they saw Jiang Che's car clearly, they felt sorry for the owner of the electric car. This car. I'm afraid this girl will lose everything she has. It's not that exaggerated, is it? The front shell was just cracked. Exaggerated? A car worth over 90 million yuan, even if the paint is scratched a little bit, it can compensate you with a house. Repairing this car will definitely cost millions. The key point is that this girl ran a red light and bears most of the responsibility. Many people took out their mobile phones to take pictures of the scene where the 90 million luxury car crashed into the tree. Jiang Che didn't have time to feel sorry for the car, so he quickly got out to see if the man was okay. The electric bike also fell in the middle of the road and the people on it fell off. The person riding the bike was a girl about the same age as Jiang Che. Jiang Che did not hit her, but she was startled and fell down in panic. The girl was wearing a short skirt and her knees and elbows were scraped on the ground. Are you okay? Jiang Che frowned when he saw the blood on the girl's legs and arms. No. It's okay? The girl's face looked a little painful. Jiang Che was relieved when he saw that he didn't hit her. He said unhappily, "Why did you run a red light while riding a bike? Can't you wait a while? I'm going to be late, I'm a little anxious." The girl said aggrievedly and stood up, but before she could stand firmly, she felt a piercing pain in her ankle. Jiang Che was quick to act and supported her. "I think I sprained my foot," said the girl with a frown. "I'll take you to the hospital," Jiang Che said with some concern. "But my feet, can't walk." Trouble. Jiang Che had no choice but to reluctantly pick up the girl for Jiao Chitsai. Jiang Che then noticed that the girl seemed to be a beauty, with a beauty score of at least 90 points. It was rare to see such a beauty riding an electric bike. Out of curiosity, Jiang Che asked, "Why are you late?" "I have a part-time job tutoring other people's children. It seems I can't go tonight." The girl was a little shy when Jiang Che held her in his arms, her face flushed. Jiang Che put her in the car, then went back to push her electric bike to the side of the road and parked it before coming back to take the girl to the hospital. Jiang Che's car only had a minor damage to the front shell, which did not affect driving. On the way, Jiang Che learned the girl's name, Yun Qinghui, and she was a freshman. After going to the hospital for a checkup, it turned out to be just a common sprain, which required simple treatment and some medication. On the way back, Yun Qinghui looked as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. "What do you want to say?" Jiang Che asked. Yun Qinghui asked carefully, "How much does your car cost?" Jiang Che immediately understood what she was thinking and smiled. "It's not expensive, just tens of millions." "Ah." Yun Qinghui looked surprised. "Then, how much does it cost to repair it if it's damaged?" Selling you won't be enough anyway. What do you say we should do?" Yun Qinghui was a little flustered and didn't know how to answer. How about you just pledge yourself to me, and I'll take a loss and not ask you for the car repair money? I just broke up with you. Jiang Che had just bought a house and was in a good mood, so he joked. Yun Qinghui was stunned for a moment, her eyes widened, she looked at Jiang Che, then at the car. Is there such a good thing? Well, okay, that's the only way. Yun Qinghui reluctantly nodded for Jiao Chitsai, looking shy. Jiang Che? I just asked casually. Is this the power of money? What are you thinking about? Jiang Che was too lazy to pay attention to her. He stepped on the accelerator and the sports car rushed out at high speed. Yun Qinghui scratched her head and said with some dissatisfaction, You said it yourself. I haven't even had a boyfriend yet. You're such a wimp. Jiang Che immediately turned on his straight man mode. I've never had a boyfriend. Yun Qinghui. It really makes sense for this kind of person to break up. However, Jiang Che did not mention compensation later, so Yun Qinghui did not dare to ask for anything. Even if she sold herself, it would not be enough to get a car worth 90 million yuan. Fortunately, this little brother did not seem to care too much. Chapter 10, It's over. Yun Qinghui was a freshman at the normal university next door to Jiang Che. She was injured and couldn't ride a bike, so Jiang Che had to take her home. As soon as Jiang Che drove to the school gate, he was surrounded by a group of students. Although there is some damage on the front of the car, it does not affect the shocking feeling it brings to people. Fuck, Lamborghini? Is there such a rich guy in our school? Not just a Lamborghini, but a Lamborghini Venom. Poison? So this is the sports car worth more than 90 million that I saw on WeChat Moments just now? It's really cool. Look, he's driving towards the girls' dormitory. Isn't he here to pick up a girl? Wow, it would be great if this person came to pick me up. What are you thinking about? Can you fit in there with your 300-pound body? Get out of here. It stopped, and it really stopped in front of the girls' dormitory. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. People outside were talking about it, and many of them took out their phones to take pictures. Jiang Che said, Ask your roommate to help you up. I won't get off. I'm too lazy to ask you to pay for the bike. Be careful next time you ride a bike. This money is nothing to Jiang Che, but if Yun Qinghui is asked to pay compensation, she probably won't be able to continue her studies. There is no need for this. Yun Qinghui was overjoyed when she heard this. The huge stone that had been weighing on her heart all the way finally fell. Thank you, little brother. I will never run a red light again. Yun Qinghui hurriedly thanked him. Yeah. Jiang Che nodded indifferently. Then little brother, can I add you on WeChat? Yun Qinghui asked shyly while holding the phone. If you want compensation, you can just tell me directly. Jiang Che glanced at her. Yun Qinghui was afraid to speak anymore. If you don't want to give it to me, then don't give it to me. Why are you so fierce? Hurry up and ask your roommate to come over. I have something else to do. Jiang Che said. Okay. Yun Qinghui quickly agreed and called her roommate. Not long after, the two saw a girl walking down the dormitory corridor. The girl's name is Wang Yi, and she is Yun Qinghui's roommate. When Wang Yi went downstairs and saw Jiang Che's sports car, his eyes lit up. He quickly took out his mobile phone and took a few photos. After taking the photos, he called Yun Qinghui. I'm down, where are you? Wang Yi asked. I'm in the car, come and help me. Car? Wang Yi asked in confusion, and after looking around, he asked, No car. What car? She subconsciously ignored the sports car in front of her. Yun Qinghui stuck her head out of the window and said, Here, help me up. My knee is injured and it's hard for me to get down. Wang Yi's expression froze for a moment. Don't just stand there, come here. Yun Qinghui urged. Wang Yi finally reacted and walked over with a shocked look on his face. How did you get back on this bus? It's a long story. Help me down first. Yun Qinghui fumbled with the door for a few times, then turned around and asked awkwardly, How do you open this door? Jiang Che rolled his eyes at her and reached out to open the door. Lamborghini's traditional scissor door opening method attracted another round of admiring glances. This also allowed Wang Yi to see Jiang Che. So handsome. Wang Yi thought to himself, his face slightly blushing. But she didn't dare to look around and help Yun Qinghui down. This was also because she was still a freshman and still retained the reserve and innocence of her high school days. If she were a junior or senior girl, she would definitely come up and ask for the phone number, regardless of whether Jiang Che was Yun Qinghui's boyfriend or not. The scene of Yun Qinghui getting off the car made everyone howl in delight again. The good cabbages are eaten by pigs. Look at your sour look. Have you ever seen a pig driving a Lamborghini? Isn't that my freshman goddess? I didn't expect that even she would fall for the rich second generation. Can I still believe in love? Love is bullshit. Girls nowadays would rather be fucked in a sports car with their hair disheveled than ride a shared bike with you. Aren't sports cars good? Why should I accompany you to ride a shared bike? What's wrong with the goddess knees? She's not kneeling, is she? Rich people really know how to have fun. There were bursts of discussions outside, but Jiang Che felt secretly happy in his heart. He used to be jealous of others, but now it was finally others' turn to envy him. So, what is the use of women? As long as you have money, what else do you need? To put it in a more literary way, if you bloom, butterflies will come to you. Jiang Che felt that he had blossomed and his spring had arrived. With the roar of a sports car, Jiang Che left the normal university. When Jiang Che left, Wang Yi asked in surprise, "Is that your boyfriend?" "I would like to tilde." Yun Qinghui shrugged helplessly, "but people don't like it tilde." Wang Yi thought about it and felt that it made sense. If Yun Qinghui had a boyfriend like this, why would she need to do a part-time job? Then who is he to you? Why were you in his car? Wang Yi asked curiously. Because there was a small accident before. Yun Qinghui explained to Wang Yi what happened before. Wang Yi listened and slowly opened his mouth. "So you are the one who did the damage to the front of his car?" "I guess so." Yun Qinghui nodded somewhat embarrassedly and asked, "Isn't his car very expensive?" "He said it cost tens of millions." "Those sports cars worth millions seem to look like this." Wang Yi looked at Yun Qinghui and said, "You're lucky. I just saw it on WeChat Moments today. The car is called Lamborghini Veneno. It cost over 90 million. Just repairing the front part would cost several million. Luckily, they didn't ask you to pay for it." Yun Qinghui stuck out her tongue. It was really dangerous. Chapter 11, Losing Points Team. Jiang Che drove to several 4S shops before he found one that could repair his car. After all, the scratches on the front of the car affected its appearance so much that it had to be repaired. After leaving the car under the excited and frightened gaze of the 4S shop owner, he took a taxi back. At this time, Xu Rui and Xu Sailei were eating at the school gate and happened to see Jiang Che getting out of the taxi. Xu Sailei's eyes lit up and he whispered, "Sure enough, it's not his car. Humph, he's really good at pretending." Xu Rui ignored Xu Sailei. They had just had a fight about the cell phone in the afternoon. Xu Rui was very upset. "You don't have the money to buy me a cell phone, and you don't allow me to ask for one from others?" But she saw Jiang Che's expression of surprise when he got out of the taxi. Since the sports car was not Jiang Che's, he was not the rich second generation she thought. But where did he get the money to buy a mobile phone in the afternoon? Could it be that he was upset about the breakup and took out a loan to show off in front of me? Jiang Che didn't notice the two of them at all. Even if he saw them, he wouldn't care. They were no longer from the same world. When Jiang Che returned to the dormitory, he saw his two roommates lying on the bed. One was playing games, and the other was reading the novel System, You Have to Be a Good Person on Tomato, and he thought it was very good doghead. "Come on, Dad will take you out for dinner," Jiang Che said proudly. He had said at noon that he would take them out for dinner. "You're finally back. I thought you wouldn't come back tonight." Wang Cheng sat up as if he had come back to life when he heard Jiang Che's voice. Du Yuan was playing games and said without even looking up, "It's already past 9 o'clock. We've already eaten. Didn't I say I'd take you out for dinner tonight?" Jiang Che said unhappily, "Why did you guys eat first? It's already past 9 o'clock and we thought you, the rich second generation, had gone out to have fun. We can't wait for you with an empty stomach." Jiang Che felt that it made sense, because Yun Qinghui's matter delayed him and he did come back a little late. "Forget it, I'll order takeout myself. But look what good things your dad, brought you," Jiang Che said as he threw the two cell phones in his hand to them. "This is the new 20 from Apple," Wang Cheng exclaimed in surprise. What? Du Yuan didn't care at first, but after hearing Wang Cheng's voice, he immediately didn't even care about the game. Fuck! It's really an iPhone 20. Du Yuan held the phone with a look of surprise on his face. A 17,000 yuan phone, 5G network, A20 processor, how fun it will be to play games on it. Jiang Che said proudly, when I changed my phone this afternoon, I brought one for both of you. Dad, okay? Dad Jiang, don't say anything. From now on, if you say go east, I will never go west. Du Yuan happily opened the package. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Wang Cheng was still a little hesitant. He seemed more mature than Du Yuan. He hesitated and said, 17,000. This is too expensive. It's okay. Jiang Che said generously, would I be short of this little money? Yes, boss, don't think too much. The third brother has hundreds of millions in his card, so why would he care about this mobile phone? Du Yuan also said, this okay. It was obvious that Wang Cheng liked this phone very much, so he didn't refuse. Come on, we three haven't played games together for a long time. Let's stop talking and go online. How about trying out this new phone to play games? Du Yuan is quite obsessed with the mobile game Honor of Kings. When they were freshmen, the three of them often played games together. Later, after Jiang Che pursued Shu Rui, his expenses increased a lot, so he often went out to work part-time and rarely played games with them. Okay. Jiang Che agreed with a smile. He had nothing to do now anyway, so he could play a few games. So the three of them started downloading Honor of Kings on their new phones. Chapter 12, Buying Skills. While downloading, Jiang Che suddenly had an idea. If he could always lead the game and perform impressive operations, would he also be able to gain admiration from his teammates and opponents? Moreover, the system also said before that the host can use worship points to exchange skills, and then use skills to earn worship points, and so on. So Jiang Che was a little curious, so he asked in his mind, System, can I gain admiration points if I led my teammates in the game? Guess, and I'll tell you if you guess it. Jiang Che, can you please stop being so naughty? I've already guessed it and still need you to tell me. You should be able to gain admiration points through the virtual online world, right? Jiang Che asked again. Host, please explore on your own. The system did not give a direct answer. Damn! Jiang Che didn't expect the system to tell him anymore. He went straight into the system mall, searched around, and found two useful things. Game Mastery Elementary, 30,000 adoration points. King of Pesticides Mastery Elementary, 1500 worship value. In just one afternoon, Jiang Che had accumulated nearly 2,000 worship points, so he exchanged for the skill, King of Pesticide Mastery Elementary, without hesitation. The speed of collecting worship points was not slow anyway, and he could collect a lot by driving around in a sports car for a few laps. There was no need to be reluctant to spend like a miser. And you might earn more by spending 1,500. In an instant, Jiang Che felt a cool sensation flowing through his body, and a lot of information about King of Pesticides appeared in his mind. Primary mastery is roughly equivalent to Jiang Che's understanding of each hero reaching the top level of the national server. In other words, Jiang Che's ability to play any hero is at the national server's level, and operation, coupled with his general professional awareness, is basically unstoppable. As for the more powerful advanced mastery, it is like cheating, allowing Jiang Che to perform operations that ordinary people cannot do at all. However, advanced mastery cannot be purchased directly with worship points, and some other conditions are required. After a while, the three people's King of Pesticides were installed. Come, I invite you. Du Yuan was already impatient. Du Yuan often plays this game, so his skills are naturally very good. He has been a king for a long time, but now at the beginning of the season his rank has been reset to the star rank, while Wang Cheng is in the diamond rank. Jiang Che hasn't played this game for a long time, but Du Yuan has always used his account as a secondary account and played it occasionally. He reached Star Glory last season and now it has just dropped to diamond at the beginning of the season, which is just right for the three-person ranking. Three people entered the room and started ranking. With a quang sound, they entered the hero selection interface. Jiang Che was on the first floor. After the hero ban phase was over, he glanced around and directly clicked on a hero portrait. A domineering voice sounded. The extremely burning hunting soul wields the dragon-slaying blade. That's right, it's Mulan. When he was a freshman, he liked the hero Mulan very much. She was beautiful and powerful in fighting. He even spent a lot of money to buy a skin for Mulan, the Crystal Dragon Hunter. This was the only time Jiang Che spent money to buy a skin. Now back in the game, he took out his favorite hero again. Du Yuan smiled and said, "You still play this hero? When you were a freshman, this hero was the top laner, like a martial god, but now he has been nerfed. Miyamoto is a super soldier on the blue side, and she is a super soldier on the red side." Upon hearing this, Jiang Che said half-jokingly, "Then can my Mulan be the same as yours? You just need to lie down." In fact, it was not a joke. With his current strength, his teammates just need to lie down. Okay, as long as you're happy. Du Yuan didn't care. In fact, in his opinion, it didn't matter what game Jiang Che played. It wasn't that he looked down on him, but after all, Jiang Che hadn't played games for 2 or 3 years, so he must be a little bit bad. Plus, this was the new season Star Glory game, so it was normal even if he was defeated. However, Du Yuan and Wang Cheng didn't care. The most important thing was that they had fun playing with their roommates. Winning or losing didn't matter. Chapter 13, A Large Wave of Admiration. Soon both sides had chosen their players. Du Yuan played the jungler Han Xin, Wang Cheng played the shooter Marco, and their own mage and support were Yuga and Xiaoming respectively. Originally, Jiang Che was going to go against the opponent's top laner Zhong Wuyin, but Jiang Che discovered that the opponent's shooter and support were Hu Yi and Giguzi respectively. Supports like Giguzi generally look for opportunities to catch people and set the pace. It is impossible for them to always protect Hu Yi in the bottom lane, and they don't have much protective ability. So Jiang Che spoke up, "Old Wang, let's switch lanes. You go fight Zhong Wuyin." Wang Cheng agreed without thinking, "Okay, be careful, Hu Yi has Berserk, it's still easy to beat you before level 4. It's okay." Jiang Che controlled Hua Mulan to walk towards the bottom lane. Soon the first wave of soldiers started fighting. Mulan at level 1 had little combat ability, so she waited behind the line of soldiers waiting for Hu Yi to push the line over. After Hu Yi pushed the line of soldiers over, he started to attack the river crab. Jiang Che was not in a hurry. He cleared the first wave of troops in front of the tower and reached level 2. At this time, the river crab still had half of its health. You must grab the river crab. Economic experience and other things don't matter. The most important thing is that the dignity of the top laner cannot be lost. Hu Yi was also very meticulous. He beat the river crab to a low health level, but Jiang Che couldn't kill it instantly with just one skill. So he waited until the river crab went a little further before attacking it. Jiang Che smiled. "I want to be able to snatch it this way." I went straight forward and used a 1-2 combo, and my second skill just happened to hit the river crab, so I snatched it away, and my experience bar increased by 1 level. However, worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. What the hell? Jiang Che's hands trembled in fear. What was going on? He stole a river crab and added so much admiration to himself? He was so surprised that he couldn't even control the hero, and was chased by Hu Yi and half of his health was taken away. Fortunately, in the early stage, 1 recovery plus a health pack under the tower can replenish the health. But Jiang Che still hadn't come back to his senses. I stole a river crab and added more than 300 worship points to myself? What's the principle behind this? System. Host, please explore on your own. All right, Jiang Che didn't ask any more questions for the time being. He controlled Hua Mulan to go forward and clear the soldiers again, preparing to wait for the second river crab to see. After a wave of attacks, Jiang Che had reached level 3. In the top lane, Du Yuan's Han Xin had reached level 4. He cooperated with the support to counter-ampute the opponent's jungler and support, and directly got a double kill. Zhong Wuyin escaped with low health. Du Yuan's Han Xin is still quite good. Jiang Che looked at his experience and found that he was almost at level 4. It's my turn. He controlled the distance and killed the last soldier. Suddenly, a light flashed on his body and he reached level 4. When Hu Yi saw that Hua Mulan had reached level 4, he began to retreat gradually, but he was not that panicked. He even hit Jiang Che twice. After all, he was still full of health, so he was not panicked. But the next moment, Hui saw a golden light flash under Hua Mulan's feet, and then rush to his face, and he was instantly silenced. A flash of the light sword followed by a normal attack is Mulan's fastest silence combo, bar none. Combined with Jiang Chei's hand speed, Hui has no time to react at all. Many people only know that Mulan's heavy sword can flash, but they ignore that Mulan's light sword can also flash, which can not only silence the opponent instantly, but also quickly approach the opponent. Sometimes it is very useful, but it requires a certain speed and is prone to mistakes. However, this is not a problem for Jiang Chei at all. Then Mulan changed into a heavy sword form, and after using the second skill, she used the first skill to charge. If Hui had flash, he might be able to run back to the tower, but now Berserk has no effect. Specially used to destroy self-esteem. A domineering voice sounded, and Hui fell miserably at Mulan's feet. If the CP of Jiao Chan and Liu Bu is the nemesis of tanks, then the CP of Mulan and Lan Linking may be the nightmare of squishy heroes. The damage of these two heroes at level 4 can make all squishy heroes afraid. Awesome! Du Yuan exclaimed. As a jungler, he always paid attention to the situation on the map. He just happened to see the scene where Jiang Chei killed Hui. Even he would often make mistakes in this combo. Keep a low profile. Jiang Chei was very satisfied with his combo. Sudden. Worship value plus 100. Worship value plus 100. Worship value plus 100. Oh my god! Jiang Chei was completely shocked this time and shouted out loud. What's wrong? Wang Cheng and Du Yuan looked at Jiang Chei strangely. It's okay, the phone is leaking power. It's okay, keep playing. Jiang Chei smiled awkwardly. Strange. The two didn't think much about it and returned their attention to the game. More than 3,000 admiration points. Jiang Chei was so happy that he almost flew up, but after the surprise, Jiang Chei began to think about where these admiration points came from. There are only 10 people in the canyon including myself, so it is obvious that these admiration points cannot come from the opponent teammates. The more people there are, the more admiration there is, so, is Hui a live streamer? Chapter 14, Killings. That must be it. Jiang Chei said in his heart with certainty. He had gained a lot of admiration points when he was grabbing river crabs before. However, his operation of grabbing the river crab was not very impressive, so he only got a small amount of admiration points. But his operation of killing Hui in 1 second was very impressive and very difficult, so his admiration points increased by several thousand at once. In that case, I won't be polite. Jiang Chei showed a malicious smile. Such a good opportunity cannot be missed. He controlled Mulan to walk towards the river, pretending to support the middle lane, but actually avoided the sight and went around to the bush of the opposite second tower. Jiang Chei guessed correctly, this Hui player was actually a live streamer. In a neighborhood in the Imperial Magic City, a young girl stared at her phone screen in amazement. After a few seconds, she reacted and said, "This Hua Mulan's hands are so fast." The girl's name is Yu Yangran. She is a host in the King of Pesticides area of the Shark platform. She has more than 900,000 fans, but her own strength is not strong. She barely became a king last season, and is even worse than Du Yuan. She is at the bottom among the hosts. Most of these fans are attracted by her appearance. After all, there are skilled anchors everywhere, but there is only one such beautiful lady. After she was killed by Jiang Chei, a series of comments flashed across the computer screen in front of her. Ha ha ha, are you stupid? Have you ever felt the power of being a single person? In my opinion, this hand speed means he has been single for at least 30 years. Mulan, I am a legend. To be honest, Hua Mulan's hand speed is indeed fast and decisive. The host told you not to play ranked matches in the new season. So, did you meet a great player? Yu Yangran glanced at the comments on the screen, smiled awkwardly, and controlled Hui who had just resurrected. She walked and said, "This Hua Mulan is indeed quite powerful. She might be a high-star queen last season. But as long as we stay in the tower and don't come out, she can't do anything to us. When we fight in the later stage, I will use my violent Hui to deal explosive damage." But before she could finish her words, just as she passed the second tower, a red figure suddenly rushed out from the bushes, and then used a set of unexplained combos to take her away. The most successful dragon rider only kills the dragon with the lowest kill rate. Hua Mulan stepped over Hui's corpse without any injury and left in style. Yu Yangran. Does the anchor's face hurt? Host, why is your phone screen always black and white? If it's broken, just fix it. Don't make yourself suffer. Host, what's your explosive output? Yu Yangran gritted her teeth and said, this Hua Mulan is too sinister. She actually squatted in this bush. One of the 3 bitches in the top lane is kidding you? Who can you blame for not using your skills to explore the bushes? Who would have thought that Hua Mulan would be squatting in that bush? More than 10 seconds later, Hu Yi was resurrected again. Yu Yangran learned her lesson this time. When she walked to the second tower, she used her ultimate skill to explore the bushes. Fortunately, there was no one there. Mulan should go somewhere else after clearing the minion line. We should send a signal to our teammates now. Yu Yangran said as she opened the minimap and clicked on the bushes next to the middle lane, signaling her Xiao Qiao to be careful and not be ambushed by Mulan. After giving the signal, she had already reached the first tower, where there were still 2 soldiers left. Don't worry about it after clicking the signal. Let's seize the opportunity to develop. Only then can we have explosive output in team fights. As Yu Yangran was speaking, a dagger flew out from the bushes next to the first tower. It was Mulan's second skill. Then Mulan was seen rolling over with her first skill. Dare to jump over the tower. After all, Yu Yangran had reached the king level, so she couldn't be too bad. Her eyes lit up when she saw Hua Mulan jumping over the tower. At this point in time, if Hua Mulan jumped over the tower, she could at least replace her. It is definitely a win to exchange Hu Yi with 0 bars and 2 bars for Mulan with 2 bars and 0 on the other side. Yu Yangran was afraid that her output was not enough, so she clicked on the rage key first, and then the normal attack key. But when her hand just touched the rage button, she found that she had been silenced and could not use rage. Yu Yangran had no choice but to press the normal attack button, but before she could use it, Mulan turned into a heavy sword form again, and the second skill pushed her so hard that she could not move at all, let alone a normal attack. After Mulan pushed, she used a heavy sword form to strengthen her normal attack, and then Hu Yi, dead. Yu Yanran's judgment was correct. If Mulan crossed the tower at this point, she would definitely die before her flash was ready. After Jiang Che's Mulan killed Hu Yi in an instant, she dragged her heavy sword for 2 steps before being killed under the tower. However, Yu Yanran's Hu Yi never hit Mulan from beginning to end. Mulan's death was considered a tower kill and had nothing to do with Hu Yi. Yu Yangran felt like she was going to shut herself up. What kind of rubbish game was this? Why did it need a hero like Hua Mulan? Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. Cause of death, explosive output. Is this the mission of an assassin? Even if it means sacrificing yourself, you won't let the opponent's C position develop. I failed. The host of Xiafan, I'm following you. The host, please ask the support to come over, otherwise we won't be able to play. Chapter 15, Hu Yi, don't send me away. Hui, can you please not see me off, the monkey type directly? Yu Yangran clenched her fists in anger, but she had indeed given away 3, so she could only apologize and said, I'm sorry, this Hua Mulan is a bit powerful, help me for a while. Jiang Che was already very happy. He killed Hu Yi 3 times and gained more than 8,000 worship points. It was a huge profit. However, he felt that Hu Yi was a little wronged. When Jiang Che came online again, he found that there was an extra Giguzi next to Hu Yi on the opposite side. Can this thing protect you? Jiang Che thought of another way. When he went online, he walked from the red buff to the river bushes to avoid being seen. At this time, Hu Yi and Giguzi had just arrived at the first tower. Without Yu Yangran saying anything, Giguzi directly activated his first skill, walked into the bushes, and helped Hu Yi explore the bushes. In fact, Giguzi could have seen the positions of Jiang Che and Hua Mulan if he had just activated his ultimate skill, but he was reluctant to do so because he felt that even if he could make Hua Mulan invisible with his first skill, she would not be able to kill him instantly. He first looked at the 2 large bushes on the bottom road, but there was no one there. Yu Yangran immediately felt relieved and started to clear the soldiers. However, she also knew that Hua Mulan was most likely in the grass by the river, so she stood on the left side of the line of soldiers, away from the river. Giguzi walked towards the river and continued to look at the grass in the river. Jiang Che saw Giguzi coming and put his thumb on his first skill. When the distance was about the same, he directly used his first skill to hit Giguzi. The hero Hua Mulan, whether in light sword form or heavy sword form, will trigger the second stage as long as the first skill touches the enemy target, so Jiang Che triggered the second stage of displacement, plus the flash after the cooldown is completed. It is 3 stages of displacement. Even though Yu Yanran's Hu Yi was standing farther away, Jiang Che instantly rushed to his face. 1 flash, 2, 1A, Hu Yi was silenced again, and then he changed to a heavy sword and pushed. Giguzi felt something was wrong when he saw Hua Mulan rushing out, so he used his second skill and flash to try to pull Hua Mulan back. However, when Mulan releases skills in heavy sword form, she is in a domineering state and is immune to control. So, Hou Yi died. Worship value plus 100. Worship value plus 100. Worship value plus 100. This was another amazing move, which increased Jiang Che's admiration points by several thousand. However, Yu Yanran's face darkened as she watched the screen turn grey again. How could she continue to play? Old third, you're too cruel, aren't you? Wang Cheng couldn't bear to watch it anymore, but he said it with a smile, if I were Hu Yi, I would just hang up. Du Yuan also smiled and said, in this version, Furious Hu Yi's output is indeed high. I was going to help you catch him twice, but I didn't expect you to destroy Hu Yi by yourself. This game is basically won. My Mulan is no joke, leave this game of Hu Yi to me. Jiang Che looked at Hu Yi with his eyes shining. In just a few minutes, his admiration points had increased by more than 10,000. This was much more profitable than working hard outside to show off. 10 minutes later. Legendary. Ace. Mulan, with 15-1-0, once again stepped on Hu Yi, with 0-12-0, and the opponent was wiped out. During this entire game, Hu Yi was killed 12 times by Jiang Che's Mulan. Jiang Che's 3 extra kills were because Hu Yi's teammates came to help and were then killed by Jiang Che. Hu Yi switched from the bottom lane to the top lane, and Jiang Che followed him to the top lane. His methods were extremely cruel and outrageous. This team annihilation on the high ground was already a victory for Jiang Che, and Yu Yanran was naturally criticized badly. Monkey, does Hu Yi know how to play? I'll fuck you. Xiao Qiao, why would an elementary school student stay up late at night playing games? He's here to cheat people. Zhong Wuyan, I beg you to use your hands next time when playing games. My feet are really not very useful. Giguzi, actually, this Hua Mulan is really quite strong. Monkey, fuck you. You can't catch anyone, and you can't even protect the shooter, what's the use of you? The monkey might have lost the promotion match, so he was very angry and started to argue with everyone he saw. Giguzi was too lazy to argue with him and kept quiet. Yu Yanran's eyes were a little red and filled with tears. Yes, she was crying because of anger. I couldn't win the fight, and I couldn't run away. I didn't have enough money to buy tanks. I was really helpless. I felt frustrated for the whole game, and in the end, I got scolded by my teammates. Moreover, as a host with nearly 1 million fans, there must be a lot of trolls in her live broadcast room. Some people have already scolded her in the barrage. After a series of grievances, Yu Yanran burst into tears, with a few tears on her face, feeling extremely aggrieved. That's it? Can anyone be a host these days? 0-12-0. This is the first time I've seen such a bad anchor. It's unfortunate for your teammates to meet you. Can the keyboard warriors shut up? If you can do it, come on. I'm sorry, I'm really not good enough to achieve such a bad performance. Isn't it possible to tell about the dishes? Chapter 16, Game Invitation. Yu Yanran looked at the 2 big words failure on the screen, wiped her tears aggrievedly, and clicked on Jiang Che's game avatar on the battle record page. Jiang Che was extremely happy. He earned more than 20,000 admiration points from one game. He felt that he had found the best way to earn admiration points, becoming a big anchor and a big star. The amount of admiration you get is closely related to the number of people, in other words, traffic, so you definitely need to be famous. Stars and anchors are undoubtedly the 2 most suitable paths. Of course, this is just Jiang Che's current idea. Now he just wants to play games with the anchors, and use other people's traffic to earn admiration points. It is very easy to find an anchor to play games with you if you have money. Just open a live broadcast software, click on a popular live broadcast room, give a reward of tens of thousands of yuan, and the anchor will definitely be willing to play with you. Jiang Che immediately started to download Shark Live. Wang Cheng and Du Yuan had stopped playing. Du Yuan just wanted to try out the feeling of playing games on the new phone. After playing a game, the two of them went to study the new functions of the phone. However, before Jiang Che could download Shark Live, the system's voice sounded again. Congratulations to the host for accumulating more than 10,000 worship points. The lucky draw function has been activated. Lottery function? Jiang Che's eyes lit up. What is it used for? As the name suggests, the host can spend 10,000 worship points to participate in a lottery. One free lottery opportunity is given every day and cannot be accumulated. The system explained. 10,000 per time? So expensive? Jiang Che was a little surprised. No wonder he had to wait until he accumulated 10,000 worship points before activating this function. Product of the system, absolutely worth the money, said the system confidently. Jiang Che said in disbelief, really? Then can I use today's free chance to draw once? Ding tilde congratulations to the host for obtaining 51% of the shares of Tianyu Entertainment Company. The equity certificate has been placed in the system space. Tianyu Entertainment Company. Jiang Che was shocked. This was the largest entertainment company in the empire, with a market value of more than 30 billion. He had become its largest shareholder? Even if 51% of the shares were converted into cash, it would be more than 10 billion or nearly 20 billion. It's really good value for money. Moreover, Jiang Che had just thought of becoming a celebrity, and now he was given an entertainment company? This was too coincidental. The lottery function has a certain chance of drawing items that the host urgently needs at the moment. The system explained. Not bad. Jiang Che was very satisfied. Draw again. Ding tilde congratulations to the host for obtaining the voice actor mastery skill. Jiang Che suddenly felt a cool sensation flowing through his throat. What a loss. This skill is only worth 2,000 worship points in the system mall. Jiang Che said with some regret. It seems that this lottery system is not 100% guaranteed to draw such good things. But it is reasonable. Otherwise, 10,000 worship points can be exchanged for a company with a market value of tens of billions. In a few days, all the companies in the world will belong to Jiang Che. Forget it, I can't draw anymore. It's enough to use the free chance to draw once a day. Jiang Che said to himself. As soon as he finished speaking, a game invitation message appeared on the phone screen. A little Zongzi? Isn't this the Huyi from before? Jiang Che killed her more than 10 times in the last game, so he remembered her ID very clearly. He just agreed and didn't have to look for other hosts. But as soon as he entered the room, Jiang Che heard Yu Yanran's crying voice, "Why do you always kill me? I've been scolded by my teammates." Chapter 17, Composition. Jiang Che. Beaten and crying? This was something he didn't expect. However, Jiang Che had no intention of comforting her, and said directly, "You are on the blue team and I am on the red team. If I don't kill you, who will I kill? Kill my teammates?" A straight man through and through, he couldn't be straighter. But Jiang Che was shocked as soon as he said this. Is this my voice? So nice? His voice is deep and magnetic, giving people an inexplicable sense of security. Even the best voice actors can be no more than this. He suddenly felt that it was not a bad deal to exchange 10,000 admiration points for this voice. Yu Yangran was stunned for a moment, even forgetting that she had just been beaten and cried, and asked, "Brother, did you use the sound card?" Jiang Che asked back, "Would you use a sound card when playing games at home by yourself?" That's right. Yu Yangran also thinks it's unlikely. Who would use a sound card when playing King of Glory at home? At this moment, the discussion on the comments changed direction, from Yu Yanran's previous game to Jiang Che's voice. I love this voice so much. Mom, I'm in love. My brother's voice is so nice. But the little brother's words are really funny. I thought he would comfort the anchor tilde. People with nice voices usually don't look good. Can the person upstairs stop being sour? The discussion in the barrage was fed back to Jiang Che as follows. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Jiang Che felt the admiration value continue to increase, and raised his mouth and said again, I am a student of the music department, and I have also learned some voice actor skills, so my voice is more distinctive. Anyway, you can pretend to be cool and talk nonsense as you like. As expected, after these words were spoken, Jiang Che's admiration value increased a lot again. Yu Yangran looked at the barrage of comments, which were much denser than usual, and felt happy in her heart, thinking that she had met a treasure boy. Not only did the live broadcast effect improve a lot, she also found Jiang Che interesting and completely forgot about the beating she had received before. Yu Yangran glanced at the comments and found that many people asked her to let Jiang Che sing after hearing that he was a student of the music department. Yu Yangran was also curious and asked, "Little brother, are you really a student in the music department? I also like to sing, but I can never sing well. Can I listen to you sing?" Jiang Che was stunned for a moment, then immediately agreed, "Of course. Isn't he this a decoration that comes right to your door? No, isn't he this the admiration value that comes right to your door?" Jiang Che immediately purchased the Singing Mastery Elementary skill in the system. When he was about to ask the other party what song he wanted to listen to, he suddenly remembered that there were songs in his system mall. The system said that it was the crystallization of civilization from another world. Jiang Che did not ask much at the time. But now, since he wanted to show off, he had to show off in full, so Jiang Che spent another 1,000 worship points to buy a song, and then said, "It just so happens that I wrote a song a few days ago, so I'll let you be the first listener of this song." "Wow, Tilda," Yu Yangran said happily, "then I am so lucky." The barrage was also full of 666. Jiang Che had almost earned back 1,000 admiration points before he even started singing. Jiang Che cleared his throat, went over the lyrics in his mind, and then started to speak. "I close my eyes and breathe close to your heartbeat. We are the only ones left on earth now. Your smiling lips always capture my heart. Every second of the first kiss I want to kiss you every second. Just like this, I love you, I love you, I want to be with you anytime. I love the smell of your coat and your arms. Button our clothes together so we don't have to separate them. Beautiful love, I love being close to you like this." Obviously this is a little love song. The doting lyrics, Jiang Che's soft voice, and his perfect voice make it sound like a gentle boyfriend confessing his love in your ear, making people want to throw themselves into his arms full of security. Yu Yinran's face was flushed and there was a kind of intoxicated look in her eyes. Although she knew that it was only Jiang Che who was singing, her heart was still beating like a deer and she had an inexplicable feeling. And the barrage of comments suddenly stopped for the first time, and everyone was listening to the song quietly. Then the climax continues. "Sometimes I am not angry, but I deliberately get angry. Your concern makes me feel at ease. I always see myself from your perspective. Do you understand me, or am I just like you? Just like this, I love you, I love you, I want to be with you anytime. I love the smell of your coat and your arms. Button our clothes together so we don't have to separate them. Beautiful love, I love being close to you like this." Chapter 18, Zorn Voice Pack. After a few minutes, the song was over and Jiang Che stopped singing, but he felt a little nervous. No increase in worship value at all? Why is Yu Yangran silent? This song won't fail, right? This shouldn't be the case. It was clearly purchased from the system, right? Jiang Che waited for a long time, but no one spoke. He explained awkwardly, "I didn't use the guitar, so the a cappella performance might not have been good enough." "You?" But before he could finish his words, Yu Yinran's voice rang out, "You sing so beautifully. Did you really write this yourself?" Yu Yinran's voice was like an opening, and the barrage of comments filled the screen in just a few seconds. AWSL. I want to fall in love. I really want a boyfriend who dotes on me like this. It reminded me of my ex-girlfriend. I cried. The host's face turned red, and it seemed like she had fallen. I searched online and there is indeed no such song. Could it be that he wrote it himself? Worship value plus 100. Worship value plus 100. Worship value plus 100. Jiang Che felt the worship value in the system increasing continuously, and he breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that there was a delay. He heard what Yu Yangran said and replied, "This song is called Love You and I wrote it myself, but I didn't have a guitar just now, so I might not have performed very well." "You call this a poor performance?" "To be honest, I would have believed you if you said you were the top singer in the empire," Yu Yangran said excitedly, the blush on her face not yet completely dissipated. Jiang Che smiled and didn't continue the topic. He said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's play games." "Okay," Yu Yangran agreed, Brother, can I add you as my game friend? Of course. Jiang Che agreed. Yeah. Yu Yangran cheered in her heart. As long as she added the friend, they could play games together often in the future. The two quickly added each other as friends and started the game. Duo queuing with a girl, Jiang Che will definitely not play the orphan top lane position again, and will start a sweet duo queuing in the bottom lane. Fortunately, no one tried to grab the position, so Jiang Che successfully got the shooter position. If Jiang Che wants to gain a lot of admiration points, he naturally has to play a more showy hero. When it comes to the more showy heroes among shooters, most people may think of the Umbrella King Gongsun Li first. This hero is indeed very showy. But Jiang Che chose another male hero, the Eye of Tranquility Bailey Shoyo. This is also a very showy shooter. As long as you know how to play, various sniping, blind sniping, and instant sniping will definitely make the opponent's scalp numb. Another important reason why Jiang Che chose him is because as long as the hit rate of the second skill is guaranteed, this hero can have explosive damage in the early stage. Yu Yangran on the 5th floor chose Princess Yao Yao. The moment Yu Yangran pressed the OK button, the mentality of her 3 teammates almost collapsed. The 3rd floor even cursed directly, "Can you please stop playing this stupid Yao? Those who play Yao are all orphans." Yu Yangran felt a little aggrieved. She had been scolded for 2 games in a row, but she couldn't scold anyone. She could only post a win rate of over 70, and then typed an explanation, "My Yao is not bad." The 3rd floor insisted, "What's the point of having a high win rate? Isn't it all because of lying with the Jungle King? Yao is just a useless hero." The 4th floor also spoke up, "One Bailey and one Yao, what's the use of 2 idiots in a team fight?" Jiang Che immediately became unhappy. "How can you criticize the girl I brought?" He just typed, "What are you talking about? Just lie down." 3rd floor, "Who do you think you are? Still lying down? Just don't give up this game." Jiang Che immediately got angry. "System, I want to buy a Zorn voice pack." Zorn is a region in League of Legends. The players there are famous for their foul mouths. It is said that everyone has a piano level 10 hand speed and can spray 10 times per second. This later became a meme. After deducting 2,000 worship points, Jiang Che suddenly felt his ideas flow like a spring, and he typed as if he was assisted by God. "Have you eaten feces? You can't speak without using a curse word, right? Listening to you speak, I feel a sense of superiority in terms of intelligence. Go back and see that your father is already planting loquat trees. Put more things in your brain, don't let it be empty. People like you live ridiculous lives and die pathetically. If I hadn't forgotten to buy condoms that night, you would have been flushed into the sewer." Hundreds of thousands of viewers were stunned. 666, nowadays, you don't dare to curse if you don't have some culture. Is this how the Zorn people greet each other? I thought such a fairy like little brother wouldn't curse, but why do I like it more after listening to him? Anchor, the little brother is protecting you. Are you touched? Chapter 19, First Blood. Jiang Che felt the admiration value in his body rise again, and he was a little confused, so cursing can also gain admiration value. This wave is not a loss. Moreover, the game entered the loading screen as soon as he finished speaking, leaving no chance for the 3rd floor to refute. Although Jiang Che's words sounded rude, they warmed Yu Yanran's heart. The grievance she had just felt disappeared completely. She asked with a smile, "By the way, what's your name, little brother? What does planting a loquat tree mean?" "My name is Jiang Che," Jiang Che explained. Loquat tree is a slang. This slang comes from a line in Ming Dynasty's Gui Yoguang Shangjixu Anji. "There is a loquat tree in the yard, which was planted by my wife in the year she died." It means that this loquat tree was planted when my wife died, which is an insult. Yu Yangran burst into laughter. "So you can curse people like this, you are so mean." Jiang Che pretended to be wronged and said, "I helped you to curse people and you actually said I was bad. Then I'll thank you, okay?" Yu Yangran felt indescribably happy chatting with Jiang Che, and asked inexplicably, "Then little brother, do you have a girlfriend?" After asking, she blushed. It was the first time they met. No, why did she ask such a blunt question on the first chat? But after asking, she was looking forward to Jiang Che's answer. Jiang Che did not hide it. "I had one yesterday, but I was dumped today." Are you stupid? You don't want such an outstanding little brother. That's normal. Most girls nowadays are very realistic. It doesn't matter if they sing well. But this little brother can already make money from singing. Your voice is so nice, I'd be willing to do it even if I don't have money. Besides, not having money now doesn't mean you can't make money in the future. If all women thought like you, I wouldn't be single till now. When Yu Yangran heard that Jiang Che had broken up, she actually felt a little secretly happy. That's great. Ah, no, that's a pity. Jiang Che was full of question marks. That's great? No, you heard it wrong. Yu Yangran blushed as she explained. The game had just finished loading, so she quickly changed the subject and said, the game has started. Let's play seriously. Can you help me win a round? Seeing the game started, Jiang Che didn't think much about it and controlled Bailey to go online. But the barrage will not let Yu Yangran off so easily. Anchor, can you be more reserved? It's over. Little Zongzi has completely fallen. Anchor, calm down. This is just a voice. You haven't seen the real person yet. Anchor, don't steal my man. Yu Yangran glanced at the content on the barrage, then pretended not to see it and concentrated on playing the game. The person on the third floor before was the mid laner Zhong Liang. When he saw Yu Yangran following Jiang Che to the bottom lane, he immediately said, can you help the mid laner grab the line? You call this playing well? What's the point of following the shooter at level 1? As soon as he sent this message, a domineering voice announcement resounded throughout the canyon. First blood. Jiang Che didn't curse this time, but directly typed 3 question marks. His teammates all saw that these question marks were obviously directed at Zhong Liang. But this time Zhong Liang was silent. In less than a minute, he killed the opposite Luban as soon as he came online. What else can I say? In fact, this is also the reason why Jiang Che chose this hero. As long as he is used well, Bailey is almost the best shooter to get the first blood at level 1. When Jiang Che went online before, he was always walking along the wall. His passive invisibility increased his movement speed, allowing him to ambush in the bushes in advance. Lu Ban's first reaction when he went online was also to enter the bushes. Then Jiang Che shot him in the face, hit him twice and then shot him again, sending him back to the fountain. Not to mention Zhong Liang, even Yu Yangran was frightened by Jiang Che. Lu Ban died before the troops arrived? This hero, whose corpses circled the canyon twice a day, really lived up to his reputation. Jiang Che felt a huge wave of admiration and felt that it was the right decision to choose this hero. Chapter 20, Heroic Sacrifice. After killing Lu Ban, Jiang Che did not continue to clear the line, but rushed to the wild area. Because the opposing jungler Yun Zhongjuan was already invading the jungle area, bringing the support Zhong Fei with him. The opponent's Lu Ban has been sent back, and his own jungler is now in a 3-on-2 situation, so he is not panicked at all. Jiang Che's jungler was the silent player on the 5th floor. He chose Shen Si, knowing that the opponent was Yun Zhongjuan and there was a high possibility that he would come to counter jungle, so he specially clicked on the second skill that could hook people. Then, double kill. Jiang Che got a double kill again, with 2 heads at the start, and took off directly. The resurrection time was relatively short in the early stage, and when Jiang Che returned to the line, Lu Ban also returned. Jiang Che did not use any skills when killing Yun Zhongjuan, so now he has 1.5 bullets left for his second skill. However, since the opponent's support was following the jungler, Lu Ban had to stay alone in the tower and wait for Jiang Che to push the line forward before clearing the minions. Jiang Che was not in a hurry. He killed a river crab and then waited for the next wave of soldiers. Soon the next wave of soldiers arrived. Jiang Che cleared the soldiers with Yu Yangran without using any skills. Lu Ban was secretly delighted. It seemed that Bailey was not very good at playing. He couldn't even suppress the tower with an auxiliary. As he was thinking about this, he suddenly heard a muffled bang, and his health bar dropped by half. Lu Ban was startled and started to move quickly, while moving and last hitting, and then there was another bang, and he was hit by Bailey's second skill again. Now Lu Ban was completely panicked and didn't even start retreating. But obviously he couldn't leave. With the last gunshot, another body of Lu Ban appeared in the canyon. Jiang Che didn't push the tower before because he wanted the opponent to let down his guard. He waited until he had stored up 3 attacks with his second skill and then killed the opponent instantly. He was extremely confident. Wow! Your shots are so accurate. Yu Yangran exclaimed, not realizing that her words sounded wrong. When she saw this Lu Ban, she was reminded of herself in the previous game, and she had no gaming experience at all. Jiang Che was a little complacent at first, but when he heard Yu Yanran's words, he immediately asked back, "What do you mean by SHE is so accurate?" "That's it." Yu Yangran was about to explain when she saw the teasing words on the barrage and immediately reacted, "What are you thinking about? Hooligan." Although she was angry, her tone was a bit coquettish, which made Jiang Che feel itchy. He couldn't help but said with a smile, "Whether I can shoot accurately or not, you will see it clearly when you reach level 4 and ride on me. This is not the bus to the kindergarten, I want to get off." "What are you talking about? I'm just in 1st grade and I don't quite understand." "Brother, this driving skill is amazing. I want to ride it too. Little brother, please let me ride it tilde. I'll let you guys go, little brother. I'll just ride the anchor." "You still say that?" Yu Yangran was a girl after all, and she was rather thin-skinned, so she said angrily and shyly. Okay, let's stop talking and play the game seriously." It was enough to just joke around, so Jiang Che smiled and shut up. But perhaps because the two were too engrossed in their conversation, they noticed that the opposing jungler had already brought his support to gank the bottom lane. "Let's retreat," Jiang Che said. Jiang Che had just used his 2nd skill, so it would be difficult to defeat him with just a basic attack. Upon hearing this, Yu Yangran also retreated quickly, but because she was standing too far forward, she was soon caught up by Yun Zhongjuan. Jiang Che didn't leave when he saw this, but followed behind and attacked again and again. However, Bailey's attack speed was too slow, and his damage was far less than Yun Zhongjuan's. Even if Yu Yangran used treatment, she could only die miserably under Yun Zhongjuan's claws. "Little brother, please retreat first," Yu Yangran said quickly. "It's okay, I'll help you get revenge." Jiang Che took a look at his 2nd skill, which was almost ready, so he retreated while walking. Yun Zhongjuan hadn't even used his ultimate skill yet, but when he saw Jiang Che wasn't leaving yet, he immediately activated his ultimate skill, wanting to take Jiang Che's head as well. Jiang Che stared at the screen with extremely focused attention, calculating the health of himself and Yun Zhongjuan in his mind. He had already been hit by the opponent's 5 layers of passive ability. If he was hit by the opponent's ultimate move again, he would have no chance of counterattack. The moment Yun Zhongjuan's ultimate move was about to fall, Jiang Che flashed away. Follow up with a normal attack, and then use your ultimate move. The ultimate skill not only hit Yun Zhongjuan, but also moved Jiang Che into the tower. Yun Zhongjuan glanced at Jiang Che's health and didn't chase him, because Jiang Che had 5 layers of passive ability and was losing blood continuously, and Jiang Che's Bailey was already in a state of low health, and he was almost certain to die. But Yun Zhongjuan himself was also low on health. After Jiang Che entered the tower, he immediately used his 2nd skill, squatted, turned around, and bang. Unstoppable. With a sniper shot, the low-health Yun Zhongjuan was shot down to the ground. Jiang Che's Bailey stood still for 2 seconds and died heroically under the passiveness of Yun Zhongjuan. The couple returned home. Chapter 21, Cheating? Yu Yangran was extremely moved. Jiang Che didn't have to die this time, and he would have become a god if he had killed a few more people. However, he exchanged places with Yun Zhongjuan in order to avenge her. "Brother Jiang Che, you are so nice," Yu Yangran said with emotion. "I am the only one who can bully my assistant," Jiang Che said seriously. This is not Jiang Che flirting with the young lady. This is what he thought when he played games as a shooter and a jungler. The support should follow him to protect him, especially a soft support. How can he let others bully him? This little brother is so warm. I love you. After hearing what the little brother said, I slapped my boyfriend in the face while he was playing games next to me. He always betrays me when he plays games. You're so good at teasing. The audience in the live broadcast room were touched by Jiang Che's words, but a few of them made discordant voices. This shot. I feel like there's something wrong with it. Just now, Yun Zhongjuan was at least 2 flashes away from him, and he even used his ultimate to move back. How could he still snipe instantly? I also think that it was ridiculous that all 3 shots hit Lu Ban. It felt a bit fake. You don't have good skills, so no matter how you look at it, everyone looks like a cheater. Yeah, Mulan was so impressive in the last game, so what's wrong with showing off a little more when playing Bailey? There was constant debate in the barrage, but generally speaking, most people believed Jiang Che. After all, as long as the villain is good-looking, people's values will be determined by his appearance. The first impression Jiang Che left on them was too good, so most people didn't believe that Jiang Che would cheat in playing games. Yu Yangran glanced at the barrage and didn't pay much attention to it. It was common for people to quarrel over barrage, and right now the little brother was more important. Brother Jiang Che, don't worry, I will reach level 4 soon, and I will definitely protect you then. Yu Yangran said confidently. Jiang Che smiled and agreed, okay. 10 seconds later, the two of them were resurrected in the fountain at the same time. Jiang Che controlled Bailey to go online quickly, and his second skill had already cooled down. Lu Ban also knew that Jiang Che had been resurrected, so he stood in the tower and wandered around, moving non-stop. He only dared to stop and replenish the soldiers when the soldiers were left with only a little bit of blood. Jiang Che was not in a hurry. He observed the health of his soldiers, and then took advantage of the gap when Lu Ban was replenishing the soldiers to shoot. Bang! Without a doubt, it hit the target directly. Lu Ban was scared after being beaten before, and now he was hit by a bullet again. He flashed back without thinking, and didn't even dare to ask for his soldiers. Because Lu Ban was standing quite far away, this flash directly caused Jiang Che to lose vision. However, Jiang Che did not panic. He shook his second skill twice, predicted a position, and then let go. There was another muffled sound, and judging from the skill sound effect, it hit the target. Jiang Che's eyes lit up. Although the shot hit the target mainly because of his strong awareness, luck was also an important factor. However, as long as the shot hit the target, it would cause a huge deceleration of 90%. If he fired the next shot a little further forward, he would basically hit the target. But this shot made Yu Yangran stunned. How could he hit the target without any vision? Those who previously said Jiang Che was cheating in the comments reappeared. Once is luck, twice still? If this wasn't a hack, I would have eaten my phone. To be honest, although this operation is a bit outrageous, but it can still be explained by luck. You can even watch this? You're so lucky, why don't you buy a lottery ticket and play games instead? There were still some people defending Jiang Che, but their number was much smaller than before. Yu Yangran looked a little unnatural. After all, she was a streamer, and playing with a cheating player would have a very bad impact. Getting banned was a small matter, and she might even lose her live streaming room. So after a moment of hesitation, she asked, "Little brother, you didn't cheat, did you?" Jiang Che was concentrating on predicting Lu Ban's position and didn't hear Yu Yanran's tone. He subconsciously pretended to be happy. Cheating? Is your cheating as accurate as mine? As soon as he finished speaking, he released his second skill, and the last sniper bullet hit Lu Ban again, and the notification sound that Lu Ban was killed sounded. The opponent Lu Ban was completely confused and typed on the public screen, "Cheating? Orphan player?" Chapter 22, Rage. Jiang Che ignored Lu Ban on the other side. Instead he smiled and said, "I didn't expect to be able to kill him this time, I'm lucky." Yu Yangran didn't say anything, but the comments on her computer screen had already exploded. Still pretending? You can explain this as luck? I just laugh. Just cheat if you want to, why bother talking about luck? I didn't expect such a nice guy would cheat in games. I'm so disappointed. I liked him so much just now. Now you girls know, what looks good isn't necessarily good. It's so fucking disgusting. He's a noob, but he's still cheating on girls. What a shame. So, did he cheat when playing Mulan in the last game? How can someone be so fast? Very likely. Stop standing there, anchor. Report it now. Yu Yangran bit her lip. If she had some doubts before, now she was basically certain that Jiang Che was cheating. From the beginning to now, he had never used his second skill once, and coupled with the two blind sniper shots just now, this performance made her unable to help but be suspicious. Yu Yangran suddenly felt angry. It was just a game. Was it necessary to cheat? Such a person's character couldn't be that good, right? She was so touched by him just now. Seeing that Yu Yangran didn't say anything, Jiang Che didn't think much about it. After all, he couldn't see what was said in the barrage. Jiang Che just glanced at the small map and found that Yun Zhongjuan came again. This time, he not only brought Zhong Fei, but also the opposing mid laner Zhuge Liang. Perhaps the other side saw that Jiang Che was more powerful, so they targeted him. Jiang Che not only didn't have his second skill now, he didn't even have flash. In addition, because he had just crossed the river when he was trying to kill Liu Ban, it was a bit difficult for him to escape. However, by chance, I saw a flash of light on Yu Yanran's Yao, and she was promoted to level 4. So he hurriedly said, "Use your ultimate skill and come at me. With your shield, we should be able to escape. If they dare to cross the tower, we might be able to kill them." Jiang Che walked back while talking, but Yu Yanran's Yao just stood there without moving at all. "Why don't you leave?" Jiang Che urged again, but at this time Yun Zhongjuan and the other two had already come over. Yu Yanran's Yao moved twice casually but did not use any skills, nor did she use her ultimate move to give Jiang Che a shield. Jiang Che had no choice but to walk and attack at the same time, trying to protect Yao. Bailey Shouyao and Yao were very close to each other, so they naturally chose to kill Jiang Che's Bailey first. Zhong Fei used his ultimate skill directly. Yun Zhongjuan flew over and chased Jiang Che with a basic attack, while Yuge Liang used his ultimate skill directly, ready to get the kill. Jiang Che used his third skill to avoid the stun caused by Zhong Fei's ultimate move, and quickly walked behind Yao, saying as he walked, "Help me block Yuge's ultimate move. You can still move if you use your ultimate move again." But Yu Yanran's Yao still didn't move. The result was beyond doubt. Jiang Che died from Yuge's energy bomb, and Yao also died under the siege of the three men. Jiang Che looked at the grey-white game interface on his phone and frowned. Then he suddenly remembered that Yu Yangran had just asked him if he had cheated, and he roughly guessed some of the reasons. "Are you suspecting that I'm cheating?" Jiang Che asked. "No. It's none of my business if you cheat." Yu Yanran's tone suddenly became a little aggressive. Jiang Che was originally preparing to explain, but when he heard her tone, he immediately remembered Xu Rui's attitude towards him in the past few months. Over the past few months, Xu Rui has become increasingly dissatisfied with Jiang Che, and her tone of voice has become increasingly impatient, which is exactly the same as Yu Yanran's tone at this moment. Jiang Che was too lazy to explain and turned off the microphone and speaker. He didn't say anything and couldn't hear the other person. Then he typed, "Go and follow the jungler." After that I just didn't bother with her anymore. "I didn't cheat. You obviously blamed me wrongly. Why should I be so humble and coax you and explain to you? I'm giving you face, right?" This is what Jiang Che was thinking at the moment. If it were the old Jiang Che, he wouldn't be so angry, but after what happened with Xu Rui, he simply didn't have much patience for girls. He felt that it was completely unnecessary to lower himself so much and try to please girls like a dog. Just like Xu Rui, he was so good to her, but she ended up with other men in the blink of an eye. So when Jiang Che heard Yu Yanran's tone, he was too lazy to explain. He simply turned off the microphone and speaker and played his own game. After this game was over, he would say goodbye and there would be no intersection in the future. Chapter 23, Public Outrage. When Yu Yangran heard Jiang Che's words and couldn't hear his voice anymore, she suddenly felt empty inside, as if she had lost something important. Her face showed a look of loss. However, the comments were dissatisfied with Jiang Che's arrogant attitude. "Hey, this cheater is still getting excited, right? Haha tilde, it's better to fight with the jungler or the mid laner than with a cheater like you. Brothers, let's get to work, report him together and ban him for 10 years. Yes. Let's go to Tencent customer service and report it. The blasting team is ready. Add him as a friend and blast him. Isn't he able to curse? I wonder if he can curse more than so many of us." Just now, these people thought Jiang Che was so outstanding, but now they hate him so much. But Yu Yangran panicked when she saw these comments, and quickly said, "Report him if you want, don't add him as a friend and scold him. What if he's not cheating? Isn't this cheating? Isn't this a direct proof? Big breasts and no brains. Just don't wash it now. Hey tilde, this bastard only has a nice voice. If he were a little more handsome, could we go straight to bed? Maybe even the voice is fake. I don't know where they copied the lyrics from." Not only did Yu Yanran's explanation fail to work, but it also led to her being scolded. Anyway, they were just separated by a screen, and some people spoke without any scruples and had no manners at all. While madly belittling Jiang Che, they also scolded Yu Yangran. Some people don't even understand the whole story and just jump to conclusions. Timid in real life, but strong-arm online refers to this type of keyboard warrior. But Jiang Che had no idea what was being said in the comments, and he controlled the newly resurrected Bailey to go online again. Yu Yanran's Yao wandered around the fountain entrance for a few seconds, and finally went to the wild area. After hanging on Shen Ce, she was a little dazed. Shen Ce was still a little confused. The two people in the bottom lane were obviously duo queuing, and Bailey was also very powerful. Why did Yao come to find him? Jiang Che didn't count on her. He became completely serious and wanted to finish the fight quickly and leave. His economy was already more than 1,000 ahead of Luban, and his level was also 2 levels ahead of Luban, so he hid against the wall and went straight into the tower and attacked twice while Luban wasn't paying attention. He then used his ultimate to hit Luban while leaving the tower, crouched down and used his second skill to send Luban back again. Luban typed again, "Hang up." Jiang Che ignored him, quickly cleared the minion line, and went to the bushes in the middle lane. At this time, the second skill he had used previously had been restored. The opponent's mid-laner Yuga Liang saw that Bailey was not in the bottom lane and probably guessed that he was here to catch him, but he was not panicked at all, because he had 3 displacement stages of his second skill, and as long as he was not controlled by Zhong Liang, it was still easy for him to escape. Just as he was thinking this, with a bang, almost half of his health was lost. It hurt so much. Yuga player was shocked and quickly moved away and retreated backwards. Jiang Che had a blank expression on his face, and his next 2 second skills hit Yuga Liang accurately again. "You have slain an enemy." The voice broadcast prompted that Jiang Che killed Yuga Liang. Yuga Liang was also confused and typed 3 question marks. "Yuga Liang?" "Yuga Liang, I moved away with 3 stages of movement, and you hit all 3 shots." "Yuga Liang, just now I thought Lu Ban was making excuses for not being able to win, but I didn't expect you to be such a cheater." Jiang Che still didn't say anything, but his heart was full of disdain. If Yuga Liang had really moved, he might not be able to hit the target with 3 shots. After all, he only has elementary proficiency now. But just now, Yuga Liang was obviously too confident in his 3-stage displacement. He simply moved back 3 times without moving left or right at all. It would be strange if he didn't hit the target. He simply ignored the other party's words and returned to the bottom lane to continue developing. However, Zhong Liang and Sun Ce, who were already dissatisfied with Jiang Che, immediately found an excuse. "Zhong Liang, oh tilde, so you're cheating. I was wondering why your win rate is so high. You're cheating with girls, do you still have any shame? Sun Ce, so you're just a big talker but you're really good at scolding people. Do you rely on cheats to play games?" These 2 people had been scolded by Jiang Che on the hero selection interface before. Now that they finally found the opportunity, they would definitely mock him madly. Shen Ce, who was still in the jungle, suddenly understood why the support suddenly followed him. It turned out that the shooter was cheating. Chapter 24, Results. Zhong Liang was still not satisfied after the taunt, so he typed on a public channel, "I have a cheater at home, it's meaningless even if I win, you guys can push it, I can still afford to lose 1 star. Sun Ce immediately followed up and said, "I'll give 1 away first. Doesn't the cheater want to gain points? I won't let him win." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed into the opposite tower and gave a kill to the opponent's top laner. "Yuga Liang, okay, don't worry, I'll go out and help you report it." Jiang Che frowned, opened the battle record page, blocked everyone's messages, and operated carefully. Although it is just a game, no matter whether it is a game or not, once it has started, you have to take it 100% seriously. As for the final win or loss, you have to do your best and leave the rest to fate. That's his personality. Jiang Che continued to grow and kill people. But his top and mid laners were already giving up, and the support and jungler never came out of the jungle, obviously not wanting to win. Jiang Che was the only one playing seriously, and in this situation, not to mention beginner-level proficiency, even advanced-level proficiency might not be able to win. The most disgusting thing is that Zhong Liang kept reporting Jiang Che's location and asked the 5 people on the opposite side to capture him. Yu Yangran watched Jiang Che's Bailey defending the tower alone, developing alone, looking for that non-existent chance of a comeback, but was killed again and again by the opponent's tower dive. For some reason, she suddenly felt a little sour in her nose and an indescribable discomfort in her heart. But can't you just stop cheating? Is winning or losing that important? Yu Yangran murmured as she stared at Bailey, who died again on the screen, feeling very upset. Don't feel bad, streamer. This is how you deal with cheaters. Yeah, it's really fucking refreshing to watch. I'm afraid you're crazy about winning. Why don't you vote for this game? Anchor, please don't vote and let him die a few more times. Orphan Bailey. About 10 minutes later, the opponent finally had enough and rushed to the high ground and pushed down the crystal. Jiang Che looked at the red word failure on the screen and was silent for a few seconds. It was impossible not to be angry. Winning or losing the game didn't matter, but Jiang Che was very upset about being wrongly accused and scolded for no reason. However, he couldn't hit anyone over the internet, so he left the room without saying a word. As soon as Jiang Che left the room, he saw that he had received countless friend invitations. He knew without a doubt that they were coming to scold him, so he set himself to a state where no one was allowed to add friends without even looking at them. Then he downloaded Shark Live and prepared to find a new anchor to earn admiration points. Jiang Che said, "Is it easy for me to earn some admiration points?" Yu Yangran saw Jiang Che exit the room without saying a word. She sighed softly, clicked the report button on the battle record page, checked using cheats as the reason, glanced at the comments and said softly, "Everyone, stop scolding me. I've already reported it. We'll know whether I use cheats or not soon." Yu Yangran said, still feeling a little guilty. Jiang Che had sung his newly written song for her, but she had caused him to be scolded by so many people. Now there must be a lot of people in her live broadcast room who have added him as a friend and scolded him, right? I wonder what he would think when he saw this. After the report, Yu Yangran no longer had the heart to play. After receiving some rewards for daily tasks, she made an excuse of feeling unwell and prepared to go offline. But at this time, the feedback result of the report email came out. Although Yu Yangran felt that Jiang Che must have used a cheat in order to give an explanation to the audience, she still opened the email in front of everyone. But after seeing the contents of the email, the entire live broadcast room suddenly became quiet. The content of the email is very simple and can be summarized in a few words: there is nothing abnormal about the reported account. In other words, Jiang Che didn't cheat. Everyone knows Tencent. Although it likes to copy others' homework, its anti-cheating measures are still very strong. It cracks down on cheating very hard, and there will basically be no misjudgment. At this time, a few comments appeared on the computer screen. The feedback from my report also showed that there was no cheating. I also reported it to the game customer service, and they said there was nothing wrong with the account. My V9 report was unsuccessful, so he probably didn't cheat. Chapter 25, Chen Cece. There were nearly 1 million viewers in the live broadcast room, and at least hundreds or thousands of people reported Jiang Che's account. They all said that there was nothing abnormal, so it was impossible to misjudge. That means Jiang Che really didn't cheat. When Yu Yangran saw the words "no abnormalities," her heart skipped a beat, and then she felt a surge of guilt. He didn't cheat. No cheating. Yu Yangran no longer dared to think about how Jiang Che felt when he stubbornly defended the high ground alone in the last game, watching his teammates wandering around in the jungle while mocking him for cheating. When his teammates scolded him, he protected them. When the opponent killed him, he would rather die together with them than avenge him. When he came, he smiled and sang to himself, and when he left, he said nothing. The audience in the live broadcast room noticed that Yu Yangran's eyes suddenly turned red, and she lay on the table sobbing and suppressing her tears, which was heartbreaking. They also felt very upset and advised, "Don't cry, Anchor. It's not your fault. We all misunderstood. Yes, don't be sad, little Zongza, I will give you a reward. I'm sorry, little brother. I shouldn't have doubted you. You guys are such fucking noobs. You accuse others of cheating when you can't perform an operation yourself." Of course, in addition to those who felt sorry for Yu Yangran, there were also many who felt sorry for Jiang Che. Didn't you shout the word "Guabi" happily just now? What's wrong now? Rubbish, Anchor. Stop talking nonsense, unfollow me, and say goodbye. That guy is so nice. He helped you to improve your scores and sang for you. And you treated him like this? If you don't find him and apologize, I will scold you every day. Is crying useful now? Just imagine how it felt when the little brother was targeted by 9 of you in the last game. Stop arguing and think about how to apologize to them. Many female viewers fell in love with Jiang Che's voice when he sang before, and their hearts were moved by his warm behavior in protecting Yu Yangran in the game. When Jiang Che was accused of cheating, they didn't believe it, but if they said it out loud they would definitely be criticized, so they could only choose to remain silent. But now that it has been confirmed that Jiang Che did not cheat, they are also angry. Yu Yangran no longer paid attention to what was being said in the comments. Her mind was filled with Jiang Che and his Bailey Shoyue. Here, Jiang Che's Shark Live has been downloaded. He clicked directly on the King of Glory section, and the most popular live broadcast room in front was also occupied by a girl. The name of the live broadcast room is A Big White Rabbit. I clicked in and took a look. Well, it is really big and white. I seem to have heard Du Yuan mention this anchor several times. Her name seems to be Chen Cece. Jiang Che muttered to himself. Jiang Che watched for a while and found that although this anchor was a girl, her skills were very good. Of course, her skills in playing games. Don't get the wrong idea. She was the one who could carry everyone with her hanshin. It was natural that a girl with strong skills and good looks would attract a lot of fans. He didn't hesitate and directly sent a comment, "Does the anchor bring fans? Can I get on board?" Before Chen Cece could say anything, the others laughed. "Brother, you are a little stubborn. Can't we just watch carefully?" A level 1 trumpet asked this question. "Are you still asleep? You want to get on the bus without charging a cent? You would have crashed a long time ago. Don't set your sights on my goddess, loser." The barrage of comments passed by, all mocking Jiang Che for overestimating his own abilities. Chen Cece happened to glance at the computer and saw this somewhat strange comment. A hint of disdain flashed across her eyes. There are always some losers who can't see their position clearly and have no idea. Which of the fans she leads has not spent thousands or tens of thousands of dollars in the live broadcast room? There are even hundreds of thousands of dollars. Moreover, the ID of the person who posted this barrage is so handsome that he got chopped down, and it is obvious at first glance that he is a complete loser. That's right, the ID Jiang Che registered for Shark was called "So Handsome He Was Cut Down," which was the same as his game ID. How should I put it? Although it was a bit high profile, it didn't blow any smack. But Chen Cece was very disdainful. How handsome can he be? What's the point of being handsome without money? Most people who can come up with such names are very ugly in real life and come to the internet to find a sense of existence. The more people lack something, the more they care about it. But as a big anchor, he could only think about it in his heart, so he just glanced at the comments and said calmly, "At the beginning of the season, I will rank up in a single row, and I won't bring fans for the time being. I will enter the prestige group with a rocket, and I may have a chance to get on board later." The meaning is very clear: recharge first and then talk. Jiang Che did not answer because he was already charging money. Taking money to slap someone in the face is Jiang Che's favorite thing. 1 super fire is 2,000 yuan. Since she said that she would not bring fans when rushing to score points at the beginning of the season, 1 super fire might not be enough, so Jiang Che planned to give 10 super fires directly, which is 20,000. But on second thought, I have already given away 20,000, so giving a little more doesn't seem to make any difference. Giving a little more can also earn me some admiration points. He did it right away and spent 5 million. Small money, don't care. Then everyone in Chen Cece's live studio saw a glittering notice at the top of the screen. Congratulations to the handsome guy who was chopped down and became the emperor in this live broadcast room. As a host, Chen Cece is extremely sensitive to this kind of golden special effects. Her eye suddenly lit up. Is someone turning on the emperor? When I looked up, I saw that the handsome guy was chopped off. Isn't he this the cool guy from before? No, isn't he this the handsome guy from before? Very handsome indeed. Anyone who dares to give himself such a name is definitely a rich second generation, a rare talent. But before she could open her mouth to thank them, she saw a series of super rockets flying by. The handsome guy was hacked and sent out a super rocket 1. The handsome guy was hacked and sent out a super rocket 2. The handsome guy was hacked and sent out a super rocket 99. The handsome guy was hacked and sent out a super rocket 100. 100 super hot ones equals 200,000. Although you have recharged 5 million, you can only get worship value once if you give it away all at once. Although it is a lot, the effect is definitely not as good as 200,000, 500,000, or 1 million. You can give it away slowly step by step. Chapter 26, Reward. But even 200,000 is enough to make people stunned. 200,000 is the amount of money that most people cannot earn in a year. Even Chen Cixi has never met such a rich man. The rewards given by the anchors in the gaming area are not as good as those in the appearance area, because the rewards in the appearance area are high and they can make an appointment to discuss life, while no matter how much rewards are given in the gaming area, they can probably only play games together for a while. Therefore, even an anchor of Chen Cixi's caliber who is ranked number 1 on the list has received less than 1 million in total tips, and this is the total amount for the past 2 years. For someone like Jiang Che, who is super popular and can get 200,000 with just a simple handout, plus an emperor who can give 150,000, it is hard to even imagine how much he can get. The boss is generous. Sorry, handsome emperor, I was wrong, I am a loser. The boss is confused. Wouldn't it be nice to buy spare ribs for 200,000 yuan? Does the handsome emperor still need a thigh pendant? It's not without reason that you, handsome emperor, were chopped down. Rows of comments flashed by quickly, and everyone was shocked by Jiang Che's generosity. Worship value plus 100. Worship value plus 100. Worship value plus 100. Chen Cixi also smiled immediately. Thank you, Shuai Huang, you are so generous. Shuai Huang, do you want to get in the car? Wait until I finish this game? Forget it, I'll just go AFK, change my account and we can play in a duo. It smells so good. Isn't it the beginning of the season to rush for points? What are you hanging up? Phone? Let's talk about the machine instead of the other, be civilized to you and me. Money can make people hang up. Jiang Che smiled and sent out a comment, asking, aren't you going to rank up at the beginning of the season? Chen Cixi didn't feel uncomfortable at all when she saw this teasing and even somewhat sarcastic comment. She still smiled and said, it's okay. There's no rush to get the points. From an unknown little anchor to her current position, she has encountered countless troubles, big and small, so she knows very well how powerful money is. There is absolutely no need to offend such a rich man for a word. Okay. Jiang Che didn't say anything else. What's your game ID? I'll add you as my friend. The two quickly added each other as friends and then entered the room. Hello? Is it time for the handsome emperor to turn on the microphone? Chen Cixi asked softly. Well, let's start. Jiang Che agreed. Chen Cixi was stunned for a moment, then said, Shuai Huang, you have a really nice voice. You should be in your early 20s, right? Jiang Che said ha in his heart. Yu Yangran had said the same thing just now, so he was too lazy to answer and repeated, open it. Chen Cixi didn't get angry and agreed obediently, okay. The comments were just as explosive as Yu Yanran's before. This sound? Isn't it the sound card warrior? Probably not. There is still a subtle difference between the voice of a sound card and a real person. This voice is at most 25 years old. I didn't expect the handsome emperor to be so young. I thought it was some bald boss in his 40s or 50s who fell in love with my white rabbit. Which boss in his 40s or 50s still plays King of Glory? Handsome emperor, I want to have a baby with you. Can't you give birth to a child? The handsome emperor is so cool. The barrage here is much more dense than that of Yu Yangran. After all, the number of people in Chen Cixi's live broadcast room is several times that of Yu Yangran, and the admiration value obtained by Jiang Che is also several times that of that place, so he made a small profit. But with previous experience, Jiang Che was calmer and not so excited. After entering, they chose heroes. Jiang Che was on the 5th floor, and Chen Cixi was on the 1st floor. Chen Cixi immediately asked, what position does Shuai Huang play? I'll help you grab it. I'll play Luna. Jiang Che did not refuse and directly pre-selected Luna, who is one of the best heroes in King of Glory and is not easily misunderstood as cheating. Okay. Then what kind of support do you want? I'll choose one and follow you. Chen Cixi continued to ask. Although Chen Cixi is a girl, she is also an absolute jungler. She has always disdained playing support, but now she takes the initiative to play the support position for Jiang Che. Jiang Che smiled. Money is indeed a good thing. Chen Cixi is the goddess in the hearts of countless male King of Glory players, such as Du Yuan. But now she is so obedient in front of him. This is the power of money. Even the barrage can't stand it anymore. Anchor, stop licking. You'll end up with nothing left. It's over. The big white rabbit has turned into a big white dog and turned into a licking dog. Support? Did I hear that correctly? White rabbit is going to play support? No more talking. I'm going out to carry bricks. I'll come back when I make 350,000 yuan. Brothers, wait for me. Why are you moving bricks in the middle of the night? Can't you just sleep? You can dream about anything. Chapter 27, Killing. Jiang Che heard Chen Xixi's words and replied indifferently, "You can choose any diamond game. I am the wife of King Jiji and I will kill them at will." 666. The handsome emperor speaks so domineeringly indeed. Shuai Huang, even though you are rich, I still have to say that bragging is not a good habit. The red envelope has arrived, the director team is ready. I see. As the old saying goes, money can make people hang up. The comments expressed disbelief. After all, this was the Eternal Diamond, which was said to be as difficult as the 100-Star King's game. If you were unlucky and matched with weird teammates, you might end up fighting 1 against 9, and no matter how good you were, you couldn't win. Chen Cixi was somewhat skeptical when she heard Jiang Che's confident words, but she didn't show it. After thinking for a while, she said, "Then I'll play Tai." Naturally, she had her own reasons for choosing this hero. Tai can deal decent damage with some magical equipment and has a certain ability to turn the tables. If Jiang Che fails, she can still save the situation. But when the game started, she realized she was overthinking. At the beginning of the game, the opponent did not choose to counter jungle and lost the only chance to suppress Jiang Che before level 4. Jiang Che successfully took the red and blue buffs, and after reaching level 4, he began his personal show. His infinite combo under the moon not only made the opponent lose their way, but even Chen Cixi couldn't catch up with Jiang Che when he used his ultimate. The 3 teammates immediately turned into useless people who could only shout 666. The 5 opponents were also impressed by Jiang Che's superb skills and expressed their desire to become his friend. The audience in the live broadcast room expressed their wish for Chen Cixi to play Yao in the next game, because after seeing Jiang Che's skills, they wanted to see Jiang Che's first-person perspective. Compared with Chen Cixi's live broadcast room, Yu Yanran's side seemed a bit dull. Yu Yangran went to the bathroom to wash her face, adjusted her mood, and returned to the camera to apologize. "I'm sorry, everyone. I misunderstood the little brother before. Let's wait until he finishes this game and then invite him again to apologize." Because Yu Yangran and Jiang Che are game friends, she can see Jiang Che's game status, which has just started for 7 minutes. After hearing this, most of the comments naturally expressed their agreement, and the few who expressed different opinions were ignored. At one point, hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room were waiting for Jiang Che to finish the game. Jiang Che's side completely crushed the game, pushing up the high ground in 10 minutes. Then, after flying back and forth at the opponent's fountain several times, he pushed down the opponent's crystal. Changed 3 pieces of equipment in 1 second. Godlike hand speed. Isn't this Luna too strong? The opponent is too weak. I'm not bragging. If the handsome emperor meets me, no matter how strong he is, he can only show off for 6 minutes, because after 6 minutes, I will surrender. I thought you were really going to brag. You almost couldn't hold back your 40-meter-long sword. Chen Cixi's eyes were also a little surprised. As the saying goes, the layman sees the excitement, the expert sees the doorway. Judging from her level of nearly 100 stars in solo last season, Jiang Che's Luna is completely at the national level. She was now somewhat curious as to why Jiang Che would spend hundreds of thousands to play games with her. Want to score points? His own skills are more than enough. Want to pick up girls? But in this game, he was basically looking for topics by himself, and he didn't say much. Chen Cixi was puzzled. But she never imagined that Jiang Che was here to collect admiration points. In other words, he was here to show off. Jiang Che looked at his own record of 1703, as well as the tens of thousands of admiration points that had increased in his system. He immediately felt better, and the depression he had previously felt due to being misunderstood as cheating was swept away. But at this moment, a game invitation suddenly appeared on the screen. A little zongzi? Jiang Che frowned and refused decisively. Isn't it enough to play me? Not only did he refuse, he also blocked Yu Yangran and ended their friendship. Jiang Che didn't know that Yu Yangran came to apologize. He thought she was here to persuade him not to cheat or to criticize him, so he naturally didn't bother to pay attention to her. Although Jiang Che is not angry now, he still doesn't have a good impression of Yu Yangran. Chapter 28, At a Loss. Seeing that Jiang Che hadn't spoken for a long time, Chen Cixi asked, Shuai Huang, are you coming again? Come. Of course. Jiang Che agreed immediately. Okay, then I'll switch back to my main account. After seeing Jiang Che's skills, Chen Cixi thought about lying down behind him for a while and getting some points. Chen Cixi could get up there with her own strength, but it was always easier to play duo with Jiang Che. Jiang Che naturally didn't care. He thought that he might be able to gain more admiration points by bullying the weak opponents in high-end games. So the two of them continued their journey to gain points. Yu Yangran stared blankly at the phone screen, suddenly feeling at a loss. Jiang Che not only rejected the invitation, but also blocked himself and removed himself from the friend relationship. It's not that I'm angry. After all, I did go a little too far in the last game. If I encountered such a thing, I would also be angry. But Jiang Che was just someone she matched randomly with, and the only connection between them was being friends in this game. Now that he has been unfriended, does that mean that the only connection between them is also severed? Yu Yangran suddenly felt at a loss, with an inexplicable emotion rising in her heart. She felt guilty for not being able to apologize in person, but more importantly, she felt disappointed that she could no longer hear Jiang Che's voice. It's over, my brother is angry. My friend was also blocked. I really can't find him now. Isn't that a bit stingy? The anchor has already admitted his mistake. Again? He knows the anchor is going to apologize? Does he have to forgive after he apologizes? Can't he have a little temper when he's been wronged? It's good enough that you rejected the invitation. If I were to encounter such a thing, I would have cursed it a long time ago. Yu Yangran felt her head was a mess and she didn't know what to do. I'm sorry everyone. I'm not feeling well. Let's stop here for today. Yu Yangran really didn't want to continue the live broadcast. After apologizing, she prepared to end it. But at this moment, a few comments suddenly appeared on the computer screen. Found it, little brother found it. It's in the White Rabbit live broadcast room next door. Anchor, go check it out. Your little brother has been seduced by another female anchor. Damn it. Don't you know that this guy is actually a rich guy? Not only did he become the emperor in the White Rabbit live broadcast room, but he actually gave a reward of 200,000 yuan to the super hot. I was shocked. There is such a thing. Yu Yinran's hand froze as she was about to turn off the computer. Of course she knew Chen Cixi's live broadcast room. After all, they were both female anchors in the King of Glory area, not to mention that Chen Cixi was a big anchor with millions of fans. But why was Jiang Che there? Was it a coincidence that they were matched? A few fans who had just passed by in more than 10 seconds came back. Little Zongzi, the little brother is indeed there. Brothers and sisters, let's go over and apologize together. Anchor, aren't you going over there? Since it was confirmed that Jiang Che was there, Yu Yangran didn't think too much about why. She found Chen Cixi's live broadcast room on the Shark Live homepage and clicked on it. In this game, Jiang Che played Li Bai, also a hero who can show off his skills to the fullest if you know how to play it well. It was the end of a team battle. The only opponent left was Sun Shengxiang, who was at low health and fled back to the tower in a hurry. The other 4 people's heads were all captured by Jiang Che. On Jiang Che's side, the only ones left were Li Bai with low health and Chen Cixi's Yao with half health. Chen Cixi saw Jiang Che get a quad kill and went straight into the tower to chase Sun Shengxiang. As she chased him, she said, Shuai Huang, a pentakill. I'll help you hold the tower. Upon hearing this, Jiang Che used Jinjiu twice to catch up with the low-health Sun Shengxiang. He hit her twice and then used his second skill to take her away directly without even using his ultimate skill. Pentakill. A domineering voice announcement sounded. Jiang Che successfully got a pentakill, and this pentakill also brought him a large wave of admiration points. However, Chen Cixi's Yao was killed by Sun Shengxiang before her death because she helped Jiang Che resist the tower. Thank you. Jiang Che thanked him. Chen Cixi made a great contribution to this pentakill, not just the final tower defense. It's okay, that's what a support does. Chen Cixi said with a smile. After playing a game, she found that Jiang Che didn't seem to be aloof. He just seemed to be in a bad mood just now. Is this the professional shooter you mentioned? He doesn't seem that good. Jiang Che asked curiously. That's right, the Sun Shengxiang who was just killed by Jiang Che is a professional player of KPL and a top shooter. After all, it was the beginning of the season and all the big players were busy trying to gain points, so it was not surprising that Chen Cece matched up with professional players using her main account. Chen Cece? Chen Cece laughed dryly. There was no way to respond to this. Only Jiang Che dared to say this. However, based on Jiang Che's performance in this game, he could indeed say this. All 5 opponents were beaten by him, including those professional players. This also made her even more curious about Jiang Che's identity. Logically speaking, this kind of technology should not be unknown, and he should be so rich. 666, the top shooter in KPL is not even worth mentioning, so handsome and domineering. The handsome emperor is disdainful, that's it. Is it swollen? It's over. I feel like the handsome emperor will be scolded tomorrow. Chapter 29, Refusing to Help. Jiang Che said this not to show off, he was just a little curious. After all, it was his first time meeting a professional player, and he seemed to be playing with him very easily, so he asked one more question. The two continued playing the game, but at this moment some strange comments gradually appeared on the computer. Sorry, little brother, we are here to apologize. Little Zongzi knows she was wrong, and she's here to apologize to you. Brother, come back. I want to hear you sing. Chen Cece had been paying attention to the barrage of comments and found them a little strange. After watching for a few minutes, she finally understood what had happened from the few words in the barrage of comments. It turned out that Jiang Che had been matched with a female anchor before, but because his skills were too good, he was misunderstood as cheating and was scolded. After reporting it, we found out that Jiang Che was not cheating, and now he is apologizing again. After understanding, Chen Cece felt that these people were really stupid. Judging from Jiang Che's understanding of the hero and his grasp of the game's rhythm, he is definitely a true master. I don't know how they could tell that he was cheating. Suddenly, 10 super rockets flashed across Chen Cece's live broadcast room. A little Zongzi sends out a super rocket 1. A little Zongzi sends out a super rocket 2. A little Zongzi sends out a super rocket 10. 10 super rockets cost 20,000 yuan, which is roughly equivalent to Yu Yanran's monthly salary. Chen Cece immediately realized that it was probably the anchor who came over, but she didn't react in particular. She just temporarily turned off the in-game voice chat, and then thanked him as usual. Thank you, Xiao Zongzi, for the 10 super rockets. Thank you, boss, you are so generous. Just as he finished speaking, a barrage of comments with some special effects floated by. Can the host help me? This was the comment sent by Yu Yangran. What help? Chen Cece asked knowingly. Yu Yangran briefly explained what happened before to her, and then asked, can you help me explain it to him? I want to apologize to him in person. I'm sorry, I can't help you with this. Chen Cece's tone was gentle, but her words stunned everyone. After saying this, he didn't intend to explain anything and continued playing games with Jiang Che. Not only Yu Yangran, many viewers were also stunned. The other party had already sent 10 super rockets, but it was not enough to just say a few words? After realizing it, Yu Yanran's fans were a little angry. Isn't the anchor going too far? Even 20,000 yuan for a sentence is not enough? Is it not enough? At worst, we can add some more. It's just a word. Idiot. Score-raising bitch. Ha ha tilde UTM. Some fans with bad tempers started cursing directly, but this was Chen Cece's live broadcast room after all. Chen Cece's fans were immediately dissatisfied when they saw their host being scolded, and they also started to use foul language, with both sides swearing constantly. Seeing this, Chen Cece casually said, those who stalk other anchors in my live broadcast room will be banned, and those who curse will also be given a 7-day package. After a pause, she added an explanation, I will return the 20,000 yuan to you after deducting the commission. I can't help you with this. Although she was polite, she was full of disdain for Yu Yangran in her heart. Apologize. You probably only thought of apologizing after knowing that Shui Huang had spent hundreds of thousands of dollars here. Isn't it because you are impressed by Shui Huang's money ability? And even if you sincerely apologize, what does it have to do with me? Why should I push the rich people in my live broadcast room to your side? Tips are a big part of the anchor's income, so as an anchor, Chen Cece naturally wants to keep Jiang Che. She is also thinking about adding Jiang Che's personal WeChat after finishing the game. Why should she explain for her competitor? From Chen Cece's perspective, there is absolutely nothing wrong with doing this. Jiang Che was playing games and didn't open the live broadcast software, so he was completely unaware of this. While Jiang Che was still playing games, Xu Rui had already returned to her dormitory. Her roommate had gone out and hadn't come back yet, so Xu Rui was alone lying on the bed, lost in thought. Originally, she was planning to go out with Xu Xilei to find a hotel to discuss life in the evening. She had been in contact with Xu Xilei more than a month ago, and she had just broken up with Jiang Cheiming today, so going out to do something was a natural thing. But because of the cell phone incident in the afternoon, Xu Xilei scolded her and she came back in anger. Lying on the bed at this moment, she unconsciously compared Jiang Che and Xu Xilei. She remembered that when she was with Jiang Che would never be mean to her even if she did something wrong. And today, she wanted to buy a cell phone, but Xu Xilei refused to buy her a cell phone with his monthly allowance of tens of thousands of yuan, and Jiang Che had worked as a food delivery man for 3 months to save money for a birthday surprise for her. In comparison, Xu Rui began to doubt whether it was right for her to break up with Jiang Che. Chapter 30, Firm Thoughts. People are like this. They don't cherish what they have, but only remember all the good things about the other person when they lose him or her. Over the past 3 years, Xu Rui had gotten used to Jiang Che being nice to her and took his concern for her for granted. But when they actually broke up, she felt a sense of loss. After seeing Jiang Che's attitude towards her today, she truly felt that Jiang Che would never be nice to her again. Especially when she saw Jiang Che asking for another girl's WeChat in front of her, she always had an indescribable feeling in her heart. Will things really be better if I have money? Xu Rui recalled in her mind all the care Jiang Che had shown her over the past 3 years, and the way Xu Xilei had just scolded her, and she was actually a little shaken. But at this moment, the dormitory door was suddenly opened and her 3 roommates came back. Walking in front was a tall girl with a pair of long legs that were particularly eye-catching. Although her appearance was not as good as Xu Rui, the school beauty, she was not bad either. Her name is Zhu Qianli, and she is the prettiest girl in her class except Xu Rui. As soon as Zhu Qianli entered the room, she saw Xu Rui lying on the bed and asked curiously, "Huh? Why weren't you with Xu Xilei at night? Did he ask you to come back?" Before Xu Rui could answer, she saw the iPhone 20 in Xu Rui's hand. Her eyes lit up and she exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Wow! The latest iPhone 20. The other 2 roommates at the back heard this and immediately came over. "Apple 20? The one that cost 17,000 yuan? Let me take a look." The few of them had a good relationship, so Zhu Qianli took Xu Rui's phone and said, "The texture, the screen, the appearance, it's so beautiful. It's really expensive for a reason. If anyone is willing to buy me this phone, I will immediately become his girlfriend. Xu Xilei actually bought you such a nice phone. He's so nice to you. I'm so jealous. I've wanted this phone for a long time, but it's too expensive and I can't afford it." Several people gathered around the phone and started talking, all with envious expressions on their faces. Xu Rui suddenly felt a sense of pride in her heart. Her roommate's envious expression greatly satisfied her vanity, as if this phone was really given to her by Xu Xilei. At the same time, the heart that had just been shaken became firm again. "I will go to apologize to Xu Xilei tomorrow and spend time with him at night." Xu Rui secretly made up her mind to make Xu Xilei forgive her. Seeing the reactions of several roommates, she still felt that Xu Xilei was better off than Jiang Che. Without even the basic living security, how could she be happy even if Jiang Che treated her well? She didn't want to live in a small rental house with Jiang Che after graduation, living frugally with a monthly salary of several thousand yuan, and only being able to save enough for the down payment of a house when she was 30 years old. After the down payment, there are also various pressures such as monthly mortgage and car loan. After having children, there will be various additional expenses. Just thinking about days like this makes me feel breathless. Moreover, Jiang Che's behavior of renting a car during the day made her feel that Jiang Che was unreliable, flashy, and exaggerated. In a blink of an eye, it was already past 3 in the morning, and Jiang Che had just finished a game. "Hero, are you going to fight again?" Chen Cece asked while yawning. It was obvious that she wanted to sleep a long time ago. Chen Cece usually pays great attention to the maintenance of her skin and almost never stays up late. Today, in order to please Jiang Che, she did not mention the matter of ending the live broadcast. Some of the audience couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Shuai Huang, please forgive us. I feel like I'm going to be late for work tomorrow. I've already woken up and you're still playing? Sudden death warning. You really dragged the beautiful anchor to play games all night long. It's outrageous. Can you do something we want to see? Sorry, the following plot is paid content." Chapter 31, Private Message. Jiang Che felt a little embarrassed, mainly because he saw the admiration value kept growing and he was reluctant to stop, so he could only ask Chen Sisi for help. So, he casually gave another reward of 500,000 super fire to show his gratitude. Rockets rained down again in Chen Sisi's live broadcast room. The handsome guy was hacked and sent out a super rocket 1. The handsome guy was hacked and sent out a super rocket 2. The handsome guy was hacked and sent out a super rocket 100. The handsome guy was hacked and sent out a super rocket 250. Fuck, I woke up instantly. Fuck, another 500,000? Shuai Huang, are you in need of a son? One who is about your age. I don't understand the world of rich people. I spent more than 800,000 yuan here in one night. Wouldn't it be nice to spend over 800,000 yuan to find a wife? Why are you giving gifts to a female anchor here? There is no doubt that Jiang Che's actions earned him a lot of admiration points. The screen full of golden super rockets made everyone lose all sleepiness. Chen Sisi was stunned for 2 seconds before she reacted and said gently, "Thank you, Shuai Huang. If Shuai Huang still wants to play, let's continue. We can play all night." Only a fool would not spend more than 800,000 yuan playing games in one night. Although Chen Sisi would not get that much after deducting the commission, Jiang Che has already proved that he is undoubtedly a big shot. Hearing Chen Sisi's question, Jiang Che said, "No, let's stop here tonight. I have something to do tomorrow." "Okay," Chen Sisi nodded, "then handsome emperor, can I add you on WeChat?" Usually, others would beg her to add her on WeChat like a lapdog, but this was the first time she took the initiative to add another man on WeChat. Jiang Che hesitated for a moment and nodded, "Okay. Maybe I'll need a ride in the future. I'll send you a private message. Good night, handsome emperor." Chen Sisi was actually quite happy when Jiang Che agreed. He was a real rich man and his voice was so nice and youthful. After adding WeChat, maybe they could meet in private or something. After Jiang Che quit the game, he opened the private messages in Shark's backstage and found a bunch of private messages. After all, he had spent nearly 1 million RMB. Many people were very curious about Jiang Che, and most of them were girls. Some even sent some naughty pictures without showing their faces to ask for support and dates. Jiang Che said that those who did not show their faces would be treated as Princess Qiao Biluo, and they would all be blocked and reported decisively. Purifying the online environment would start with me. Then he scrolled down and found the private message that Chen Sisi sent him. On the other side, Yu Yangran rubbed her eyes, which were almost unable to open, but still refused to fall asleep, and the interface of her mobile phone remained on the Shark background. She also sent a private message to Jiang Che. There was no way. Chen Sisi refused to help. Apart from sending Shark a private message, she didn't know how else to contact Jiang Che, so she had been waiting until now, wondering if Jiang Che would reply to her private message after he finished the game. After Jiang Che wrote down the WeChat ID that Chen Sisi sent him, he was about to quit Shark when he accidentally glanced at an unread private message. "A little rice dumpling? Why is it still her?" Jiang Che was speechless, but when he clicked on it, he found that it was different from what he thought. The other party actually came to apologize to him. And his tone was very sincere. He said that he shouldn't have misunderstood Jiang Che and wanted to apologize. Jiang Che then realized that the second time she invited him to play the game, she probably wanted to apologize, but he didn't know it at the time, and not only did he refuse the game, but he also blocked her. Jiang Che wasn't a stingy person, so he wasn't angry anymore when he thought about it this way. He glanced at the time and found that this private message was sent to him by Yu Yangran at around 10 o'clock last night. It was already past 3 in the morning, so he thought that the other party must have fallen asleep. He simply replied, "Yeah, it's okay," and then quit Shark directly. Yu Yangran was half asleep when she suddenly heard the notification tone of Shark's private message. She woke up immediately and picked up her phone. It was Jiang Che who replied to her. However, when she saw Jiang Che's short 3-word reply, she, who was always carefree, didn't know how to continue the topic for a moment. Asking him if I can add him as my game friend? It doesn't seem right. Asking for WeChat directly? There's no reason for that. Yu Yangran tossed and turned on the bed, feeling distressed. She edited the message several times, but deleted it again. After struggling for a long time, she finally asked, "Do you want to play games together tomorrow?" A true straight woman of steel. After sending the message, Yu Yangran lay on the bed with a look of despair on her face. She never cared when her bestie called her a straightforward woman before, but now she wanted to go to Baidu to search for how to chat with boys. I think I may have fallen in love with a voice, Yu Yangran muttered to herself while lying on the bed, her face slightly blushing. It sounds a bit outrageous. I obviously don't even know what Jiang Che looks like, let alone know anything about Jiang Che's personal information, but I have a strange feeling in my heart. I even have to be cautious and think repeatedly before replying to Jiang Che's private message. Yu Yangran was struggling while waiting for Jiang Che to reply to her, but after waiting for about half an hour, she still didn't receive a reply. Finally, she fell asleep in a daze with some disappointment. After Jiang Che added Chen Cece on WeChat, they chatted casually for a few words and then said goodnight to each other and went to bed. Chen Cece wanted to chat more to find out more about Jiang Che, but Jiang Che was not very interested and ignored her on the pretext of going to bed. He lay on the bed and counted his gains for the day, a total of more than 200,000 admiration points. It seems that he has to put the matter of becoming a host on the agenda as soon as possible. This is simply the only way to make a fortune. Being a star might earn more admiration points, but it would also bring more troubles. Although he had become the behind-the-scenes boss of Chenyu Entertainment Company, Jiang Che had heard about the complex environment of the entertainment industry. If he wanted to be a host, he only needed to buy a computer and authenticate his identity, which was very convenient. So Jiang Che thought that being a celebrity could be put on hold for the time being. Chapter 32, Random Mission. We didn't talk all night, but my roommate's snoring was a bit loud. Jiang Che fell into a deep sleep around 4 in the morning. There were classes the next morning, but Jiang Che obviously couldn't go. When Wang Cheng and Du Yuan were leaving in the morning, they called him. Jiang Che mumbled that he didn't want to go and continued to sleep. Wang Cheng and Du Yuan didn't say much. In their opinion, it really didn't matter whether a rich kid like Jiang Che went to class or not. It was not until 10 o'clock that Jiang Che was awakened by the alarm clock. Jiang Che set the alarm himself before he went to bed last night, because he had 2 classes in the morning. It didn't matter whether he went to the first one or not, but the second one was the counselor's class, and there was a small class meeting after class. If he didn't go or asked for leave, he would be in trouble. Jiang Che was not so arrogant as to ignore school rules and regulations. After getting up, he quickly tidied himself and went to the classroom, but he was still a few minutes late. Jiang Che looked a little embarrassed when he stood at the door of the classroom. Fortunately, their counselor had a good temper. Seeing the awkward expression on Jiang Che's face, he smiled and said, "Come in. Pay attention to the time next time. Being late is not a good habit." "Thank you, teacher." Jiang Che hurried in. Jiang Che's counselor is Xiao Qingwan, a young teacher who just graduated from school this year. She is beautiful, kind, and gentle. She is the goddess in the eyes of many boys, but it is a pity that she seems to have a boyfriend. When Jiang Che walked in, most of the students in the class looked at him with strange expressions. One reason was that Xu Rui came to class holding hands with Xu Xilaoyi yesterday, which meant that Jiang Che was cheated on. Jiang Che and Xu Rui are a talented and beautiful couple who have been dating since their freshman year, making them the envy of countless singles. However, they did not expect that they would succumb to reality in their senior year when they were about to graduate. So everyone looked at Jiang Che with some special emotions, including pity, sympathy, and even gloating. And the other reason is, Jiang Che seems to have become more handsome? Jiang Che was already very handsome before, it was no exaggeration to say that he was the class flower, but now his appearance has reached a new level, even his voice has a gentle and jade-like feeling, which makes people feel soft in their hearts. At this time, they saw Jiang Che standing at the door with an awkward smile on his face, and they couldn't help but think of the poem on the internet, "The man on the street is like jade, and the young man is unparalleled in the world." It's too good to be true. Could it be that breaking up has these effects? However, after entering, Jiang Che looked around and still felt a little awkward, because today's class was in a small classroom, and one of the desks in the classroom happened to be broken, so coincidentally there was only one empty seat next to Xu Rui. Xu Siloi took leave again. Jiang Che hesitated for a second and then walked over and sat down, pretending not to see Xu Rui. Since we've broken up anyway, let's just treat each other as ordinary classmates and do. No, it's okay to sit for a while. This is what Jiang Che was thinking at this moment. Xu Rui couldn't help feeling uncomfortable when she saw that Jiang Che didn't care about her at all, but they had clearly broken up. At the same time, she was also a little surprised. They had been together for 3 years. Although Jiang Che was good-looking before, he was not this exaggerated. Jiang Che didn't care what she was thinking, because as soon as he sat down, today's spending task was refreshed, 3.75 million. Fortunately, today's task is relatively easy. In addition to the money-spending tasks, Jiang Che also thought about the lottery system, and today's free lottery opportunities were also refreshed. System, draw a lottery. Jiang Che said. Ding tilde congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 billion in cash. The system's voice sounded in his mind, and then Jiang Che's phone received a message about the deposit change. Jiang Che was immediately filled with questions. He hadn't expected that he could win cash from the lottery. He had finally spent more than 20 million yesterday, and today he received another 1 billion. It seemed that he would never be able to spend all the money, but it wasn't a bad thing. The system did not stop after issuing 1 billion deposits, and continued, because the ex-girlfriend has doubts about the host's identity as a super rich man. A random task is issued, inadvertently let the ex-girlfriend know his identity as a super rich man. Jiang Che couldn't help but turn his head to look at Xu Rui, letting her know his identity as a wealthy man inadvertently. Xu Rui noticed Jiang Che's gaze and puffed out her chest proudly, feeling a little proud. It seemed that Jiang Che still couldn't let her go. She was still very charming. But unfortunately, the happiness that she wanted was something that you couldn't give her. Chapter 33, Class Meeting. Jiang Che frowned. This task would require some thinking. Since Xu Rui doesn't believe that he is really rich, she must think that his behavior yesterday was just a pretense, so if he still uses the same method to pretend, she will not only not believe it, but may even despise him even more so. So, classmate Jiang Che, what are you thinking about? Why are you so absorbed in it? Just as she was thinking about it, Xiao Qingwan called Jiang Che's name. Jiang Che was stunned for a moment. He was being called even though he was distracted? This was university. 8 out of 10 people around him were playing with their phones and 2 were sleeping, so why did he get called? But since he was called, Jiang Che could only consider himself unlucky. He stood up and said, I was thinking about what the teacher just said. I think what the teacher said makes a lot of sense. Oh? Really? Xiao Qingwan asked with a smile, then tell me what I was talking about just now. Xiao Qingwan had indeed not planned to care whether Jiang Che was in a daze or not. After all, he was already a senior in college and would soon enter society. She couldn't control him like she did in junior high and high school. But when she saw Jiang Che looking straight ahead with a frown on his face, as if he was thinking about something, and considering Jiang Che's appearance, he looked a bit silly and cute, she couldn't help but want to call him. Hearing Xiao Qingwan's question, Jiang Che scratched his head awkwardly. How would he know what she was talking about? But I happened to glance at the big words on the blackboard and immediately understood. Teacher, are you talking about Taylor, the father of scientific management? Then please describe Taylor's management theory. That's easy, Jiang Che said confidently. Taylor believes that the fundamental purpose of scientific management is to seek the highest labor productivity. The highest work efficiency is the basis for employers and employees to achieve common prosperity. The important means to achieve the highest work efficiency is to replace operational management with scientific and standardized management methods. Taylor believes that the best management method is task management. The main contents of Taylor's scientific management are 1. Work quota 2. Ability and work are compatible 3. Standardization. Jiang Che spoke a lot in a very eloquent manner, and the answers were almost the same as those in the textbook. If Jiang Che had not been looking at Xiao Qingwan while he spoke the answers, others would have almost thought that he was reading from the book. Everyone looked at Jiang Che with a little surprise. This question was not difficult, but it was not easy to recite it word for word like this, and Jiang Che's grades were not that good. Well, sit down. Remember to listen to the class carefully next time. Xiao Qingwan's eyes were also somewhat surprised. She thought she had a general understanding of the situation of each student in the class, but Jiang Chei's performance at this time was somewhat beyond her expectations. Xu Rui glanced sideways. She found that Jiang Chei seemed to be different from before. Not only in appearance, but also in his inexplicably confident temperament. What was going on? She had never noticed this before. Even Xu Rui's roommate's eyes changed when they looked at Jiang Chei. After Jiang Chei sat down, he thought to himself that it was a good thing that he saved a lot of admiration points last night and just bought a book on management mastery, otherwise this would be embarrassing. The senior year course load was not tight, so after teaching for a while, Xiao Qingwan turned the topic to the class meeting. Xiao Qingwan planned to organize everyone to go out for some fun. Although the senior year has just started not long ago, senior students have fewer classes and can finish them in less than 2 months. Then everyone will go out to find an internship. If you want to get the whole class together at that time, you will probably have to wait until graduation. So Xiao Qingwan planned to organize everyone to go out for some fun while they were still in school. This would be the last group activity during their student days, and they could also take some photos as a souvenir for the future. This matter had been discussed in the class group before, and everyone agreed and roughly determined 2 places to go. One is Tiannan Park, which is a tourist attraction in Jiangnan City. The scenery there is beautiful. You can go there in the morning and come back in the evening, and the cost is not expensive. Another place is the ancient Hancheng next to Gangnam City. Ancient Han City is a very famous tourist attraction in the entire Yanghuang Empire. It is naturally much more fun than Jiangnan Park, but it is also very expensive. Moreover, it is basically impossible to go to ancient Han City in the morning and come back in the evening. Therefore, students in the class have different opinions on this issue. Chapter 33, As the Class Flower, This is What I Should Do. Squad leader, where do you think we should go? Xiao Qingwan called the squad leader up and asked for his opinion. The monitor of Jiang Chei's class is Qin Sui, whose family background is similar to Xu Silei's. He can be considered a second-generation rich man. He is not arrogant, but he likes to show off his wealth unintentionally. Hearing Xiao Qingwan calling him at this time, he immediately stood up and said, "Since this is the last group activity, we must go to a better place. How can we have fun in Jiangnan Park? I suggest we go to Jiyu Hancheng, where there are places to eat, drink and have fun. In addition, if we go to Jiyu Hancheng, I can cover all your expenses, teacher." Qin Sui looked at Xiao Qingwan and added with a smile. "Even though I know Xiao Qingwan has a boyfriend, but wouldn't that be more exciting?" Qin Sui has always liked a famous saying of Cao Cao, "I will take care of your wife and children. When we go out together, we will be happier and more relaxed. Maybe we will have a chance. TSK. It's exciting just to think about it." Qin Sui was getting a little excited as he thought about it. No. However, as soon as Qin Sui finished speaking, a thin but fierce girl stood up and spoke out against it. Her name is Shilan. She is the class representative, an absolute top student, not bad looking, and at such a young age she has a vast airport. Don't just think about yourself. Some of your classmates come from poor families and have limited living expenses. Going to Jiyu Han City for a visit is a heavy burden for them. If you cover the expenses for all the classmates, we will go to Jiyu Han City. Shilan said fiercely. "I've covered all your expenses? Why? Because of your airport?" Qin Sui said disdainfully, "This is the last time we'll be together in college to go out and have fun together. You're reluctant to spend a little more money? You can't be too stingy to come up with 2,000 yuan, right?" Shilan hated it most when people made fun of her body shape, and she said angrily, "If you can't afford it, don't pretend. You still want to invite the teacher to play, are you worthy? If it weren't for your father's company, people like you wouldn't even be able to find a job." Xiao Qingwan was a little helpless. Why did they start quarreling without saying anything? It seemed that this matter would not go well today. If it is other matters, everyone can vote and decide, and the minority can just obey the majority. But when going out for fun, everyone has to be happy. If they vote directly, those obeyed minority will definitely feel uncomfortable, and they won't be able to have fun, which goes against the original intention of going out for fun. But Jiang Chei, who was thinking hard, suddenly had his eyes light up when he heard this. Isn't this an opportunity? It is also an opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only can you prove your status as a wealthy person, but you can also gain a wave of admiration. It's just a bit too high profile. But it doesn't matter. There is no need to be deliberately low-key. It's boring to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger all the time. Teacher, I have a way. Jiang Che stood up and said, with an aura of "You two little brothers, please stand back a little, it's my turn to show off." What method? Xiao Qingwan looked curiously at the boy who had just surprised her. Not only Xiao Qingwan, but everyone else in the class also focused their attention on Jiang Che, wanting to hear what good ideas he had. We are not going to Jiangnan Park or the ancient Han City. It would be better to go to Longhu Bay. The scenery at the seaside is much more beautiful than here. Jiang Che looked at Xiao Qingwan as a matter of course. Xiao Qingwan. Everyone. How should I put it? Everyone felt that the voice sounded nice, but the words that came out were like farting. What is Longhu Bay? It is the top seaside tourist attraction in China. The scenery is indeed beautiful, but the cost is ridiculously high. The round-trip air ticket alone is more expensive than a trip to the ancient Hancheng. Jiang Che made this suggestion. Jiang Che, did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? Qin Sui looked at Jiang Che sarcastically and said, or did you get dumped by Xu Rui and feel upset? What kind of place is Longhu Bay? Is it something you can afford to play in? In fact, when he was a freshman, Qin Sui also pursued Xu Rui, but lost to Jiang Che because of his appearance and was ridiculed by others for a long time. He has always been brooding over this, and his relationship with Jiang Che has always been bad. Now that Jiang Che and Xu Rui have broken up, of course he will gloat over it. Xiao Qingwan also shook her head and said, Jiang Che, your suggestion is not feasible. The cost of living in Longhu Bay is too high. Each person will spend several thousand just for air tickets. Jiang Che coughed lightly, straightened the collar of his $20 t-shirt, and said seriously, after all, I've been the class flower for 3 years, so I should do something for everyone. I'll pay for all the consumption this time. Xiao Qingwan. Everyone. I have never seen such a shameless person. Although, there is nothing wrong with what he said, but how can you praise yourself like this? What's more, this is not the point at all. The point is that you pay for all the consumption. Even with the minimum consumption per person, it would cost 20,000 yuan, and the total cost for the whole class of more than 50 people would be more than 1 million yuan. You have 1 million, but you still deliver takeout every day to save up money to buy Xu Rui a gift? Chapter 35, Promotion to Campus Prince. The mockery on Qin Sui's face became even more intense, and he looked at Jiang Che as if he was a fool. But just as he was about to taunt again, Jiang Che interrupted him. I know you don't believe me, so I'll transfer a few million to the living committee as class fees, and all the expenses for this trip will be deducted from it. Jiang Che said as he took out his Apple 20. Because when we paid the class fees in the past, we transferred the money to the living committee member, so the class group has the living committee member's Alipay payment code. There were more than 50 people in the class, plus Xiao Qingwan, looking at Jiang Che operating his phone in confusion. Is this for real? Or is this just a joke? Only Wang Cheng and Du Yuan had excited expressions on their faces. A few seconds later, Ding tilde Alipay payment arrived, 8 million yuan. A clear electronic sound rang out in the quiet classroom, making the entire classroom so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The life committee member was a fat boy. After he felt his phone vibrate, he took out his phone tremblingly, opened Alipay, and his eyes suddenly widened. 8. It's really 8 million yuan. The living committee member's hands trembled slightly. He never thought that one day he would have so much money in his Alipay account. He held the phone carefully with both hands, as if he was afraid that the phone would fall to the ground and the money would be lost. But after I realized it, I took a screenshot first and then posted it on WeChat moments later, pretending it was me. Really? Immediately, everyone ignored the class and gathered around the life committee member. Wow! It's really 8 million yuan. Many people couldn't help but shout out in surprise. They had never seen so much money before. The string of zeros after the 8 brought them a huge visual impact. I didn't expect Brother Jiang to be the hidden boss. Fuck. I've never seen so much money in my life. What about Xu Rui, he? Someone thought of the fact that Xu Rui dumped Jiang Che yesterday. But after all, they were classmates and Shu Rui was still here, so the person stopped talking as soon as he opened his mouth and just laughed twice with gloating. However, many people who heard this secretly glanced at Shu Rui and found that she really had a dull expression and a pale face. Serves you right. Most people, especially girls, take pleasure in others' misfortune. Looking at the situation now, Jiang Che is obviously a rich second generation who comes to university just to experience life. Moreover, he is from a real wealthy family, unlike Qin Sui and Xu Sailei, who can only be considered to have a little money at most. Of course, this little money is compared to Jiang Che. A second-generation rich man of this level was willing to deliver food and work part-time to support her. How good is this man? How good is he to her? Shu Rui actually didn't cherish him. Isn't this what she deserves? Shu Rui was indeed stunned, and she murmured, could it be that the phone from yesterday was real? Zhu Qianli heard Shu Rui's whisper and her eyes moved slightly. Car? Cell phone? However, the others soon stopped caring about Shu Rui because they thought, since Jiang Che really transferred the money to the living committee, then they could really go on a trip to Longhu Bay. If I can go to Longhu Bay with my classmates before graduation, my university life will be truly complete. For a moment, everyone looked at Jiang Che with gratitude and admiration, and they wanted to call him Dad to show their respect. Jiang Che felt the admiration points that everyone contributed to him, and he felt refreshed. Although compared to last night, the admiration points he gained this time were much less, it was still cool to show off on the spot. In the live broadcast room, it was just to collect admiration points, without any soul. However, in class, Jiang Che felt so many classmates admiring him that he became a little arrogant. When he became arrogant, he wanted to spend money. He immediately waved his hand and said, in addition to you guys going by yourself, you can also bring your partner, no matter if they are from your class or not. I will pay for all the expenses. Brother Jiang is so generous. Everyone was delighted. It always feels inappropriate to go traveling without a partner, but many people's partners are not in their class or even in this school. It would be a bit too much to let Jiang Che spend money, but he doesn't have that much money. But now that Jiang Che has taken the initiative to speak up, there is no need to be polite with this wealthy man and he can bring his partner with peace of mind. Feeling the admiration value rising again in the system, Jiang Che smiled slightly. You're welcome, this is what the class grass should do. Many students also followed suit and shouted in unison, thank you, Jiang, the schoolboy. Jiang Che was promoted directly from the class idol to the school idol. He was very satisfied with this title. Chapter 36, Phone Call. They were all classmates and had a pretty good relationship, especially the boys. They lived in the same dormitory and often visited each other to play games. Jiang Che had a good relationship with all of them. After all, people like Qin Sui were only a minority. So when everyone compliments Jiang Che in this way, it's a bit like joking between friends, and they don't feel uncomfortable in their hearts. It is different from flattery, just like when Jiang Che brought mobile phones to 2 roommates last night, and Yuan even called him Dad Jiang. Jiang Che invited everyone out for fun, not because he wanted to show off. The main purpose was of course to complete the task and earn some admiration points. On the other hand, they happened to have a disagreement on the travel destination. As a member of the class, Jiang Che was happy to spend a little small money that he didn't care about at all to help everyone solve this problem. In his opinion, everyone was a group with a good relationship. Xiao Qingwan also made it very clear the significance of this trip. It was the last group activity for everyone during their student days. It was also of great significance to Jiang Che. It would be nice for everyone to have fun together for a few days and take some photos as a souvenir. He was a very sentimental person. Although he may pretend to be cool, Jiang Che never thinks that he is superior to others just because he is rich. Everyone here was cheering, but Xiao Qingwan on the podium was a little hesitant. As a teacher, she still needed to consider things more carefully. Although Jiang Che was rich, it was his own money, and it seemed inappropriate to use it to add to the class funds for class activities. So after a moment of hesitation, she asked, Student Jiang Che, are you sure you want to spend so much money to treat everyone to a trip? Jiang Che knew her concerns, so he smiled and said, it's okay, teacher. This little money is nothing to me, but there are not many opportunities to go out with you. Besides, I will cover all your expenses, teacher. At this point, Jiang Che looked at Qin Sui with an inexplicable expression. Also, since the squad leader's family is so rich, I probably don't need to meddle in other people's business. The squad leader should just figure it out on his own. Who cares? Qin Sui snorted coldly. Can't I come up with tens of thousands of dollars? Who knows where you got the money from? There are not so many rich second generations. Qin Sui still had great doubts about Jiang Che's identity as a rich second generation. How could it be such a coincidence that he would just meet a rich second generation who pretended to be a poor boy to experience life? Anyway, he didn't quite believe it. Hetilda Jiang Che sneered and didn't bother to pay attention to him. Seeing that Jiang Che didn't say anything, Qin Sui thought that he had guessed it right, and immediately became more excited. You didn't use all your family's belongings to show off. You're just trying to show off. Stop nagging me, Jiang Che said impatiently. You've been making things difficult for me for the past 3 years. I'm too lazy to argue with you. If you keep nagging me, I'll buy your company tomorrow and fire your father. Do you believe it? Qin Sui. For a moment, Qin Sui really didn't dare to say anything. If Jiang Che really had that ability, it would be easy to destroy their company. Everyone felt relieved when seeing Qin Sui's cowardly look. In terms of popularity in the class, Jiang Che was much better than Qin Sui. Then let's settle this. We'll go to Longhu Bay on the 11th. Xiao Qingwan finally announced. Yeah, everyone cheered. As soon as Xiao Qingwan finished speaking, the bell rang for the end of get out of class, and Jiang Che slipped away on the pretext of having something to do. He still has to go out and spend money, as today's task of 3.75 million has not been completed. Although 8 million was transferred to the living committee, the money has not been spent after all, so the task is not considered completed. However, what Jiang Che didn't notice was that his phone just slipped out of his trouser pocket when he stood up to leave. In addition, the class had just ended and it was quite noisy around him, so he didn't notice that his phone had fallen. Xu Rui and her 3 roommates were sitting next to Jiang Che, and they happened to see Jiang Che's phone slip onto the bench. Xu Rui picked up the phone and wanted to remind Jiang Che, but thinking of their relationship, she didn't know how to start the conversation. While she was hesitating, Jiang Che had already followed the crowd out of the classroom. Give it to him under the boys' dormitory when we get back, Xu Rui said to her 3 roommates. Zhu Chenli's eyes moved and she said, your relationship with Jiang Che is rather awkward right now, I'll help you get there. Xu Rui frowned, unable to explain why, but she just didn't want to give her the phone, so she shook her head and said, it's okay, I can give it back to him myself. Zhu Chenli was a little disappointed, but there was nothing she could do if Xu Rui didn't give it to her. She felt a little resentful in her heart. You broke up with her yourself, but you still don't allow other women to get close to Jiang Che. What does that mean? Just as he was thinking, Jiang Che's cell phone suddenly rang, and an unfamiliar phone number appeared on the screen. Xu Rui was stunned for a moment, not knowing whether she should answer the call. Answer it, in case it's something important, Zhu Chenli said. Okay. Xu Rui was also very curious about Jiang Che's affairs. After hearing what Zhu Chenli said, she pressed the connect button without hesitation. Hello, is this Chairman Jiang Che Jiang? I am Pan Wenliu from the Board of Directors of Tianyu Entertainment Company. There was a mature female voice on the other end of the line. Ah. I'm not. He's not here. Xu Rui answered stutteringly, but her heart was shocked as if a 12-level tornado had blown up. Oh my god, Tianyu Entertainment. Pan Wenliu. Tianyu Entertainment Company is the largest entertainment company in the Yanghuang Empire. This is something that most people know. As a person who often browses Weibo, Xu Rui also knows Pan Wenliu. She is the chairman of Tianyu Entertainment Company and a powerful woman worth tens of billions. But now she actually calls Jiang Che chairman. It's Chairman Jiang, not young Master Jiang, which means the real boss behind Tianyu Entertainment is actually Jiang Che. How old is Jiang Che? In his early 20s, he already manages a company with a market value of tens of billions. Before, when they saw Jiang Che nonchalantly transferring 8 million, they just thought he was rich, but now they know how terrifying Jiang Che's real financial strength is. Moreover, who knows if Jiang Che only has this one company? It's terrifying when you think about it. Pan Wenliu on the other end of the phone paused for a moment before continuing, then please tell Chairman Jiang to come to the company soon. There are some things in the company that need him to handle personally. Oh, okay. Xu Rui's mind went blank and she just nodded in agreement. When Pan Wenliu saw that she agreed, he hung up the phone first. Listening to the beep sound after the call was hung up, Xu Rui felt like she was dreaming. She was actually talking to Pan Wenliu just now? What was Jiang Chei's identity? This was too exaggerated. Zhu Qianli and the other two were quite close, and they also heard Xu Rui's voice on the phone. They were even more shocked than Xu Rui. Is this the legendary wealthy family? The upper class? Zhu Qianli bit her lip, and without asking Xu Rui whether she agreed or not, she directly took Jiang Chei's phone and said, Pan Wenliu must have something important to talk to Jiang Chei about, and he can't be delayed. I'll give the phone back to him quickly. As he said that, he chased out of the classroom. She knew that this behavior might cause a direct fallout with Xu Rui, but she had fought for the opportunity. If Jiang Chei's identity were to be revealed, who knows how many women would rush to curry favor with him, and then there would be nothing left for him to do. Chapter 37, French Restaurant. Zhu Qianli chased out and soon saw Jiang Chei outside the classroom. Jiang Chei, wait for me. Zhu Qianli shouted breathlessly at Jiang Chei's back. Jiang Chei turned around curiously and saw Zhu Qianli running towards him with a pair of long legs. What's wrong? Jiang Chei asked. Your phone fell. Zhu Qianli caught up and handed the phone to Jiang Chei. Jiang Chei touched his pocket and found that his cell phone was missing. Thank you. Jiang Chei took the phone, nodded his thanks, turned around and was about to leave. Hey, wait for me. Zhu Qianli hurried to catch up. Is there anything else? Jiang Chei asked curiously when he saw that she looked a little abnormal. Someone called you, Pan Wenliu from Tianyu Entertainment, and asked you to go to the company when you have time. Zhu Qianli stared at Jiang Chei's profile when she said this, and found that Jiang Chei's face was indeed calm, without any surprise on his face. Jiang Chei thought for a moment before nodding and saying, I understand. Zhu Qianli lowered her voice and asked, Hey, are you really the chairman of Tianyu Entertainment? What for? Jiang Chei asked back. I'm just curious. Zhu Qianli smiled, but if you don't want to talk about it, forget it. At noon, are you going to eat now? How about we go together? Or I'll treat you to a meal? Jiang Chei suddenly stopped when he heard that, turned around and looked Zhu Qianli up and down. Zhu Qianli's face flushed slightly, but she stood up straight, inadvertently straightened her plump chest, and moved her 1.2-meter long legs. Jiang Chei's eyes were already showing Zhu Qianli's favorability towards him, 20 points, which was only slightly better than that of a stranger. In fact, with Jiang Chei's current appearance, if he casually chatted up a strange girl on the street, his favorability might exceed 50. Therefore, Zhu Qianli's enthusiasm was simply because Jiang Chei was rich. Jiang Chei looked at Zhu Qianli calmly. Do we need to get a room after dinner? Ah? Zhu Qianli's face turned even redder, but she didn't show any disgust. She stammered, then, isn't that too fast? Hetilda Jiang Chei sneered, not wanting to pay attention to her, and turned around and left. Don't leave, let's really go get a room. Shut up, Jiang Chei turned around and warned, don't follow me. Zhu Qianli bit her lip, looking extremely aggrieved. Jiang Chei ignored him and left. When Jiang Chei and Xu Rui were still a couple, they were also quite familiar with Zhu Qianli. After all, Zhu Qianli was Xu Rui's best friend, and the three of them would often eat and go shopping together. At that time, Jiang Chei didn't realize that Zhu Qianli had such a side to her. I just broke up with Xu Rui yesterday, and today she came up to me and broke off her friendship with Xu Rui just for money. Hi. Jiang Chei. Jiang Chei was just thinking when someone patted his shoulder and a happy voice sounded. He turned around and saw that it was Fang Nanqing, whom he met yesterday when he bought a mobile phone. She was the girl at the counter and the school beauty. At this time, Fang Nanqing's face was full of smiles, and she looked very happy. Jiang Chei also smiled and asked, What are you so happy about? He still had a very good impression of Fang Nanqing. With Fang Nanqing's looks, it would be easy for her to hook up with a rich second-generation man, but she would rather do part-time jobs to earn money. Moreover, Jiang Chei glanced at her on the favorability display and found that her favorability had reached 78, which was a lot higher than yesterday. Because of you. You bought so many mobile phones in our store yesterday that the store manager gave me a bonus of 9,000 yuan. Fang Nanqing said with a smile, How about I treat you to a meal? Just consider it as a thank you. Fang Nanqing felt a little nervous when she said this. It was the first time she invited a boy to dinner, but she was still confident in her appearance. She thought. "Sorry, I've already eaten," Jiang Che said with a smile. Fang Nanqing opened her mouth. Jiang Che looked like he had just come out of the teaching building after class. How could he have eaten? That means I was rejected? Fang Nanqing laughed dryly with an unnatural expression. "Okay, goodbye then, I'm going to the cafeteria." Well, Jiang Che still had a smile on his face. "Let's get together again next time if there is a chance." "Okay." Fang Nanqing bit her lip. Jiang Che said this and turned and left. As I said, Fang Nanqing is a good person, but because of Xu Rui's incident, Jiang Che doesn't have any good feelings towards girls, especially pretty girls. Now they all look like little birds, but who knows when they will leave me? And if I don't have money, how many of these people would be willing to have dinner with me? Without thinking too much, Jiang Che told Fang Nanqing that he had already eaten, then turned around and walked out of the school gate to find something to eat. There are many places to eat in front of the university, but most of them are small stalls and shops like food stalls. Jiang Che used to go to these places, but now he wants to go to a more upscale restaurant. The most upscale place around the school is a Western restaurant. Jiangnan City's economy is among the best in the Yanghuang Empire, and Jiangnan University is located in the city center, so it is not surprising that there are some high-end consumer places around it. Jiang Che walked to the door and saw the exquisite decorations. He knew that one dish inside might have been his living expenses for a month. But now, of course, I eat whatever I want. As soon as Jiang Che walked over, a young white female waitress came up to him. "Bienvenue." Jiang Che was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the waitress here was also French. Most importantly, she also spoke French. However, Jiang Che reacted quickly, replied calmly, "Merci," and walked inside. The waiter said welcome and Jiang Che replied thank you. This French was naturally the one he had just bought from the system. Chapter 38, Contact Information. The waitress' eyes lit up. She had been here for several years and had never met anyone from the Yanghuang Empire with such a pure French accent. She even had to use some simple hand gestures to communicate with most people. Now, after hearing Jiang Che's fluent French, she couldn't help but have a better impression of him. Jiang Che went in and sat down. The waiter followed him over, handed him the menu, and asked him what he would like to eat. Jiang Che glanced at the menu, ordered a few dishes, and then returned the menu to the waiter. After the waiter handed the menu to the kitchen staff, he took the opportunity to pour water and came to Jiang Che again. Compared to the reserved women of the Yanghuang Empire, foreign women are more unrestrained. So when the woman saw that Jiang Che spoke French so well, she smiled and asked, "Sir, have you been to France? I have never seen anyone from the Yanghuang Empire speak French so authentically." Of course, she asked this in French. Jiang Che smiled and replied in French, "I've been to France before, and I've been to Provence." The waiter's eyes lit up. "My hometown is in Provence." "That's quite a coincidence, Jiang Che said. "I have a very deep impression of that lavender." The waiter became even happier when he heard Jiang Che praising his hometown. He immediately felt like meeting an old friend in a foreign land and enthusiastically talked to Jiang Che about the scenery there. Because of the system, Jiang Che knew everything the waiter said, and the two of them had a very pleasant conversation. During the conversation, Jiang Che also learned the other person's name, Marion. The sound of the two people talking made some people around them look sideways. It was not because they spoke too loudly, but the French they couldn't understand. Coupled with Jiang Che's yellow skin, it's hard not to attract attention. Especially some girls. And then, worship value +1. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. However, this excessive pretense made some people dissatisfied. Those who come here to eat are all rich second generations who are not short of money, and many of them bring their girlfriends. But now they see that their girlfriends are always looking at Jiang Che, which naturally makes them dissatisfied. A rather large young man said in dissatisfaction, "Where is your boss? Are you going to let people eat when the waiter is so noisy?" Jiang Che and the other man couldn't help but turn their heads to look over. The young man's female companion pulled him and asked him not to cause trouble, but he pushed her away rudely. The young man didn't target Jiang Che, but looked at Marion and said unhappily, "Is this how you work as a waiter? Chatting here during work hours? Where is your manager?" "I'm sorry, I'm the owner here." I own this shop, Marian said calmly, still using Mandarin. Although it's not very standard, it's completely fine for communication. Young people? Jiang Che was also a little surprised. He thought it was just a waiter, but he didn't expect it to be the owner. Then you can't disturb other customers while they are eating, can you? The young man still said dissatisfiedly. Excuse me, sir. I don't think the noise of our conversation will disturb other customers. Marian ignored the young man's unreasonable behavior and seemed very calm. You? The young man was a little angry, but when he thought about the fact that such a high-end French restaurant was opened here, the owner's background was probably not simple. Jiang Che glanced at him and said, "Are you bored? Can we disturb you even when we are talking so quietly? Want to fight, who?" The young man, who was about to give up, became angry again when he heard Jiang Che's words and strode over. Jiang Che sat still in his seat and pointed at the security guard who was looking at the door. "You may have to beat him before you beat me." Marian also shouted when she saw this, and the security guard came over immediately. The young man narrowed his eyes, but finally didn't make a move. He stared at Jiang Che for a while before saying, "Boy, I'll remember you. You'd better not let me run into you outside." "Same words for you." Jiang Che shrugged, not caring at all. His physique had been transformed by the system, and he hadn't tested his combat effectiveness yet. HMPH. The young man snorted coldly and left. Wait a moment. Seeing this, his female companion hurriedly chased after him. Marian didn't care much about it and turned back to continue chatting with Jiang Che about the previous topic. Soon, the dishes that Jiang Che ordered were served. Marian even said that she would treat Jiang Che to this meal, and then poured herself a glass of red wine, eating and chatting tilde. More than an hour later, she looked at Jiang Che who was about to leave and said reluctantly, "Mr. Jiang Che, why don't you leave your contact information? If you are free, you can come here and I will treat you to a meal tilde." Jiang Che thought about it and nodded, "Okay. Just think of it as making a friend, and it's not too much to leave your contact information after having a meal with someone." Chapter 39, Wuzhou Building. After eating, Jiang Che was originally planning to go back to school, but today's spending task was 3.75 million, and he had not spent money for lunch, so Jiang Che had to find something to do. Unfortunately, when Jiang Che passed by the school gate, he happened to see Shu Rui coming out. Shu Rui had obviously dressed up carefully today. She was wearing fashionable clothes, carrying a small white bag, and had delicate makeup on her face. The two looked at each other, but Jiang Che didn't react, as if he didn't see her. Shu Rui's expression was somewhat complicated. "Do you regret it?" "I can't tell." But no matter whether she regretted it or not, they had already broken up. Shu Rui didn't think about it anymore. She just took a look and left. Jiang Che didn't care even more and had to spend the money quickly. Just after taking 2 steps, the system's voice sounded, "Congratulations to the host for completing the task, and the reward is a 5 continents building." Jiang Che. Isn't this system too delayed? The task completed in the morning was not rewarded until after lunch. But it is also possible that the reward was given out just after seeing Shu Rui. Jiang Che didn't think much about it. After all, it was just another property under his name. Not long after the system rewards were distributed, Jiang Che's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. "Hello?" Jiang Che answered the phone. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Jiang Che?" the person on the other end of the phone asked respectfully. "Well, who are you?" "My name is Cheng Guan, and I'm the property manager of Wuzhou Building. The building has been transferred to your name. Do you have time to come and take a look?" "Okay, I'll come and take a look when I have time," Jiang Che said casually. He didn't even ask where the office building was. He doesn't understand these things. As long as the other party transfers the rent to his card every month, why should he care so much? But Cheng Guan felt that this perfunctory tone was a sign of carelessness. They didn't care about a building worth tens of billions. What kind of family is this? Moreover, the moment Jiang Che obtained Wuzhou Building, Cheng Guan received a brief information about Jiang Che, including his appearance and age. Jiang Che was just in his early 20s, which surprised Cheng Guan. So Cheng Guan agreed in a more respectful tone, "Okay, I'll be waiting for Master Jiang to come anytime." "Yeah." Jiang Che said a few perfunctory words and hung up the phone. But after hanging up the phone, Jiang Che didn't know what to do for a moment. He already had a car and a house, so how should he spend the money? Jiang Che wanted to buy a house and a car for his parents, but it was not convenient for him to go back now. He could only give his parents some money to improve their lives. And he couldn't give them too much, otherwise they would think that Jiang Che had done something illegal outside. Jiang Che planned to explain it in person when he went back during the holiday so that his parents would feel more at ease. In addition, the money transfer does not count as a consumption task, because just like the 8 million transferred into the class fund this morning, it has not been spent and can be taken back at any time. Jiang Che was struggling with his thoughts when his cell phone rang again. When he saw the number, he immediately had an idea. "Hello, Sister July." Jiang Che answered the phone. That Sister July that Jiang Che mentioned is actually Tang Chiyue, a cousin of Jiang Che and the daughter of Jiang Che's aunt. His aunt's family had a very good relationship with Jiang Che's family, which directly led to the very good relationship between Jiang Che and Tang Chiyue since childhood. Moreover, Tang Chiyue was a few years older than Jiang Che and started working a few years ago. During the years that Jiang Che was in college, Tang Chiyue gave Jiang Che several hundred or 1,000 yuan in pocket money every month. As a girl who has just entered the society, Tang Chiyue's salary is not high, but she still gives a little to Jiang Che every month. She really cares about her younger brother. Hearing Jiang Che's voice, Tang Chiyue on the other end said with some dissatisfaction, "Do you still remember my number? Tell me how long it has been since you last called me." Hearing Tang Chiyue's slightly complaining words, Jiang Che felt warm in his heart and said with a smile, "I was just about to call you, wasn't I? Don't fool me." Tang Chiyue didn't believe it at all. After a pause, she said, "How are you doing in school recently? Do you have enough money?" "That's enough. I just got my salary today. I'll transfer 1,000 to you later," Tang Chiyue said directly. "Really, I don't spend much money recently," Jiang Che said. "You should buy something for your girlfriend even if you don't need it yourself. Don't let her down. I'll give you the money later and you can take Shurui out to eat something good," Tang Chiyue said without hesitation. "Also, don't go out to work part-time as a delivery man or courier. Study hard and tell me if you don't have enough money." Jiang Che smiled bitterly and agreed, "Okay, I understand. Okay, that's it. I have to go to work. Bye." Seeing Jiang Che agreed, Tang Chiyue hung up the phone in a hurry. Chapter 40, Buying a Car. Jiang Che smiled while holding the phone. Tang Chiyue worked in Tianhai City, which was next to Jiangnan City. It was not far from here. If one drove fast, he could get there in about 3 hours. Moreover, Jiang Che knew where Tang Chiyue lived. So Jiang Che planned to go see her in person. He didn't say it on the phone just now because he wanted to give Tang Chiyue a surprise. Coincidentally, tomorrow is Saturday and she doesn't have to go to school, so she can stay there for one night. Jiang Che went as soon as he said he would. He first took a taxi to the Ferrari for S store in the city center. He planned to buy a Ferrari and drive it there as a gift to Tang Chiyue so that she could go to and from get off work more conveniently without having to squeeze into the subway. It would also be a good opportunity to complete today's spending task. High-end for S stores like Ferrari usually don't have many people coming during the day, so the huge space seems a bit empty. The group of female salespeople inside are also very idle and are chatting together. When he saw Jiang Che come in, he first glanced at him, then turned around and continued chatting, with no intention of stepping forward to sell or introduce anything. Jiang Che said that he really didn't mean to play dumb. He wanted to buy some nice clothes yesterday, but because of Yun Qinghui's incident, his car broke down, so he didn't buy any clothes, which led to today's situation. "Hello sir, do you need to see the car?" Fortunately, not all of them are snobs. A young female salesperson came over and asked with a smile. This female salesperson looked only 2 or 3 years older than Jiang Che, and she must have just started working. Jiang Che took a look at her badge. Her name was Meng Fei, and she was an intern. The more experienced salesmen nearby couldn't help but laugh when they saw this. After all, he's just an intern. He has no sense of taste. How can such a person afford a car? Xiao Fei is anxious too. After all, she hasn't been hired yet. If her sales don't meet the target in the next 3 months, she will be fired. I think she will be fired in less than 3 months. Not everyone can be a Ferrari salesperson. Do you think you can do a good job just because you have a high degree? You don't have any social experience at all. It's unclear whether the older female salesperson was unhappy with her marital life or had entered menopause early, but what she said was quite unpleasant. Jiang Che and Meng Fei also heard it, but Meng Fei seemed to be used to it and ignored it. Instead, she continued to introduce it to Jiang Che with a smile. This is a Ferrari Portofino. It has powerful performance. No need to introduce it, let's just pick the one inside. Jiang Che casually pointed to the red Ferrari at the innermost part. Jiang Che had some knowledge of sports cars before, and he had seen several models of Ferrari. Although he couldn't afford one before, he could still enjoy the sight of them. The sports car that Jiang Che pointed to was the most expensive one in this S store, a Ferrari 812. Needless to say, its appearance was very good, with a streamlined body and bright red color. It was very handsome and suitable for both men and women to drive. Not to mention its performance, there was no bad performance among these sports cars. Jiang Che understood that the price of this car should be around 5 million. There are of course many more expensive Ferrari models, but in this S store, this Ferrari 812 is already the most expensive one. Meng Fei opened her mouth slightly. Sir, the price of that car is 5.2 million. Of course, it can also be mortgaged. Full payment. Jiang Che took out his bank card without any hesitation. Sir, don't you want to try the car? Meng Fei's voice was trembling slightly, partly because she was scared, and partly because she was too excited. As long as Jiang Che bought the car, her sales task for the past 3 months would be basically completed. No need, just pay directly. I have something else to do, Jiang Che said nonchalantly. Chapter 41, Accident. Jiang Che's heroic look stunned the female salespeople who had spoken earlier. They didn't expect that this man in a 3-piece suit from Daobao was actually here to buy a car. After all, he had already taken out his bank card, so how could it be fake? Several female salespeople looked at each other, then gathered around impatiently. Sir, take a look at this car. The black body suits your temperament better. Handsome man, take a look at this Ferrari for 88. This car is actually more cost-effective. Sir, if you pay here, I can give you the best discount. Several salespeople who were just chatting together were now arguing next to Jiang Che, trying to win this business, because it would not only allow them to complete their sales target for this month, but also mean a commission of tens of thousands of yuan. Jiang Che, however, had a look of disdain on his face. Stand further away, the powder on your face is rubbing onto my clothes. The expressions on their faces were a little awkward, but they didn't dare to say anything. They watched Jiang Che hand the bank card to Meng Fei. Is there any service to help with document processing? Jiang Che asked. Yes. Of course. If you are in a hurry, I can help you get a temporary license first, which will take about half an hour. Meng Fei said quickly, then I will add you on WeChat, you send me your ID information, and I will help you complete all the procedures tomorrow. This service is very thoughtful and Jiang Che doesn't have to worry about anything. Jiang Che had no reason to hesitate and exchanged WeChat with Meng Fei. Meng Fei poured Jiang Che a cup of tea, asked him to wait in the rest area, and then went to deal with the license plate. The female salespeople next to them all had jealous expressions on their faces. Not only did Meng Fei sell a car, she also added Jiang Che's WeChat. The contact information of these rich people is the best resource. We'll keep in touch in the future. If these rich people want to buy a car for fun, or if they have friends who want to buy a car, then maybe we can get a few big orders. Several female salespeople felt their hearts bleed. They had just given up such a good opportunity. About half an hour later, Meng Fei had sorted out the license issue and the car was ready to go on the road. Jiang Che drove his brand new Ferrari slowly out of the S store, attracting envious glances from passers-by. This car is definitely not as good as Jiang Che's previous poison car, but it is also very good and has plenty of power. In order to prevent any accidents from happening again, Jiang Che first bought a driving mastery skill in the system mall, raising his driving skills to the top level, and then he stepped on the accelerator and sped towards Tianhai City. Xu Rui dressed up specially for the purpose of meeting Xu Sailei. She had made up her mind last night that she would go to Xu Sailei to apologize today and they would be good to each other in the future. At worst, she would just give up the iPhone. To be honest, Xu Rui was not a fickle woman, otherwise she would not have been with Jiang Che for more than 3 years. It was only when she reached her senior year and faced the pressure of finding a job, as well as being influenced by some bad social trends, that she chose to break up with Jiang Che. Although she only realized Jiang Che's good points after the breakup, she had already missed him, so she couldn't break up with Xu Sailei. Xu Sailei didn't go to class today because he had to take care of some things at his home company. In order to express her sincerity and apology, Xu Rui prepared to go directly to the company to find him. But what Xu Rui didn't expect was that when she passed the school parking lot, she unexpectedly saw Xu Sailei. Xu Sailei got out of his BMW, and another woman got out from the passenger seat. Xu Rui knew this woman. She was Xu Sailei's ex-girlfriend Wang Lu. After getting out of the car, the two of them naturally hugged each other, then talked and laughed intimately, and walked out of the parking lot from the other side, without noticing Xu Rui from beginning to end. However, Xu Rui stood there in a daze as if struck by lightning, and it took her more than 10 seconds to come back to her senses. Something happened at the company. Ex-girlfriend. Xu Rui finally realized that Xu Sailei had been deceiving her all along. She left the parking lot in a daze, walked aimlessly around the campus, and finally sat on a bench by the river, her head in a mess. Xu Sailei said that he had no contact with Wang Lu for a long time, and that he would be devoted to her and meet any of her requirements, but now. In fact, Xu Rui chose to be with Xu Sailei not just for money. She still had some feelings for Xu Sailei. After all, Xu Sailei was not bad looking. When he was pursuing Xu Rui before, he tried to please her in every way and even gave her a bag worth more than 2,000 yuan. It was inevitable that Xu Rui was moved. Before coming here today, she really wanted to live a stable life with Xu Sailei and wait until next year to graduate, get married, and have children. The scene in the parking lot shattered all her thoughts. Xu Rui sat on the bench, staring blankly at the lake in front of her. Her mind was blank and she almost lost the ability to think. She sat in this chair for more than an hour until her cell phone rang and someone sent her a WeChat message. When I opened it, I saw it was from Xu Sailei. Baby, I was wrong about what happened yesterday. You can keep the phone if you want it. I bought 2 movie tickets for 10 p.m. and will pick you up later. When Xu Rui saw this message, the confusion in her eyes gradually turned into anger. It's almost midnight when the movie at 10 o'clock ends. The dormitory of Jiangnan University is closed at 11 o'clock in the evening. Where can a man and a woman go except to a hotel if they can't go home at night? If it was before, Xu Rui might not have refused, but now she just felt disgusted. I want to ask you in person what you did today. Xu Rui stood up angrily and went to find Xu Sailei. Chapter 42, Arrival at Tianhai City. Jiang Che has already reached Tianhai City. Tang Chiyue rented a house here. Jiang Che had been here once before, so he knew where it was. And when Jiang Che came here last time, Tang Chiyue gave him a key and told him that he could come over by himself when he was free. It's still early and Tang Chiyue should still be at work, but Jiang Che plans to go to Tang Chiyue's residence first. He thinks that when Sister Chiyue comes back and sees that he has prepared a sumptuous dinner for her, she will definitely be very happy. Jiang Che was driving a Ferrari, and the community security guard let him in without questioning him. This is considered a mid-range residential area. Tang Chiyue lives here and pays about 1,000 yuan in rent every month. Jiang Che parked the car, went upstairs, found room 302, opened the door and went in. Chiyue, why are you back so early today? A strange female voice sounded, and then a half-naked woman with a graceful figure walked out of the room with a cell phone in her hand. The two looked at each other and the air suddenly became quiet. Then, the woman screamed in horror after she reacted. Jiang Che felt that the situation was not good when he heard the woman's voice, but it was too late to leave. When he heard the woman scream, he rushed forward and covered her mouth. Don't be afraid, I'm not a good person. No, I'm not a bad person. Jiang Che grabbed the woman's moving arm with one hand and covered her mouth with the other hand. Woo-woo, the woman screamed incoherently, with a panic-stricken expression on her face. If you promise me not to scream, I'll let you go. Jiang Che explained in a negotiating tone. Also, my name is Jiang Che, I'm Tang Chiyue's cousin, and I didn't mean to barge in. Woo-woo, the woman's emotion stabilized a little and she nodded, but there was still a look of panic in her eyes. Okay, I'll let you go. Don't scream. Jiang Che let go of her hand carefully. As soon as Jiang Che let go of her hand, the woman immediately ran back to the room and slammed the door shut, but she did not scream. Jiang Che looked helpless. What was going on? This was a huge misunderstanding. A few minutes later, the woman put on her clothes and walked out of the room with a bright red face. When she saw Jiang Che still standing there, she immediately asked with a fierce expression, "Are you Tang Chiyue's cousin? How do you have the key here?" "Sister Chiyue gave it to me." Jiang Che spread his hands helplessly. The woman was so angry that her teeth itched, but she couldn't do anything to Jiang Che. After all, Jiang Che didn't do it on purpose. In the end, she could only threaten him viciously. "I don't want anyone else to know about this, understand?" I know. I'm really sorry." Jiang Che nodded in agreement like a chicken pecking at rice. The woman's expression finally relaxed a little. "Then, can I ask where Sister Chiyue works?" Jiang Che asked awkwardly. He was too embarrassed to stay here any longer, so he decided to go find Tang Chiyue first. "In the office building in front." "Walk a little further and it's the tallest one," the woman replied impatiently. "Okay, thank you." Jiang Che left immediately. The woman snorted as she watched Jiang Che fleeing in a panic and muttered to herself, "I've suffered a great loss today. I'll have to ask Chiyue to treat me to a meal when I get back, but Chiyue's cousin is so handsome. No wonder I always hear her mention him." Jiang Che was driving, and soon he saw an office building that was nearly 100 stories high. However, Jiang Che was stunned when he saw the big words on the front of the office building. "Wuzhou Building?" Jiang Che was speechless. "So it's my own building." However, Jiang Che had no intention of going on a secret visit, so he asked the security guard in the building which floor Xinyuan Technology was on and went upstairs. Tang Chiyue once said that she worked at Xinyuan Technology. Chapter 43, Furious. As soon as Jiang Che got out of the elevator, he saw a circular logo on the opposite wall, with the 4 big words Xinyuan Technology on it. There was no doubt that Tang Chiyue worked here. Although it was working hours, Jiang Che didn't care and walked in directly. He thought that if Tang Chiyue was willing, she could just resign. It was completely unnecessary to get off work and get off work on time every day and earn a few $1,000s a month. He could arrange a better job for her. The area here is not small, and there are about 50 or 60 people working hard in front of computers. They are all young people in their 20s, and very few are over 30 years old. When Jiang Che just walked in, he happened to see a girl standing up to pour water. When the girl saw Jiang Che, her eyes lit up and she walked over and asked, "Which department are you from, little brother? Why haven't I seen you before?" I'm here to look for someone." Jiang Che explained. "Who are you looking for?" "Tang Chiyue, is she here?" Jiang Che asked. "She? What's wrong with her?" "She messed up a deal this morning and was just called to the office by the manager to be scolded," the girl said nonchalantly. Jiang Che frowned and walked directly into the manager's office. "Alas, outsiders are not allowed to come in," the girl hurriedly said from behind. Jiang Che pretended not to hear and continued walking inside. At this time in the manager's office, Tang Chiyue was holding a cup of coffee and handed it to the gloomy middle-aged man behind the desk and said carefully, "Manager, the coffee you asked for." This middle-aged man is naturally Tang Chiyue's manager, named Li Hui. Li Hui shouted impatiently, "Just put it on the table. Look at what kind of business you are talking about. You messed up something that was easily within your grasp." Tang Chiyue was frightened by his sudden roar, and the coffee in her hand shook, spilling some onto the middle-aged man's legs. The freshly brewed coffee was still boiling hot. Li Hui stood up instantly because of the burn, his face even more angry. He knocked over the coffee with a slap, and most of the coffee in the cup splashed onto Tang Chiyue. "Can you do anything? You can't even make a cup of coffee when you can't negotiate a deal. Don't you want to do this anymore?" Li Hui shouted angrily, "If you don't want to do this, pack up and get out." Tang Chiyue felt a burning sensation on her arms and neck, and tears were streaming down her face in pain, but she could only lower her head, grit her teeth, and endure the manager's scolding, not daring to talk back. Li Hui picked up a document and threw it at Tang Chiyue. "Look at it yourself. A business worth 200,000, but I just want you to have a meal with Mr. Wang. Why wouldn't you agree?" Li Hui was indeed very angry. This business not only represented 200,000, but more importantly, it was an opportunity to cooperate with Xinyu Information. Getting in touch with Qianyu almost meant that their Xinyuan technology would soar to the sky, but now they were rejected by Tang Qiyu. How could he not be angry? But Tang Qiyu tried to explain, but was interrupted by Li Hui after saying just 2 words. But what but? What's wrong with having a meal with Mr. Wang? Do you think you are so rich? And you are so unwilling? Isn't this what I pay you every month? Li Hui shouted, go to Mr. Wang and solve it yourself tomorrow. If this contract cannot be signed, you don't have to come to work. Tang Qiyu gritted her teeth and nodded, yes. Now take this contract and get out. Li Hui yelled with his anger still lingering. Tang Qiyu wiped her tears and bent down to pick up the contract on the ground. But at this moment, the office door was kicked open with a bang, and Jiang Che appeared at the door. Just now when Li Hui scolded Tang Qiyu, even though the office door was closed, people outside could clearly hear Li Hui's angry roar. Jiang Che was already furious. After he kicked the door open and came in, he saw Tang Qiyue's face covered with tears. He was immediately furious and could no longer bear it. Fuck! Jiang Che cursed and punched Li Hui in the head before he could react. Jiang Che's body had been modified by genetic enhancers. The power of this punch was no less than the full force of a world-class boxer. If Li Hui was hit, it was not impossible that he would die on the spot. Fortunately, Li Hui used his arm to block it in panic. Jiang Che's punch hit Li Hui's arm hard. Li Hui screamed and fell to the ground with a painful expression on his face. Chapter 44, I Have Money. Jiang Che's punch not only stunned Li Hui, but also frightened Tang Qiyu. After she reacted, she quickly grabbed Jiang Che and said, Xiao Che, you can't hit me. You can't hit me. Why not fight? This kind of scumbag should be taught a lesson. Jiang Che said angrily. At this time, Li Hui also stood up. His right arm was hanging down, basically broken, and he had no strength at all. His face was extremely gloomy as if water was about to drip out. Boy, you are done. You'd better not let me find out your identity. Jiang Che immediately got angry again and kicked Li Hui. You're not afraid of being beaten, right? You're still accompanying Mr. Wang for dinner, you idiot. Why don't you ask your mom to accompany you? The commotion here also attracted the people outside to gather around. Seeing Jiang Che's ferocious look, they did not dare to come over to stop the fight. They only dared to discuss quietly beside him. Tang Qiyue's boyfriend is quite fierce. He beat the manager like this. Not only is he fierce, he's also very handsome. He makes me feel so safe, Tilda. What sense of security? After all, he is still too young and impulsive. He doesn't even think about the consequences after the fight. At worst, I can just quit. You think too simply. How could Li Hui have done this for Xinyuan technology without any connection? Also, write some things on Tang Qiyue's resume. It will be difficult for her to find a job in the future. Tang Qiyu also hurriedly grabbed Jiang Che and said, Xiao Che, stop it now. If you continue to hit me, something bad will happen. Jiang Che was so angry that he kicked Li Hui twice more before stopping. Li Hui leaned against the wall, panting slightly. He was quite tough. Although he was beaten like this by Jiang Che, his expression was still fierce. You two are finished. Tang Qiyu, pack up your things and get out. If you can find a job in Qianhai City in the future, I will pronounce your name backwards. As for you kid, just wait. It feels good to beat you now, right? I will make you pay back tenfold later. Li Hui stared at Jiang Che coldly. How dare a fool like him hit him? He didn't plan to call the police at all. He wanted to find someone to take revenge on Jiang Che and let this kid know what regret is. Really? Jiang Che sneered, took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Master Jiang, do you have any instructions? Cheng Guan's voice came from the other end of the phone. Come to the 27th floor of Wuzhou building now. I'll give you 10 minutes. Cheng Guan was startled when he heard Jiang Che's tone, thinking that something was wrong with the building, and quickly agreed, Okay, Master Jiang, I'm on the first floor, I'll be right over. Calling people? Li Hui said with a sarcastic expression, let me see who you can call. Do you think you're a gang? It's not the mafia, but you can't run your company anymore. Jiang Che said calmly. Ha ha ha, who are you trying to scare? Do you think my company will go out of business if you find a few of your people to cause trouble? Li Hui said with disdain, "This is a world of money now, don't you understand? If you find 10 people to cause trouble, I have money and I can find 100 people to retaliate against you without even taking any responsibility." Li Hui thought Jiang Che had only called some young men who knew how to fight, so he wasn't worried at all. He taunted, "I've seen a lot of young people like you who have just entered society. What else can you do besides pretending to be cool? You have no money and no power. I bet you'll kneel down in front of me and apologize within 3 days." Tang Chiyue was a little panicked and begged for mercy. "I'm sorry, manager, I'll do this business. I'll go and accompany Mr. Wang. My brother is still young, please don't make it difficult." "Sister Chiyue, don't say anything." Jiang Che frowned, pulled Tang Chiyue over domineeringly and told her to shut up. He got angry when he saw Sister July, who was so nice to him, being so humble, and kicked Li Hui again. There is no other way. If you are angry, you have to hit people. Li Hui is the only one who can hit here. And Tang Chiyue is like this because of Li Hui. Jiang Che feels that Tang Chiyue may have suffered more grievances here before he came. "I just want to see how rich you are." Jiang Che cursed and kicked Li Hui to the ground. "Is this kid going to die? Young people are impulsive." It turns out he's Tang Chiyue's brother. "I thought he was her boyfriend." "You're really good at pitting me." The crowd watching couldn't help shaking their heads. Tang Chiyue looked desperate. She didn't know what to do anymore. Now all Li Hui had to do was call the police and spend some money to lock Jiang Che up for several years. Chapter 45, 50 billion. Get out of the way. At this moment, a middle-aged man in his 50s came over with several people wearing security uniforms and holding electric batons. Several security guards pushed away the people around them to make way for the middle-aged man. Li Hui, who had been beaten up by Jiang Che without much reaction, saw this man and quickly got up from the ground, putting on a flattering smile. "Uncle Guan, why are you here?" However, Cheng Guan gave him a cold look and said, "Who is your Uncle Guan? Call me by my name. We are not that familiar with each other." As soon as Cheng Guan saw this scene, he knew what had happened. It turned out that this blind guy had offended young Master Jiang. No wonder young Master Jiang's tone was so angry before. So it was not too late for him to distance himself from Li Hui now, so he simply ignored him. Li Hui was stunned for a moment. It wasn't like this the last time Cheng Guan came. The two of them had a good conversation. What happened today? But what made him even more confused was yet to come. Cheng Guan actually walked up to Jiang Che and respectfully called out, "Master Jiang." "Are you Cheng Guan?" Jiang Che looked at him and asked, his expression indifferent, with a bit of the feeling of a domineering president. "Yes." Cheng Guan lowered his head, feeling a little panicked. He was considered a high-ranking person in Tianhai City, relying on his status as the general manager of Wuzhou Building, but Jiang Che was the owner of Wuzhou Building. Moreover, he speculated that Jiang Che should have more than just one business, so this seemingly young man in front of him was definitely not someone he could afford to offend. And the most important thing is that Jiang Che only needs to say a word to replace him. Jiang Che didn't say anything after hearing his agreement, just looked at him indifferently. While Jiang Che didn't say anything, Cheng Guan kept his head down, looking respectful. The whole office was silent. Li Hui was completely confused. Who was I? Where was I? Was I dreaming? Those who had previously said that Jiang Che was young and impulsive were now too frightened to speak and stared at the scene in front of them in shock. They didn't know Cheng Guan, but they had seen Li Hui's fawning attitude towards Cheng Guan before. He was undoubtedly an important figure, but why was this important figure so respectful to Tang Chiyue's younger brother? Tang Chiyue was also confused at this time. When did her younger brother become so powerful? After a while, Jiang Che finally spoke. "How long will the lease of Xinyuan technology last?" He was indeed very angry just now. Tang Chiyue's position in his heart was no less than that of Xu Rui in the past. Seeing that she had suffered such a great injustice, Jiang Che was naturally very angry. But when he calmed down and thought about it, this matter had nothing to do with Cheng Guan, so there was no need to make things difficult for him. Cheng Guan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Jiang Che did not blame him. He quickly replied, "Their lease expired half a month ago." Jiang Che frowned. "Then why haven't you moved out yet?" Because Li Hui promised to pay the rent next month at a price 10% higher, and our financial department estimated that Xinyuan Technology will indeed be able to repay next month, so we gave it a 1-month grace period, Chen Guan replied. Then let him pay back the rent for half a month, pack up his things and get out. Jiang Che said it would be best if the entire Chenhai city could not accommodate him. Li Hui had previously said that Tang Chiyue would not be able to find a job in the entire Chenhai city, and now Jiang Che had fulfilled his words. Okay. Chen Guan nodded, turned to look at Li Hui, his expression turned cold. Do you understand? Either you pack up and leave, or I throw you out, and the Qianhai market will have nothing to do with you in the future. Li Hui stared at Jiang Che in a daze, muttering to himself in disbelief. Why is this happening? Who are you? Chen Guan sneered. You don't need to know who young Master Jiang is, you just need to know that this entire building belongs to young Master Jiang. Impossible. This building belongs to Mr. Sunday. It's a well-known fact in the entire Qianhai city. Li Hui suddenly became excited. But this morning young Master Jiang bought it for more than 50 billion, so you'd better accept your fate. Chen Guanxin also felt a little resentful towards Li Hui. After all, Jiang Che almost took his anger out on him because of Li Hui. After hearing Chen Guan's words, Li Hui's heart sank completely, and a feeling of despair spread from the bottom of his heart. This time it was really over. He actually offended such a terrifying big shot. The breathing of the people around them gradually quickened. More than 50 billion. How much money is that? Tang Chiyue actually has such a rich brother. Some people who had a bad relationship with Tang Chiyue before began to tremble slightly. Some young female employees were already showing lust when they looked at Jiang Che, but they also knew that they could not get along with such a young and handsome rich second generation. Jiang Che stepped forward and patted Li Hui's face, saying calmly, you are right about one thing. This is a world that values money. Unfortunately, I am much richer than you, so don't show up in Tianhai City in the future. After saying that, he ignored him and pulled Tang Chiyue to leave. Li Hui originally had a look of having lost his soul, but when he saw Jiang Che was about to leave, he suddenly knelt down, hugged Jiang Che's thighs, and kowtowed to beg for mercy. Master Jiang, I was wrong. Please let me stay in Tianhai City. If I leave Tianhai City, my company will be gone. Li Hui started from scratch and founded Xinyuan Technology. He spent most of his life to build Xinyuan Technology to its current scale. In the early days, in order to attract investment, Li Hui borrowed money everywhere and begged people everywhere. He suffered countless cold stares and finally built up the company. In the middle decades of development, he encountered countless difficulties, but Li Hui survived them time and time again and finally made the company reach its current scale. It can be said that Li Hui poured half of his life's hard work into it, and the company is closer to Li Hui than his son. His company developed in Tianhai City, and all of his partners and customers were basically in Tianhai City, so Jiang Che asking him to leave was basically a death sentence for Xinyuan Technology. How could he accept that? This was also the reason why he had refused to bow his head even after being beaten up by Jiang Che, but was now kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. The company's bankruptcy would be more painful than killing him. But Jiang Che had no mercy on him at all. This kind of person is a bully who only fears the strong and bullies the weak. Did he ever think so much when he spilled coffee on Tang Chiyue and asked her to accompany President Wang? It's too late to admit your mistake now. Jiang Che kicked him away expressionlessly and walked out with Tang Chiyue, leaving a room full of people with different thoughts. Chapter 46, Your Car. Tang Chiyue still didn't react until she left the house. Those people might speculate about Jiang Che's identity, but Tang Chiyue knew very well that her brother was just an ordinary college student. But when she saw that Jiang Che looked unhappy, she didn't dare to ask for a while. In the elevator. Do you go to work like this every day? Jiang Che suddenly asked. Not really, it's just that sometimes there are some difficult customers. Tang Chiyue tried to explain. Why don't you quit when you meet a boss like this? Jiang Che asked coldly. But it's hard to find a job now. If I quit and don't find a job in a short time, I won't even be able to pay the rent. Tang Chiyue pulled Jiang Che's arm and whispered, Okay, don't be angry Tilda, I'm fine Tilda. It will be too late if something happens later. Jiang Che sighed, grabbed Tang Chiyue's white and tender arm and asked, Does it still hurt? Tang Chiyue's nose felt sore and she threw herself into Jiang Che's arms. It hurts Tilda. After all, she is still a girl. In the past, when she was scolded or wronged, she could only be strong on her own. Now that she has someone to rely on, her soft side naturally appears. Jiang Che patted her head and said, "Don't hold back when you're wronged in the future. I'll support you. Got it?" Tilda Tang Chiyue responded muffledly with her head buried in Jiang Che's arms. "Let's go to the hospital and apply some medicine." Jiang Che said, "By the way, who is this Mr. Wang you mentioned before?" "He's the boss of another company. He rented 3 office floors on the top floor of the Wuzhou building." Tang Chiyue said. "Then there's no need to bother. I'll ask Chen Guan to kick him out together. By the way, is this Wuzhou building yours?" Tang Chiyue just remembered this and looked up and asked. Jiang Che hesitated for a moment before saying, "I have a little bit of shares. I tried to do business with a rich second-generation classmate in school before. We opened a company and made some money." It was difficult for him to admit it. After all, a building worth more than $50 billion could not make so much money in a short period of time even if he drove a truck to rob a bank, so he could only say this. But Tang Chiyue was already very happy and said with a smile, "Xiao Che has made great progress. I don't have a job now, so I will just follow you and eat and drink for free from now on." "Okay, I promise to make you plump and white," Jiang Che said with a smile. The two chatted and laughed as they arrived at the parking lot in front of the building, and Jiang Che brought Tang Chiyue to the front of the car. Tang Chiyue looked at the handsome Ferrari sports car in front of her and asked in disbelief, "Xiao Che, don't tell me this is your car." "It's not mine." Jiang Che paused before saying, "It's yours." "Ah? Mine?" Tang Chiyue didn't react for a moment. "Yes, I just bought it at noon. It's a special gift for you. Do you like it?" Jiang Che said, took out the key and pressed it to open the door of the Ferrari. Tang Chiyue opened her mouth slightly. "Really? This car should cost several million, right? Xiao Che, how much money did you make from your business?" She didn't feel anything in the building before. After all, she worked there every day, but now, looking at the visually impactful sports car in front of her, Tang Chiyue was completely shocked. She had only seen this handsome sports car on her mobile phone before. Just over 5 million. More than 5 million. "Come in, you'll get used to it after driving for a while." Jiang Che helped her open the passenger door. Tang Chiyue sat in the car blankly, while Jiang Che sat in the driver's seat. Seeing Jiang Che start the car, Tang Chiyue's eyes moved, and she suddenly felt itchy. "Xiao Che, how about letting me try it? I haven't driven such a good car yet." "No." Jiang Che refused decisively. "The wound on your arm hasn't healed yet." "Oh, just try it and satisfy your urge, Tilda," Tang Chiyue said coquettishly while pulling Jiang Che's arm. "If you say no, then no. Wait until your arm injury is healed, you can drive as you like, but not now." Jiang Che's tone left no room for negotiation. "Okay, Tilda," Tang Chiyue had no choice but to give up. Chapter 47, Top Chef. Jiang Che took Tang Chiyue to the hospital. Fortunately, it was just a simple burn, so they applied some medicine and went back. "Hey? Chiyue, what's wrong with your arm?" After the two came back, the woman that Jiang Che had met before immediately asked when she saw Tang Chiyue's injured arm. "Don't mention it, it's still our manager," Tang Chiyue said, and then introduced the two people. "Xiao Che, this is my roommate, Tang Xiaozhu, this is my younger brother I told you about before, Jiang Che." Jiang Che smiled awkwardly, but Tang Xiaozhu ignored him and continued to ask, "What happened to your manager? Is your arm okay?" So Tang Chiyue explained to Tang Xiaozhu what had happened before. When she talked about being bullied by the manager, her tone was still a little angry. But when she talked about Jiang Che helping her later, her tone was full of pride and boasting. After all, not everyone has such a brother. Tang Xiaozhu was also shocked after hearing this, and looked at Jiang Che in disbelief. How could this little gangster be so rich? He actually had shares in Wuzhou building? That was a building worth tens of billions in the center of Tianhai City. In fact, Tang Xiaozhu didn't have a very good impression of Jiang Che before. Although she didn't know Jiang Che, Tang Chiyue's monthly living expenses were not enough and she often sent money to Jiang Che. In her impression, Jiang Che became a person who was always asking for things. "Now it seems that I misunderstood," Tang Xiaozhu said secretly in his heart. "But, Xiaozhu, I'm sorry to trouble you with dinner tonight. Tang Qiuyue said, waving her injured arm. Tang Xiaozhu looked at Jiang Chei's hands full of vegetables, with an expression that seemed to be hesitant to speak. So, you bought so many vegetables at once? Tang Qiuyue smiled shyly. My brother is here, of course I have to buy more vegetables. How about I help you cook for a week when my hand is healed? No need, let me do it. Jiang Chei was too embarrassed to trouble Tang Xiaozhu, so he took the initiative to say it. You do it? When did you learn to cook? Tang Qiuyue asked. Isn't it okay to just learn something like cooking? Jiang Chei said confidently. As long as he had the system, there was nothing he couldn't do. Don't waste such a good dish. Tang Xiaozhu said with some concern, how about I do it? No need, just sit on the sofa for a while and wait for dinner. Jiang Chei said. Seeing Jiang Chei spoke so confidently, the two of them said nothing more and nodded in agreement. Jiang Chei carried the dishes to the kitchen, and then spent 3,000 worship points to purchase basic cooking mastery. After making the purchase, when Jiang Chei looked at the dishes again, various cooking methods automatically emerged in his mind. Jiang Chei suddenly asked curiously, System, how can I unlock the advanced mastery? What effect will it have after unlocking it? Host, please explore on your own. Jiang Chei, I should have expected this answer earlier. Jiang Chei didn't think any more and started to process the ingredients. First, clean the ribs. This can be used to make soup. Then there is a fish and a bag of chicken wings. Jiang Chei started to process them one by one. With his mastery of cooking skills, his knife skills, and control of heat were no less than the best chefs. Tang Qiuyue and Tang Xiaozhu were leaning on the sofa outside, and were a little surprised to hear the rhythmic sound of cutting vegetables coming from the kitchen. Seems quite professional. Half an hour later, their expressions gradually changed because a hint of fragrance was already wafting out from the kitchen. It smells so good, Tilda, what did he do? Tang Xiaozhu took a deep breath, with an exaggerated expression on his face. It smells like pork rib soup. Tang Qiuyue stopped playing with her phone and looked towards the kitchen. And my favorite fish. Tang Xiaozhu's mind already had an image of a braised fish that was fragrant on the outside and tender on the inside. About an hour later, Jiang Chei brought the dishes up from the kitchen. Okay, it's time to eat. Tang Qiuyue and Tang Xiaozhu couldn't wait to run over. These dishes look delicious. The two women swallowed inelegantly. Tang Xiaozhu picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of sweet and sour fish, pulling out a very elastic sugar thread, and a sweet smell spread out. Tang Xiaozhu took a light sniff, with an intoxicated expression on her face. This is so fragrant, Tilda. Jiang Chei was speechless. It's not that exaggerated, right? Why not? Tang Qiuyue had already put a piece of cola chicken wing into her mouth and said vaguely, Xiao Chei, when you say business, you don't mean to open a restaurant, right? When did you learn this skill? The dishes are much better than those made by Xiao Zhu. TSK, what you cooked isn't much better. The two of them kept insulting each other while eating. Eat slowly, there are other dishes in the kitchen. Jiang Chei shook his head helplessly and brought out the remaining dishes and pork rib soup from the kitchen. Why do I feel that even this ordinary cucumber salad tastes so much better than what I make? Tang Xiaozhu picked up a piece of cucumber salad and put it in his mouth. His expression was shocked but also a little enjoyable. It's crisp and refreshing, and has a hint of sweetness. Can it be the same as what you made? Tang Qiuyue also picked up a cucumber slice. The thickness of each cucumber slice in this plate is almost the same, and the sweetness is also uniform. The cucumbers you made are all cut into triangles. That's true. Tang Xiaozhu didn't refute this time. The two of them ate up everything in a flash, without caring about their ladylike image, and the food on the table was gone at a speed visible to the naked eye. Jiang Chei never knew that girls could eat so much. Tang Qiuyue and Tang Xiaozhu, two seemingly petite girls, quickly finished up the whole table full of dishes. Half an hour later, Tang Qiuyue leaned back in her chair with a look of despair on her face. No, I can't eat anymore. I can't eat anymore, but I still want to drink that soup. Tang Xiaozhu looked at the pork rib soup in the pot with some envy, but unfortunately his heart was full of soup, but his stomach was not full, so he had no choice but to give up in the end. Xiao Chei, you have such great cooking skills, but you've never cooked for me. Tang Qiuyue said somewhat dissatisfiedly. Didn't you just learn this recently? Jiang Chei said helplessly. To be honest, he wasn't really full yet. He didn't expect these two girls to eat so voraciously. If he had known, he would have cooked more. You two sit for a while, I'll go wash the dishes. Jiang Che said as he picked up the empty plates on the table, wiped the table clean and started washing the dishes. This life is so comfortable. Tang Xiaozhu had a very enjoyable expression on his face, like a salted fish that had lost its dream. Chiyue, let your brother stay here for a few more days. I'm a little reluctant to let him go. Dream on. Tang Chiyue said with disdain. By the way, does your brother have a girlfriend? Tang Xiaozhu suddenly asked in a low voice. Hee, Tang Chiyue laughed foolishly. What? Do you still want to be an old cow eating young grass? I'm just asking out of curiosity. Besides, what does it mean that an old cow eats young grass? Tang Xiaozhu said dissatisfiedly. He already has one. He had a girlfriend when he was a freshman. Then his girlfriend is in for a treat. Tang Xiaozhu had an envious look on his face. After this meal, his impression of Jiang Che had completely changed. Chapter 48, Shark Post Bar. Jiang Che had originally planned to go shopping with Tang Chiyue after dinner to buy some clothes, but seeing how lazy they both looked, he was afraid they would not go out, so he had to give up the idea. But it's okay not to go out, because I can have more time to play games at night and earn some worship points. Today's experience made Jiang Che understand more clearly the importance of admiration value. As long as he has enough admiration value, he can get any skill he wants. It's so cool. Jiang Che said something to the two of them and went to take a shower first. When he came out of the shower, the two girls' eyes were fixed again. Tang Chiyue took advantage of the fact that Jiang Che hadn't put on his t-shirt yet and stretched out her hand to pinch his upper body muscles. Xiao Che, when did you train these muscles on your body? They're so hard. So hard? Jiang Che always felt that something was wrong. Seeing Tang Chiyue looking like a female hooligan, he quickly put on his clothes and said, I practiced it when I had nothing to do. Sister Chiyue, are you done? What's wrong with pinching you a few times? We used to take a bath together when we were kids. Tang Chiyue said nonchalantly. Jiang Che, what else can I say? Tang Xiaozhu looked at Jiang Che's perfect muscle lines and felt a little dry in the mouth. A girl's good figure can attract boys, and a boy's good figure is also very attractive to girls. Tang Xiaozhu, a girl who has never had a boyfriend, couldn't take her eyes off Jiang Che for a moment when she saw his figure. Xiao Che, why do I feel like you've changed so much in just 2 months? You've made so much money and learned how to cook. Moreover, your muscles are better than those handsome fitness guys I saw on videos. Tang Chiyue asked curiously. Jiang Che did not answer directly, but asked, I also learned King of Glory, do you want to play with me for a while? Yes. Sure enough, Tang Chiyue immediately stopped worrying about the previous question and quickly agreed. As a phenomenal mobile game, Honor of Kings is played by few young people, and Tang Chiyue also likes to play it occasionally. Now she is naturally very happy to be able to play with Jiang Che. Wait for me to take a shower, then you can lie down and play comfortably. Tang Chiyue said. Yes. Jiang Che nodded in agreement. Take one with me, I'll come too. Tang Xiaozhu said hurriedly. Jiang Che naturally wouldn't refuse. So the two of them hurried to take a shower. Sister July, please be careful. The place where you apply the medicine must not come into contact with water. Jiang Che looked at the two of them who were so anxious and gave them a worried reminder. I know. I'm not a child. Tang Chiyue said dissatisfiedly, but she felt warm in her heart. Seeing this, Jiang Che said no more. He lay down on the sofa and took out his cell phone. He opened his phone and found that his two roommates had sent him several penguin messages, asking Jiang Che where he had gone that night, whether he would be back, and whether he should leave the door open for him. Jiang Che replied to the two of them that he would not be back at night and ignored them. However, just as he was about to quit penguin messages, he was suddenly attracted by a push message from Penguin Highlights. Shocking! A mysterious expert who beat a professional player was suspected of cheating? Is it true that he spent nearly 1 million RMB in a live broadcast room in one night? Who caused the two beautiful anchors of Shark to confront each other? Normally Jiang Che wouldn't bother to pay attention to this kind of stupid title, but when he saw this message he was stunned. This seems to be talking about me. Out of curiosity, I clicked on it, and after reading the article, I found that the person it was talking about was indeed me. This article describes in detail how Jiang Che was suspected of cheating when playing duo with Yu Yangran last night, and then he went to Chen Xi's live broadcast room and gave her nearly 1 million RMB in rewards, and beat up professional players. Jiang Che didn't expect that his casual behavior last night would become a hot topic. There should be more than one article like this. However, when Jiang Che scrolled to the bottom, he found that the article had only been posted for a few minutes and there was not a single comment. His eyes suddenly lit up and he slowly typed 2 words in the comment section: sofa. Only then did he quit Penguin News with satisfaction. After thinking about it, Jiang Che opened the Shark forum again, because the article said that many people in the forum were discussing this matter, so Jiang Che wanted to go and take a look. After entering the forum, Jiang Che realized that the popularity of this matter was much higher than he thought. He randomly flipped through a few posts today and found that 5 or 6 of them were discussing Jiang Che's affairs. Everyone's focus was different. Some people were discussing the 850,000 in rewards that Jiang Che had given out, some were discussing Jiang Che's skills, and there were even quite a few strongest kings who thought that Jiang Che was cheating. Of course, there were also some people who were only interested in the song that Jiang Che sang. Jiang Che actually discovered that many people were scolding him. The professional player who was beaten by Jiang Che last night is called Yang Tuen. He is the shooter of the CG team in KPL. He is considered a relatively strong professional player in the entire KPL, so he must have a lot of fans. When Jiang Che got a pentakill last night, he said, "Is this a professional player? He doesn't seem to be that good." This made many of Yang Tian's fans dissatisfied, and they started to criticize Jiang Che. Jiang Che clicked on the most popular post. The post only contained 2 web links and the poster did not express any opinions. Jiang Che clicked on the 2 links and took a look. The first link was a collection of his kills last night, and the second link was a video link of himself singing, which had been edited by someone. There are thousands of comments on this post. Jiang Che flipped it over casually. Isn't this kill collection too impressive? What is the Jungle King? This is it. There are all kinds of jungle heroes. It seems like there's nothing this guy can't do. Let's see. The 2 comments with the highest number of likes were relatively normal, both expressing admiration for Jiang Che's gaming skills, but the 3rd comment was a bit unfriendly. Haha, are the 2 above blind? Can't they see this obvious cheat? Not to mention that Bailey's second skill was always on target in the first scene, but in the following scenes, he basically dodged all the skills that could be dodged. If this isn't a script, I'll eat my phone. You can donate your eyes to people in need if you don't need them. Tencent's customer service said they didn't see it? Are you more stupid than Tencent? So what? It's normal for the test to be wrong, right? Hundreds of thousands of people watched it together, and thousands reported it. Was it all detected wrong? Why not? It's just that the probability is small. If you are so argumentative, you should go to the construction site. Cheba is not suitable for you. You guys can stop arguing, I'm just here to listen to the songs. I don't know if he cheated or not, I just think this guy is too arrogant. He killed Slao Qian a few times in the casual game and he started to mock him? If he is so awesome, why doesn't he go pro? That's right. Do you know how hard it is for professional players to train? This taunt might affect Xiao Qian's performance in the game. Jiang Che was a little speechless watching these people's discussion. Is it a mockery for just saying something casually? If you are so sensitive, why don't you play a few professional games? Chapter 49, Regret. Jiang Che was browsing the forum while Xu Rui returned to the dormitory in a daze. She looked a little embarrassed and most importantly, there was a bright red slap mark on her face. When they opened the door, her 3 roommates were startled. Xu Rui, what's wrong with you? Zhu Qianli hesitated and asked. Although there was some unpleasantness at noon because of Jiang Che's cell phone, the 2 did not really fall out. The friendship between best friends for more than 3 years cannot be faked. In addition, after being rejected, Zhu Qianli had given up her fantasy about Jiang Che. There were too many outstanding girls around that kind of outstanding boy, and she had no advantage at all. Since she was rejected, there was no need to think too much about it. So when she saw Xu Rui like this, she asked with concern. Xu Rui sat on the edge of the bed in a daze, as if she didn't hear what Zhu Qianli said. Xu Rui, what's wrong with you? Why are you so dirty? The other 2 roommates also came over and asked with concern. I fell down. Xu Rui finally spoke. What about this on your face? The three of them looked at the slap mark on Shu Rui's face and were hesitant to speak. Shu Siloi beat me. Shu Rui burst into tears when she said this. He lied to me. He and his ex-girlfriend had never broken up. When I exposed him, he got angry and beat me. He also called me a slut, woo-woo. After being scolded by Shu Siloi, Shu Rui realized that in his heart, she was just a gold digger who could get a room with a little money and he didn't take her seriously at all. But think about it, in Shu Siloi's opinion, Shu Rui abandoned Jiang Che for money this time and was with him. Will she dump him again next time when she meets someone better? Who can trust such a girlfriend? Others are not fools either. So the reason why Shu Siloi was so nice to Shu Rui and even spent thousands of dollars to buy her a bag was just because he wanted to sleep with her. But now Shu Rui had a falling out with him because of Shu Siloi's ex-girlfriend. Shu Siloi did not achieve his goal, but instead wasted so much money. Naturally, he was angry and ashamed. That's too much. The three of them didn't expect that Shu Siloi, who looked so righteous, was actually this kind of person. Zhu Qianli sat next to Shu Rui, wiped her tears and comforted her. Don't cry, it's not worth it for such a scumbag. Let's expose this matter tomorrow and let everyone know what kind of person he is. Woo-woo, but I miss Jiang Che. Shu Rui lay in Zhu Qianli's arms and cried intermittently. In the past, no matter what happened, no matter if he was right or wrong, he would always give in to me. Every time I was sad, he would come to comfort me. Shu Rui thought of the time when she was with Jiang Che. Every time she encountered sad things, she had a warm embrace to rely on. Jiang Che would comfort her and coax her. But this warmth was destroyed by her own hands. Now when she was wronged, she didn't even have a shoulder to lean on. After being cheated and slapped by Shu Siloi once, she finally realized that it is not easy to find a man who is truly good to her. Jiang Che may be the best man she has ever met. Zhu Qianli and the other two roommates looked at each other with a helpless expression on their faces. You may miss them, but they may not miss you. You ignored Jiang Che yesterday, but today's Jiang Che is no longer within your reach. Shu Rui ignored them and took out her cell phone while crying, I want to call him, I want to see him. Jiang Che was looking at Shark's forum when the phone rang. He glanced at the number on his phone and frowned, then hesitated and answered it. What? Jiang Che asked impatiently. Woo-woo, I was wrong Jiang Che, let us make peace woo-woo. Shu Rui's voice sounded extremely sad. Ha-ha. Jiang Che was too lazy to pay attention to her and hung up the phone casually. There's something wrong. However, within a few seconds Shu Rui called again. Jiang Che, woo-woo. I was really wrong, woo-woo, please forgive me. If you bother me again, I will block you. Jiang Che interrupted her. Don't woo-woo, don't block me. Then don't bother me. Jiang Che sneered and said, if you really don't care about me and Shu Siloi being together, I would think highly of you. Yesterday, when you knew I had no money, you dumped me and got together with Shu Siloi. Today, when you knew I had money, you cried and wanted to reconcile again. Do you love money so much? No, it's not like that. Shu Rui tried to explain while crying, but Jiang Che hung up on her before she could finish her words. Wow, Jiang Che is ignoring me, what should I do? Shu Rui wiped her tears, her face looking a little flustered. She wanted to call him again, but was afraid that she would be blocked. She realized that she and Jiang Che might never be able to go back. He must be angry with you for what you did yesterday. Why don't you calm down first and apologize to him in person tomorrow? Zhu Qianli advised, he was so good to you before, he must love you very much. 3 years of relationship can't just disappear like that. Take your time, maybe he will forgive you once he softens his heart. Yes. After hearing Zhu Qianli's words, Shu Rui's eyes gradually became firm, as if she had found her goal. As long as the feelings are still there, I will be able to slowly move him. Chapter 50, for girls. Xiao Che, are you talking to Shu Rui on the phone? By the way, why didn't you bring Shu Rui with you this time? Tang Qiyue and Tang Xiaozhu had already taken a shower and changed their clothes. She and I have broken up. Jiang Che said truthfully. Who? Tang Qiyue was a little surprised. When did it happen? Yesterday. You two have been together since freshman year and could have gotten married after graduation. Why did you suddenly break up? Tang Qiyue asked in surprise. You didn't abandon her just because you had some money. She's been with you for 3 years, you can't do this. Am I that kind of person? Jiang Che said helplessly. She broke up with me herself. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's play games. Tang Chiyue wanted to ask more, but seeing that Jiang Che didn't want to say more, it was not a good idea to ask too many questions about such a thing, so she had to give up. Tang Xiaozhu's eyes lit up. We broke up. Tang Chiyue and Tang Xiaozhu sat on Jiang Che's left and right. They had just taken a shower and still had the scent of shower gel on their bodies. They were really two fragrant beauties. But Jiang Che didn't think much about it, and the three of them logged into the game together. Because Yu Yangran had already apologized to Jiang Che before, and Jiang Che was not that petty, he released her from the blacklist and restored their game-friend relationship. So when Jiang Che came online, he saw that Yu Yangran had been playing for 15 minutes, which meant it should be almost over, so he clicked on the game reservation. You can make a reservation to play together next time, and said to Tang Chiyue and the others, wait a few minutes, a friend of mine is coming. The anchor must bring one along. After all, earning admiration points is the most important purpose of playing games. Tang Chiyue and the other person naturally agreed. Yu Yangran was playing a game when a red dot suddenly appeared on the right side of the screen. She clicked it and saw that it was a game reservation sent by Jiang Che. She was immediately surprised and agreed. Other viewers in the anchor room also saw this message, and the number of comments increased instantly. A handsome guy got chopped off? Isn't this the guy from yesterday? The handsome emperor is coming. Everyone line up to welcome him. Great, it seems the little brother is not angry anymore. I finally waited for this. I came here from Tieba just to see how great a player is that can beat professional players. Are you still singing today? I came here from watching this little brother's singing video on Bilibili. Before he died, my roommate wanted to see the great master Bailey Shuyi again. Now he can rest in peace. Out of nothing. Yu Yangran glanced at the comments and was happy. She said, don't worry, let's fight quickly and get out soon. Then he clicked surrender. Barrage? Is this what you mean by hit faster? Yu Yanran's teammates were also confused. They had already reached the opponent's high ground. Why should they surrender? They refused decisively. Yu Yangran was a little anxious when she saw that her teammates refused to surrender. What if Jiang Che got impatient and started first? And it would be even worse if he went to Chen Xi's live broadcast room again. So without thinking twice, he directly controlled his auxiliary shield mountain and rushed forward. In this game, Yu Yanran's team had a big advantage and had already pressed on to the opponent's high ground. However, since the opponent's top laner was Li Xin, the high ground guard, and the mid laner Wang Zhaojun was also an expert in clearing soldiers, and the shooter was Huang Zhong, the soldiers were cleared every time they entered the tower, and they could not break the opponent's high ground at all. When Yu Yanran's teammates were looking for an opportunity to push down the opponent's mid-lane Highland tower, they only heard their own shield mountain click on the quick phrase, launch attack, and then saw shield mountain activate the wolf emblem and auxiliary equipment that accelerates everyone, and rushed into the opponent's Highland tower at lightning speed, flashed forward and used the second skill to throw out the opponent's double C, and then used another big move to disrupt the opponent's formation, making it impossible for the opponent's auxiliary to rescue them. Yu Yangran's teammates were all shocked. It turned out that initiating surrender was to make the other side surrender. But they immediately realized that Shield Mountain had started such a perfect team fight and the opportunity could not be wasted. Top laner Lu Bu followed first, and used his ultimate to cover all 5 opponents. Due to the interference of Shield Mountain, the opponents couldn't leave the range of Lu Bu's ultimate and could only take it. Jungler Zhao Yun used his ultimate to knock away the double C on the opposite side who were still in a daze. The mid laner Bombcat threw 2 devastating nuclear bombs and several small bombs into the crowd. Shooter Mark entered the field last, using his second skill and ultimate to deal white true damage that exploded all over the screen. Ace! Within a few seconds, a domineering voice broadcast sounded above the Canyon of Kings, and the opposing team was directly wiped out, resulting in a perfect team battle of 1 for 5. Yu Yangran was sacrificed, and the entire enemy was killed. This auxiliary is awesome. Shield Mountain is so awesome. Is Shield Mountain a young lady? How about going out and adding her as a friend? Big boss, let's team up. Let's play together next time. The other team was wiped out, and the outcome was no longer in suspense. Yu Yanran's teammates typed and praised while waiting for the line of troops. The barrage was also full of 666. But I am uneducated, so I can only say wow. Is this the power of love? I finally realized that I can't become the king. It turns out that I just need a boyfriend. Is this a diamond game? How come it feels like the KPL finals? I'll get angry with anyone who says that little Zongza food is bad again. I came here for the little brother, but I didn't expect the anchor to be so good. I'm following him. Yu Yangran ignored the messages sent by several teammates and only wanted them to wait for the soldiers to arrive and quickly push the tower to end the game. Jiang Che was waiting for Yu Yangran when he suddenly received another message requesting to join the team. He looked and saw that it was Chen Sisi who was online. Jiang Che thought about it. There were 4 of them on his side, plus her, there were exactly 5 of them. Besides, Chen Sisi was also a host. 2 hosts together? Double the joy. You will definitely gain a lot of admiration points. So he clicked agree and pulled Chen Sisi in as well. Hello, Emperor Shuai. Chen Sisi greeted Jiang Che as soon as she came in. Hello. Jiang Che responded. Who are these 2 sisters? Chen Sisi asked when she saw the portraits of Tang Chiyue and Tang Xiaozhu in the room. It's my sister and a friend. Oh. Chen Sisi nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. Hello, sisters. Hello. Tang Chiyue agreed verbally, but looked at Jiang Che with a questioning look, obviously thinking that this was the girl Jiang Che had picked up somewhere. This is a host. I met him while playing games last night. Jiang Che shrugged and explained. Only then did Tang Chiyue feel relieved. Chen Sisi smiled and continued to ask, Shuai Hoang, are we waiting for someone? Yes, he is also a host on the Shark platform. His name is Xiao Zongza. I wonder if you know him. Jiang Che said. He didn't watch the live broadcast when he was playing games with Chen Sisi last night, so he didn't know that some unpleasant things happened between them. Oh tilde, we just happened to communicate recently. Chen Sisi said meaningfully, without mentioning the conflict that happened last night. However, many viewers in Chen Sisi's live broadcast room heard that Yu Yangran would also be there soon, and they couldn't help but become interested, looking like they were eager to watch the fun. Less than a minute after he finished speaking, Yu Yangran entered the room. Hello, little brother. I'm really sorry about what happened last night. Yu Yangran suddenly stopped talking in the middle of her words. Only then did she realize that there were more than just her. There were actually 3 other girls besides her. The most important thing is that Chen Sisi from last night is also here. Yu Yangran suddenly felt a little unhappy. She thought that she and Jiang Che would still be in a sweet duo like last night. But she couldn't say anything. After all, she was not related to Jiang Che, and Jiang Che didn't need her consent to play games with other girls. Tang Chiyue looked at Jiang Che with an even weirder look. Her woman's sixth sense told her that the relationship between these 2 girls and Jiang Che was not that simple, especially the one who came in later. It was obvious from her tone that something was wrong. Tang Xiaozhu secretly sighed in his heart, such an outstanding boy can't be without girls around him. Jiang Che didn't think too much about it. He just felt that hundreds of thousands of admiration points were beckoning to him. Women will only affect the speed at which you draw your sword. It's okay. I don't care about what happened last night, Jiang Che replied to Yu Yangran, and then asked, since everyone is here, shall I start? Yeah. The others agreed. Chapter 51, Grab the Support. Entering the hero selection interface, Jiang Che is on the first floor. Jiang Che took a casual look and chose Ma Chao as a jungler. This hero had high damage and was very good, which met Jiang Che's requirements. Seeing this, Yu Yangran immediately asked, little brother, what kind of support do you want? How about Xiaoming? I heard that Xiaoming and Ma Chao are very powerful. Okay. Jiang Che nodded. In his opinion, it didn't matter what he took, he could carry it. However, Yu Yinran's words made Chen Sisi dissatisfied. Why should you assist? I am on the 4th floor and you are on the 5th floor, okay? So she also said, Shuai Huang, let me assist you. I have better skills and can protect you. Ah? Jiang Che didn't know how to answer for a moment. You should play the C position only if you have better skills. I'm a bit unskilled and just good enough to be a support. Yu Yangran immediately retorted. The C position doesn't matter. We all have to rely on the handsome emperor to lead the team anyway. Protecting the handsome emperor is the most important thing. Chen Cixi argued. You, little brother, who do you want help from? Yu Yang ran through the question to Jiang Che. Jiang Che. How to say this? Waiting online, very urgent. The audiences in the 2 live broadcast rooms also looked happy to see the show. 2 anchors actually quarreled over support matters? Big White Rabbit, don't you want to play support? Why are you still scrambling to play now? Don't be a coward, little Zongzi. Don't give up your support position to that slutty fox. I'm so jealous. Why is there no one to assist me when I'm playing games? Do you have money? Can you sing? Can you beat professional players? If you don't have any of these and still want to be a supporter, go be a supporter yourself. The handsome emperor actually brought 4 girls with him. The Sea King is confirmed. Tang Qiuyue and Tang Xiaozhu were also confused at the moment. They both wanted to play support roles because Jiang Che had said that these 2 girls were anchors, so their skills must be very strong. Diamond players like them who had just risen up could just play support roles. Unexpectedly, these 2 people started arguing over the support position. However, this also made Tang Qiuyue and Tang Xiaozhu certain of one thing: these 2 girls must be interested in Jiang Che. Jiang Che thought about it and suddenly felt that there was nothing wrong to say. These 2 people were not his girlfriends, so why shouldn't he say it? So he said bluntly, you 2 can choose. If you really can't make it, 2 assistants will do. Bah, the scumbag is confirmed. He actually wants both. Only children make choices, adults want them all. Only children want everything. Adults know their bodies can't handle it. I haven't even gotten in the car yet, why are you guys already in the car? The handsome emperor is so domineering, he doesn't pamper the 2 beautiful anchors at all. I like people like Shuai Huang. In the past, all those losers who got on the bus were like licking dogs, licking the anchor in all kinds of ways. But with Shuai Huang, it's completely the opposite. There was a burst of sighs in the barrage. Tang Qiuyue's eyes moved slightly, and she asked, where are the 2 sisters live streaming? Can I go and take a look? Of course, Yu Yangran said immediately. Shark live, just search 541-465. Sister, come and see me. Just click on the King of Glory section. I'll be on the homepage. It's more convenient. Chen Cixi said immediately. Both of them knew that this was Jiang Che's sister, and she was also a member of Jiang Che's family, so they had to leave a good impression on her. Tang Qiuyue was speechless. They were also arguing about this. What kind of magic potion did her brother feed them? However, she still took out her tablet and opened Shark. She first looked at Chen Cixi's live broadcast room, and then came to Yu Yanran's live broadcast room. She mainly wanted to see what the 2 girls were like. After all, they seemed to have a close relationship with her brother. She has so many fans, and she's so beautiful. Tang Xiaozhu said in surprise. Tang Qiuyue glanced at Jiang Che and thought that after the game was over, she would definitely ask the 2 anchors what was going on, as well as Shu Rui's matter. Chapter 52, Pig Farming. The game continued. After Jiang Che chose Ma Chao, the opponent chose Marco and Giguzi. Then it was Tang Qiuyue and Tang Xiaozhu's turn to choose heroes. Xiao Che, what are we going to play? Tang Qiuyue asked quickly. Without her support, she didn't know what to play. Jiang Che thought for a moment and said, take Liu Bang and the fish. One of you will go to the upper lane while the other will go to the lower lane. He is directly preparing to use the pig raising strategy, that is, for assistants protect one C position, but generally speaking, this C position will choose a stationary shooter such as Hu Yi and Gala, because the output is high and stable, and the 4 assistants will be invincible as long as they protect the shooter. Although the damage of jungle heroes is also high, their output is relatively unstable. If they use 2 skills incorrectly in a team battle, they will be finished. In addition, most jungle heroes have short arms, and they are easily concentrated and killed instantly if they fight close to each other in a team battle. However, this problem obviously did not exist for Jiang Che. He could not possibly misuse his skills, and he was confident that he could avoid the opponent's concentrated fire. Tang Qiuyue and Tang Xiaozhu had no objection. It was not difficult to take down these 2 heroes, Yu and Liu Bang, and both of them could play them. So far, Jiang Che's lineup is still very normal, with Ma Chao as the jungler, Liu Bang as the top laner, and Zhuang Ju as the support, so the opponent didn't notice anything and continued to select players normally, picking the mid laner Gan Jiang and the jungler Han Xin. No matter how high your damage is, you are still a squishy target. Once you are sucked in and concentrated fire on it, you will die. If the other 4 positions had not already been chosen, they would have wanted to pick Zhong Liang. You can be as strong as you want, you can add Dong Huang and Zhong Liang, but unfortunately Gan Jiang has already been confirmed as the mid laner, but in their opinion, one Dong Huang is enough. It feels like it's going to get cold. Is the handsome emperor too confident? The archer is okay, how about Ma Chao? Haha tilde, is this the master who beats Lao Qian? Everyone knows that you can't play like this, right? With only Ma Chao as the damage dealer, how can you get to the high ground? Can Ma Chao push the tower? Seems like there are a lot more trolls. Don't worry about it, I came from Tiebar, this is Yang Tian's dog. The comments on the forums also didn't quite believe that this lineup was playable, and quite a few of Yang Tian's fans from forums had even started mocking Jiang Che. Fortunately, Jiang Che couldn't see it and was not disturbed. The opponent chose Dong Huang, and went to Jiang Che's blue zone alone at the beginning of the game. He didn't want to counter, but just wanted to annoy Jiang Che. If the opposing jungler is a hero with strong anti-jungle ability like Yun Zhongju or Lao Hu, he would probably go straight to steal the blue buff, but unfortunately it is not the case. However, Jiang Che started with red buff, and when Dong Huang saw that no one was coming, he started to fight for the blue buff on his own. If no one came, he would have taken the blue buff directly, and it would not be too late to leave if someone came. The 3 magic balls surrounding him made him extremely confident. Seeing this, Chen Cixi said directly, "I'll go over." Yeah. Jiang Che nodded. Dong Huang's strength in the early stage lies in the fact that the 3 magic balls around him have terrifying recovery capabilities. In the early stage, everyone's damage is not enough and they can't kill Dong Huang instantly, which gives him the opportunity to recover continuously. But the prerequisite for Dong Huang to recover blood is that the magic ball on his body touches other people. And Chen Cixi plays Ming Xiyin. She went straight forward and used her first skill to pull Dong Huang. When Dong Huang saw Ming Xiyin coming, he was about to go up and hit her. Chen Cixi immediately controlled Ming Xiyin to retreat. As soon as Dong Huang retreated, Chen Cixi followed him. When the enemy advances, I retreat. When the enemy retreats, I pursue. Dong Huang simply ignored her and focused on killing the blue buff. Chen Cixi was not in a hurry either, so she used her first skill to hold him where he was. Dong Huang realized something was wrong as he was fighting. His health bar quickly dropped to only 2/3. He then realized that Ming Shireen's first skill also had considerable damage. In fact, apart from the blue inscription about hunting, which increases movement speed, the green and red inscriptions are all magic power inscriptions, so the damage is naturally not bad. She brought the Fa Chong inscription originally to increase the damage to Jiang Che in the early stage, but she didn't expect it to become a weapon to restrict Dong Huang now. Dong Huang watched his bloodline drop below half, and finally decided to leave. If he didn't leave, he would probably die here before he could finish defeating Blue Papa. But he had just taken 2 steps when he discovered that Jiang Che had already cleared the wild monsters in the red zone and the middle lane and was coming towards him with Tai Yi, while Ming Xiyin was still using his first skill to lead him and follow behind. Dong Huang's eyes lit up. Ma Chao and Tai Yi are both melee heroes. If they come over, he might be able to get close to them and hit them to recover some health. With the cooperation of his mid laner, he might be able to beat Ma Chao back home. But he was obviously overthinking it. Jiang Che would never make such a low-level mistake. Jiang Che directly asked Yu Yanran's Tai Yi to entangle Gan Jiang so that Gan Jiang could not come to support in time. Then he saved his shot, accelerated forward and stabbed Dong Huang with the shot. Ma Chao said that the attack range of a warrior hero is almost the same as that of a shooter. After picking up the gun, the enhanced normal attack will cause all heroes in a straight line to be damaged and will not be touched by Dong Huang at all. At this time, Dong Huang only had 1/3 of his health left, and was stabbed by Jiang Che again, causing his health to drop again. Dong Huang panicked a little and used flash to escape. However, after Ma Chao picked up the gun, his movement speed was extremely fast, making it almost impossible for Dong Huang to escape. In order to avoid stealing the kill, Chen Cixi transferred her first skill from Dong Huang to Jiang Che. Jiang Che used his second skill to speed up again and then stabbed Dong Huang with a gun. He was lucky enough to get a critical hit, and with Ming Shirin's damage bonus, he directly took Dong Huang's kill. First blood. Dong Huang was killed in battle. Dong Huang's teammates were all stunned. They didn't expect that Dong Huang would be killed directly. They thought that even if they couldn't interfere with Ma Chao, they should have no problem escaping unscathed. It's okay. Dong Huang comforted his teammates. This Ma Chao is quite capable, but he will definitely die after I reach level 4. His teammates didn't say much, as they hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem at that time. Comfortable. After Jiang Che took Dong Huang's head, he cleared the blue zone, directly reached level 4, and then went straight to the middle lane. He originally wanted to go over and take a wave of soldiers and then leave, but after seeing Gan Jiang use his second and third skills, perhaps in order to quickly clear the soldier line and go to the side lane for support, he used his first skill to clear the line. Gan Jiang's first skill can push the opponent away and reduce the enemy hero's magic resistance. It is his only life-saving skill. Seeing that he used the first skill to clear the soldiers, Jiang Che was not polite. Tai Shenren took the lead, using his second skill to control Gan Jiang in place. Jiang Che's Ma Chao instantly rushed out from the bushes, stabbed Gan Jiang with a gun, and then delivered a critical hit, knocking away nearly 1/3 of Gan Jiang's health. Gan Jiang was shocked. What kind of damage was this? He immediately used his flash. But because he went forward to clear the line, he had already crossed the river, and even if he used flash he couldn't get back to the tower. Jiang Che was too lazy to even use his ultimate skill. He just used the gun to poke at the opponent, then used the gun to poke at the opponent with his second skill, combined with the damage dealt by Tai Shenren before and the damage bonus provided by Ming Shiyin, he directly killed Gan Jiang in front of the opponent's tower. My gun can be returned, but your life can never be returned. Ma Chao's low voice sounded. He stepped over Gan Jiang's body and rushed directly to the tyrant in the bottom lane. At this time, the opposing jungler Hanshin had just gone to the bottom lane to catch a wave, but the bottom lane was occupied by Tang Xiaoju's fish, who stayed in the tower and did not come out. They did not dare to cross the tower. If they were replaced by the fish as the C position, they would definitely suffer a heavy loss. Hanshin had no choice but to give up. He glanced at the small map and found that the tyrant would refresh in 10 seconds, so he went to the tyrant with his assistant Giguzi and ran into Jiang Che and his two companions head-on. In the other party's voice. Hanshin, do you want to fight? Gan Jiang, don't fight yet, I haven't resurrected yet, and we are short of one person. Giguzi, we can't give up this tyrant. Ma Chao's economy is already very high. Once he gets another tyrant, he will be completely strong. Marco, I can't wait for Gan Jiang. I'm at level 4 now, so I can fight. Dong Huang, you can fight. This Liu Bang is not very good at playing. He is trapped in the tower by me and has not yet reached level 4. There is no way for him to support. Moreover, Tai and Ming Shiyin on the opposite side have not yet reached level 4. If we win, we can make up for the disadvantage in the early stage. Giguzi, okay, I'll go first then. Giguzi activated his first and second skills as he spoke, speeding towards Jiang Che. Jiang Che, step back for a moment. Sister Xiaozhu, come here. Ming Shiyin and Tai have not reached level 4 yet, and their protective abilities are still very weak. It would be very troublesome if they were pulled down by Giguzi's second skill, so Jiang Che planned to retreat first for the sake of caution and let Tang Xiaozhu come over. However, some people saw Jiang Che's retreat as a sign of cowardice. You're laughing. 4 against 3, you have such a huge economic lead, and you're still retreating? Is this the great god you've been bragging about? Did he really cheat in the game against Xiao Qian last night? He doesn't even dare to play. I always felt that he used auto-aim in that game. Can you shut up, troll? Can't you see Giguzi's skills by dodging him? Ha, being a coward is being a coward. The skills of the millions of viewers in the live broadcast room varied. Some could see why Jiang Che wanted to retreat, while some less experienced ones thought that Jiang Che was a coward when they saw him retreating despite being so far ahead in economy. Of course, there are also some fans of Yang Chen. No matter why Jiang Che retreated, they will just criticize him first. Yu Yangran and Chen Cixi both frowned after taking a look at the comments in the live broadcast room and said, the room manager should ban those people who are making comments. Permission dog, if you can't argue, will you ban me? You feel guilty, right? With so many fans of Xiao Qian, I wonder how many of them can you ban? Chapter 53, for kills. It has to be said that as a mid to upper level professional player in KPL, Xiao Qian still has quite a few fans, and these fans have all stood up for him. In fact, Jiang Che had already seen some comments criticizing him on Tang Chiyue's tablet, but being bad at esports was his original sin. He had to rely on his skills rather than his mouth to prove himself, so Jiang Che ignored the comments and continued to command, Sister Xiaozhu, go around from behind the tyrant pit. Okay. Tang Xiaozhu did as he was told. Tang Xiaozhu's Zhongju did not buy any auxiliary equipment, and although she did not dare to compete with Marco for the river crab after the first wave of clearing, she ate the bird and wild monster left by Jiang Che. Now she has reached level 4 like Marco. When Tang Xiaozhu's fish arrived, Jiang Che was no longer afraid. He let Tai and the fish walk in front, Xiao Ming led Ma Chao behind, and the four of them rushed forward together. Seeing this, the Giguzi on the opposite side did not hesitate to use the second flash to get in the middle of the four people, trying to pull four of them. Marco followed behind and used the second skill to get close, and used the third skill to also rush into the middle of the crowd. Hanshin used the second and first skills to lift Jiang Che's Ma Chao into the air and then followed up with the ultimate move. The combo control was simply perfect. Of course, this was without fish. Jiang Che was not panicked when he saw the three people rushing towards him aggressively. He said calmly, Sister Xiaozhu, weaken, ultimate move. After being strengthened in the last version, the two skills of weakness and rage have almost become essential summoner skills for shooters and supports, especially the rage Hu Yi plus the weakened Xiaoming, which almost makes S18 the glory of Hu Yi. The only one who can compete with him is Gala. Many players jokingly call the S18 season Blood Pump vs Gibbon. Although the weakening and rage have been weakened in this version, the damage reduction effect cannot be underestimated. As for the Fish S ultimate move, the effect is very simple, it can release group control. So these three people seemed to rush up and attack aggressively, but in fact they had no control and no damage. Since the skills of these three people didn't work, Jiang Che would not be polite. To borrow Jiao Jianli's line, it's my turn to perform. Jiang Che controlled Ma Chao, first getting out of the range of Marco Polo's ultimate move, accumulating movement speed, then turned around and shot him. Moreover, the three opponents were in very concentrated positions at this time, and Jiang Che's shot dealt perfect damage to the three of them. The three of them panicked when they saw their health bars drop significantly in an instant, but at this time all their skills had been used up, and it was almost impossible to escape. Jiang Che used the ultimate move that he had not been willing to use just now, and then kept throwing guns, picking up guns, and poking them. The hero Ma Chao has high operational skills, but his skill mechanism is simple. To put it bluntly, this hero's skills can be understood at a glance, but the difficulty lies in the operation, which requires proficiency. Unlike Yuinga, who has one real body and one puppet, with a total of 8 skills. After playing 2 games of flying around, I still couldn't figure out what his skills were for. Ma Chao's first and second skills both throw out a gun. Picking up the gun will increase his movement speed and strengthen his next normal attack. The strengthened normal attack is his main means of output, and his ultimate skill allows him to pick up the gun remotely. An operation was obviously not a problem for Jiang Che, so he stabbed the 3 people with the spear in his hand one by one. Marco and Hanshin, the 2 fragile ones, died first. Giguzi was a little bit tougher, but for Jiang Che, it was just a matter of one more shot. Triple kill. The triple kill was achieved easily, and Jiang Che's Ma Chao even had more than half of his health left. At this time, the opponent's mid-lane player hurriedly rushed to the scene, and then found that all his teammates were lying on the ground, so he retreated in a hurry. But Jiang Che obviously would not let him leave like this. He went up and fired 2 consecutive shots, sending Gan Jiang, who had just come out of the fountain, back again. Quadra kill. The other side's voice was silent because they knew that this round was basically over. Ma Chao got 6 kills in 2 minutes, what a joke. After a long while, Dong Huang finally said, grow up first. I'll still have a chance when I reach level 4. A few people responded sullenly, but they didn't hold much hope in their hearts, because the economic gap was too big. Any tactics and routines in this game would be in vain under the absolute economic crushing. Economy is the foundation. Chapter 54, Professional Team. Compared to the voice chat on the other side, Jiang Che's side was much more lively. Awesome, Xiao Che! Tang Chiyue exclaimed. Although she had been in the top lane, her vision had also moved to the bottom lane, and she clearly saw Jiang Che's actions. Shui Huang is really awesome. He can carry the team with any hero he picks. Chen Cixi also sighed. In fact, she was still a little worried at the beginning. After all, her own lineup was indeed a little unstable. But now there is no suspense at all. With Jiang Che's skills to get such a big advantage, it is impossible for the opponent to make a comeback. Yu Yangran and Chen Cixi's live broadcast rooms suddenly became lively. You are still as handsome as ever, but the other party is probably doubting his life now. You are the national rice planting king. Where's the troll from before? Are you coming out to yell again? Ha ha tilde, it's just an economic victory. What's the point of this? Amazing, the average commentator is Ma Chao. Jiang Che completely ignored these stupid comments. He was already beaming with joy. This wave of quad kills gave him tens of thousands more admiration points. The combined effect of the two anchors was indeed extraordinary. It seemed that collecting admiration points was not difficult at all, right? But what Jiang Che didn't know was that a group of professional players were also watching him, and saw with their own eyes his Ma Chao get this quad kill. In the training room of the CG team, a man in his 30s looked at Ma Chao on the screen, nodded slightly, and then asked another young man who was less than 20 years old next to him, "Is this the man who abused you last night?" "Coach, what do you mean by abused?" Yang Chen said dissatisfiedly. "If it weren't for a bunch of rubbish teammates who gave up his Li Bai, could he have killed me?" That's right, this person is Yang Chen, the Sun Shangxiang player who was killed several times by Jiang Che and Li Bai last night. The man in his 30s next to him is the coach of the CG team, Wang He. His teammates last night were no less skilled than yours, and his jungler was really good. Before Wang He could speak, another young man next to him, who was also not that old, spoke up. When this person spoke, Yang Chen opened his mouth but did not dare to refute. The reason was that this person was called Roger, the captain of the CG team and the top laner of KPL. It was because of his existence that the CG team was able to become one of the top teams. Therefore, Roger's prestige in the team is very high, and sometimes it is even more effective than the coach's words. Wang He saw Luo Jie speaking, so he asked, "Luo Jie, how is his Ma Chao playing?" Roger hesitated for a moment and shook his head. "What? Not so good?" Wang He frowned. As a top laner, Roger was naturally very familiar with strong top lane heroes like Ma Chao. Maybe he had noticed some details? It's not impossible, it's just hard to say. Roger explained, the strength of both sides in this game is still a bit low. This guy obviously doesn't take it seriously, so it's hard to see his true strength. So far, we can only say that he is very powerful, but it's hard to tell where his true limit is. In other words, we need to find him a stronger opponent to see his true strength. Yeah. Roger nodded. Wang He smiled and looked at Yang Chen and said, "You have always been unwilling to accept it, right? Now I will give you a chance to have a solo duel with him, will you? A one-on-one duel with him?" Yang Chen frowned and said, "No matter how powerful he is just a passerby. After all, I am a shooter from a top team. Let me fight him solo? Isn't this bullying? How can others watch it?" To be honest, Yang Chen was also very dissatisfied with Jiang Che. Although many people were criticizing Jiang Che, as a professional player, he was beaten badly by a passerby in the ranking. Therefore, there were also many black fans and passers-by mocking him. The situation was even worse than that of Jiang Che. After all, Jiang Che is just an ordinary person, and he is a professional player of King of Glory. But he was too lazy to solo with Jiang Che. If they really had to solo, winning would be the norm. If he lost, he would be criticized to death. There was no benefit in winning or losing, although Yang Chen didn't think he would lose. Roger heard this and asked, "Coach, do you really want him to join our team? Shouldn't we first check out his strength?" Wang He said, "From what we can see so far, this guy is indeed very strong, and our team's jungler just retired. If this guy is suitable, we can ask him. The winter season will be here in a few months. If he is really suitable, we can bring him in to train for 2 months to see how he gets along. If he can adapt to the game's style, it would be nice to let him play directly." Wang He said. Roger nodded and said, "That's true. The former jungler retired, the substitute jungler is not strong enough, and if they can't find a suitable newcomer, they will definitely suffer a great loss in the game in a few months. It would be great if Jiang Che could fill this gap." Then Yang Chen, you can try it with him. Roger said. Yang Chen said reluctantly, then what position should I play solo with him? I'm not good at jungle either. Will he be willing to play one-on-one with a shooter? That's not important, Wang He said. We'll ask him if he's willing to play solo marksman with you. If he's not willing, let Roger play solo jungle with him. He won't know who it is through the screen anyway, so we just need to see his approximate strength. Okay. Roger nodded. The professional players and various competitions written here are all settings in the book and have nothing to do with reality. After all, if the professional players that others like are written as villains, it may make people uncomfortable. Chapter 55, Team Battle. Jiang Che is still playing the game here. After getting a quad kill, Jiang Che's Ma Chao is in full swing. Whoever he touches will get pregnant. The opponents wanted to develop for a while before looking for an opportunity, but Jiang Che did not give them any chance at all. He directly invaded the jungle area with his 3 bodyguards. Han Xin could only stand far away and watch pitifully as Jiang Che took away his blue and red cards, not even leaving a single piglet. Moreover, the opposing lane heroes were also having a hard time. As long as Jiang Che was out of sight, they dared not cross the river for fear of being caught and killed, especially the general in the middle lane. For Jiang Che now, he could just take 2 shots. In addition to the jungle resources, the middle and lower lanes were also eaten by Jiang Che's Ma Chao. Tang Xiaoju's fish specially bought an auxiliary equipment, regardless of Jiang Che's economy. With 6 kills in the early game, and taking over 2 jungle areas of Han Xin, as well as the middle and lower lanes, you can imagine the damage that Ma Chao can do. No, I can't bear it anymore. I'm going to go up and beat him. How can I, the great jungle king, suffer such injustice? Han Xin on the opposite side really couldn't bear it anymore. Except for the first wave of wild monsters, he had never seen his red and blue buffs until now. Let's team up. If we delay a little longer, Ma Chao on the opposite side will kill 1 person with 1 shot. Giguzi also said. Okay, let's force a team fight. Dong Huang said, after I suck him in, you guys should focus on him and kill him instantly. It would be best if you can kill Tai as well, so that he can't use his ultimate. No, our damage is not enough. At most, we can kill Ma Chao alone in 1 second. We can't disperse the damage any further, said the 2 C positions. That's fine. The teammates agreed. They seemed to be preparing to force a team fight. Chen Cece saw something and said, how do we fight? Just fight. Don't worry about Dong Huang. Just focus on using your skills. Jiang Che said. In fact, even if the opponent didn't come, Jiang Che was ready to force a team fight, otherwise it would be difficult to fight if he was dragged behind and the opponent's economy caught up. Yes. All the girls nodded. They knew exactly what they should do in a team battle. Both sides gathered their troops in the middle. On Jiang Che's side, Ma Chao, one of the 5 tiger generals, walked in front with a spear in his hand, full of momentum, and 3 assistants followed closely behind him. As for Tang Qiue's Liu Bang, he was still in the top lane, and when fighting in a team, she could just use her ultimate to teleport over. As for the 5 people on the opposite side, Dong Huang took the lead and rushed over while Giguzi used his ultimate skill to turn him into an invisible and accelerated state. When the distance was almost the same, the opponent's Dong Huang used a flash and ultimate skill to suck Ma Chao in. In fact, there was no need to flash, because Jiang Che had no intention of dodging, but Dong Huang felt that using a flash would be more imposing. Regardless of whether the team battle was won or not, the momentum could not be lost. Got it! Go, the Dong Huang player shouted hurriedly. Here they come! The 2 C positions and Han Xin rushed over immediately. Jiang Che was relatively calm and said calmly, activate your skills. Tang Xiaoju's fish was the first to use the ultimate skill to help his teammates get rid of the control in case they were unable to use their skills. After the ultimate skill, he clicked on weakening to reduce the damage to the opponent. And Liu Bang of Tang Julai immediately conveyed it to Jiang Che. During Liu Bang's teleportation skill, both he and the teleported teammates can obtain 30% damage reduction, which means that both she and Jiang Che's Ma Chao can obtain 30% damage reduction. In addition, a magic field is formed to provide double resistance for Jiang Che, and the first skill can help Jiang Che add a shield. Chen Cece's Ming Xian immediately changed the line of the first skill from purple to yellow. The yellow line can also provide a certain amount of double resistance for the teammates being pulled, and then the ultimate skill adds treatment and double blood recovery. In addition, the auxiliary equipment used by Chen Cixi, Tang Xiaozhu, and Yu Yangran are Whisper of the Wind to add shields to teammates, Shield of Encouragement to increase double resistance to teammates, and Star Spring accessories to help teammates share damage. The triple auxiliary equipment and various healing, damage immunity, shield and other skills were thrown on Jiang Che, and then Yu Yangran found that her Tai ultimate skill didn't seem to be needed. I don't know why I can't see your new comments these past 2 days. I can't even like them. I can only see the number of comments increasing. It's really frustrating. Chapter 56, Seeking Solo. What the hell? Why doesn't my ultimate do any damage? Gan Jiang screamed. Gan Jiang's damage is well known to be high, and in an advantageous situation, it is not difficult for him to kill a squishy target with one ultimate move. But at this time, his full ultimate move only destroyed a quarter of Ma Chao's health. The same thing happened to Marco Polo. He used a big move and turned around twice. After turning around, he found that Ma Chao still had more than half of his health left. Then Ming Xiyin used a big move and treatment to heal Ma Chao again. As for the damage of Hanshin and Giguzi, it can be ignored. So after the 5 opponents used a set of skills, they found that Ma Chao still had more than half of his health left, but their own Dong Huang was almost killed instantly by the backlash damage. How the hell are we going to fight this? Tai hasn't even used his ultimate move. Hanshin couldn't help but curse. There's nothing I can do. He has more than 4,000 economy and 3 levels lower than me, and with the treatment given by the auxiliary, he won't die even if I die. Dong Huang said helplessly. After 2.5 seconds, Jiang Che successfully escaped from Dong Huang's ultimate move, with more than half of his health left. Chen Cixi immediately changed Ming Xirin's first skill into a purple line, and then it was Jiang Che's time to kill. With one shot, Gan Jiang's health bar disappeared instantly. It was really one shot to kill one kid. More than 10 seconds later, the voice broadcast of the pentakill sounded above the Canyon of Kings, and the 5 opponents immediately clicked to surrender. What a jerk! They beat the opponent into submission in just 10 minutes. One round lasted 10 minutes, one got a quad kill and the other got a pentakill. It was so terrifying. The damage that all Ma Chao players dream of. Watching KPL is just for fun. If you want to learn skills, you have to look for me, the handsome emperor. Surrender already? Boring. Jiang Che said somewhat dissatisfiedly. His Ma Chao had already fully risen in this round. He was planning to show off his skills when he reached the high ground, but he didn't expect the opponent to surrender like this. He must have surrendered after such a frustrating fight. If it were me, I would have lost my temper long ago. Yu Yangran said with a smile. That's true. Jiang Che nodded. The main reason was that he and his men had always treated Hanshin's jungle as their own, and the opponent must have felt very frustrated. As the two were talking, a golden rocket suddenly flew across Yu Yanran's live broadcast room. Yu Yangran was about to express her gratitude when she suddenly found that the rocket was followed by a sentence, "Host, can I have a solo with Shuai Huang?" The audience in the live broadcast room were stunned for a moment, but when one of them recognized the ID, they instantly lost their composure. Shit, this is Yang Chen's shark. Is that the professional player you guys have been talking about? I originally wanted to criticize someone for paying to be bullied, but when I saw this ID, I felt that the handsome emperor was going to be in trouble. Little Chen Lobar. Teach him a lesson. Let him know that professional players are not something that anyone can mock. A professional player specifically comes to a random person for a solo? Is that all he can do? Get lost, haters. You were a loser because you lost last night, but now I'm trying to prove myself and you call me a coward? So I deserve to be criticized by you guys? This super rocket can be said to have caused 1,000 ripples. The white barrage made it almost impossible to see the live broadcast screen. There were already quite a few fans of Yang Chen in the live broadcast room. They had criticized him before but were slapped in the face by Jiang Che's strength. The frustration in their hearts was no less than that of Hanshin, who was on the opposite side just now. Now seeing Yang Chen coming to them and asking for a solo, they suddenly felt like they had found their backbone, and they became tough again, as if they had seen Jiang Che being taught a lesson by Yang Chen. As for whether Yang Chen would lose, they thought it was impossible. Yang Chen said that he was after all a professional player, and a professional player in a top league like KPL, who had to do a lot of training every day. No matter how good Jiang Che was, he was just a passerby who played games. There was no comparison between the two. There is a saying that goes, never use your hobby to challenge other people's jobs. This is what it means. You just like to play King of Glory, but others make a living from it. You are no longer on the same level. So whether it is Yang Qian's fans or other audiences, they don't quite believe that Jiang Che can beat Yang Qian in a one-on-one fight. Yu Yangran hesitated for a moment after seeing the last sentence, and then after seeing everyone's comments on the barrage, she turned off the in-game voice chat and said firmly, "No, if you want to play solo, go ask him yourself. I will return the money for the rocket to you after I finish the game." Barrage? White Rabbit rejected you like this last night, so you're going to reject others in the same way tonight. Yang Qian? You can't even ask me a question for 2,000 yuan? Where can I ask by myself? In fact, Yu Yangran was worried that Jiang Che would be criticized if he couldn't beat Yang Qian. Yang Qian's fans have long been dissatisfied with Jiang Che. If Jiang Che loses in the solo, they will have an excuse to scold him, but if Jiang Che avoids fighting, he will also be called a coward and will be criticized badly. So Yu Yangran didn't tell Jiang Che directly. He didn't know at all, and you couldn't ask him, right? However, Yu Yangran's actions angered Yang Qian's fans, who started to curse. Stupid anchor, you don't know how to pick up money? You don't want to make clean money? Do you have to use the money you earn from having sex with rich people offline? Is he your father? Why do you spoil him like this? Come on, brothers, let's report it. A group of people instantly turned their anger towards Jiang Che towards Yu Yangran. She successfully transferred everyone's anger towards Jiang Che onto herself. Some of Yu Yangran's fans wanted to refute, but they were completely defeated by the other side. After all, there was a big difference in numbers, and a professional player has a lot of fans. Chapter 57, Single Challenge. In the CG team, Wang He frowned when he heard Yu Yangran's answer, this person. According to what he had thought before, Yu Yangran should at least ask Jiang Che. Then Jiang Che certainly couldn't refuse, and he didn't necessarily want to refuse. A solo performance shouldn't be difficult, but the result was like this. TSK tilde Yang Qian said disdainfully, with a look of contempt on his face. However, Roger looked at the comments in Yu Yanran's live broadcast room and said, "Xiao Qian, you need to take care of these fans of yours. There are many people in the entertainment industry who have been ruined by their fans. Fans scolding people like this can easily bring you bad reputation." Yang Qian, however, looked unimpressed. "How can I control them? Besides, they are just standing up for me, I can't just scold them, right? It's up to you. I'm just giving you a reminder." Roger said no more. The two of them were just teammates. Roger had no control over their daily lives and was too lazy to care. On Jiang Che's side, although Yu Yangran didn't say anything, Tang Chiyue's tablet was always hanging in her live broadcast room, so she also saw the barrage of comments that Yang Qian had sent before, as well as the abuse from Yang Qian's fans that followed. "Xiao Che, it seems that someone named Yang Qian wants to challenge you." Tang Chiyue didn't think too much about it. Seeing those people in the live broadcast room scolding Yu Yangran, she couldn't help it. She thought that these big anchors were not as glamorous as others thought. Such a beautiful girl must feel very uncomfortable to be scolded like this, right? Oh. Jiang Che's heart moved. Yang Qian? Isn't this the professional player from last night? Defeating a professional player should earn him a lot of admiration points, right? Jiang Che took Tang Chiyue's tablet, but the first thing that caught his eye was a screen full of insults, even a lot of foul language, which was very unpleasant to hear. Jiang Che frowned immediately and watched patiently for a while before he understood the reason. To be honest, although many of Yang Qian's fans had scolded Jiang Che before, Jiang Che did not have any aversion to this person, because after all, it had nothing to do with Yang Qian himself, and he might not even know that his fans were scolding Jiang Che. But now Jiang Che has no good feelings towards Yang Qian at all. He watched his fans cursing like crazy without saying a word, and had no intention of stopping it. Moreover, Yu Yangran was scolded because Yang Qian asked for a solo. What kind of character can be said about such a person? Jiang Che felt a little angry. Yu Yangran, Yang Qian wants to solo with me, right? Jiang Che spoke. Ah? You knew? Yu Yangran asked in a panic. Well, thank you. Jiang Che thanked him sincerely. Although there were some misunderstandings yesterday, the fact that she took the initiative to take the blame for him just now did make Jiang Che feel more favorable towards her. It's okay. Yu Yangran smiled from the bottom of her heart when she heard Jiang Che's thank you, and instantly felt that the insults in the barrage didn't matter at all. HMPH tilde Chen Cece snorted in her heart when she heard the conversation between the two. Let Yang Chen pull me over. Doesn't he play the shooter position? A solo shooter? Jiang Che said. Are you really going to go solo? What if? It's okay. Jiang Che interrupted her and said calmly, I asked him to apologize to you. It turns out that a dog is like its owner. Jiang Che said this without any concealment, and the millions of viewers in the live broadcast room as well as Yang Chen and others could hear it clearly. But to be honest, Jiang Che doesn't care at all. He's just a professional player. Does he really take himself seriously? How much does a team cost? Millions? Tens of millions? It's not enough for me, Jiang, to spend in a day. If you get angry, I will buy your entire team and teach you how to manage your fans step by step. If no one offends me, I will not offend anyone. If someone offends me, I will use money to kill you. This is what a rich man is. Yu Yangran was immediately moved when she heard this, but she still hurriedly advised, no, it's really okay. Believe me. Jiang Che said without question, he's just a professional player. Yu Yangran felt a sense of security when she heard Jiang Che's calm tone, and finally nodded and agreed, okay. Tang Chiyue. Tang Xiaozhu. They only then realized that the man who challenged Jiang Che to a duel was actually a professional player. Tang Chiyue suddenly felt that she knew too little about this brother who she had grown up with. But Jiang Che's 2 consecutive sentences also caused the barrage to completely explode. Fuck. What a stupid thing, so arrogant. Is this what a professional player is like? Please go and become a professional before you say that. You're so confident playing in a diamond game? I can kill any hero in a diamond game. Xiao Tian, stop talking and teach him a lesson. Brother is so nice. Little Zongzi, I suggest you two get married right here. Ha ha, the handsome emperor is right. Let these stupid dogs crawl out. The handsome emperor is indeed domineering. Most of the comments were cursing Jiang Che, but some of Yu Yangran's old fans thought that Jiang Che was domineering, and that's how it should be. Is this just what professional players are like? What a piece of crap. Yang Chen couldn't help it, and immediately logged into his game account, searched for Jiang Che's game ID, sent him a friend request, then created a 5v5 room and waited for Jiang Che to come in. Wang He used Yang Chen's Shark account to post a comment, solo shooter, go down the route, follow the rules of 2 blood and 8-minute economy. Second blood and 8-minute economy is a commonly used rule in solo, which means whoever kills the opponent twice first wins. Or if both sides play more conservatively and neither side kills the opponent twice by 8 minutes, then whoever has a higher economy wins. Yang Tian's account was at a very high level, and the comments were quite noticeable, so Jiang Che saw it at a glance, nodded, and said, okay, but there's always a stake in winning or losing, right? Yang Tian sneered and posted a message on the barrage, okay, you want me to apologize? If I lose, I will give you 10 super fires and apologize. If you lose, just yell 3 times that you are not as good as me, and I won't embarrass you. Jiang Che naturally agreed and nodded, okay. So within a few minutes, Jiang Che received a game invitation from an account with the ID CG Xiaoqian. He immediately clicked agree and entered the room. Yang Tian didn't say much and started the game directly. Chen Cece and Yu Yangran are Jiang Che's gaming friends, so they can watch the game. The two entered the hero selection interface. Jiang Che glanced at the shooter column and finally pointed his finger at a hero's portrait. There is only one truth. That's right, it's the master of solving cases Di Renjie. Among shooters, the hero Di Renjie has a very strong ability to suppress players online. In one version, the standard for measuring the strength of a top laner was whether he could defend the tower under the suppression of Di Renjie. At that time, the shooter was still laning against the top laner. Probably many top lane players had some psychological shadows on the hero Di Renjie. Di Renjie? Yang Chen was able to see what hero Jiang Che chose through the live broadcast, and he directly chose the hero UG. Needless to say, UG's second skill makes her immune to all physical damage, giving most assassins and shooters a headache. Soon, the game entered the loading interface. Yu Ji's summoner skill was Flash, while Jiang Chei's was Rage. It was hard to say which was better or worse, but each had its uses. As soon as they entered the game, Yang Qian challenged Jiang Chei, "I'll teach you how to play shooter, so you can know the difference between you and a real professional player." Jiang Chei sneered and ignored him completely. The more arrogant he was now, the more embarrassed he would be later. The two agreed to go to the bottom lane, so Jiang Chei directly bought an attack speed dagger and headed to the bottom lane, and selected the second skill at level 1. In theory, it is necessary to choose the first skill. The fan-shaped damage of the first skill and the third enhanced normal attack it provides can greatly improve Di Renjie's ability to clear the line and suppress. But Jiang Chei just used the second skill. When Jiang Chei arrived at the line, the soldiers had not arrived yet, so he stood there and kept attacking the air. He knew that Yang Qian's Yu Ji should be in the bushes nearby, but Jiang Chei had no intention of moving. Since Jiang Chei didn't move, Yang Qian didn't hesitate and used his first skill Chu Ji Qi. A powerful crossbow arrow instantly shot out from the bushes and pierced through Di Renjie's body. The damage of Yu Ji's first skill in the early stage should not be underestimated. In addition, the first item Yang Qian bought was a small iron sword, which increased physical attack by 20 points, directly causing Jiang Chei's blood volume to drop by nearly a quarter. A quarter of his health was lost before the soldiers came out. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Chei would be suppressed, not to mention that he was facing a shooter like Yu Ji who had strong long-range poke ability. That's it? You play Di Renjie and choose the second skill at level 1, but you can't even move. So funny. Even a gold player could guess that Yu Ji would be in the bush, right? How did you get there as a diamond player? He brags so much, but he can't even move. Yang Qian smiled. He originally thought that he would have to resort to some tricks, but now it seems, he tilde. Since Di Renjie has lost a quarter of his health, he won't be polite and directly controls Yu Ji to go forward and fight Di Renjie. Am I still afraid of you when I have lost a quarter of my health? Jiang Chei showed a sneer on his face, just waiting for you to take the bait. Do you guys not like to read so much King of Glory content? If so, I will write less about the game details and more about the plot. Chapter 58, First Blood. Jiang Chei did not dodge or evade, but went straight into a violent fight with him. One of the reasons why Di Renjie is so strong in the early stages is his passive. The passive skill is called Swiftness. Each normal attack can gain a layer of Swiftness effect. Each layer of Swiftness effect can increase the attack speed by 6% and the movement speed by 5%, with a maximum of 5 layers stacked. Before, Jiang Chei had been attacking the air, which meant stacking his passive skills. So now that Jiang Chei has stacked up 5 layers of passive skills, he has directly increased his attack speed by 30% and his movement speed by 25%, which is more than the attributes increased by an attack speed shoe. At the beginning, I have one more attack speed boot than others, and it is self-evident what this means to a shooter. Coupled with the damage provided by Rage and the bonus of blood-sucking attribute, Jiang Chei is not inferior to him at all. The health of both of them was decreasing rapidly, but it was obvious that Yu Ji's health was decreasing faster. Jiang Chei quickly recovered a quarter of the health that had been consumed previously, but Yang Qian had no intention of retreating. Yang Qian looked at the two people's health points gradually becoming equal on the screen, and the red light on Jiang Chei's body disappearing, and smiled. It's time for the fury, right? I still have a skill. He has the 100 penetration inscription, and the damage of his first skill is ridiculously high. After the revision, Yu Ji is stronger in team battles with critical strike inscriptions, but if it is a one-on-one fight, it is also okay to bring 100 penetration inscriptions if you are confident in the hit rate of your first skill. After a few seconds, the health of both of them was only about 1/5 left. Jiang Chei's health even had a slight advantage. If he continued to fight, Yang Qian would definitely lose. But at this moment, Yang Qian's Yu Ji squatted down slightly, aimed the crossbow in his hand at Jiang Chei again, and used his first skill Chu Ji. With Jiang Chei's current health, Yu Ji's first skill is enough to kill him instantly. However, the casting action of Yu Ji's first skill is very obvious, and it is easy for ordinary players to dodge it, let alone Jiang Chei. Jiang Chei controlled Di Renjie to move to the side without wasting any time to output. With the 25% acceleration gain, he quickly walked out of the range of Yu Ji's first skill. Yang Qian narrowed his eyes and put his thumb on Flash. Just before Yu Ji used her first skill, he flashed diagonally forward. Yuji's flash was not often used because it was not very useful, but in this situation, it became the key to this solo match. Yang Qian believed that Jiang Che could not dodge a flash at this distance. Besides, how could he dodge? Jiang Che did not flash at all. But Jiang Che didn't even think about dodging. The moment Yuji used her first skill, he directly used his second skill. Di Renjie's second skill has the same purification effect and has an invincibility period of 0.2 seconds, so as long as it is used well, this second skill is not only purification, but also a famous sword. Of course, this requires a very high reaction speed and hand speed from the user. After all, there is only 0.2 seconds. But this is not a problem for Jiang Che. Ding tilde with a crisp sound, Yuji's first skill pierced through Di Renjie's body. A dazzling white light appeared on Di Renjie's body, but he was not hurt at all. Jiang Che smiled, "Flash, you can't get away." Jiang Che controlled Di Renjie, sticking to Yuji and attacking her non-stop. With only 1/5 of her health left, Yuji couldn't hold on for a moment, and fell into the canyon with a scream. First blood. Jiang Che's low health Di Renjie stepped on Yuji. Not only did the entire Canyon of Kings become quiet, but even the barrage was completely silent. However, no one expected that Yang Tian, a professional player, would be killed by Jiang Che at level 1. But after a moment of silence, Yang Tian's fan suddenly exploded. Cheating! This bastard is cheating. How could he not lose blood with the last attack? He clearly hit the target. I felt like I was cheating yesterday, but you're not acting today. Do you think we're blind? Orphans, die! This is so funny. Is this the strongest king? Go to Baidu and search for the effect of purification. Did you know that you are invincible for 0.2 seconds? Cloud players, come and criticize me next time you play the game. The handsome emperor is so domineering. What a professional player. In the CG team's training room, Yang Tian's expression was a little dull, while Wang He and Roger both had their eyes wide open with an expression of disbelief. After a while, Roger finally said solemnly, "This person is very strong." Too calm, Wang He also said slowly, "In the first wave, he deliberately took a skill to lower his own health and tricked Yuji into coming out to attack. Then he used rage and his passive to make up for the previous disadvantage. In the last wave, he could have stayed in position and used his second skill to block it directly, but he used his position to trick Xiao Qian into flashing in case he found out that his first skill was blocked and he flashed away. This person is really too calm." Yang Tian's expression slowly changed from dull to shocked. He muttered to himself, "How is it possible? How could he be so confident? With 0.2 seconds, what if he made a mistake?" But there is no if and when. Jiang Che did block his first skill. Jiang Che did not waste time after killing Yuji. He first cleared the minion line and let his own minion line enter the tower. Then he ate the health pack under the opponent's tower, clicked on recovery, and added the health pack under his own tower. He directly recovered from low blood to nearly full blood without having to return to the city. Jiang Che took advantage of Yuji not coming online yet to kill all the river crabs, thus completely widening the economic gap. Not only did he get an extra gold for the first blood, but he also pushed down a wave of soldiers and a river crab. Jiang Che was playing online games while reading the comments. Seeing that so many people were still criticizing him, he smiled and said, "Are you saying I'm cheating again? If I'm cheating, go report me. If you don't report me and get my account blocked today, I'll look down on you." As I said before, professional players are nothing more than this tilde. What is arrogance? This is called arrogance. There are hundreds of thousands of people on the other side who are not afraid at all. Fuck your mother, you orphan, I'm going to report you now. Tencent is rubbish. They can't even report such an obvious cheat. How dare you say that? Just because of the emperor's temper, I'm going to throw a plane with my backhand. This is so fucking satisfying. Handsome emperor, don't indulge them. Fight them to death. The comments were still divided into two camps as usual. Jiang Che made a sarcastic remark and then ignored it because Yuji was online again. Yang Tian was in a very complicated mood at this time. He felt that it was pure luck that Jiang Che was able to use Di Renjie's second skill to block his first skill. But no matter whether it was luck or not, his disadvantage was already very big, so big that he had already lost half of this solo match. First use the first skill to consume him a few more times, and then find a chance to fight him. Don't be impatient. Yang Qian said secretly with a long sigh, steadying himself. Chapter 59, Ending. Soon, the second wave came. At this time, Jiang Che had reached level 3, while Yu Ji was still at a pitiful level 1. Yang Qian didn't dare to move forward at all, and could only use his first skill to clear the line remotely and look for an opportunity to consume Jiang Che. But he was obviously overthinking it. Not only did he fail to consume Jiang Che's Di Renjie, but he was constantly consumed by Jiang Che. The passive penetration distance of Di Renjie's third basic attack is also very far. As long as you adjust the angle well, it is not difficult to consume Yu Ji. Of course, this not difficult is only for Jiang Che's skills, and the others should just clean up the soldiers honestly. As for Yu Ji's first skill, it was useless due to Jiang Che's sly movements. After clearing this wave of lanes, Jiang Che was only a little bit of experience away from level 4, while Yu Ji barely reached level 3. Jiang Che walked directly to the tower and used his passive skill every 3 hits to deplete Yang Qian's health. This is actually useless. In the early stage, the artillery has not come out and there is no military line. Jiang Che's damage to the tower is negligible. He does this more as a taunt, which is similar to the fountain abuse. Yang Qian was naturally furious, but after missing the target with 2 consecutive uses of his first skill, he simply gave up and stopped wasting his mana. But Jiang Che went even further. He showed off his return to city special effect right in front of the opponent's tower, and returned to the city every 2 steps, as if he didn't take Yang Qian seriously at all. To be honest, if it weren't for the previous things, Jiang Che would never have been so sarcastic. At most, he would win a game to earn some admiration points, because the opponent was a professional player after all. If he was trapped in front of the tower and didn't dare to come out, he would definitely be scolded to death, and it would even have a significant impact on his career. But since his fans were insulting Yu Yangran so brazenly in front of him, and he himself was completely indifferent, Jiang Che also wanted him to experience the feeling of being scolded. Fuck! Yang Qian couldn't help it. Relying on his level 2 skill, he went straight forward to fight, thinking that even if Jiang Che had a high economy, he would leave after his level 2 skill ended, and he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Otherwise, it would be too frustrating to be taunted in front of the tower like this. Jiang Che glanced at his experience bar and a smile appeared on his lips. He was just waiting for you to take the bait. Yang Qian's Yu Ji activated her second skill and rushed over. Jiang Che didn't dodge at all. One stood in front of the tower and the other stood inside the tower, and the 2 of them started attacking each other. Although Jiang Che's normal attack did no damage to Yu Ji's second skill, it could still stack the passive ability. 2 seconds later, Jiang Che's health dropped by about a quarter again, while Yu Ji was still at full health because of her second skill. 2 seconds later, Yu Ji's second skill expired, and Yang Qian prepared to retreat, but at this moment, a golden light flashed on Di Renjie's body, and he reached level 4. Yang Qian suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart, but it was too late. Jiang Che used his ultimate skill in an instant. A golden token was thrown out from Di Renjie's hand, freezing Yu Ji in place. Then he went straight forward and chased Tari with a flat attack. In addition to the control, Di Renjie's ultimate move also had the effect of reducing physical resistance. In addition to the economic and level gap between the 2, the damage of the token that Di Renjie hit on Yu Ji was ridiculously high. Seeing that she couldn't escape, Yu Ji wanted to turn around and give it a try. The damage from the defensive tower in the early stage was not something a shooter could withstand. If she could kill the enemy in a counterattack, she might be able to make up for the previous disadvantage. 1, 2, 3 times. Yu Ji's health dropped rapidly, and Jiang Che's health also kept dropping, but the difference was that Jiang Che's health dropped mainly because the damage from the defense tower was too high, while Yu Ji's damage was secondary. After a few seconds, Yu Ji only had a trace of health left, and 2 more hits would kill him on the spot. Jiang Che's Di Renjie still had nearly 1/5 of his health left, but Yang Qian's face showed an excited expression, because the third damage from the defense tower was about to fall, and it would definitely fall on Jiang Che before his next normal attack. The damage of the defense tower to the hero is increasing. The third damage of the defense tower can definitely kill Di Renjie with 1/5 of his health in 1 second. But Jiang Che's expression remained calm. He focused on the trajectory of the defense tower's attack, and then, his finger lightly tapped on the second skill. It was the same white light as before, and Jiang Che blocked the damage from the defense tower again. Yang Qian's Yu Ji was hit by Jiang Che's second skill, and then a basic attack fell down directly. After Yu Ji fell, Di Renjie was also killed by the fourth attack from the defense tower, but it didn't matter anymore. Jiang Che had already won. The smile on Yang Qian's face in the CG training room suddenly froze, and then blocked it. Is this something a human can react to? To be honest, as a professional player, Yang Qian has been trained in using purification to block damage. In the training camp, he can ensure that his success rate is above 90%. However, when it comes to actual combat, there are too many things to consider, and success or failure depends mostly on luck. But why did Jiang Che succeed twice? In the first wave, he took his own first skill to lure himself forward to attack, and he obviously expected that he would dodge in the end. The second time, he obviously knew that he would not be able to withstand the damage of the tower if he rushed directly to the tower, but he successfully used the second skill to create miracles twice. Why was he so confident that his second skill could block the damage? Wasn't he afraid of making mistakes? Or do you still think that you will never make mistakes? In fact, Jiang Che's reaction speed and hand speed have far surpassed ordinary people under the effect of the genetic potion. Coupled with his understanding of the game King of Glory, he is 100% sure that he can block all the opponent's skills in a 1v1 situation. Of course, in team battles, the situation where skills are flying around is a different matter. In the live broadcast room of Yu Yangran and Chen Cici, millions of viewers were already stunned. Jiang Che actually won? Kill the opponent once at level 1, and then kill the opponent by going over the tower before reaching level 4? The opponent is a professional player. In KPL, he is considered an upper-middle level professional shooter. Fuck, can a Di Renjie be so showy? Give me 6 minutes, I'll go buy a Di Renjie and try it out. Shuai Huang, I'm writing this in blood, begging you to start the show. It's so fucking dirty. Dirty? How dare you call others dirty when you're playing games without using your brain? To borrow a phrase from the handsome guy, professional players are just like this. Because after Jiang Che used his second skill to block Yu Ji's flash for the first time, many people had already explained in the barrage that purification provides 0.2 seconds of invincibility, so now not many people say that Jiang Che is cheating. In addition, after Jiang Che slaughtered Yang Qian twice with absolute advantage, those haters had no face to shout anymore, and many people even stopped being his fans on the spot. Instead, Jiang Che gained a bunch of fans again. Jiang Che's understanding and operation of Di Renjie in this solo match can be said to be a textbook for all Di Renjie players. Especially the 2 times when the second skill was used to block damage, Chen Cici and Yu Yangran could already predict that after today, when this solo video became popular, many people would imitate it. Chapter 60, a long chapter. I heard someone wants to teach me how to play shooter. Jiang Che asked indifferently. Yang Qian's face was extremely gloomy, but he couldn't refute. However, many people in the barrage heard Jiang Che's arrogant words and started cursing again, but they were quickly scolded back by more people. Esports is all about strength. Jiang Che's victory shows that he is stronger. What else can others say? Nothing they say will stand up. Seeing that Yang Qian didn't answer for a long time, Jiang Che asked, what about the agreement that if you lose, you will give away 10 super rockets and apologize? Didn't you forget the bet we made before the solo? In the training room of the CG team, Yang Qian clenched his fists, his eyes filled with anger and frustration. They were clearly going to win these 2 waves, but he didn't expect Jiang Che to have such good luck that he used his second skill to block the critical damage. According to the previous bet, he should now send Yu Yangran 10 super rockets and apologize for what happened before, but he was a little unconvinced and felt that Jiang Che won against him purely by luck. Just then, another person came into the training room, a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a very formal suit. Manager Zhao. Wang He stood up to greet him. This person is the club's manager, Zhao Li. I heard that Cao Qian lost in a solo match with others. Zhao Li asked with a smile. Yang Qian's expression turned even uglier, but he still answered, yes, but this guy was able to beat me purely by luck. He's just a reckless man. You are a professional player. Losing is losing, winning is winning. Will anyone in the arena tell you about luck? Zhao Li asked. Yang Qian was suddenly speechless. Also, you are a professional player. Even if his victory was a bit of luck, his own strength should not be underestimated. Zhao Li said, looking at Wang He and Roger, and asked, what do you 2 think of this guy's strength? Wang He, don't you want to invite him to join the team? Roger thought for a moment and said, very strong. Judging from this solo match, I think his strength is not lower than Xu Qian's. And if his two key skills are not luck, then his strength is simply terrifying. Oh. Zhao Li became more interested when he heard Roger say that and asked Wang He, "What do you think?" Wang He also nodded. This person is very calm. This was the second time he had mentioned the word calm. As a professional team coach, he admired this kind of character very much. I think this guy can be tried out, Wang He continued, and I originally wanted him to play as a jungler, but now it seems that he may be more suitable for the shooter position. In the later stages of a game, the position with the highest output is still the shooter. Only if you are calm enough can you find the best output position in a team battle and achieve the highest output. Wang He said with certainty. Then let's try inviting him and see what he says. Zhao Li nodded. As a manager, he doesn't know much about the game, but he is responsible for the normal operation of the club and the signing of players. Yang Qian's heart sank. Ask Jiang Che to play as a shooter? What about himself? To be a substitute? But at this time, everyone's attention was on Jiang Che, and no one cared about him anymore. Just at this moment, Jiang Che's voice asking for an apology came from the tablet. 10 super rockets. Zhao Li took the mobile phone that was broadcasting live and directly clicked on 10 super rockets and sent them out. Yang Qian's face suddenly turned dark. This is my fucking account. Jiang Che suddenly saw 10 golden super rockets floating across Yu Yanran's live broadcast room. He thought that this person seemed to be a man who kept his promise, so he didn't plan to embarrass him anymore. Unexpectedly, Rocket followed up with another sentence. "Hello, handsome emperor, I am the manager of the King of Pesticide division of CG Club. Are you interested in playing professionally?" Jiang Che was stunned for a moment. Playing professionally? Of course he was interested. If he could perform a move similar to someone stealing a tower without a line of soldiers or someone starting a team fight with a shooter, it was easy to imagine how many fans and admiration points he would get. But the problem is that even if Jiang Che wants to play professionally, he will not join the CG team. If he joins their team, would he become teammates with Yang Qian? That's impossible. So Jiang Che directly refused. "No, I have no interest in your CG team." Jiang Che didn't have a good impression of Yang Qian, and he didn't have a good impression of the CG team either, so he said this very directly. He didn't say that he didn't want to play professionally, but directly said that he had no interest in the CG team. Zhao Li is a businessman after all. Unlike Yang Qian, who is young and hot-tempered, he did not get angry when he heard this. He replied, "Okay, if Shuai Huang is interested in our CG team in the future, you can contact us at any time." After saying this, he also exited the live broadcast room. Seeing that Yang Qian had a good attitude, Jiang Che didn't bother him anymore. After all, he had given him 20,000 yuan as an apology. Everyone in the live broadcast room finally realized that it was Zhao Li who wanted to recruit Jiang Che to their team. The most important thing is that Jiang Che actually refused. Fuck, this is too bad. Di Renjie directly asked the manager of the professional team to recruit him. The handsome emperor is still the handsome emperor. The CG team is nothing. I reject it decisively. The most important thing is that there is no need for Shuai Huang to play professionally. He can give out hundreds of thousands of rewards a night. Would he care about the little bonus of a professional? You don't even look down on Team CG, why are you so arrogant? Come on, don't worry about them, let's continue playing games. Jiang Che said. Oh, okay. The four girls suppressed their shock. They didn't expect that Jiang Che would be directly recruited by a professional team. Tang Xiaozhu became more and more interested in Jiang Che. He became a billionaire by doing business, cooked at the level of a top chef, and even played games at a professional level. What kind of person is he? Jiang Che didn't care what they thought and started the game directly. However, just as the game started, a voice came from Jiang Che's mind. Congratulations to the host for defeating the professional player of King of Pesticides. Do you want to spend 1 million worship points to unlock the advanced mastery of King of Pesticides? Jiang Che. Do you think I have a worship value of 1 million? Jiang Che asked back. The system remained silent. Then I won't unlock it for now. Can I wait until I have 1 million admiration points before unlocking it? Jiang Che wanted to know what advanced mastery was like, but unfortunately he didn't have enough admiration points. Of course. The system replied. Jiang Che nodded in satisfaction, and at the same time, he roughly understood what conditions were required to unlock advanced mastery. Just like last night, Jiang Che played games with the 4 girls until around 2 a.m. before getting ready to go to bed. It seems like you guys are not doing well anymore, so let's stop here for today, Jiang Che said rather embarrassedly. These 4 girls stayed up so late just to play games with him. Well, okay, Chen Cece said a little tiredly. Yu Yangran also responded and prepared to end the live broadcast, but some viewers in her live broadcast room were dissatisfied. Ooh? Just leaving like that? We haven't even sung a song yet. Yes, this fairy stayed up so late with you just to listen to the little brother sing. Now you want to run away without singing. I originally came here from Chiba to listen to music, but I didn't expect to see you guys playing games all night. Although the games were pretty exciting, the handsome emperor should at least express his appreciation, right? Little Zongzi, hurry up and ask the little brother to sing a song before going to bed. I can't fall asleep if I don't listen to it once. Yu Yangran actually wanted to hear Jiang Che sing, but because of the misunderstanding last night, she was a little embarrassed to speak up. But seeing so many viewers urging him, he thought for a moment and asked in a cute way, little brother, there are a lot of viewers in my live studio who want to hear you sing another song, can you? The one from last night will do. Jiang Che thought that since they had been playing games with him till this late, it would be okay to sing a song. Besides, singing could earn him admiration points, so he agreed decisively, okay, I'll sing a new song for you. Then he went to the system mall to buy songs. Chen Cece was no longer sleepy after hearing that. She also watched the video on the forum and listened to the song Jiang Che sang in Yu Yangran's live broadcast room last night. That feeling. She was even a little jealous, wondering why Jiang Che didn't sing when he played games with her. And now, hearing Jiang Che say that he was going to sing again, he was suddenly filled with anticipation. Tang Chiyue became curious. Singing? When did Xiao Che learn to sing again? Tang Xiaozhu stared at Jiang Che with eyes wide open. She had a feeling that Jiang Che was definitely not just singing a song. Jiang Che randomly picked a song in the system and said, this song hasn't been released yet, so I'll sing it for you. The song is called Silence. Jiang Che coughed twice and spoke. The piano was all I had left to play for the day. The sleeping cello is quiet and old. I think you have made it very clear. I understand and I know you are not reluctant to part with it. You said you would be sad too, but I don't believe it. Holding your hand and accompanying me was only a thing of the past. I hope he really loves you more than I do. I will force myself to leave. After hearing this part and the tone of Jiang Che's voice, everyone understood that this was a breakup love song, and it seemed that the woman had found a new love and abandoned her old love. Then many viewers suddenly remembered that Jiang Che said yesterday that he had just broken up. Could it be that this song was written for him? The audience suddenly quieted down and listened attentively to Jiang Che's singing. Then the climax begins. No matter how embarrassing it is for you to say, I don't want to separate at all. Why do I need to smile through it? I don't have the talent to tolerate you and accept him. Don't worry too much, I will always be fine. You have gone far away and I will go away slowly. Why do I accommodate you even when we are apart? I really don't have the talent to be quiet so quickly. I will learn to give up on you because I love you too much. Jiang Che's slightly hoarse voice, coupled with the lyrics, makes people feel sad. Through the lyrics, they seem to see a passionate boy who is hurt by love. He obviously loves his girlfriend, but can only say break up with a smile. I don't have this kind of talent, please tolerate and accept him. This sentence obviously means that his girlfriend has left him and is with someone else. I hope he really loves you more than I do. Also reflects a mind that even though he is leaving, he still wishes you happiness, which is enough to show the boy's love and blessing for the girl. You have gone far away, and I will slowly walk away too. In the end, the two had no choice but to break up, and the boy left alone. They were just skeptical just now, but after listening to the second half, they were sure that Jiang Che wrote this song for himself, for his ex-girlfriend. Jiang Che paused after singing, detaching himself from the emotions in the lyrics, and then said, okay, we're done singing, you guys should go to bed early too. At this time, Yu Yangran suddenly choked up and said, little brother, you don't have to be so sad. You will definitely find someone better if you leave her. What? Jiang Che was a little confused when he heard this. What did this mean? Before he could figure it out, the barrage of comments broke out again. It's so touching. I didn't expect the little brother to be such an affectionate person. Yes, little brother, you still have us. We come here to chat with you every day. Don't be sad, little brother. It's not worth it for a woman like that. Where do you go to school, little brother? I'm here to meet you in person. Jiang Che finally understood what they meant after seeing these comments. He smiled and explained, you probably misunderstood. I was just singing a random song. The little brother is so pitiful that he can only hide his sadness with a smile. Yeah, that girl is really abominable. I can't understand why they broke up with such an outstanding boy. Don't be sad, little brother. Life has to go on and you must cheer up. Chen Cixi was also somewhat moved and said, Shui Huang, you are so rich and know so many things, you can definitely find a better girlfriend. To be honest, she tried to please Jiang Che at first just because Jiang Che had money to reward her, and she actually didn't have any good feelings towards Jiang Che. A man casually gave a female anchor hundreds of thousands of yuan in tips. Isn't this a typical rich second-generation playboy? He gives her rewards here, sings for Yu Yangran there, and there may be other women in other places. It is difficult for Chen Cixi to have real feelings for such a person. But now, because of this song, her impression of Jiang Che has completely changed. How could he be a playboy if he could write such a song for his girlfriend after breaking up? He must have been hurt by love and lost hope in love, so he would look for beautiful female anchors on the live streaming platform to play games with him, spending money like water and degrading himself. Chen Cixi's liking for Jiang Che suddenly increased. Jiang Che? You guys are so awesome, I just sang a song and you guys thought so much about me. Jiang Che felt that if he continued to explain, he would only make things worse, so he simply stopped explaining and said, yeah, that's it. Good night, everyone. He closed the game as he spoke, but when he turned around, he found that Tang Qiyue and Tang Xiaozhu's eyes were also strange. Tang Xiaozhu has completely fallen at this moment. She has only one thought in her mind, I have finally met my destined person. Although Jiang Che seemed to have a close relationship with the two female anchors, she didn't care. Only outstanding men would be competed for. Moreover, she is confident that she is no worse than those two female anchors. Besides, she and Tang Qiyue are best friends, so the one who is close to the water gets the moon first. Tang Qiyue didn't say much, but patted Jiang Che on the shoulder and said, Xiao Che, I'm sorry for your loss. Jiang Che, is this how this word is used? Chapter 61, Getting Ready for Work. The next morning, when Jiang Che woke up, it was already past 10 in the morning, and Tang Qiyue and Tang Xiaozhu were still not out of bed. Of course Jiang Che slept on the sofa, while Tang Qiyue and Tang Xiaozhu slept in the room. Don't think too much about it. The first thing you do when you wake up every day is System, draw a prize. Jiang Che said. Ding tilde congratulations to the host for winning an Aston Martin 177. Ding tilde today's spending task has been refreshed. Host, please spend 7.3 million before midnight today. The system's voice sounded. It just so happens that Du Yao's car is being repaired. The Aston Martin 177 is also a good car. Jiang Che said with satisfaction. Jiang Che also knew something about the Aston Martin 177. Although this car was not as expensive as the Lamborghini Veneno, it was also considered a top sports car. The 177 is limited to 77 units worldwide, of which 5 are in China, and the price reaches 47 million. The 177 is equipped with a naturally aspirated 7.3 LV12 engine with a maximum power of 760 horsepower and a maximum torque of 750 Nm. It can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in 3.5 seconds and has a maximum speed of 354 km/h. In addition to its powerful power, the 177 also uses a carbon fiber integrated chassis structure, a composite ceramic brake system and an adjustable suspension system. The engine output is transmitted through a 6-speed semi-automatic transmission and the P0 Corsa tires are specially provided by Pirelli for the car. To sum it up, it is both expensive and handsome. Being expensive is also an advantage for a car. If you can't afford it, it's your fault, not the car's. After a while, Tang Qiyue and Tang Xiaozhu also got up. Jiang Che saw that it was about time, so he went to cook. Tang Qiyue and Tang Xiaozhu were leaning on the sofa like two salted fish, browsing their phones. Smelling the tempting aroma coming from the kitchen, the two thought that this was probably the legendary day that the gods would never change. During lunch, Jiang Che asked, "Do you want to go out and buy clothes this afternoon?" Jiang Che wanted to buy himself some nicer clothes. Wearing such cheap clothes was not in line with his status as a wealthy man. It's a good opportunity to buy some nice clothes for Tang Qiuyue and the other person, and spend all the 7 million today. Of course, it doesn't seem realistic to buy clothes worth 7 million. I have to see if there are other things that can spend the money, such as helping an old lady on the street. It is every woman's nature to like shopping, and the same is true for Tang Qiuyue and Tang Xiaozhu. The two were still eating. When they heard Jiang Che talking about shopping, they immediately nodded and agreed vaguely, "Yeah, okay. But there are 3 of us, and your car can only seat 2 people. How do we get there? We can't take a taxi, right?" Tang Qiuyue asked. "Actually, I could take a taxi, but it felt a little strange to take a taxi when I already had a car." Besides, Tang Qiuyue had always wanted to try the feel of that Ferrari. "I asked someone to send another car over this morning," Jiang Che said. "Who sent it?" Tang Qiuyue asked curiously. "Of course it's my driver." This was the only explanation Jiang Che could give. "You actually have a private driver?" Tang Xiaozhu was so surprised that he didn't even care about drinking his soup. "Of course. After all, I am a boss with a net worth of tens of millions. Isn't it normal for me to have a driver?" Jiang Che didn't want to say more about this matter, so he changed the subject and asked, "Is there any place here that is suitable for buying clothes? I want something more expensive." "How much does it cost?" Tang Qiuyue asked. "Of course, the more expensive the better," Jiang Che said. "The only place is Qingyuan Commercial Street," Tang Xiaozhu introduced. "The things there are super expensive. A bag can easily cost tens of thousands." "Okay, let's go there." Jiang Che nodded with satisfaction. After a while, the 3 of them finished their lunch. This time, Tang Xiaozhu didn't feel comfortable asking Jiang Che to do it all the time, so she took the initiative to wash the dishes. Then they prepared to go out. The 3 of them arrived at the parking lot downstairs. Tang Qiuyue and Tang Xiaozhu indeed discovered that there was another car parked next to the red Ferrari, but another sports car? Tang Qiuyue asked in surprise. "Yeah." Jiang Che simply nodded. "This car should be very expensive, right?" Tang Qiuyue didn't recognize the car logo, but she knew the model was not simple at first glance. Tang Xiaozhu also ran to the Ferrari excitedly and said, "Is this the Ferrari worth more than 5 million you mentioned? This is the first time I have observed a sports car of this level so closely. What is the name of the car next to it? Which one is better, this one or this Ferrari?" "This car is called Aston Martin, and it costs 47 million. Jiang Che introduced. "What? 47 million? Tang Qiuyue was stunned. 47 million for a car? Where did you get so much money? Did you find a 60-year-old girlfriend after breaking up with Xu Rui? As the saying goes, a girl 3 years older than a man can bring him gold bricks, and a girl 30 years older than a man can bring him the kingdom." Tang Qiuyue couldn't help but think of this. Tang Xiaozhu was also stunned. He instantly felt that the red Ferrari next to him was not so attractive. He looked at the cool black sports car next to him in shock. 47 million? If you calculate it this way, Tang Qiuyue's brother is definitely worth more than tens of millions. Jiang Che. Seeing Jiang Che remain silent, Tang Qiuyue became even more worried. "Xiao Che, please don't do anything stupid. We can be poor, but we can't do this kind of thing." "What are you thinking?" Jiang Che said helplessly. "You just don't have a job, do you? Come with me tomorrow, I'll take you to my company and find you a more comfortable job." "What kind of company?" Tang Qiuyue felt relieved when she heard Jiang Che say this. "Entertainment company." "Entertainment company? But I have never worked in an entertainment company. Can I go there?" Tang Qiuyue asked, scratching his head. "It's okay, you don't need to know anything to sweep the toilet," Jiang Che said with a smile. "You're kidding me." Tang Qiuyue pinched Jiang Che's arm hardly. Does your company have any vacancies?" Tang Xiaozhu suddenly asked a little embarrassedly. "Can I go with Qiuyue?" Tang Xiaozhu thought about it and felt that he had to take the initiative, otherwise he would have no chance after Tang Qiuyue and Jiang Che left. Tang Qiuyue didn't know what Tang Xiaozhu was thinking. When she heard her say that, she quickly advised Jiang Che, Yes, if there are any extra positions in your company, let Xiaozhu go there too. She works very hard. Okay. Jiang Che nodded decisively. Chenyu Entertainment Company was such a big company, Jiang Che felt that it would be no problem to put 2 people in it. If that didn't work out, he could just give them an idle position where they wouldn't have to do anything. He would always have enough money to pay for the 2 people. After this was agreed upon, the 3 of them prepared to set off. Jiang Che drove his Aston Martin, while Tang Qiuyue and Tang Xiaozhu got in the Ferrari. Tang Qiue's arm injury has almost healed today, so she finally has the opportunity to experience this sports car worth more than 5 million yuan in person. Chapter 62, Guest Store. 2 such cool sports cars on the road together will attract a lot of attention, but no one dares to get close. If you accidentally hit them, your second half of life may be over. Qingyuan Commercial Street was not far away, and the 3 of them arrived in about 20 minutes. There was a large flow of people at the entrance of the commercial street, and the 2 sports cars attracted the attention of passers-by. Tang Qiuyue and Tang Xiaozhu were both very excited. Everyone has a vain heart, the only difference is the amount and degree. Some people can give up their dignity and face for those so-called luxuries, but people like Tang Qiuyue and Tang Xiaozhu are very happy if they have them, and don't care if they don't have them. Relatively speaking, Jiang Che was much calmer. He had experienced pretending to be cool a few times before. The only thing that could make him excited was the voice of adoration value +1 that kept coming from his mind. The commercial street has a large flow of people, and the total amount of worship is not a small amount. Jiang Che drove the car, looked around, and finally stopped in front of a shop called Guess. Mainly because he happened to know the brand. The Guess brand was founded by the Marciano brothers from southern France. They integrated the romantic and passionate French design and style into their understanding and appreciation of American Western culture. It was founded in 1981 as a jeans manufacturer and has now grown into one of the most recognized and influential brands in the world, with agents and distributors on 5 continents. Guess, which designs clothing and accessories specifically for private individuals, perfectly interprets the owner's exquisite quality of life. It is an absolute luxury brand. Jiang Che feels that if the 3 of them buy more clothes here, it will probably cost a lot of money. After all, today's task of 7 million is a bit heavy. After Jiang Che got off the car, Tang Qiuyue and Tang Xiaozhu who were behind him also stopped. Are we buying clothes here? Tang Qiuyue asked in surprise. I've seen this brand in magazines. I heard that the cheapest clothes there cost several thousand yuan. What is the point of wearing clothes worth a few $1,000s? They should cost at least tens of thousands to be worthy of your status. Jiang Che said bluntly. Want to save me money? Impossible. Ah? But there's no need for that. Tang Qiuyue was still a little hesitant. She and Jiang Che both came from rural areas. Although she felt that Jiang Che was very rich now, money should not be spent carelessly. It was a bit of a waste to spend thousands or tens of thousands of dollars on a set of clothes. Why is it not necessary? Jiang Che said, you will go to work with me tomorrow. Everyone is dressed nicely. You can't just go there in clothes worth a few $dozen. Image is very important in an entertainment company. If they fire you, I won't be able to do anything about it. Jiang Che lied and coaxed. It seems so. Tang Qiuyue hesitated for a moment before saying, that's fine, just buy one to wear to work. It's a waste of money to buy such expensive clothes. You have to buy at least 2 pieces, right? One to change and one to wash. Jiang Che said helplessly. Isn't it said that women all like shopping? Why has his sister Qiuyue changed? Okay. Tang Qiuyue had no choice but to nod. Welcome. Seeing Jiang Che and the other 2 coming in, the beautiful manager showed an extremely warm smile. Although she could tell at a glance that the clothes worn by Jiang Che and the other 2 were very cheap, especially Jiang Che, whose entire body probably cost less than 100 yuan, but the 2 cars at the door alone were enough for her to entertain him with the warmest attitude. As a manager of this kind of luxury store, she had received professional training, which included knowing some luxury cars, so she recognized at a glance that Jiang Che's car was an Aston Martin 177 worth 47 million. The most important thing was that there were only 5 of this car in the empire. To be able to drive such a car, one's net worth was needless to say, and the most important thing was the means behind it. 47 million. There are many wealthy people in Qianhai City who can afford this price, but perhaps no one can actually buy this car. So she naturally had to entertain him well. Yeah. Jiang Che nodded calmly, and then said to Tang Chiyue behind him, pick one for yourself. But after saying this, Jiang Che suddenly thought that he seemed to have forgotten Tang Xiaozhu. What would Tang Xiaozhu do if Tang Chiyue went to buy clothes? She must be reluctant to buy such expensive clothes. He certainly wouldn't mind asking Jiang Che to buy a few more clothes, and he even wanted to spend more money, but Tang Chiyue was his sister, so it was normal to give her a few clothes, but what excuse could he use to buy clothes for Tang Xiaozhu? The relationship between the two didn't seem to have reached this point, and rashly giving such expensive clothes might seem a bit abrupt and cause misunderstandings. But if Tang Chiyue was asked to buy clothes, it would seem even more excessive if Tang Xiaozhu was watching here. After thinking for a while, Jiang Che pretended to be indifferent and said, Sister Xiaozhu, why don't you go and pick one too? Why are you standing there? Ah. Tang Xiaozhu was stunned for a moment. I'm going too. Of course, didn't you say you'd go to work with Sister Chiyue tomorrow? You can't still wear this outfit, right? Jiang Che said with a smile, after all, I introduced you to the company, so you can't dress too shabby. Xiaozhu, come over here with us. Tang Chiyue also understood what Jiang Che meant, and directly pulled Tang Xiaozhu over to pick out clothes. Tang Xiaozhu hesitated for a moment but did not resist much. If someone else gave her such expensive clothes, she would definitely not accept it. But if it was Jiang Che, she would even feel a little happy in her heart, even though she knew Jiang Che had no other intentions. This dress seems pretty good. It's black and suitable for work. After all, it is a luxury brand. Although the price is expensive, the clothes are really beautiful. Tang Chiyue quickly set her eyes on a black dress. It's really good. Tang Xiaozhu also nodded. But when Tang Chiyue flipped open the price tag on the clothes, she was stunned. 73,999? Who said this dress is nice? What kind of clothes? Even ones inlaid with diamonds can't be that expensive, right? Tang Chiyue complained in her heart. Seeing this, Jiang Che reluctantly reminded, Sister Chiyue, just look at the style and you don't need to look at the price. The beautiful manager next to him immediately showed an envious look when she heard this. When will someone say something like this to me? It's okay to be a little one. Chapter 63, Pack a Row. Let's take this one. Tang Chiyue hesitated for a long time, chose a moderately priced piece of clothing, and wanted to try it on first. Wait for me. Tang Xiaozhu said hurriedly. Although she did not reject Jiang Che's kindness, she only chose one piece of clothing that was considered cheap. The price of around 2,000 was indeed at the bottom among them. After choosing their clothes, the two were led inside by other waiters to change. As soon as Tang Chiyue and Tang Xiaozhu entered, there was a sharp brake sound outside. A bright red Porsche arrogantly stopped at the door of the store, and a young man and two young women got out. As soon as the young man got out of the car, he hugged the two women in his arms, hugging them left and right. The two women giggled and had no intention of refusing. Instead, they leaned into the young man's arms cooperatively, attracting the attention of passers-by around them. To be honest, if you have money these days, it's not uncommon to find a mistress, but hugging them left and right on the street is really indecent. Jiang Che strongly condemned this behavior and even wanted to try it himself. But he just thought about it. The young man also entered the store with two women. The store manager seemed to know the young man. He greeted him with a smile and said, Mr. Xiong, are you here to look at clothes again? The young man's name is Zhong Chong. He is also a rich second generation and often brings some girls here to buy clothes, so the manager of this store knows him. Hearing the manager's question, Zhong Chong hadn't spoken yet, but the beauty in his arms saw Jiang Che staring at her, and immediately said in an unhappy tone, What are you looking at, you loser? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman before? Jiang Che was struggling in his mind, wondering whether he should find an opportunity to give it a try, when he suddenly heard the girl scolding him. Although Jiang Che was much more handsome than Zhong Chong, his cheap clothes were really unsightly in the eyes of these two girls who only had eyes for RMB. No matter how handsome he was, they couldn't arouse their interest in him. The first time they saw Jiang Che, they thought he was the kind of dog who licked girls' lips, worked part-time to save a few $1,000s and then came here to buy a luxury piece of clothing to please the goddess. If Jiang Che knew what they were thinking, he would probably say, Awesome. He had indeed treated Xu Rui like this before. But with Jiang Chei's current status, he was too lazy to bother with such people. He smiled and said, "Sorry, I have never seen such beautiful sexy beauties as you two." When the woman heard Jiang Chei say this, she snorted and stopped caring. She hugged Zhong Qiong's arm and said tenderly, "Brother Zhong, you must promise me to buy the clothes I wanted last time." The woman on the other side also hurriedly said, "Brother Zhong, there are also mine. Buy them back and we will wear them to show you tonight." Zhong Qiong laughed when he heard this. "Buy? But it would look better if you don't wear any clothes at night." Hey tilde, the two women giggled again. "Jiang Chei, are you thinking I don't exist?" Listening to the conversation between the three people, Jiang Chei felt goosebumps all over his body and hurriedly said to the beautiful manager, "Please help me pack the clothes here and take them all away." Jiang Chei had not originally planned to buy only 2 pieces of clothing. After all, he had 7 million to spend, and if he was too frugal he would not be able to spend it all. The manager was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Will you pack up all the clothes in this row?" She also knew that Jiang Chei was generous, but she never expected him to be so extravagant. The most expensive clothes in the store were all in this row. Buying dozens of clothes in this row would cost at least several million. "Yes." Jiang Chei nodded. The beautiful manager was afraid that Jiang Chei didn't know the price, so she asked worriedly, "Sir, this row of clothes starts at least 5 million. Are you sure you want to buy them all?" "Yes, buy them all." Jiang Chei nodded affirmatively again and took out his bank card. "Okay." The beautiful manager, who originally looked dignified, instantly turned into a waiter and happily packed up the food for Jiang Chei. But the two women in Zhong Qiong's arms were stunned for a moment. The clothes they liked were also bought by Jiang Chei. Chapter 64, Sorry, please continue. The two girls never thought that Jiang Chei, who was wearing cheap clothes, could be so rich. However, when they saw Jiang Chei bought the clothes they liked, they couldn't help it and said to Zhong Qiong, "Brother Zhong, look, he bought the butterfly dress that I like tilde." Zhong Qiong was also surprised at Jiang Chei's generosity, but he brought his girlfriend here to buy clothes today. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if he didn't buy anything? So he said with a smile in a negotiating tone, "Brother, it's useless for you to buy so many. Why don't you leave that one to me? I'll pay double the price, and we'll be friends." He was so polite because he saw that Jiang Chei didn't seem like an ordinary person. "No." Jiang Chei refused decisively. He is not a difficult person to talk to, so there is nothing wrong with giving up a piece of clothing. But these two girls called him a loser as soon as they came in. How could he give up his clothes to them now? "You're dreaming." Jiang Chei ignored him and asked the beautiful manager, "How much is it in total?" "Sir, the total is 5.3 million. "Okay, swipe the card." Jiang Chei handed over the bank card calmly. The beautiful manager took Jiang Chei's bank card with both hands, her face full of an unconcealable smile. But when Zhong Qiong saw Jiang Chei's indifferent attitude, he became a little angry. When had he, young Master Xiong, ever been ignored like this? "Brothers, please leave some room for each other so that we can meet again in the future," Zhong Qiong said in a slightly deep voice. "Who wants to meet you?" Jiang Chei raised his eyebrows, not taking Zhong Qiong seriously at all. Zhong Qiong was a little angry, but before he could continue, the beautiful manager kindly reminded him, "Mr. Xiong, the 47 million Aston Martin 177 outside belongs to this gentleman." Zhong Qiong's angry expression froze in an instant, and after a few seconds it turned into an extremely forced smile. The rapid change of expression made him look a little funny. Sorry, please continue." Zhong Qiong stuttered. When Zhong Qiong came in, he naturally noticed the 2 sports cars parked on the side of the road, but he didn't think much about it. The Ferrari worth more than 5 million yuan alone could crush his Porsche. As for the Aston Martin worth more than 40 million yuan, it was too far away from him. He couldn't get one even if he sold his company. He didn't expect that the young man in ordinary clothes in front of him was the owner of the car. As a rich second generation, he naturally understood what this car represented. It represented power and status that he could not afford to offend. In this case, he could only choose to bow his head. Jiang Chei curled his lips and ignored him. Zhong Qiong felt embarrassed and laughed awkwardly before preparing to leave with the 2 girls. But the 2 women in his arms still looked at the clothes in Jiang Chei's hand reluctantly. "Brother Zhong, that dress." "Shut up. Why are you still buying clothes?" Zhong Qiong scolded directly. Can't these two stupid women see the situation clearly? When they first came in, they actually called me a loser. Fortunately, I didn't care. After being scolded, the two girls didn't dare to say anything and could only reluctantly follow the embarrassed Zhong Qiong away. Not long after they left, Tang Xiaozhu and Tang Qiyue also came out of the fitting room. Both of them changed into new clothes, which made Jiang Che's eyes light up. It is true that Buddha relies on gold and people rely on clothes. Tang Qiyue and Tang Xiaozhu are both extremely beautiful in themselves, and when they put on such clothes, they are like lotus flowers emerging from water, which is a feast for Jiang Che's eyes. The clothes are expensive for a reason. After the two put them on, even their temperament changed. Tang Xiaozhu blushed slightly when she saw Jiang Che looking at them, while Tang Qiyue asked directly, "Xiao Che, how do you like this dress?" "Very good." Jiang Che nodded with satisfaction. "I think it's very good too, but the price of this dress is a little bit expensive," Tang Qiyue said reluctantly. There is no girl who doesn't love beauty. Tang Qiyue couldn't let go of this dress, but the price really made her feel distressed. Just then, the beautiful manager packed up the dozens of clothes that Jiang Che had just bought and brought them over. She said politely, "Sir, do you need me to help you get your clothes to the car?" After all, it is not convenient to carry dozens of clothes in your hands, so the beautiful manager was very thoughtful and wanted to help Jiang Che deliver the clothes directly to the car. "Okay, but wait a moment, I also need to buy some clothes for myself." Jiang Che nodded. Upon hearing this, the beautiful manager's face showed some excitement again. He is indeed a rich man. Tang Qiyue, who was still feeling bad for the dress worth thousands of dollars, looked at the pile of clothes in the manager's hands, and then looked at the row of empty hangers next to it. She was shocked and asked after a long pause, "Xiao Che, did you buy all the clothes in this row?" "Well, dozens of clothes are not too many for the two of you to wear together. Isn't it normal for a woman to have dozens or even hundreds of clothes in her closet?" Jiang Che said as a matter of course. "So, how much are these clothes?" Tang Qiyue asked. "Just a few million." Jiang Che shrugged. "Tang Qiyue. Tang Xiaozhu. You two don't have to think too much," Jiang Che explained. "My company is a little bigger than you think, and the money I make is a little more than you think. You don't have to worry about this little money. Besides, if you really only buy 2 sets of clothes, wash them and change them, people will see that you only wear these 2 expensive clothes. Wouldn't they laugh at you for pretending? You might as well just wear old clothes." What Jiang Che said was true. If Tang Qiyue and Tang Xiaozhu really went to work at Tianyu Entertainment Company, and they only wore 2 guest clothes, people might say that they were deliberately showing off their wealth and pretending. It would be better for them to just wear old clothes to leave a real and simple impression on people. The most important thing is, Jiang Che's spending mission must be completed. Okay. Since Jiang Che said so and the money had been paid, Tang Qiyue didn't say anything more. However, she became more curious about the company opened by Jiang Che. What kind of company could make so much money? The beautiful manager's eyes were filled with even more admiration when she heard this. She originally thought that Jiang Che was a rich second generation who relied on his father, but now it seems that Jiang Che actually opened his own company. Excellent people always earn more admiration from people. In an instant, Jiang Che felt a huge wave of admiration from the beautiful manager. Chapter 65, Tianyu Company calls again. After Tang Qiyue and Tang Xiaozhu bought their clothes, Jiang Che went over to look at men's clothing, thinking that he could finally change into clothes that suited his status. "Sir, this dress suits your temperament very well. It is designed by a famous Italian fashion designer and is purely handmade. The collar uses special craftsmanship." The beautiful manager picked up a piece of clothing and introduced it to Jiang Che enthusiastically. Jiang Che was not so particular about clothes, mainly because the cheap clothes he was wearing did not match his luxury car, and it would be easy for people to misunderstand him as having a bad taste of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. So he didn't listen to the beautiful manager's introduction and said directly, "Then I'll try it." "Okay." The beautiful manager nodded decisively in agreement. This is a suit suitable for slightly more formal occasions. The beautiful manager took the clothes and put them on Jiang Che herself. She helped Jiang Che adjust his collar and then came to Jiang Che to button his clothes. Jiang Che didn't care. He thought it was not surprising that the service in such a store was better. He looked at his suit in the mirror. However, the beautiful manager was standing in front of Jiang Che, so close to him that her face turned slightly red as she felt the breath from Jiang Che. When facing an outstanding person of the opposite sex, both men and women will have some strange ideas and fantasies, although some of them are not very practical. Jiang Che didn't react, but Tang Chiyue was immediately dissatisfied when she saw the shy look of the beautiful manager. There were always some slutty vixens who wanted to take advantage of Xiao Che. However, before she could open her mouth, Tang Xiaozhu next to her suddenly walked over. "Get out of the way, let me do it." Tang Xiaozhu walked over and said with a stern look on his face. The beautiful manager thought Tang Xiaozhu was Jiang Che's girlfriend and immediately stepped aside with some embarrassment. But after the beautiful manager stepped aside, Tang Xiaozhu suddenly realized, "It doesn't seem appropriate for me to come, I'm not his girlfriend." When I saw the manager sorting out Jiang Che's clothes before, I felt unhappy and walked over without thinking much. Now I seem to be a little embarrassed. However, Tang Xiaozhu reacted quickly, pretending to be generous, walked up to Jiang Che and said, "I have learned some fashion design before, so I will help you sort out the clothes." Her previous job was indeed related to clothing. As he spoke, he reached out to smooth Jiang Che's clothes and buttoned them up. Jiang Che nodded, but the expression on his face was a little strange. If he had studied fashion design, would it look better if he buttoned the clothes? Tang Chiyue stared blankly at Tang Xiaozhu helping Jiang Che put his clothes together, and a strange feeling emerged in her heart. Could it be that Xiaozhu? But if you think about it carefully, it doesn't seem strange. After a day of getting along with each other, they know very well how outstanding Jiang Che is. It wouldn't be strange if Tang Xiaozhu was moved by such a boy. Tang Chiyue's expression was a little tangled. After putting on the clothes, Jiang Che looked in the mirror and felt that they were quite suitable. After all, a handsome man can wear anything, and they also feel comfortable to wear, so he bought them directly. In addition to this suit that can be worn on formal occasions, Jiang Che also bought some casual clothes for everyday wear. Together with the dozens of pieces of clothing I bought before, I spent just over 7 million, completing today's spending task. But that's not all. In addition to clothes, Jiang Che also bought them both a bag. Girls all like this thing, so he spent more than 100,000 yuan. Even when they returned home, Tang Chiyue and Tang Xiaozhu still couldn't believe it. They spent 7 million yuan just for a shopping trip in the afternoon. In the past, they would have spent at most 700 yuan. Jiang Che ignored them. He was already worried about how to handle the spending task tomorrow. Rich people also have their own worries. Just as Jiang Che was worried, the phone rang again. "Hello, is this Chairman Jiang Che Jiang? I'm from the board of directors of Tianyu Entertainment." Pan Wenliu's voice on the other end of the phone was already slightly dissatisfied. "There aren't many updates during the new book period, mainly because I didn't dare to write too fast for fear of writing errors. I should be able to update faster next month. By the way, I beg for a 5-star review. Thank you very much." Chapter 66, Heading to the Magic City. "Well, so what do you need?" Jiang Che asked. Hearing Jiang Che's words, Pan Wenliu was speechless. "What do you mean by, what's the matter with me?" Could it be that he had forgotten that he had bought more than 50% of Tianyu's shares? After all, it's worth hundreds of billions of dollars, but I can't even see a single person there, and he even asks me what's the matter? But thinking that Jiang Che is now the largest shareholder of Tianyu, Pan Wenliu still said patiently, "There are some things in the company that need your personal attention. If you are free, can you come to the company tomorrow?" Jiang Che heard the hidden meaning in his words and asked, "What trouble has the company encountered?" Pan Wenliu was completely shocked. Tianyu Entertainment was the largest entertainment company in China. It was well known that it was not doing well recently, but it was no secret in the entertainment industry. And this new chairman spent tens of billions to buy more than half of Tianyu's shares without knowing anything? What was going on? Pan Wenliu had to explain briefly, "The company does have some troubles that need your personal attention, especially Dynasty Entertainment, which is gaining popularity recently and wants to replace Tianyu." In fact, the troubles encountered by Tianyu Entertainment Company are far more than what Pan Wenliu said. The share price of Tianyu Entertainment Company had been falling for some time, and many people were not optimistic about Tianyu. However, Jiang Che his system suddenly appeared and spent tens of billions to buy more than half of Tianyu's shares, which made many people in the entertainment industry somewhat suspicious. After all, there were not many people in the entire Yanghuang Empire who could come up with tens of billions at once. They were all wondering what big moves this big boss would make after buying Tianyu, and whether he could help Tianyu get out of its current predicament. Pan Wenliu originally thought so, wondering whether this new boss would lead Tianyu to a whole new level, but now, he was a little panicked. However, just after Pan Wenliu finished speaking, the system released a new task, random task released, help Tianyu Entertainment Company out of trouble. Jiang Che thought about it and agreed, okay, I will come tomorrow. Pan Wenliu was relieved when he saw Jiang Che agreed. The two talked for a while and then hung up the phone. Is it about the company? Tang Chiyue asked after seeing Jiang Che finish the call. Yeah. Jiang Che nodded, I have some things to do at the company tomorrow, so I'll find a job for you guys. Okay, where is your company? What's its name? Tang Chiyue and Tang Xiaozhu were both a little curious. The company is in Shanghai. You will know the name tomorrow. Jiang Che said, so go to bed early tonight and take a plane there tomorrow morning. The Magic City is quite far from Tianhai City. Sports cars are only suitable for driving on the streets to show off, but not for long-distance driving. Not to mention the fuel consumption, a new car will probably lose hundreds of thousands of dollars for such a long trip, so it is more convenient to take a plane. In the evening, after the three of them had dinner, they booked their plane tickets and played games with Chen Cixi and Yu Yangran as usual. Then they went to rest, but they rested early tonight. The next morning, the three of them simply packed up and headed to the Magic City. It was the first time for Tang Chiyue and Tang Xiaozhu to take a plane. They seemed quite excited and looked around. In fact, it was also Jiang Che's first time to take a plane, but he seemed much calmer. The service in first class is very good, with a variety of free drinks and snacks, and beautiful stewardesses. About 2 hours later, Jiang Che and the other two arrived at the Magic City airport. There are so many people, Tang Xiaozhu sighed. Those people seem to be Qiu Lei's fans. Tang Chiyue saw a large group of teenage girls gathered in the waiting hall, many of them holding signs with Qiu Lei's name on them. Who is Qiu Lei? Jiang Che asked. Aren't you running an entertainment company? Don't you know Qiu Lei? Tang Chiyue asked with some doubt. As one of the most popular young actors today, some people who don't pay attention to the entertainment industry may not know Qiu Lei, but an insider like Jiang Che should know him, right? Is he very famous? Jiang Che did not feel guilty at all facing Tang Chiyue's suspicious gaze. Anyway, he would meet Pan Wenliu soon, so there was no need to explain so much. Of course he is famous. Tang Xiaozhu explained to Jiang Che, he is a contracted artist under Tianyu Entertainment Company. He is considered the top star in the entertainment industry nowadays. Jiang Che nodded. It turned out that he was a member of his company, and seemed to be the top star. But to be honest, I really don't know why he is so popular, Tang Xiaozhu continued. I watched a movie he starred in, and his acting skills. Tang Xiaozhu had an indescribable expression on his face. Jiang Che nodded slightly, a thoughtful look in his eyes. As the two were talking, a young man wearing a mask appeared and the group of girls suddenly became excited. Qiu Lei! Qiu Lei! Qiu Lei! I love you! Brother Qiu Lei, look at me! The group of girls screamed like crazy and surrounded Qiu Lei, but were quickly stopped by the airport security and Qiu Lei's own bodyguards, who kept their distance from Qiu Lei. Qiu Lei also walked outside under the protection of bodyguards and never looked at these so-called fans from beginning to end. Suddenly, a girl took advantage of the security guards not paying attention, broke through the crowd, and ran towards Qiu Lei quickly with a pink box in her hand. Brother Qiu Lei, this is 1,000 paper cranes that I spent a long time folding for you. Inside are what I want to say to you. Just take a look, the girl said as she ran. Qiu Lei still didn't even look at her, but the bodyguard next to him was quick to reach out and block the girl, preventing her from getting close to Qiu Lei. But maybe because she used too much force, the girl bumped into the bodyguard's arm and accidentally fell down, and the paper cranes in the pink paper box in her hand scattered all over the floor. The most important thing is that a large group of girls behind him also followed Qiu Lei's steps. It seemed that there was only Qiu Lei in their eyes, and they didn't see the girl who was knocked to the ground at all. In fact, it might be that they really couldn't see. The girls in front saw it and wanted to stop, but the group of girls behind couldn't see it and were rushing forward, so the people in front couldn't stop even if they wanted to. In this case, the people in front were forced to rush forward and step on the girl lying on the ground. It would be almost impossible for a few security guards to stop these hundreds or even thousands of fanatical fans. At this time, Chiu Lei finally stopped, but when he looked back at the girl who fell to the ground, he did not have any special reaction, just frowned. Jiang Che couldn't help it this time. If it was just the paper cranes that the girl had carefully made that were stepped on, Jiang Che would not bother to care at all. But stepping on them like this might result in someone's death. Jiang Che strode over, used his powerful strength to squeeze into the crowd, and pulled the girl up. However, some people in front of him had stepped on her and injured her. After being pulled up by Jiang Che, she burst into tears out of fear. The group of girls also stopped after Jiang Che intervened. "Why don't you contact the hospital?" Jiang Che frowned and said to the security guard next to him. Okay. Several security guards around nodded hurriedly, feeling lucky to have Jiang Che's help. Otherwise, if a stampede really happened, they wouldn't have to work as security guards anymore. After Jiang Che handed the girl to the security guard, he frowned and looked at Chiu Lei. Chapter 67, Skills Worth 100,000. Is this how you treat your fans? Jiang Che asked. What's it got to do with you? Chiu Lei didn't even bother to take off his mask, his eyes full of disdain. I haven't called her stupid yet. If she really gets trampled to death, someone will blacken me again. The girls nearby were stunned, looking at the unfamiliar idol in front of them with an expression of disbelief. Obviously they did not expect Chiu Lei to say such a thing. When you are being trampled to death, you only care whether someone will slander you. A middle-aged woman next to Chiu Lei, who might be his agent or a partner, pulled him and said, "Be careful with your words in public." Then she looked at Jiang Che and threatened, "Young man, if you don't want to be exposed online, don't meddle in other people's business. Chiu Lei only needs one word to make you live in unrest for a year or two." Chiu Lei had a completely nonchalant attitude. It's okay. Even if it was recorded, there will be people in the company to help me clean it up. They are still counting on me to make money. Jiang Che's eyes turned completely cold when he heard that. Is this the quality of Chenyu Company's artists and agents? Just as he was about to speak, a woman in her 20s walked over quickly. The woman was dressed in a formal business suit, which fully showed off her curvy figure. She was wearing a pair of high heels, which made a deng-deng sound as she stepped on the airport hall. She exuded the temperament of a strong woman. Director Jiang. The woman walked up to Jiang Che and asked, "Well, are you Pan Wenliu?" Jiang Che guessed something. When the system sent Twenyu Entertainment Company to Jiang Che, Pan Wenliu obtained a simple information about Jiang Che, so he knew that Jiang Che's appearance was the same as the one in Wuzhou building before. Yes. Pan Wenliu nodded. Both of them were a little surprised. They didn't expect the other person to be so young. Seeing that she agreed, Jiang Che didn't say anything else. He pointed at Chiu Lei and asked, "Is this the artist promoted by our company? Is he very popular?" Pan Wenliu hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and agreed, "Yes, now he is one of the most popular male stars in the company." When she saw Jiang Che, she also saw Chiu Lei, but compared to him, Jiang Che was naturally more important, so she came to greet Jiang Che first. When Chiu Lei saw Pan Wenliu coming, he changed his previous disdainful attitude, walked over with a smile and greeted, "Hello Sister Liu, what a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you at the airport." As he spoke, his eyes were looking at Pan Wenliu with a hint of barely perceptible greed in his eyes. Pan Wenliu's attitude was somewhat lukewarm, and he agreed indifferently, "Come and pick up our new chairman." The new chairman? Chiu Lei slowly looked at Jiang Che, with an ominous premonition in his heart. Is it him? Yeah. Pan Wenliu nodded calmly. Chiu Lei suddenly felt awkward, not knowing whether to speak or not. It was his manager who reacted first. He quickly pulled Chiu Lei to apologize to Jiang Che and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Director, I didn't recognize you before. It was totally unintentional to offend you." Chiu Lei immediately apologized, "I'm sorry, Chairman. I really didn't recognize you. Don't take what I said just now to heart." Jiang Che didn't even look at him, and said to Pan Wenliu expressionlessly, "With an artist of this quality being promoted to such a high level, isn't it natural for Chenyu to be surpassed by Dynasty Entertainment?" This sentence made both Chiu Lei and Pan Wenliu extremely embarrassed, but they dared not refute. "Let's go to the company headquarters." Jiang Che turned and walked outside, ignoring Chiu Lei's words from beginning to end. Pan Wenliu hurriedly followed. She came here to pick up Jiang Che. After they left, Chiu Lei's expression gradually turned from awkward to gloomy. He looked at Jiang Che's back and whispered, "Wait until I go to Dynasty Entertainment. Let's see how long Chen Yu can hold on." "It's okay, go back." The agent also changed his previous respectful look and said indifferently, "He won't do anything to you even if he's angry. After all, he still relies on you to make money, especially with Chen Yu's current condition." Jiang Che and 3 others got into the car driven by Pan Wenliu. Pan Wenliu drove and Jiang Che sat in the passenger seat. As for Tang Qiuyue and Tang Xiaozhu, who were sitting in the back row, they were completely stunned. Start a business? Start a Chen Yu Entertainment Company? Chairman of Chen Yu Entertainment Company? Pan Wenliu came to pick me up at the airport in person? They both felt like their brains had lost the ability to think. It was like a dream. Jiang Che didn't care about their feelings. After getting in the car, he directly said to Pan Wenliu, "Do you have any information about Chiu Lei?" Since it is a system task, Jiang Che is ready to complete it seriously and rescue Chen Yu from the predicament, so he starts with some unqualified artists. "Yes." Pan Wenliu nodded, took out a file from his mobile phone and sent it to Jiang Che's phone. Jiang Che received the document and said calmly, "You drive, I'll take a look first." "Okay." Pan Wenliu nodded and started the car. To be honest, Pan Wenliu is usually a strong person, but for some reason he doesn't seem to be strong at all in front of Jiang Che. However, she was still very happy to see Jiang Che's attitude. As soon as he got in the car, he started to care about the company's affairs. He had a calm temperament, unlike those so-called young heroes she had met before who couldn't walk when they saw her. The super rich who can directly take out hundreds of billions are indeed different from ordinary rich second generations. Sometimes it is like this: you try to plant flowers but they don't bloom, but you plant willows by accident and they grow into a shade. Jiang Che's cold attitude actually made Pan Wenliu like him more. After Jiang Che received the file from Pan Wenliu, he did not open it immediately. Instead, he searched for it in the system mall. In a few seconds, he found what he wanted: mastering primary enterprise management. This is not just some armchair theory in books. It incorporates the lifelong insights and experiences of hundreds of outstanding entrepreneurs in business management. It is precisely because of this that this skill requires a full 100,000 worship points, but Jiang Che feels that it is totally worth it. After learning this, it will be easier to deal with any company, so Jiang Che directly chose to buy it. In an instant, Jiang Che felt a huge amount of information in his mind, which he quickly digested with the help of the system. After digesting it, Jiang Che thought about Chen Yu Entertainment Company again and suddenly had some different opinions and views in his mind. Then he opened Chiu Lei's information and started reading it. Chapter 68, Chen Yu Headquarters. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Che finished reading Chiu Lei's information. With a thoughtful look in his eyes, Chiu Lei was not famous before, and only became popular after signing with Chen Yu. Yes, he became famous after starring in a movie, and the company also gave him a lot of resources. Pan Wenliu hesitated and said, "But Chen Yu is in a recession now. He wants to go to Dynasty, but the penalty is a bit high, plus we are obstructing him, so he is still trying to find a way." Jiang Che was speechless. Can you guys make this ungrateful person burn with one hand? He also understood why Pan Wenliu seemed too lazy to pay attention to Chiu Lei at the airport. Pan Wenliu pursed his lips and said nothing. From a personal perspective, the company is in recession and it is fine for artists to go elsewhere for better development. However, although Chen Yu is facing many crises now, it is still the #1 entertainment company in the empire, and the resources allocated to Chiu Lei have never decreased. It is really disheartening that he is so eager to leave and go to the rival Dynasty Entertainment Company. What's more, Chiu Lei was made famous by Chen Yu, and he has absolutely no gratitude at all. If he wants to leave, let him go. There's no need to stop him. Just make him pay the penalty in full and get out. Jiang Che said calmly. But given the current situation of our Chen Yu, if he goes to the Dynasty, it will be even more difficult for us. Pan Wenliu said with a frown. You want to go to Dynasty after leaving me? Jiang Che sneered. What happened at the airport today must have been filmed by quite a few people, who then posted it online to condemn Chiu Lei. You let his team clear his name first, then keep the video, and then release it after the contract is terminated, saying that the subsequent investigation has made it clear that it did happen, so the company took the initiative to terminate the contract with an artist like Chiu Lei who does not meet the quality standards. There will definitely be a lot of people who don't believe it at first, especially Chiu Lei's fans, so they hired some internet trolls. You are more familiar with this matter than I am, so I don't need to explain it. If Chiu Lei leaves Qianyu, who will help him clean up? Can he defeat our entire company by himself? Moreover, a person like Chiu Lei must have more than one scandal. If more scandals are exposed by passers-by, I don't believe Dynasty will dare to sign him. Pan Wenliu felt a chill in his heart. This new boss was a bit cruel. First, they used the penalty to drain Chiu Lei's family's wealth, and then completely discredited him before he joined Dynasty. In this way, Chiu Lei has completely lost his foothold in the entire entertainment industry. However, Pan Wenliu hesitated for a moment and said, "This will indeed prevent Chiu Lei from turning over, but I think it is completely unnecessary. After all, this will not benefit Qianyu at all. On the contrary, it will cost a lot of money to buy water army and other activities. But if Chiu Lei stays in Qianyu for a while, he can bring us a lot of benefits. Indeed, the purpose of setting up a company is to make money. Putting Chiu Lei to death will have no effect on Qianyu except to vent its anger. However, delaying Chiu Lei for a while and letting him participate in some activities while he is still an employee of Qianyu company can bring a lot of benefits to the company. I can't pay wages to vent my anger, but I can pay benefits. I don't care what you think, I care what I feel," Jiang Che said lightly. Pan Wenliu. Do you think he is the only one who wants to leave Qianyu now? Jiang Che asked back. Once Chiu Lei successfully starts this, the whole company will be unstable. So let those who have ideas see that our Qianyu is not a charity. It is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Even if it's a top star like Chiu Lei, it would only take the company a moment to destroy him. Only if we calm down those people in the company temporarily can the next action proceed smoothly. Otherwise, if 5 out of 10 artists want to leave, how can we fight back against Dynasty? Because of his skill of mastering primary business management, Jiang Che not only had the insights of those entrepreneurs, but also had the aura of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. His series of rhetorical questions made Pan Wenliu, a strong woman in the eyes of others, completely speechless, and she could only remain silent. Do you have any information about Dynasty Entertainment? Jiang Che asked again. Yes. Pan Wenliu agreed sullenly, and while waiting for the red light, he sent the information he had collected during this period to Jiang Che. Jiang Che was reading the information sent by Pan Wenliu, and the atmosphere in the car became quiet for a moment. Tang Qiyue and Tang Xiaozhu didn't dare to speak at all. Did they discuss Chiu Lei's fate in just a few words? In the eyes of both of them, Chiu Lei used to be an absolutely unattainable person. Although they both disliked Chiu Lei, it was undeniable that he had achievements and status. But now Jiang Che decided his fate with just a few words? What kind of power is this? One can imagine the impact Jiang Che's words had on both of them. Tang Qiyue was stunned, as if she didn't recognize her younger brother at all. Was this still the little Che who used to play with her? After Tang Xiaozhu was shocked, a look of admiration and love appeared in her eyes. This is what a man should be like. The temperament he exudes in his every move makes people obsessed. About half an hour later, the 4 of them finally arrived at the headquarters of Qianyu Entertainment Company. Jiang Che first asked Pan Wenliu to find a place for Tang Qiyue and Tang Xiaozhu to rest, while he and Pan Wenliu went to Qianyu's conference room. The headquarters of Qianyu Entertainment Company is also a building, but unlike Jiang Che's Wuzhou building, this building belongs only to Qianyu. Qianyu's conference room is on the top floor. Since Jiang Che had already notified yesterday that he would come today, Pan Wenliu had already notified the company's major shareholders and heads of various departments to come to the meeting in the morning. When Jiang Che and the other arrived, everyone in the conference room was already there. The person next to me is our new chairman, Mr. Jiang Che. Pan Wenliu introduced to everyone. Welcome everyone. Everyone stood up and said, "Welcome Chairman Jiang." After all, he is the controlling shareholder holding 51% of Qianyu's shares, and no one dares to neglect him. However, there was some surprise in everyone's eyes. Pan Wenliu knew some basic information about Jiang Che, but others didn't, and they were all shocked at Jiang Che's age. Because he is so young, he looks like the new college graduate who has just joined the company. Of course, Jiang Che's age had nothing to do with them. What they cared about was that Jiang Che was able to buy 51% of Tianyu's shares at his age. It was basically impossible for him to do it through his own efforts. They had never heard of such a young rich man in the country. So it depends on the family behind it. What kind of family would be so generous as to spend tens of billions to buy a company for their descendants to practice? Chapter 69, Talented Director. Jiang Che didn't know what these people were thinking. He smiled and greeted them. Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. It's okay, it's okay. No one dared to have any opinions. Pan Wenliu then introduced Jiang Che. This is our company's third largest shareholder, Zhu Wen. He is a veteran of the company and founded the company with my father. Jiang Che smiled and nodded at him. Zhu Wen also welcomed Jiang Che warmly, but Jiang Che noticed the flash of dissatisfaction and hostility in his eyes. Jiang Che pretended not to see it and continued to look at the next person. And this is? Pan Wenliu introduced them one by one. Jiang Che nodded and smiled frequently, looking harmless. After a while, Pan Wenliu introduced everyone present, and Jiang Che also had a general understanding of these important figures in the company. The most influential among them is the company's third largest shareholder Zhu Wen, who holds 17% of the company's shares. The first shareholder is naturally Jiang Che, and the second shareholder is Pan Wenliu, who holds 21% of the company's shares. Pan Wenliu's shares originally belonged to her father, but her father died in a car accident a year ago, and these shares were inherited by Pan Wenliu. As for Zhu Wen's hostility towards Jiang Che, it is not difficult to guess the reason. Before Jiang Che came, he was the oldest veteran in the company, and he was only 4% away from Pan Wenliu. As long as he got more than 4% of the shares, he would become the largest shareholder of Tianyu. But now Jiang Che came with 51% of the shares, and his dream was shattered. Jiang Che didn't care about his hostility at all. He had 51% of the shares. Even if Zhu Wen was dissatisfied, what could he do? If he dared to make any small moves, Jiang Che wouldn't mind taking over more than 10% of the shares from him. Everyone sit down, Jiang Che said with a smile. I came here today mainly to understand the basic situation of Tianyu and how to deal with the dynasty. I already have a general idea of Tianyu's situation now, so what solutions do you have for the rapid development of the dynasty? Jiang Che asked. No one spoke. No one knew what the new boss Jiang Che's temper was like, so they didn't dare to speak rashly. Besides, if they had any good ideas, Tianyu would not have fallen into its current predicament. Jiang Che didn't expect the crowd to say anything, so when no one spoke, he continued, I learned about dynasty entertainment. They are mainly strong in music and movies. Of course, this is also the main development direction of the entertainment company. They have been producing many hit songs in music recently, and have made several popular movies. Then they started to poach people from Tianyu, trying to suppress us. On the other hand, we at Tianyu don't seem to have anything to show for it these days, especially in terms of movies. Those few bad movies, you know what they are even without me telling you. Jiang Che naturally learned this information from Pan Wenliu, and as for movies, Jiang Che often heard his classmates complain about the crappy movies that Tianyu Entertainment Company had recently produced. Everyone remained silent, but many people looked at Zhu Wen because those bad movies had a lot to do with him. Jiang Che ignored everyone's thoughts and continued, now that the problem is clear, it's very simple. As long as we have better lyrics and music and movies than his, it will be fine. Everyone. Isn't this bullshit? But the question is where to get better? Jiang Che knew what everyone was thinking by looking at their expressions, and explained, I have the lyrics and the movie script, you just need to manage it well. Zhu Wen couldn't help asking, did director Jiang find any talent? It's true that you can buy these things with money, but it's not easy to buy high-quality ones. It's not that Zhu Wen doubted Jiang Che's financial resources, but literary and artistic creations rely on professional talent and inspiration, not just money. Moreover, Tianyu Company has a lot of talents in this field, all of whom are the best in the country. Where can Jiang Che find better lyrics and movies? It is even more impossible to find foreign ones because of the cultural differences. The question Zhu Wen asked was also what most people were curious about, including Pan Wenliu. They were also puzzled, but Jiang Che had no intention of explaining it to them. There was no need to explain so much to these people. I have my own way of doing this. I am personally responsible for the music aspect. Every month I will select an artist from the company and release an album whose quality can surpass Dynasty. Jiang Che's face was full of confidence. Produced by the system, it will definitely be no problem to crush Dynasty Entertainment Company. Without waiting for anyone to comment, Jiang Che said again, also, regarding movies, I want to know which talented director in our company directed those 2 bad movies. Jiang Che asked bluntly. Jiang Che didn't mention the names of the movies, but everyone knew which 2 he was talking about. Those 2 movies had been criticized by netizens on Douban, with shockingly low ratings. Everyone looked at Zhu Wen silently. Of course, those were not the films he shot. After all, Zhu Wen was a major shareholder of the company, and he couldn't lower his status to make movies. However, the director of those 2 films was his nephew, whom he recruited into Qianyu. Zhu Wen said somewhat awkwardly, it was filmed by our company's director Zhu Chengping. Even he thought those 2 movies were really bad. Then let him pack up and leave tomorrow. Our company doesn't need such talents. Jiang Che said lightly. Zhu Wen's face changed, and he immediately said, Zhu Chengping has been in our Qianyu for nearly 10 years. Even if he has no merits, he has worked hard. I'm afraid it will be disheartening to directly fire him like this. It would have been fine if he didn't say anything. As soon as he said it, Jiang Che got angry. How could you let such a person stay in the company for 10 years? Is there something wrong with your brain? He hasn't made any contribution in 10 years, and you still want to work hard? How many resources of Qianyu has he wasted? Go and see if he has a good movie in these 10 years? I don't know how such a person got into the company. Zhu Wen's face turned red and white, and there was some anger in his eyes. When had he ever been scolded like this before? Especially by a junior like Jiang Che. He didn't expect Jiang Che to completely ignore him in front of so many people. Jiang Che thought about this and suddenly asked Pan Wenliu, how did Zhu Chengping get in? How could he stay in the company for 10 years with such a level of ability? He really didn't know the relationship between Zhu Wen and Zhu Chengping. After all, Pan Wenliu hadn't told him about it before, so how could he, an outsider, know about it? But now that he thought about how such a person could stay in Qianyu for 10 years. I would like to recommend a novel to you, City, starting with a newbie gift pack of 200 million, written by Wandering Hamster. The writing is concise and fluent, not flattering, not aggrieved, domineering male protagonist, absolutely refreshing. I read it 7 times a day. It is well written. It is recommended to recite the whole text. You can go and take a look. And it's already very good, no need to wait for updates, just buy it and kill it now. Chapter 70 E-Momentum. Pan Wenliu explained, Uncle Zhu Wen recruited him at that time. Zhu Wen is of the same generation as his father and helped a lot when his father founded Qianyu Entertainment Company, so it is not an exaggeration to call him uncle. However, after Pan Wenliu's father passed away, Zhu Wen's mind changed a lot. When Pan Wenliu's father was alive, he kept Zhu Chengping out of consideration for the relationship between the 2, but he did not use him in a high position. He just gave him the title of director. However, after Pan Wenliu's father passed away, Zhu Wen let him take sole charge and make 2 movies. The result was no surprise. The company is in a recession now, and Pan Wenliu also wants Zhu Chengping to get out. However, every time Pan Wenliu mentioned this, Zhu Wen would object with the excuse that your father didn't fire Zhu Chengping at that time. There is a feeling of pressure from the elders. In addition, Zhu Wen is a veteran of the company, has a high prestige, and holds a high number of shares, so Pan Wenliu has never been able to get what he wanted. Hearing Pan Wenliu say this, Jiang Che instantly understood that it was definitely nepotism. But Jiang Che didn't ask any more questions. He had no control over what the relationship was before, but now. Since you were the one who hired him, you should fire him. There's no point in keeping such a person in the company. Jiang Che said without question. Why did you fire him? Zhu Wen asked dissatisfiedly. Even when Director Pan was in office, he didn't do anything to him. The worst that can happen is that he won't be used. The Director Pan was obviously not referring to Pan Wenliu, but Pan Wenliu's father. Jiang Che glanced at him coldly and said, Director Pan is Director Pan, and I am me. Why should useless people stay in the company? Our company does not keep useless people. In addition, I am giving orders, not discussing with you. You just need to execute what I say. Everyone was slightly shocked. They didn't expect Jiang Che to have such a kind smile when he first came in, but now he was so tough when talking about business, and he didn't care about Zhu Wen's face at all. It turned out that people who can control a company with a market value of tens of billions are not simple people regardless of their age. Zhu Wen has hit a wall this time. And the most important thing is that the aura that Jiang Che exudes when he speaks is no weaker than when Pan Wenliu's father was in power. Momentum is a mysterious thing. It cannot be seen or touched, but you can definitely feel its existence. The most obvious example is people who have been in high positions for a long time, who always have a sense of oppression in their every word and action. Pan Wenliu's father started from scratch and successfully founded Tuanyu, the largest entertainment company in the Yanghuang Empire. The aura he possessed was accumulated after going through countless ups and downs in his life. And how old is Jiang Che? He has such an aura at such a young age. Sure enough, the younger generations trained by top families are different. Unconsciously, everyone felt a little more in awe of Jiang Che. Zhu Wen's face turned pale and blue, as if he finally understood that this young man Jiang Che was not as easy to deal with as he thought. But for a moment he was unwilling to bow his head. Zhu Chengping is indeed not suitable to stay in the company anymore. Pan Wenliu also spoke at the critical moment. Pan Wenliu felt somewhat pleased when he saw Zhu Wen's embarrassed look. Before her father got into trouble, Zhu Wen could indeed be considered her elder, so it was natural for her to call him uncle. However, after her father passed away, Zhu Wen always teamed up with other shareholders to interfere with her decisions, and even wanted to swallow up her shares. Pan Wenliu no longer had any respect for him, but she could not do anything about him. It's bad luck for him to meet Jiang Che now. Jiang Che and Pan Wenliu objected in succession, and there was nothing a small Zhu Wen could do, so even if he was extremely dissatisfied, he could only endure it. He sat on the chair with an angry face and stopped talking. Jiang Che ignored him and continued, "I will be responsible for the music. For the film, please find me a good director. I also have the script. Is there anything else you want to say?" Everyone was silent. Zhu Wen had been criticized like this, who would dare to object? Seeing that no one was talking, Jiang Che announced, "That's it, everyone go back. You all have to work hard during this period. You will naturally not be left out of the benefits of maintaining the position of the #1 entertainment company in the Qianyu Empire." Zhu Wen stood up first and left with a grim look on his face. Upon hearing this, the others also left in twos and threes. Some even said goodbye to Jiang Che politely before leaving. In the end, only Jiang Che and Pan Wenliu were left in the office. "Director Jiang, do you really have good lyrics and movie scripts?" Pan Wenliu asked impatiently after they left. "Just call me by my name." "I'm not used to it." Jiang Che said, "As for those things I said I had, of course I had them. Do you think there are any artists with good voices in the company? Let's ask them to come over and try now. Xie Mu happens to be in the company. How about I ask her to come over?" Pan Wenliu asked. "Xie Mu." Jiang Che read the name. This person is one of the signature stars of Qianyu Entertainment Company. She is also a little queen of the music scene in the empire. She has been very popular a few years ago. Jiang Che naturally knows her. The strength of this type of singer is naturally unquestionable, and he is fundamentally different from traffic stars like Qiu Lei. But Jiang Che thought about it and shook his head. "No, are there any less famous artists? It would be much more beneficial to support a little-known artist. It is like the difference between providing timely assistance and adding icing on the cake." Moreover, influenced by Qiu Lei, Jiang Che felt that making an artist too popular would not be good for the company, as it would make the artist more arrogant. An artist with a lesser reputation. Pan Wenliu thought for a moment and said, "I do know one. She has not been in the company for long, but she has good singing skills. It is only a matter of time before she becomes famous. I have a video of her singing. Do you want to see it?" "Let me see." Jiang Che became interested. Pan Wenliu herself was also knowledgeable about music. Since she said so, this artist must be really good. Pan Wenliu took out his cell phone and watched it with Jiang Che. On the screen was a pretty girl singing without any accompaniment. Jiang Che's first impression of this voice was that it was very penetrating. This girl's name is Yang Yatong. She came to our company just a month ago and is very talented, Pan Wenliu introduced. A song lasts about 3 minutes, and the two of them finished listening to it quickly. With Jiang Che's current understanding of music, he could naturally tell that the girl's singing skills were very good, and he immediately decided, this person is okay. Is she in the company? Yes. Pan Wenliu nodded immediately. Should I ask her to come over? Yeah. Jiang Che naturally agreed. So Pan Wenliu called his assistant and asked her to bring Yang Yatong over. Jiang Che and the other person waited in this conference room. While waiting, Jiang Che entered the system again and started looking for a song that would be suitable for becoming famous. Chapter 71, The Guiding Star. Within a few minutes, Pan Wenliu's assistant brought Yang Yatong over. She looks like a very delicate girl, and was even a little shy when she saw Jiang Che and Pan Wenliu. If you only look at her appearance, you would never imagine that her singing voice would be so penetrating. Hello, Director Pan. Yang Yatong greeted Pan Wenliu. Yes, Pan Wenliu nodded and introduced. This is our new chairman of GenU, his name is Jiang Che. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Yang Yatong immediately greeted Jiang Che, with some curiosity and nervousness in her eyes. I was naturally curious because of Jiang Che's age and appearance, and I was nervous because I didn't know why Jiang Che and Pan Wenliu called me over. Jiang Che smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. I just thought your voice is very unique, so I asked you to come and sing." Sing? What to sing? Yang Yatong felt relieved. Singing was what she was best at. Here. Jiang Che handed over his phone, on which was the lyrics of a song that had already been composed. Jiang Che directly asked the system to transfer the song to his mobile phone. Yang Yatong took Jiang Che's phone curiously and started looking at it. Within a few seconds, her eyes lit up. For a singer, a good song is like the feeling of a swordsman encountering a peerless sword. It is exciting. Yang Yatong fell in love with this song at first sight. As she watched, she began to hum unconsciously. Can the brightest star in the night sky hear the person looking up at it? The loneliness and sigh in my heart, oh, the brightest star in the night sky. Can you remember the figure that once walked with me and disappeared in the wind? I pray to have a transparent heart and eyes that can shed tears. Give me the courage to believe again, oh, go beyond the lies and embrace you. Whenever I can't find the meaning of existence, whenever I get lost in the darkness. Jiang Che nodded secretly. The voice was indeed good. It was such an effect after the first trial singing. Yang Yatong simply thought that the lyrics and music were good and would become popular, but the lyrics had a different meaning to Pan Wenliu. The brightest star in the night sky? Does the night refer to the current state of the universe? So this star refers to Jiang Che himself? Does it mean that GenU will walk out of the darkness and return to the top under the leadership of Jiang Che? Pan Wenliu's eyes suddenly changed when he looked at Jiang Che. He was indeed amazing. Of course, if Jiang Che knew she had thought so much, he would definitely give her a full score for reading comprehension. This comprehension ability is simply terrifying, but I really just simply found the lyrics of a song. About 2 minutes later, Yang Yatong finished reading the lyrics, and with excitement in her eyes, she asked Jiang Che and Pan Wenliu, "Is this song really for me?" On the one hand, she felt that if she could get this opportunity, her career would truly take off. On the other hand, it was simply because she loved the song. Jiang Che nodded and said, "Of course it's for you, but the prerequisite is that you have to prove your ability. Sing it once for me to listen to. If I think it's okay, I have 9 other songs of the same quality, just enough to make an album. It's enough to make you popular for a long time, and even if you have the ability, you can continue to be popular." There are 9 more songs? Yang Yatong was surprised for a moment, then immediately said excitedly, "Okay, I'll try it, but can I get my guitar?" "Of course." Jiang Che nodded. Seeing Jiang Che agreed, Yang Yatong ran out excitedly. "Director Jiang," Pan Wenliu asked curiously, "where did you get this word from?" She also studied music before inheriting the shares of GenU Entertainment Company, so she could naturally see the quality of Jiang Che's song. With GenU's publicity capabilities, it would be no problem for the song to become a hit. The only thing she was curious about was where the lyrics came from. "Of course I wrote it myself," Jiang Che said as a matter of course. "You wrote it yourself?" Pan Wenliu looked at Jiang Che doubtfully. A rich second generation like this actually knows about writing lyrics and composing music? Jiang Che also noticed that she didn't quite believe it, but he didn't explain too much. As long as it became popular, it was fine. There was no need to force others to believe that he wrote it. After a while, Yang Yatong came back with a guitar. "Mr. Jiang, shall I start?" Yang Yatong asked. "Yeah." Jiang Che nodded. Yang Yatong cleared her throat and spoke. The brightest star in the night sky. The sound of the guitar accompanied by Yang Yatong's penetrating voice made Jiang Che very satisfied. The effect was almost the same as he had imagined. The brightest star in the night sky, please light my way forward. A few minutes later, Yang Yatong finished singing the last line, then looked at Jiang Che expectantly and asked, "Boss Jiang, have I passed this?" "Not bad," Jiang Che nodded and said, "but some details in the middle are not perfect enough." "Where?" Yang Yatong felt that there should be no problem with her singing. "Some of the lines in the middle are a bit low. Especially that one." Jiang Che felt that it was a bit difficult to describe it with words, so he said directly, "Give me the guitar." "Ah? Oh." Yang Yatong was stunned for a moment before she reacted and handed the guitar in her hand to Jiang Che. Pan Wenliu looked even more curious. Jiang Che could also play the guitar? Jiang Che didn't care what the two of them thought. He just picked up the guitar and started to sing the line in the middle. "I don't want to forget your eyes. Give me the courage to believe again." Jiang Che sang the lyrics directly, which immediately amazed Yang Yatong and Pan Wenliu. When Jiang Che sang in the live broadcast room before, those people just thought he sounded good, but as the saying goes, laymen watch the excitement while experts watch the doorway. The two professionals, Yang Yatong and Pan Wenliu, instantly heard how powerful Jiang Che's singing skills were. It can even be said that he is not inferior to the queen of singing, Xia Mu. Jiang Che said before that he wrote the lyrics himself. Pan Wenliu was a little bit unconvinced, but now he has no doubts at all. It is completely normal for someone with such strong singing skills to write lyrics. Pan Wenliu even thought about letting Jiang Che sing this song himself and make him famous. This beauty, this singing skill, this talent, and the mysterious identity. It will definitely kill all those so-called traffic stars in seconds. Pan Wenliu is confident that Chen Yu can have another star of Xia Mu's level. But she felt that Jiang Che might not be willing to do so. "Director Jiang, can you sing it again?" Yang Yatong asked Jiang Che with admiration in her eyes. "I think you sang so well, there are many things I can learn from you." "Okay, then I'll sing the whole song again, and you remember it," Jiang Che said. "Yeah." Yang Yatong nodded quickly. Chapter 72, The Iceberg Secretary. After Jiang Che sang it once and explained the details in detail, Yang Yatong left reluctantly. She thanked Jiang Che profusely and said that she would practice the song as soon as possible. It is very important to develop a noble person in the entertainment industry. Now it seems that Jiang Che can be said to be Yang Yatong's noble person. As for the remaining 9 songs, they have not been selected yet, so Jiang Che plans to let Yang Yatong learn this song first. After Yang Yatong left, Jiang Che discussed other situations in the company with Pan Wenliu and discussed how to deal with Wang Chao next. Of course, it was mainly Jiang Che who was talking and Pan Wenliu who was taking notes. The two talked until noon when they felt hungry and stopped. At this time, Pan Wenliu was completely convinced of Jiang Che. Many of the methods and insights proposed by Jiang Che opened her eyes and she benefited greatly from them. "By the way, please help me find a secretary. I have to go back this afternoon. If I need anything in the future, I can just ask my secretary to come over," Jiang Che said. As things become more and more, it is definitely not possible to do everything by yourself. Besides, Jiang Che still has to go to classes, so it is impossible for him to come in person every time there is something. As for the secretary, I have a good candidate. Pan Wenliu took out a document and handed it to Jiang Che. "What do you think of this person?" Jiang Che took the information and started reading it. Her name was Mu Hanxue, she was 25 years old, had 2 doctoral degrees, and her profile listed various awards. It was obvious that she was an absolute top student in school. If possible, let her come over and try it out for a while. Jiang Che nodded. This resume is very impressive. Just looking at the resume, this person is indeed a rare and outstanding talent. However, a resume is a resume, and it will naturally take some time to test his actual performance. Okay, but she said she wants an annual salary of 1 million. Pan Wenliu added, "Originally, she wanted to come to the company to apply for an assistant position, but I rejected her because she wanted such a high annual salary." 1 million? You are very confident. Jiang Che nodded. "If you can make such a request, you must be quite capable. However, as long as you are capable enough, the price is not a problem." Even for a postdoctoral fellow without any work experience, an annual salary of 300,000 or 500,000 is considered good. An annual salary of 1 million is earned only after years of hard work and becoming a senior executive in a company. Of course, if you have a good father, just ignore what I said. So Mu Hanxue's asking price was indeed a bit high, but for Jiang Che, as long as he found the right person, 1 million a day would not be a problem. He had more than that many spending tasks every day. Seeing that Jiang Che didn't care about the price, Pan Wenliu called Mu Hanxue. After a conversation, Mu Hanxue expressed her willingness to come over, so Jiang Che and the other person continued to wait in the conference room. While waiting, Jiang Che remembered his sisters Qiyue and Tang Xiaozhu, so he said, "My two sisters came with me. Are there any vacancies in the company? They don't have to be important positions, just give them something to do." "How about being Yang Yatong's assistant and manager for the time being?" Pan Wenliu asked, "Or if they both want to enter the entertainment industry, I can find someone to teach them. Then let them be Yang Yatong's assistants first." Jiang Che said. As a new artist, Yang Yatong does not have an assistant or team yet, but once the album Jiang Che gives her is released, she will soon become popular. The company will naturally equip her with the relevant personnel team at that time. It would be a good thing to let Tang Qiyue and Tang Xiaozhu go there first. In addition, Jiang Che felt that Yang Yatong had a very good personality, and Tang Qiyue and Tang Xiaozhu would not be wronged by her. The three of them might become good friends. In addition, being Yang Yatong's assistant does not mean that she is inferior to her. If we really talk about status, Tang Qiyue is still Jiang Che's sister, so this is just a position and has nothing to do with status. After waiting for about half an hour, Pan Wenliu's assistant came to inform him that Mu Hanxue had arrived, and Pan Wenliu asked his assistant to bring her in. After Mu Hanxue walked in, Jiang Che's face showed some surprise. He didn't expect that Mu Hanxue was not only a top student but also a beauty. She had shoulder-length hair, a tall figure, delicate features, and fair skin, no worse than Fang Nanqing. However, the cold expression on her face seemed to suggest that no strangers should approach her. She seemed to be an iceberg beauty. Jiang Che didn't look at her for long. He was looking for a secretary, not a wife. It would be more pleasing to the eye if she was good-looking, but the most important thing was her ability. "Director Jiang, Director Pan." Mu Hanxue called Jiang Che and Pan Wenliu without any humility. Pan Wenliu had already explained to her on the phone that he was Jiang Che's secretary. Jiang Che agreed and said, "I've read your resume. It's excellent, but after all, you have no work experience." Mu Hanxue didn't say anything. "So I'll give you a probation period for now. If your work ability satisfies me, you can stay. But if not, I can only say sorry." Jiang Che continued. "How long is the probation period?" Mu Hanxue asked. Jiang Che thought for a moment and said, 3 months. "What about the salary during the probation period?" "A monthly salary of 100,000 is a bit higher than the annual salary of 1 million you mentioned before. How about it?" "Okay, but..." Mu Hanxue paused before asking, "Can I get an advance on my salary?" "How much advance?" Jiang Che asked. 300,000. "Jiang Che, are you afraid that I won't pay you?" Even Pan Wenliu looked at her speechlessly. How could someone ask for an advance of so much salary just by asking? Jiang Che looked at her and asked, "What do you think?" "All the wages were advanced before I even started working." Mu Hanxue's eyes dimmed slightly and she said nothing. Jiang Che thought for a moment and said, "I don't know if you are in a hurry to use the money or for some other reason, but this is not a charity. Since you are my employee, I can advance you 1 month's salary. The rest of the money depends on your ability." In the past, Jiang Che might have just given it to her. 300,000 was not even a drop in the bucket for Jiang Che. However, after acquiring the skills of business management, Jiang Che's thoughts were different from before. It is against the rules to expect money without doing any work. If Mu Hanxue had worked for him for a long time and done a lot of things, Jiang Che would definitely not refuse an advance on her salary. No matter how much, it would be fine because they were very familiar with each other and had a good relationship. But this was their first meeting, and she wanted money without any work. "Okay, thank you." Mu Hanxue also knew that it was a rare thing that Jiang Che was willing to give her 100,000 first. She had applied for jobs in other companies before, but no one was willing to give her an advance on her salary. Of course, there were many bosses who were willing to give her money, but it was not a salary, it was to support her. Since you agree, let's go to Jiangnan City tomorrow and find a place to live by yourself, or... I just happen to have an idle house. Jiang Che said. Not in the Magic City. Mu Hanxue asked after a moment of hesitation. No, I'm studying at Jiangnan University. Jiang Che explained, so you should be working in Jiangnan City for a long time in the future. Studying at Jiangnan University. Mu Hanxue and Pan Wenliu were both surprised. They thought Jiang Che had returned from studying abroad, and at the very least should be studying in a top university like Peking University or Tsinghua University. However, they did not expect that he was still studying at Jiangnan University. Jiangnan University is considered to be a good university, but it is obviously not high enough for someone of Jiang Che's status. However, Mu Hanxue was only slightly surprised. Since Jiang Che said he was going to Jiangnan City, then he would go to Jiangnan City. It didn't make much difference to her. Okay, I'll go back and pack up and come to Jiangnan City to see you tomorrow. Mu Hanxue said. Yeah. Jiang Che nodded. Chapter 73, Lightning Speed Police Dispatch. After settling the matter of Mu Hanxue, Jiang Che went to find Tang Qiyue and Tang Xiaozhu. Pan Wenliu had arranged for the two of them to rest in Jiang Che's exclusive chairman's office, and had someone take them to the company cafeteria for lunch. The two seemed a little restrained in Jiang Che's office, and they finally felt relieved when they saw Jiang Che coming over. Xiao Che, you're finally back. Tang Qiyue breathed a sigh of relief. There's a lot to do, so let's make a deal now. How about you two work here from now on? Jiang Che asked. When Tang Qiyue and Tang Xiaozhu heard Jiang Che say this, they still couldn't believe it. It felt like they were dreaming. Xiao Che, is this really your company? Tang Qiyue even spoke with some caution. Yes, Jiang Che said with a smile, it may be difficult to explain to you all at once, but now I am indeed the controlling shareholder of Qianyu, so you two can work here without any worries. Tang Xiaozhu's eyes were a little excited and a little nervous. What are we going to do? Will the work be difficult? Of course she was willing to work in such a company, but she was afraid that she would not do well, so she was both excited and nervous. Be an assistant and manager for an unknown artist. This artist has a good personality and should be easy to get along with. Besides, with my status, no one would dare to let you two suffer any injustice. Jiang Che said. This assistant, agent, we don't seem to be very good at it. Tang Qiyue said worriedly, what if it goes wrong? It's not a difficult thing, and someone will teach you, so don't worry. Jiang Che said, let's go back to Qianhai City to pack up first. You two can come by yourselves tomorrow. I have to go back to school. Hearing Jiang Che say this, the two of them were reluctant but could only nod and agree, okay tilde. The three of them returned to Qianhai City together. Jiang Che drove his Aston Martin directly back to Jiangnan City, while Tang Qiyue and Tang Xiaozhu packed up and prepared to report to Qianyu Entertainment Company tomorrow morning. A few hours later, Jiang Che arrived in the urban area of Jiangnan City and slowed down his car. However, just as Jiang Che passed an intersection without a traffic light and slowed down to turn, an old man who looked to be in his 60s or 70s suddenly lay down in front of Jiang Che's car. If Jiang Che had not braked quickly, he would have been run over. Fuck! Jiang Che opened the car door and saw the old man lying in front of his car groaning, my leg. My leg is broken. But the sound was so fake. Do people who commit fraud these days risk their lives? Jiang Che was so angry when he saw the old man. What are you looking at? Why don't you send me to the hospital? Without 20,000 yuan, my leg can't be healed, the old man shouted at Jiang Che. This is the city area, and there are a lot of people around. The commotion here quickly attracted a lot of passers-by to watch. This young man is probably going to be in trouble. I live next door and have seen this old man several times. There is no surveillance here, so I'm afraid it's hard to explain this clearly. Isn't there a dashcam in the car? Some angles of the dashcam may not be clear. Everyone around was talking about it and felt sympathy for Jiang Che. Jiang Che was immediately furious when he saw the old man's rogue look. He had seen many such news reports before. Many people were framed when they were clearly helping an elderly person out of kindness. If there was evidence, it would be fine. If there was no evidence, he would have to suffer in silence. For an ordinary family, tens of thousands of dollars was not a small amount of money. But no matter whether there is a clear explanation in the end or not, the person who was falsely accused will probably never dare to meddle in other people's business again, and those elderly people will at most only be criticized and educated. The cost of committing a crime is too low. The so-called troublemakers are these kinds of people. Many social customs are corrupted in this way, and Jiang Che hates such people extremely. And from the discussions of the people around him, it seems that this old man is not doing this for the first time. But since Jiang Che has caught him, he wants money, right? I just happen to have a lot of money. 20,000 is too little. I'll give you 200,000 for burial expenses. Jiang Che said as he got into the car, started the car, and then stepped on the accelerator. Of course, Jiang Che didn't plan to run over him, but it was necessary to let him stay in the hospital for a while to improve his memory. The roar of the 48 million sports car engine gave people a feeling of blood boiling, but obviously the old man lying in front of Jiang Che's car would not have this feeling. He was frightened by the huge roar and jumped up instantly, and jumped onto the sidewalk next to him. With his legs and reaction speed, it's not an exaggeration to say that he is an 18-year-old boy. However, this old man was probably too impatient. When he rushed to the sidewalk, he tripped over the steps of the green belt and fell directly to the ground. This time he fell really hard and lay on the ground with a distorted expression in pain, unable to get up for a long time. But Jiang Che obviously had no sympathy for him. He got out of the car and asked, "Is your leg injured? Didn't you run very fast?" The old man didn't answer, and he couldn't answer, but suddenly a big man over 1.80 meters tall rushed out from the crowd of onlookers, holding a wrench in his hand, and walked directly towards Jiang Che. "What's wrong with you, young man? This is your attitude after you knocked down an old man." The big man spoke in a fierce tone, as if he saw injustice. The old man on the ground heard the big man's voice and hurriedly said through gritted teeth, "Big man, take me to the hospital quickly, my legs and arms are broken." The big man turned around and said, "Dad, no. Uncle, you got the wrong person, but don't worry, I'll help you get the money back and send you to the hospital." Jiang Che sneered. These two people are truly a kind father and filial son. It would be strange if such people could teach their sons well. But he was not afraid. He had not taken any action since he was strengthened by the system. Today was a good opportunity to try it. Seeing that Jiang Che didn't say anything, the sturdy man hit Jiang Che's car with the wrench in his hand casually. "Boy, I'm talking to you." When the sturdy man inadvertently looked at Jiang Che's Aston Martin, his eyes were filled with greed. He must be very rich to drive such a good car, right? He will definitely make a lot of money this time. But if he knew the real price of the car, he would never dare to ask for it like this. Jiang Che's eyes twitched as he looked at the sunken spot on the car door. He knocked on it casually. The strong man would have to pay at least hundreds of thousands. But just as Jiang Che was about to speak, an alarm suddenly sounded not far away. Chapter 74: The Use of Luxury Cars. What's going on? This police car seemed to be a patrolling traffic police. Seeing so many people gathered here, they drove the police car directly over here. 3 people got off the car, all in police uniforms, a middle-aged man and 2 young men. "Chief, it looks like someone was hit," said the younger policeman next to him. "Why does it look like I'm committing fraud?" said another person. Jiang Che's heart was moved. Director? Was he lucky or unlucky? The director came to patrol the streets in person? The middle-aged director first noticed the wrench in the sturdy man's hand and said directly, "Put down what you have in your hand." The sturdy man thought about it and decided not to confront the traffic police, so he threw the wrench on the ground. "What's wrong with you? Did you hit someone or commit fraud?" The middle-aged director walked over only after he saw the burly man put down his weapon. As the police chief, he has encountered this kind of situation many times. In his opinion, it is most likely a scammer, a gang member. The old man pretends to be hit first, and then his accomplices rush out to threaten and intimidate the car owner. If the car owner is timid, he will probably just give the money directly. What's more, this person was holding a wrench before. But the sturdy man had an expression of injustice. "Comrade police, it's really injustice. Do you think my father looks like he's pretending?" The sturdy man pointed at the old man lying on the ground. Before, he pretended to be a kind-hearted passerby, but now the police are here and they can confirm the relationship between the two with just a simple check, so he simply stopped pretending. Anyway, his father was really hurt because of Jiang Che. The chief signaled with his eyes, and one of the young policemen behind him immediately ran over to check on the old man. "Chief, he is really injured. Preliminary judgment is that his calf and arm are both broken," said the policeman. Although the police are not professional forensic scientists, they know something about this profession, so they can still make simple judgments. "Comrade police officer, I didn't lie, did I?" When the sturdy man heard that his father had a broken bone, he didn't feel any heartache or guilt. Instead, he showed a smug expression. "Young man, did you hit someone?" The director looked at Jiang Che. Since the old man was really injured, he had to be taken back for investigation regardless of whether it was Jiang Che who hit him. But he immediately noticed Jiang Che's car, took a look and said, "This car looks pretty good. It must cost several million, right?" As a director, he is considered a person of some status in Jiangnan City. Although he cannot afford and dares not buy such a luxury car, he often deals with some businessmen. Sometimes those multi-millionaires even ask him to do some things, so this kind of vermilion luxury car is not rare to him. The young policeman behind him paused for a moment, then leaned close to his ear and said, "Chief, this car is called Aston Martin, a limited edition, and it costs 47 million. The director's legs went weak and he almost lost his balance. He turned around and asked in disbelief, "How much?" 47 million, and it's a limited edition. There are only 5 in the empire. You can't buy it just because you have money. The policeman explained. The strong man also heard it and was stunned. 47 million? Can't you buy it with money? Did he meet some big shot? Jiang Che, who had been silent, spoke up at this time, "Comrade police, this is none of my business." He was the one who tried to scam people first, and then he fell down like that. If you don't believe me, there's a dash cam. We can take a look. Jiang Che said as he took out his cell phone. The driving recorder is bound to the mobile phone app, and the relevant playback can be viewed on the mobile phone. Let me see. The director's attitude towards Jiang Che suddenly changed. This person might really be the son of a wealthy family. If he could make friends with him, it would definitely be of great benefit to him. Jiang Che found the video on his phone and played it. After reading it, the director understood that it was indeed the old man who came over to try to scam people, and then he ran away and fell. However, the action of Jiang Che getting back into the car in the middle was indeed a bit inappropriate. Jiang Che explained, "Look, police officer, he fell in front of my car on purpose. I got out of the car to argue with him and felt that it was really dangerous for him to lie in front of my car, so I wanted to back up a little to prevent him from getting hit. But I don't know why he suddenly stood up and ran to the side, and even fell down." "You're talking nonsense." The sturdy man didn't expect Jiang Che to lie like that, and he immediately said angrily, "It was you who wanted to drive forward and hit my father, so he ran away in a hurry." "How do you know I wanted to hit him?" Jiang Che asked back, "Did I drive my car forward?" After Jiang Che got in the car, he just stepped on the accelerator, and the old man ran away before the car even started moving. Therefore, it was impossible to tell from the dashcam whether he wanted to crash forward or fall backward. "I heard you," the strong man said angrily. "All right, stop arguing." After hearing this, the director roughly knew what the process was. Jiang Che didn't know whether he wanted to drive forward or reverse. He only knew that he couldn't afford to offend someone who drove such a car. If Jiang Che really hit someone, he must be taken back, no matter what car he was driving. There is no evidence to prove that Jiang Che wanted to hit the old man. Besides, Jiang Che must be someone extraordinary since he could drive this car, so he couldn't possibly have to make things difficult for Jiang Che. The most important thing is that this strong man and the old man are undoubtedly a scammer gang, and they are not in the right no matter what, so. Xiao Zhao, Xiao Wang, handcuff him and put him in the police car. Let's send this old man back to the hospital for the time being, the director ordered. Yes. The 2 young policemen immediately took out handcuffs and restrained the strong man. It was clearly him who hit someone. "Why are you arresting me?" the sturdy man struggled. "Still not being honest? Get ready to be sued. I hate people like you who corrupt the social morals the most." The director looked indignant, but then he put on a kind smile when he looked at Jiang Che. "Young man, we will deal with these social parasites seriously. We will never wrongly accuse a good person, nor will we let a bad person go. Jiang Che immediately showed a grateful expression. Thank you so much, police comrades. If it weren't for you, I don't know what I should do. But what Jiang Che was thinking was that if the police hadn't come, the old man might not be the only one going to the hospital. Seeing Jiang Che's good attitude, and not having the arrogant temper of those rich second generations, the director immediately smiled and said, "This is what we should do. The damage on your car door was caused by him, right? Don't worry, they are basically responsible for this matter. After the damage is estimated, I will let them compensate you." "Thank you, police officer. But the money doesn't matter. The repair will cost a few $100,000 at most. If they can't pay the compensation, they can just keep him in jail for a few more years," Jiang Che said. The two young policemen choked when they heard this. Just a few $100,000? Is this what a human being would say? The sturdy man looked ashen when he heard the conversation between the two. He really provoked a big shot this time. The director smiled when he heard Jiang Che's words, but he certainly couldn't agree to anything verbally. He just said, "Don't worry, we will handle this impartially. In addition, we also need your dashcam video and your phone number. We will contact you at any time if there is anything later." Originally, he was planning to take Jiang Che back to take a statement, but after thinking it over, he gave Jiang Che some convenience and did not let him go to the police station. Upon hearing this, Jiang Che naturally cooperated and sent the video over, left his number, and then drove back. As I said before, if you have money you can do whatever you want. Chapter 75, Anger. About half an hour later, Jiang Che returned to the dormitory, and his two roommates were there too. After all, for those of them who didn't have girlfriends, there wasn't much else they could do on Sundays except lie in the dormitory. When the elder Wang Cheng saw him coming back, he smiled and asked, "You are finally back. Where have you been these past 2 days?" Upon hearing this, Du Yuan suddenly sat up from the bed and said, "Damn it, third brother, you are so famous. You beat all the professional players. A KPL professional player like Yang Chen actually lost in a one-on-one duel with you." "Who? How did you know?" Jiang Che asked curiously. "Did you watch the live broadcast too? What are you live streaming? You can find your one-on-one video on any video app. I've seen you on TikTok at least 5 times. Du Yuan said excitedly, "You don't know how many teams are looking for you and want to invite you to try out. There are also many people in the forum trying to find out your true identity. So popular?" Jiang Che was curious and opened the Shark forum on his phone. Sure enough, 8 out of 10 posts were talking about the one-on-one duel between him and Yang Chen. Not many people criticized him this time. After all, he did win the game based on his strength. However, many people criticized Yang Chen for being a waste and asked him to stop playing professionally. Of course, there were also some die-hard fans of Yang Chen and some nitpickers who said that Jiang Che was just lucky or was suppressed by a hero. Jiang Che was too lazy to pay attention to such people. If I hadn't been born a master of mechanics, the construction site would have been dark forever. There is absolutely no need to pay attention. But there are quite a few people scolding you on Weibo. Du Yuan hesitated and said, "This morning, Yang Chen posted a Weibo saying that you look down on the CG team, and he also posted a short video of you rejecting the invitation from the CG team. This Weibo post was deleted about half an hour later. I don't know whether it was deleted by him or by the team management, but many people had already forwarded it before, or someone took a screenshot and then posted it. In short, there are many CG team fans on Weibo scolding you," Du Yuan explained. Yang Tian's skills can be ranked above average in KPL, and the number of his fans can only be said to be not small, but if compared with the entire CG team, the difference can be said to be worlds apart. You must know that CG team is considered a top team in the entire KPL, and the number of its fans can only be described as terrifying. Jiang Che remembered that he had no good feelings towards the entire CG team last night because of Yang Tian, so he was very straightforward when he rejected Zhao Li. He didn't say that he didn't want to play professionally, but only said that he didn't want to join the CG team. In addition, Yang Tian's guidance. Moreover, Jiang Che's disdain for the CG team almost meant that he looked down on every member of the team, and then every one of their fans. Jiang Che probably knew how he was criticized on Weibo. "I'll go take a look." Jiang Che didn't care. He wanted to see how those people criticized him. Jiang Che left the forum and went to Weibo. After searching, he found that many people were scolding him. It's nothing more than saying that he was too arrogant and looked down on the entire CG team after winning against Yang Chen. In the CG team, the player with the most fans is Roger. Many of Roger's fans even clamored for Roger to challenge Jiang Che and teach him a lesson. Jiang Che had a calm expression and didn't care about these words at all because the two sides were completely not on the same level. If he got angry with these people, it would only bring shame to his own status. However, after watching for a while, Jiang Che's expression changed a little because not only were people criticizing him, but even Chen Sisi and Yu Yangran were implicated. Some people even said that they would go to their live broadcast rooms to wait for Jiang Che. Jiang Che frowned immediately. He didn't care at all what those people said, but Chen Sisi and Yu Yangran were the anchors. If someone went to their live broadcast room to lead the rhythm, it would be very troublesome. Jiang Che thought about it and logged into Shark with his secondary account, first entering Yu Yanran's live broadcast room. At this time, Yu Yangran had already started broadcasting, and there were indeed many fans of the CG team in the barrage. "Where's the handsome emperor you were talking about? Isn't he too scared to come? That's it? Broadcaster, your operation is really bad, can you please stop cheating people? Where's that ignorant person from yesterday? The one who looked down on Team CG? Gone? Can the trolls go away? That's right, I can't even watch a live broadcast quietly." Yu Yanran's face was also extremely ugly. In the end, she couldn't help but defend Jiang Che. He just had something to do these 2 days. Besides, Yang Chen lost in the first place, and he didn't mean to look down on the CG team. Can't he refuse the invitation? However, her response made those people in the barrage even more excited. Yang Chen lost the game, so he lost. But based on his attitude last night, do you think he looked down on Team CG? Is it unfair for him to go to Team CG? He refused the invitation personally from a top team. Isn't this ungrateful? Haha, tilde, you dare say that those 2 times you dodged the damage with your second skill wasn't just luck? And you even made it known to the whole internet. Does looking down on Team CG mean looking down on Roger? Do you have the guts to ask him to go and have a solo with Roger? Provincial 3rd Di Renjie requested to go to the battle. Call that handsome emperor here, I will beat him to tears. Jiang Che frowned, looked for a while and then turned to Chen Sisi's live broadcast room. Not surprisingly, there were many people cursing in Chen Sisi's live broadcast room, but relatively speaking, Chen Sisi's performance was much calmer. The room manager directly banned those who cursed and stirred up trouble. As many as there were banned, Chen Sisi said calmly, playing the game non-stop. As for those who want to challenge Shui Huang, first tell me which professional team you are from in KPL. Don't tell me that you haven't even become a professional player, then you are not worthy of challenging him. Or you can go and challenge Yang Chen first, and then come back if you win. Chen Sisi added. As soon as these words were spoken, many barrage heroes became angry and began to greet Chen Sisi's female relatives one by one. However, after just one curse, they received a luxury package of being banned from speaking for 3 months. For a moment, the barrage was not so chaotic. Jiang Che had a hint of anger between his brows. Chen Sisi and Yu Yangran were in such trouble because of him. Yang Chen, I gave you a chance. Jiang Che left the live broadcast room with an ugly look on his face and directly called Mu Hanxue. Chapter 76, Planned Acquisition. Mr. Jiang? Is there anything wrong? Mu Hanxue's voice came from the other end of the phone. Have you come to Jiangnan City? Jiang Che asked. Not yet. I'm currently dealing with things in the Magic City. You can come over tomorrow morning. Mu Hanxue said. Okay, tomorrow morning you go contact the owner of CG Club and acquire the entire CG Club. Jiang Che ordered. CG Club? Mu Hanxue seemed to be unaware of the CG Club. It's the CG Club in the esports circle. Their club's King of Glory section is very strong. Jiang Che explained. CG Club has many sections, and King of Glory is just one of them. Of course, it is also the strongest one. The other sections such as Chicken Dinner and League of Legends have mediocre results and can only be regarded as a second-rate team. Okay. After understanding the situation, Mu Hanxue didn't ask any more questions and agreed directly. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Che showed a cold smile on his face. He wondered what Yang Qian's expression would be when he knew that he had become the boss of the CG club. As for not being able to buy it? Impossible. A club is not expensive for Jiang Che. Jiang Che's offer value is higher than the value of the club itself. The owner behind it will definitely sell it. Jiang Che was making the call outside the dormitory balcony, mainly because he didn't want these things to create a distance between him and his roommates. Imagine that one is a wealthy man who always talks about millions, and the other is an ordinary senior student who is still in a period of confusion. Even if they got along well before, their relationship is likely to deteriorate now. After Jiang Che finished the call, he lay down on the bed, then opened Weibo again to see if there was any movement from Chen Yu. But when he saw the content on Weibo, he suddenly said to himself, has the action already started? Jiang Che just realized that Chiu Lei had actually become a hot topic on Weibo. Of course, it was not because of any good thing, but because of what happened at the airport yesterday. The most important thing is that Chen Yu did not whitewash it as usual, but directly acknowledged the truth of the matter and announced that he had officially terminated the contract with Chiu Lei because of his quality, skipping the step of whitewashing first and then smearing as Jiang Che had said before. Jiang Che watched for a while and roughly understood how this matter unfolded. First, some netizens and paparazzi revealed what happened at the airport that morning. As one of today's top stars, Chiu Lei's name already brings traffic, not to mention such a big scandal, so related posts quickly became popular. Then Chen Yu did not explain as usual, but directly admitted that the incident was true and said that Chen Yu's chairman Pan Wenliu happened to be at the scene that morning. The general public does not know that the chairman of Chen Yu has been replaced, so on the surface Pan Wenliu is still the chairman. Pan Wenliu was indeed present at the scene of yesterday's incident, and the media also photographed her. Then after Chen Yu's official Weibo acknowledged Chiu Lei's airport incident, Pan Wenliu also posted a private Weibo. The general content is that he met the company's artist Chiu Lei at the airport today and witnessed the whole process of the incident. He felt that such a person was not worthy of being called an idol, so the company has terminated the contract with him. Finally, some official language was added, such as the character and quality of the artist are equally important. This is basically confirmed. Who is Pan Wenliu? He is the chairman of Chen Yu with a net worth of 10 billion yuan. Chiu Lei is just an artist no matter how popular he is. One represents capital, and the other is just a small shrimp. The identities of the two are completely on different levels. It is absolutely impossible for Pan Wenliu to frame Chiu Lei with his identity. Therefore, for a while, many people praised Pan Wenliu as a conscientious capitalist. Even if Chiu Lei was a cash cow, he would cut him off without hesitation as long as his quality was not good enough. Unlike some companies, they only cared about money and ignored other things. Therefore, this wave of operations also invisibly earned Chen Yu and Pan Wenliu a lot of good reputation. In addition to Chiu Lei's matter, Chen Yu has also been warming up for Yang Yatong's new album, which is scheduled to be released on October 1st. Time was a bit tight, but the lyrics and music given by Jiang Che were also ready, and Jiang Che even sang it himself. Yang Yatong just had to sing along. It was not difficult for a professional singer, so there was no problem in recording an album before October 1st. People were a little skeptical about this news. Who is Yang Yatong? I've never heard of her. Can such an unknown little star sing a good song? There were even fans of Chiu Lei who cursed at Chen Yu below the post, saying that without Chiu Lei, they would continue to boycott Chen Yu and slander him for the rest of their lives. After Jiang Che finished reading it, he turned off his phone and thought about it. Chen Yu was generally fine now. He just had to wait for Yang Yatong's album to be a big hit and make a good start. Then he could officially fight back against Dynasty. Just as he was thinking about it, Jiang Che's phone rang again. It was Pan Wenliu calling. Jiang Che walked out of the dormitory before answering the phone. Director Jiang, we have terminated the contract with Chiu Lei. Pan Wenliu got straight to the point without any nonsense. This afternoon, he mentioned the termination of the contract again, and even came with Dynasty's people, so I asked him to pay the penalty and let him go. We started exposing his negative material right after he signed the contract with Dynasty. Coupled with my Weibo post, it's almost impossible for him to clear his name now. Until now, Dynasty hasn't dared to announce that it has signed a contract with Chiu Lei. They can be said to have suffered a loss in silence. Pan Wenliu's tone was somewhat pleased, and it was obvious that she was very happy to make Dynasty suffer a loss. As for Chiu Lei, who was accidentally injured in the fight between the two behemoths, Pan Wenliu didn't take it to heart at all. Although only half a day had passed since the news was exposed, with the speed of information dissemination today and the powerful force of the spectators, Chiu Lei had almost become a rat crossing the street, despised by everyone. If Wang Chao announced that they had signed a contract with him at this time, wouldn't they be asking for trouble? Besides, Tian Yu just terminated the contract with him because of his poor quality. Although this excuse seems like a joke to people in the circle, the spectators can't think that deeply. They only believe what they see with their own eyes. Then Wang Chao immediately signed Chiu Lei, who had left Tian Yu. Isn't this a bit too much? Wang Chao only cares about money? They also signed such an artist? There is a saying that it is all about peers, so now Dynasty has signed a useless person who cannot show his face at the price of a top star. You can imagine how frustrated they are. Although this matter was somewhat different from the discussion between Jiang Che and Pan Wenliu in the morning, it still achieved its goal and tricked Wang Chao by the way. Jiang Che nodded with satisfaction, yeah, not bad. As for Yang Yatong's album, we should promote it more vigorously and emphasize that Tian Yu will release a quality guaranteed album every month. This will attract more attention. I will give the other 9 songs to her later. Okay. Pan Wenliu agreed. Also, we need to hurry up and find a director, Jiang Che emphasized. The album is just an appetizer, the movie is the main thing. Dynasty has spent a lot of money recently to make a big movie. Let's make a movie and schedule it in the same time slot as them. Let's see who loses and who will be embarrassed. Is this too hasty? Pan Wenliu said with some concern that Dynasty has been prepared for a long time and we still have nothing. It's okay. The longer they prepare and the bigger the investment, the greater the loss will be in the end. We can use this movie to drag them down, Jiang Che said confidently. Seeing Jiang Che speak so confidently, Pan Wenliu felt even more excited, so he agreed, okay, I will do it as soon as possible. Dynasty Entertainment at this time. The atmosphere in the conference room seemed a bit dull, and a group of Dynasty executives looked unhappy. The middle-aged man on the main seat slowly said, the new boss of Tian Yu is quite decisive. He is willing to hurt the enemy by 1,000 and lose 800 of his own. This person is the chairman of Dynasty, Hu Hua. Unlike Pan Wenliu's father, he took over the company directly from his father. He received systematic education since childhood and has rich experience in managing the company. Also, have you heard of the star named Yang Yatong? I have a feeling that the album is just their first step, Hu Hua continued. No, probably a little-known celebrity. A middle-aged man next to him answered, in fact, there is no need for us to care about this matter. As long as we prepare this movie, it will definitely surpass Tian Yu. What can an album change? Hu Hua nodded, that's right. We have invested hundreds of millions of dollars, invited the best directors and various stars. This will be a milestone in the imperial film industry. But for some reason I always feel a little uneasy. Chapter 77, Unknown Anger. The next morning tilde. System, draw the lottery. Jiang Che had already formed a conditioned reflex and asked in a daze before he woke up. Ding tilde congratulations to the host for winning a building at the Yulong Hotel. Ding tilde the spending task has been refreshed. Please spend 3 million yuan before midnight today. Ding tilde today's spending task has been completed. Ooh? Jiang Che came to his senses, there's a bug. I haven't spent it yet. The expenses of the host's subordinate industries are also counted into the host's hands. The system explained. So that's it tilde Jiang Che immediately understood. In fact, it is not difficult to understand. For example, 51% of Tian Yu Company's shares belong to Jiang Che, so 51% of Tian Yu's funds also belong to Jiang Che. Then if Tian Yu spent 1 million to package an artist, then 510,000 of the 1 million was spent by Jiang Che. If he earns back 2 million later, then 1,200,000 will belong to Jiang Che. However, the system only counts the money spent, and the money earned doesn't matter. Jiang Che just needs to keep it. Jiang Che currently has 3 businesses under his control, Tian Yu Entertainment Company, Wuzhou Office Building, and the Yulong Hotel that he just won. Tian Yu has been making big moves recently, and naturally a lot of money is spent every day. Office buildings also have property management costs, not to mention hotels. The profits are high, but the costs are also high. Therefore, these 3 industries directly completed Jiang Che's spending task for today. In this way, when we have more industries in the future, we won't have to worry about the daily spending tasks. Jiang Che smiled. This also saved a trouble. Spending hundreds of millions every day is also very troublesome. Buying houses and cars every day seems strange. As for investment, Jiang Che knows how to do it now, but no one invests every day. Now these industries have solved this problem for Jiang Che. After getting up and washing up, Jiang Che prepared to go out and buy a better computer and some other live broadcast equipment. The sooner you start live streaming, the sooner you can earn admiration points. So Jiang Che plans to get the live streaming equipment ready in the next 2 days, and then start live streaming after acquiring the CG team. However, one thing is that if you do live streaming, you cannot live in the dormitory. After all, if you do live streaming, you have to talk and play games all the time, which will definitely affect your roommate's rest. So after much thought, Jiang Che decided to move to the house he bought before. Although it was a bit far from the school, fortunately he had a car. Jiang Che had already discussed this with his 2 roommates last night. But Jiang Che didn't expect that he would see Shu Rui waiting in front of the boys' dormitory as soon as he went downstairs. Shu Rui looked a little haggard, with slightly red and swollen eyes, obviously having cried. The slap marks on her face had not completely faded, and she must have been waiting here for quite some time. Jiang Che just glanced at her calmly and prepared to leave without paying any attention. Shu Rui bit her lip and stood in front of Jiang Che. Jiang Che frowned, looked at her and asked, "What?" Shu Rui didn't say anything, she just looked up at Jiang Che. Her eyes were filled with grievance, regret, stubbornness, and many other things that were hard to explain. "What are you doing?" Jiang Che became a little impatient when he saw that she didn't say anything. Shu Rui bit her lip and still didn't say anything, just kept looking at Jiang Che. But Jiang Che didn't have the patience to stay with her, so he walked around her and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, Shu Rui reached out and grabbed Jiang Che's sleeve. She opened her mouth and her voice was choked again. "Jiang Che, let's make peace." Jiang Che took a look at the favorability display, 89. This favorability is already on par with Fang Nanqing. It seems that he is truly repentant and it has nothing to do with money. But Jiang Che didn't react much. What if he really changed his mind? He had already missed it. He could leave if he wanted to and come back if he wanted to. He hates betrayal. Jiang Che shook off her hand without changing his expression. "You should go find your Shu Silei. I don't have time to play with you." "Jiang Che, I was really wrong." Shu Rui held Jiang Che's arm and refused to let go, saying with tears in her eyes, "Just forgive me. I don't want money, I don't want anything. I just want to reconcile, woo woo." Hearing her crying, Jiang Che suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart. He shook off Shu Rui's hand and flipped through the WeChat chat history on his phone, angrily saying, "Look for yourself. What did you tell me 2 days ago? What's the point of being nice to me? What I hate most is a man's useless gentleness. Are you asking me to follow you in delivering food from now on? Look at Shu Silei, he's handsome and rich. How can you compare to him? Did you send me these 3 sentences yourself? Now you want to make peace. Who do you think I am? Go find your Shu Silei." Chapter 78, Small Collision. As a man, Jiang Che absolutely cannot tolerate betrayal. Although Jiang Che is different now after obtaining the system, Shu Rui's 3 words have always been like a thorn in his heart. No matter how high his position or how rich he is in the future, he will always remember that even his beloved girlfriend looked down on him. This was a violation of Jiang Che's dignity. Just like a demon in his heart, no matter whether Shu Rui is truly repentant now, Jiang Che can never get over the hurdle in his heart. As the saying goes, the deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. The deeper Jiang Che's feelings for Shu Rui were, the more hurt Shu Rui's words were to Jiang Che. A man is very naive when he is in love and can do anything for the other person, but it is difficult to get him to come back after he is truly heartbroken. Even a broken mirror that has been mended will still have cracks. During this period of time, Jiang Che had been indifferent to Shu Rui, but that was just because he suppressed his resentment deep in his heart. Now that he saw her actually talking about reconciliation, Jiang Che couldn't help but explode. When Shu Rui heard Jiang Che's words, she had already covered her mouth and cried bitterly, but her other hand was tightly holding Jiang Che's sleeve and refused to let go, because she knew that if she let go, she might never be able to hold this once very familiar hand again. Many students passing by cast strange looks at them, but they thought nothing of it since they were just a couple having a conflict. Seeing that Shu Rui still refused to let go, Jiang Che continued, "Then let me ask you again, what were you doing on Friday night?" Shu Rui covered her mouth and couldn't speak. Hetilda Jiang Che sneered, "Are you with Shu Silei? You don't need to make excuses. I saw your moments. You and Shu Silei were having dinner at a couple's restaurant near the school. The food there is indeed much better than the roadside stall I took you to, right? Do you know where I am? I didn't eat dinner and was delivering food in the heavy rain, saving money to buy you the bag you wanted last time," Jiang Che sneered. "I woke up with a bad cold the next morning and saw the breakup message you sent me. You're asking me to reconcile now? Do you think it's possible?" Woo, woo. Shu Rui was completely unable to speak and kept sobbing. "What's past is past now. I don't want to bother with you anymore, and you don't have to bother me anymore." Jiang Che shook off Shu Rui's hand with a cold face and turned away. Shu Rui's eyes were filled with tears. She looked at Jiang Che's receding figure blurrily and squatted down helplessly. Ju Qinli, who had been waiting under a tree in the distance, walked over when she saw Jiang Che leaving, supported Shu Rui and slowly comforted her. Jiang Che was in a good mood when he went out, but he felt a little unhappy after Shu Rui made such a fuss. To be honest, Jiang Che still has some special feelings for Shu Rui. After all, it is his first love, and Shu Rui also gave her first time to Jiang Che. 3 years of living together day and night have left many indelible things, which cannot be erased just like that. Otherwise, Jiang Che wouldn't have such big emotional fluctuations. If it were someone who didn't care, Jiang Che wouldn't bother to pay attention. But Shu Rui's words before really chilled Jiang Che's heart, so let the past be the past. Jiang Che came to the parking lot and got into his Aston Martin with an uneasy mood. He had made an appointment with Fang Nanqing before, and planned to go together to buy live broadcast equipment, which could also be considered as going shopping together, so he had to go and pick up Fang Nanqing now. But just as he was about to back the car out, he heard another bang. Jiang Che glanced in the rearview mirror and realized that he had hit a BMW passing by behind him. Jiang Che looked helpless. His 2 cars were really full of troubles. The first Venom hasn't been repaired yet. The door of this Aston Martin was dented by someone yesterday, and I bumped into it again today. But now I think it is indeed my own fault. I was distracted while reversing and was still thinking about Shu Rui. Jiang Che got out of the car and prepared to apologize. At most, he would have to pay a little more for the car repairs, which was not a big problem. However, after getting out of the car, I found out that the owner of the BMW was actually Shu Silei. Shu Silei and his girlfriend Wang Lu got out of the car together. Wang Lu started to curse, "Are you blind? Didn't you look behind you when you reversed? Can you afford to pay for this BMW worth more than 1 million yuan?" Shu Silei originally wanted to tell his girlfriend to shut up. Wang Lu didn't recognize the car, but he did. It was an Aston Martin 177, which was enough to buy dozens of BMWs of his own. Anyone who can drive this kind of car must be extremely extraordinary and not someone he can afford to offend, so he plans to take the initiative to admit his mistake and apologize. It would be even better if he could take this opportunity to make friends with him. But what he didn't expect was that the person who got out of the car was actually Jiang Che. Shu Silei was stunned for a moment, then he immediately smiled mockingly and said, 2 days ago you drove a Lamborghini Veneno, which is limited to only a dozen units worldwide, and today you drove an Aston Martin, which is limited to only 5 units. Who are you trying to scare? Modifying the shell is more expensive than the 20,000 yuan engine inside, right? Obviously, he thought that Jiang Che's car was modified randomly and was just a broken car with a new shell. But think about it, it's extremely difficult to get a car of this level, and Jiang Che has 2 cars to drive in turn, no one would believe it. And the most important thing is that Shu Silei and Wang Lu went out to fool around during the class meeting that day and were not in the class. Then there were 2 more Sundays and he did not meet other people in the class, so his impression of Jiang Che still remained in the past. Jiang Che was already very upset because of Shu Rui's matter, and now he met Shu Silei. Shu Rui and Jiang Che had a falling out because of Shu Silei before. Jiang Che kicked the back of Shu Silei's BMW without saying a word. With a bang, the BMW's headlights were kicked out by Jiang Che. The BMW with the handbrake on was also kicked forward for a distance by Jiang Che. The car's alarm sounded instantly and the double flashlights also lit up. This tremendous force made Xu Silei's eyes twitch. "Don't you look at the road while driving?" Jiang Che asked back. Although it could be said that Jiang Che was not paying attention to the road, Jiang Che felt that there was no need to reason with someone like Xu Silei, and he was too lazy to do so. Xu Silei. The words he originally wanted to mock Jiang Che were instantly swallowed back into his stomach. Even Wang Lu was stunned by Jiang Che's violent kick. "Why aren't you talking?" Jiang Che kicked the trunk of his car again, completely defusing it. "Xu Silei, who the hell dares to speak?" Seeing that he was silent, Jiang Che felt bored and warned him, "Be careful when driving next time. I scratched a little paint on my car. Even if I sell your car, it won't be enough to compensate." After saying that, he got in the car and drove away. Xu Silei looked at his car, which was almost scrapped by Jiang Che, and his face was extremely ugly. "Jiang Che, you dare to kick my car? I will smash your car." Xu Silei felt extremely aggrieved. He was actually frightened by Jiang Che to the point that he dared not speak. But in his heart, he had already sentenced Jiang Che's car to death. "Don't you like to show off with your car? I'll smash your car and see what you will do." Chapter 79, Refurbished Goods. After Jiang Che got in the car, he received another call from Mu Xuehan. "Hey, have we arrived in Jiangnan City?" Jiang Che asked while driving. "Well, we are here." Mu Hanxue said directly, "Director Jiang, I think you can reconsider the matter of acquiring the CG Club that you mentioned last night." "Why?" Jiang Che asked. "Because I think that buying the CG Club now will not be profitable, and may even result in serious losses." Mu Hanxue explained, "On the surface, the CG team is still the top team in KPL, but their jungler just retired not long ago, and there is only a substitute jungler left in the second team. The strength is far behind before. In addition, their team's main shooter Yang Tian has been caught up in public opinion these days. It seems that because he lost a duel with a stranger not long ago, he was scolded by many people online. It is even a question whether he can perform normally in the official competition. In the next competition, CG team's performance may be very poor, so it is not cost-effective to acquire them now." Mu Hanxue analyzed bit by bit. Jiang Che couldn't help but nod secretly when he heard this. Last night, Mu Hanxue didn't even know about the CG team. It was obvious that she didn't know much about the esports circle. But this morning she was able to analyze so much useful information for him. Her ability was indeed very strong. However, Jiang Che didn't care about whether it was profitable or not. He wasn't going for the money. Besides, Jiang Che thought that if he bought the CG Club, he would be able to participate in the next competition himself, so, bad results. "Impossible." Jiang Che said directly, "I know this information, you don't need to worry about it, just go ahead and make the acquisition." Mu Hanxue hesitated for a moment, then agreed, "Okay." The first thing to do to get live streaming equipment is to buy a computer, so Jiang Che went to the computer city. Jiang Che didn't know much about computers, but he didn't worry, he had the system. However, this, Computer Proficiency Elementary, required 70,000 worship points, which was not much different from Enterprise Management Proficiency. The system's explanation was that this proficiency did not simply mean that Jiang Che was good at choosing computers. With this skill, Jiang Che was already one of the world's top hackers, so it was naturally a bit more expensive. Jiang Che couldn't help but sigh after making the purchase. He originally thought that his hundreds of thousands of worship points would be enough for a while, but now it seems that not only can the high-level mastery of King of Glory not be unlocked, but it's not enough to buy other basic mastery skills, so he has to hurry up and go live. Now that he understood, Jiang Che prepared to assemble it himself. About half an hour later, Jiang Che had chosen the accessories and spent more than 50,000 yuan. This configuration was more than enough for live streaming and playing games. In addition to a desktop computer, Jiang Che also needs a laptop. Jiang Che came to a store that specialized in selling notebooks and asked, "Boss, how much is your best notebook?" The owner of this store was a thin middle-aged man. When he saw Jiang Che asking this, his eyes lit up immediately. Asking directly about the best? It was obvious that he was a wealthy man. The boss immediately became enthusiastic and said with a smile, "Our best notebook is this, Yan Huangren. It can run almost all the large-scale games on the market. If it can't run the games, other notebooks can forget about it." The boss was talking big while holding a notebook. How much does this cost? Jiang Che asked, taking the notebook from his hand. 32,000, the boss said. You are students too. If you really want to buy it, I'll give you a discount of 500, 31,500. Jiang Che didn't say anything but smiled. What? You think the price is too high? The boss thought Jiang Che thought the price was not good, so he gritted his teeth and said again, how about 31,200? It can't be any cheaper. Jiang Che finally spoke slowly, your computer, is it refurbished? The boss's face changed, young man, don't say that. If you can't buy it and put it down, how can you say it's a refurbished machine? Really? Jiang Che smiled and turned on the computer. Although the computer had not been turned on before, Jiang Che, with his computer proficiency, keenly noticed that something was wrong with the computer. The boss watched Jiang Che coldly as he turned on the computer and did some operations without saying a word. Is it so easy for you to check the things I refurbished? But just 3 minutes later, Jiang Che placed the computer in front of the boss and asked with a chuckle, look, these files were created 2 years ago. I didn't just put them in, did I? This? The middle-aged boss's expression froze, and then his back felt cold, and a trace of cold sweat appeared. Shouldn't these documents have been cleaned long ago? How did they find this? Chapter 80, Viewing the Mansion. Met an expert. This was the boss's first reaction, and after thinking about it, he could only say, I admit defeat. Admit defeat? Jiang Che exerted force with his hand and broke the computer directly. Just admit defeat after I cheated you? You? The boss looked angry. Although this computer was refurbished, it cost several thousand yuan and was considered a fine product among refurbished machines. But now it was broken by Jiang Che's hand, and both the motherboard and the shell were broken. It was impossible to refurbish it, which meant that he lost several $1,000s in vain. Jiang Che looked at the angry boss and asked with a faint smile, what? You want to hit me? You can try it yourself, or you can call the police and see whether the police will arrest me or you. He looked like he was so angry that he wanted to kill himself. The boss looked at Jiang Che's height of more than 1.8 meters and the muscles on his arms, and after thinking about it, he gave up the idea of taking direct action. As for calling the police, he was even more afraid to do so. He had so many guys here, and a computer cost thousands or even tens of thousands, and the amount involved was already huge. So he can only take this loss? Jiang Che smiled, ignored him and left. However, after leaving, Jiang Che called the police to report that someone was selling fake goods here. Jiang Che thought that if he called the police directly, the man would definitely be on guard, and he couldn't just stand there and watch. But if Jiang Che left first, the boss would definitely think that Jiang Che had broken his computer and was now calm, so he would let his guard down and then be caught off guard. So resourceful tilde. Jiang Che went to another store, bought a notebook, and drove back to the mansion in Mingjing Garden. Jiang Che didn't look at the house carefully when he bought it. Now that he has nothing to do, he can take a good look at his house. The mansion is divided into 2 floors, or to be exact, 3 floors, the first floor, the second floor, and the basement. The first thing to visit is naturally the lobby on the first floor. The size of the entrance, the space from the door to the lobby is just right, and the floor is clad in light-colored herringbone stone, which makes people feel relaxed when they return home. The first thing you notice when entering the living room on the right is the BT vintage crystal chandelier above your head. Combined with the hollow living room with a height of more than 6 meters, it gives people a great sense of space. This kind of pure handmade mouth-blown crystal glass requires very high craftsmanship, and its price is naturally not low. The segmented floor-to-ceiling glass curtain wall allows the owner of the house to fully enjoy the sunshine. The living room wall has sharp lines on one side and raw stone on the other, creating a symmetrical contrast that does not look out of place. The full set of polyform sofas, coffee tables, and lounge chairs in the living room can be exchanged for shoe silays BMW. There is a 13-meter balcony, one upstairs and one downstairs. One is for growing flowers and plants, and the other is for pets to have fun. Of course, Jiang Che doesn't have a pet yet. In front of the living room is a study, with Jorgetti's desk and Cassina's chairs. This study is simple yet noble and luxurious. Coming out of the study and passing through the living room, you will come to the south-facing bedroom. The floor is also a herringbone floor. The visual level is progressive and the appearance is clear and distinct. Apart from being too expensive, there is almost nothing unsatisfactory about it. The full set of PF beds and seats can only be described as comfortable. Next to the bed is a separate dressing room, which is convenient and spacious. Coming to the kitchen, the entire set of chairs are from Italy's MC, with a sense of contemporary sculpture. The various kitchen utensils in the kitchen are all top brands, coupled with Jiang Che's cooking skills. Wow! On the second floor, the open living room is the finishing touch. Although the space is not large, it gives a panoramic view of the whole house. Needless to say, there are all kinds of luxurious furniture. The most exquisite one is the PF leather cabinet next to it. It is said that PF's leather is divided into 12 types of characteristics, including North American cow, South American cow, European cow, oily skin, dry skin, thin skin, thick skin, etc., each with 92 colors, striving to provide customers with the most satisfactory and qualified products. So, there is a reason why it is expensive. In addition to these, there is another master bedroom and collection room on the second floor, where the owner of the house can collect some of his favorite antiques, famous paintings and the like. As for the basement, it is relatively simple, a place for leisure and entertainment. The heated swimming pool, private gym, and unique bar are perfect for relaxing after work. This house is written on me, and I really want one. Chapter 81, Fake Car. Jiang Che had almost finished reading when the phone in his pocket rang. It's Mu Hanshui's call. Hello, Mr. Jiang, the acquisition of CG Club has been completed. When are you free to come and sign the contract? Mu Hanshui said. So fast? Jiang Che asked in surprise. He was clearly saying in the morning that there would be no loss, but the acquisition was completed before noon. Well, due to the reasons I mentioned this morning, the owner of the CG Club is eager to sell the club, so I negotiated with him to buy his CG Club for 30 million. Mu Hanshui explained. Okay. Jiang Che agreed. He was very satisfied with Mu Hanshui's efficiency. Besides, the price of 30 million is not high at all. He originally thought that in such a hurry to acquire the company, the other party might deliberately raise the price, but this price is even a little lower than usual. Now it seems that Mu Hanshui does have a chance to earn $1,000,000 a year. This single business deal saved me millions. I have something to do now, come over at noon. Jiang Che said. Okay. Mu Hanshui agreed and hung up the phone. Jiang Che has to go back to school now to pack up some things in the dormitory. After Jiang Che parked his car in the parking lot, he returned to the dormitory. Actually, there is nothing much to pack, just a few clothes and some small items. You don't need to bring daily necessities or anything like that, they are all there. Besides, sometimes I might have to come back and stay for a few days, so most of my things are still left in the dormitory. After packing up his things and saying hello to his two roommates, Jiang Che prepared to go back. However, when Jiang Che arrived at the parking lot, he found that his car had been smashed. 3 young men were holding steel pipes, wooden sticks and even hammers, surrounding his Aston Martin. The entire car had been smashed beyond recognition. The exterior was full of potholes, the glass was smashed by a hammer, the front hood was lifted, and the tires and seats inside the car were cut by sharp objects. They even brought paint to throw in the car. It was completely destroyed. And one of these 3 young men was Xu Sailei. In addition to the 3 of them, there were many students passing by and watching. After all, it was rare to see someone openly smashing someone else's car in a garage. Moreover, whether they knew Jiang Che's Aston Martin or not, they could tell at a glance that it was very expensive. Jiang Che was stunned for a moment when he saw this, but he didn't get angry. Instead, he walked over and said with a smile, "It was smashed pretty hard, and you didn't even give me a chance to fix it. Although the car has only been driven for 2 days, there is nothing to feel bad about. For Jiang Che, it is just a matter of changing the car. But for Xu Sailei, this car was enough to bring his family into an irreparable situation." Xu Sailei heard the voice and turned around to see Jiang Che. He didn't know what he was about to face yet, so he sneered and said, "I let you show off every day, and now I smash your car. Do you feel good?" His beloved car was kicked twice by Jiang Che in the morning. Now he finally got his revenge. Xu Sailei felt so relieved. "Are you so sure that this is a fake car?" Jiang Che asked. "Nonsense, can this be a real car? 47 million, have you ever seen so much money?" Xu Sailei said disdainfully. Everyone around immediately understood when they heard this. It turned out to be a fake car, no wonder it was smashed like that. By the way, the look in his eyes towards Jiang Che was filled with some contempt. If you have no money, then you have no money. Why are you pretending to be a rich man? Chapter 82, Call the Police. Okay. Jiang Che smiled and took out his phone and dialed a number. It was the police chief he met on the road yesterday. He wanted to make friends with him, so he left his private number to Jiang Che when he left. After the call was connected, Jiang Che explained the situation here and immediately said that he would bring people over. Seeing this, Xu Silei looked nonchalant. Call the police? My dad just had dinner with Director Wang a few days ago. I don't even have to pay for your car worth tens of thousands of dollars. Really? Then let's just wait. Jiang Che didn't care even more. I can wait for you, but what about you kicking my car like that this morning? Even if I sell your broken car, it probably won't be enough to cover my repair costs, right? Xu Silei sneered, weighed the wooden stick in his hand, and walked towards Jiang Che. The other two young men followed him, with unfriendly expressions, obviously wanting to teach Jiang Che a lesson. Jiang Che put down what he was holding and said without any fear, "Want to fight?" I don't want to fight. I just want to teach you a lesson. It's revenge for my car. Xu Silei was usually arrogant. He smashed Jiang Che's head with a wooden stick in his hand. Jiang Che narrowed his eyes, waited for the right moment and kicked Xu Silei in the abdomen, at the same time bumped his arm and snatched the stick. Xu Silei screamed and knelt on the ground, hunched over like a cooked shrimp, covering his stomach with both hands, his face full of pain. As for the two young men at the back, Jiang Che gave each of them a stick. The two of them had no time to dodge the wooden stick swung by Jiang Che with such strength, so in less than 10 seconds, the three of them were lying in front of Jiang Che. The onlookers were immediately bewildered. They had seen Xu Silei and his three men holding weapons and thought Jiang Che was going to suffer a loss, but they did not expect such a big reversal to happen in less than 10 seconds. Jiang Che kicked Xu Silei, who was lying on the ground, and asked with a sneer, "Want to teach me a lesson?" Xu Silei lay on the ground and groaned twice, but could not utter a word. Jiang Che ignored him and called Mu Hanxue after thinking for a while, saying, "Come to the parking lot of Jiangnan University to pick me up. There's something wrong with my car." Mu Hanxue was stunned for a moment before answering, "But I don't have a car." "Then take a taxi to the Lamborghini for S store on Hankei Street to drive my car out. It should have been repaired. I'll tell the boss." Jiang Che instructed. Okay. Mu Hanxue agreed. Next, Jiang Che called the 4S shop owner again, and found out that the car had indeed been repaired, so he told him that someone would go and drive the car away soon. Then we waited for the police to arrive. Perhaps he was very concerned about Jiang Che's situation, because just 10 minutes later, the director from yesterday came over with several police officers. Xu Silei had recovered by then. Seeing the police chief, he ran over as if he had found a lifeline and said, "Chief Wang, you're here in person." The director's name was Wang Hua, and he was acquainted with Xu Silei's father. Wang Hua indeed ignored Xu Silei. He glanced at the almost scrapped Aston Martin in front of him and the corners of his mouth twitched. Who the hell did this? How dare they do this? Brother Jiang, what's going on? Wang Hua asked enthusiastically. After not seeing Jiang Che for just one day, he started to address him as Brother Jiang. Jiang Che didn't care about the name, he just pointed at his car and said, "Look, the car was smashed." Did he smash it? Wang Hua looked at Xu Silei and said, "Yeah." Jiang Che nodded. Wang Hua was speechless. He knew Xu Silei's company, and its total assets were only around 10 million yuan. But now he had smashed someone's car worth more than 40 million yuan. What is a pitfall? This is it. Xu Silei was a little confused when he saw Wang Hua's attitude towards Jiang Che, but then he realized that it was probably because of the car, and immediately went over to explain, "Director Wang, don't be fooled. Jiang Che is my classmate, but he is from an ordinary peasant family. How could he afford a 47 million car? It must be a modified one." Modified? Wang Hua's eyes moved and he motioned a police officer behind him to go over and take a look. The young policeman walked to the Aston Martin and inspected it carefully. He then looked at the interior and said, "This is a real car, Chief. There are no signs of modification. It should be a new car and has not been driven for more than 2 days. Before Wang Hua could say anything, Xu Xilei's eyes froze for a moment. His heart suddenly sank, and his back felt cold. This policeman didn't look like he was joking. However, he still held onto a glimmer of hope, and with a smile uglier than crying, he asked, "Director Wang, are you kidding me?" Chapter 83, Poison Reappears. Who has the time to tease you? After Wang Hua confirmed that Jiang Chei's car was real, his attitude towards Xu Xilei became a little colder. He said to the police officer behind him, "Detain these 3 people first." Yes. Several police officers rushed forward, but Xu Xilei did not resist at all. He looked like he had lost his soul, and 2 words kept echoing in his mind: "It's over." The life of a rich second generation, a good family background, a beautiful girlfriend, all gone, and he is facing jail time. As for the 2 young men behind, the one holding the steel pipe earlier did not dare to move at all. Xu Xilei still had some family background, while they were just small hooligans with nothing but their lives. "Brother Jiang, your car." Wang Hua showed a trace of regret. Xu Xilei couldn't afford to pay for it. Even if he was locked up for life, Jiang Chei would have lost a car worth tens of millions in vain. "It's okay," Jiang Chei waved his hand nonchalantly, "it's just one car. I have other cars." Wang Hua? Just a car? This car is worth more than 40 million. The crowd watching was also shocked. It wasn't a fake car? And according to Xu Xilei, this car was worth 47 million. There are many famous rich second generations in the school, but I have never seen anyone who can drive a 47 million yuan car to school and then look unconcerned after getting smashed. For a while, everyone speculated about Jiang Chei's identity, but as more and more people gathered here, some people recognized Jiang Chei, and then the news spread. Department of Economics and Management, Jiang Chei, this name is remembered by many people. Some girls looked at Jiang Chei with shining eyes. He was so handsome, so rich, and had great resources. The police officers also noticed the girls' gazes towards Jiang Chei, and they couldn't help but feel envious, especially the young police officers. With so many pretty girls, they really had to be rich. But a car like this is usually not available when you are born, and it is hard to own it in the future. Some things cannot be obtained by hard work alone. Wang Hua also smiled, but did not take Jiang Chei's words seriously. How could he not care at all when a car worth tens of millions of yuan was smashed? It was impossible. This indifference was probably just an act. After all, there were so many classmates watching around. Young people always have some face and vanity. This is what Wang Hua thought in his heart. But regardless of whether Jiang Chei really didn't care or not, it was undeniable that he was a top-notch second-generation rich man, so Wang Hua still said politely, "Don't worry, Brother Jiang, we will definitely make him do his best to compensate you and recover your losses to the greatest extent possible." "Thank you." Jiang Chei nodded, but his expression still didn't show much concern. Then, just as Wang Hua was about to speak, he heard the roar of a sports car. The students around him looked in one direction with excited expressions on their faces, and many of them even took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Wang Hua turned around curiously and saw a black steel beast coming towards him. The black body, the cool lights, the perfect lines, the exciting sound. There is no man who doesn't love this steel beast. Not to mention men, even women want to go up and experience the feeling of speed and passion. The students watching around became excited. "WC, isn't this the poison car that appeared at our school gate last time? Is it really from our school? Last time I saw a classmate post on WeChat Moment saying this car costs over 90 million. This is not just a matter of 90 million. 90 million people is a lot, but there are only a dozen of these cars in the world. What kind of person with all the connections can get this car? Seeing 2 limited edition luxury cars worth tens of millions of dollars in one day, I feel like I'm floating. I really want to see what kind of person is driving this car. What kind of extremely wealthy person can drive this car? Just look at the car, but forget about the owner. He's probably a bald guy in his 40s or 50s. Under the envious eyes of the crowd, the black sports car stopped next to the police car, and then the cool scissor doors slowly opened upwards. Suddenly the whole world seemed to be quiet, and everyone's attention was focused on the car, or to be more precise, the door. The crowd watching stretched their necks unconsciously to catch a glimpse of the rich man's true appearance. Some girls think that if they can drive such a car, it doesn't matter if the boss is in his 40s or 50s. After the car door opened, a pair of black high-heeled shoes stepped out first, followed by slender white calves, round and sexy buttocks, and a slender waist, until finally Mu Hanxue walked out of the car. Mu Hanxue is over 1.7 meters tall, and with the high heels on her feet, her height reaches almost 1.75 meters. She has a cold expression on her face, and the aura around her is extremely strong. The temperament of a strong woman matches the tough lines of this Lamborghini very well. However, this scene shocked everyone around. The owner of the car was not the bald boss in his 40s or 50s as they thought, or even a man, but a beautiful woman with top-notch temperament and appearance. Many boys were stunned and couldn't bear to look away. No matter whether it was the car or the person, they couldn't take their eyes off. The girls were full of envy and jealousy. But what surprised them even more was yet to come. Mu Hanxue didn't care about the looks around her at all. From elementary school to college, and then to graduation and work, she had long been accustomed to such looks. She walked up to Jiang Che expressionlessly and said, "Director Jiang, the car is here." Chapter 84 Heading to CG Club. Silence. Mu Hanxue's words made the expressions of everyone around her stunned for a moment. They had never thought that this car also belonged to Jiang Che. An Aston Martin worth more than 40 million was smashed, and then a Lamborghini Veneno worth more than 90 million drove over. Is this a toy for the rich? And this stunning woman seems to be just Jiang Che's secretary? When did such a big guy appear in the school? Those who already knew Jiang Che were almost jaw-dropping. Why didn't they know Jiang Che was so rich before? However, several of Jiang Che's classmates excitedly took photos of this scene and posted them in the class group. A few days ago he invested 8 million to treat the whole class to go out for fun, and now he is driving a poison car. He is undoubtedly a world-class rich man. Jiang Che nodded calmly. Well, let's go. Then he sat in the passenger seat, and Mu Hanxue naturally acted as the driver. After all, they couldn't let Mr. Jiang drive himself. Jiang Che said to Wang Hua from the window, "Director Wang, I'm sorry to trouble you with Xu Silei's matter." Wang Hua laughed dryly and agreed. "Okay, Mr. Jiang, don't worry." Now he didn't even dare to call him Brother Jiang. The car started, and Mu Hanxue and Jiang Che only left everyone with a handsome taillight. Wang Hua quietly turned around and asked the young police officer behind him, "How much is his car?" "It costs more than 90 million, and you can't buy it just because you have money. There are only 13 of them in the world." Wang Hua's legs went weak again. It turned out that Jiang Che really didn't care before. Xu Silei was completely stunned. An Aston Martin and a poison. If he offended such a person, he would be dead. However, he still couldn't figure out why Jiang Che suddenly became so rich. It was not until Jiang Che drove his car out of sight that everyone gradually reacted. They excitedly told their friends and classmates what they had seen and photographed before, and showed off. On the forum of Jiangnan University, a post titled "The Strongest Rich Second Generation in Jiangnan University" quickly became popular. The post did not contain many narrative texts, but simply recounted the previous incident in the parking lot, but it was accompanied by a lot of poison and photos of Mu Hanxue. Poison and Mu Hanxue's appearance quickly attracted many people's attention, and then, this post became popular. The name Jiang Che was quickly remembered by countless people at Jiangnan University. In particular, some other rich second generations in the school also wanted to make friends with Jiang Che, the wealthy man who suddenly appeared. However, Jiang Che, who was sitting in the car at this time, didn't care about these things. Mu Hanxue reported to him, "The owner of CG Club is Li Mu. He is waiting for you at the club. The contract and other things are ready. As long as you sign and pay the money, CG Club will transfer the money to your name. No need to call me so strangely. I'm not used to it." Jiang Che said, "As for the acquisition of the club, it's going very well." "Then, can I get an advance on my salary?" Jiang Che. "Okay, I'll transfer the 300,000 to you later." Jiang Che was not a stingy person, and 300,000 was nothing, so he agreed directly. "Thanks. By the way, why are you in such a hurry for money?" Jiang Che asked curiously. Mu Hanxue shook her head and said nothing. Seeing that she was unwilling to talk, Jiang Che did not ask further, and instead asked, "You just arrived in Jiangnan City today, right? Have you found a place to stay?" I had found it in advance, but now I think it's not suitable. Mu Hanxue said with a frown. What's inappropriate? The house is a bit far from here, and sometimes I may not be able to come in time when something happens. Mu Hanxue explained. It is true. For a job like that of a personal secretary, there is no specific start and end time. One has to work whenever the boss has something to do. If the distance is far, sometimes one may not be able to get there in time, and this may delay things. Jiang Che casually said, "Why don't you go to my place? It's quite big." Jiang Che just mentioned it casually, and he didn't think she would really agree. After all, it didn't seem appropriate for a single man and a single woman to live in the same room. But he didn't expect Mu Hanxue to hesitate for a moment, and then nodded and agreed directly, "Okay, then I'll move to your place." Jiang Che looked at her with some surprise. "What? Is it not possible?" Mu Hanxue asked. "Okay." Jiang Che agreed. Mu Hanxue didn't mind, so what was he afraid of? The two soon arrived at the entrance of CG Club. At this time, there were already quite a few people standing at the entrance of the CG Club. The one leading the group was a middle-aged man dressed very casually, in sweatpants and an ordinary short-sleeved shirt that didn't look like any brand name. But Mu Hanxue told Jiang Che that was the owner of CG Club, Li Mu. Behind Li Mu were the management and players of CG Club. Since Jiang Che bought the entire club, not only the King of Glory part, but also the management and players of other parts came, all waiting at the door to greet their new boss. There were about 40 or 50 people in total. So when they saw Jiang Che's cool poison at first sight, their eyes immediately lit up. First of all, Li Mu's mentality immediately changed. Although he had talked with Mu Hanxue for a whole morning, he had no idea about the identity of the buyer Jiang Che, not even his age or wealth. But when he saw the poisonous car, he had a general idea of Jiang Che's identity and status. Top rich man. There is no other reason, it's just that this car is too famous, with a price tag of nearly 100 million and limited to 13 units worldwide. Any label is enough to attract people's attention. Being able to get a car like this is enough to prove that Jiang Che is wealthy. This is like some people starting a business. Regardless of anything else, they have to get a car worth more than 300,000 yuan first. Convenience is partly because it helps to maintain appearances, but the main purpose is to maintain appearances. Otherwise, who would trust you if you were to talk business with customers while riding a shared bike? Who would dare to cooperate with such a company? People would think your company is going to go bankrupt. But it's different if you have a good car. When customers or partners see it, they will instantly be impressed. This company is strong and there will probably be no problems. Just like how Li Mu felt when he saw this poisonous car, he instantly had a rough idea of Jiang Che's financial resources and identity. The people behind Li Mu also saw this poisonous car. The middle-aged people in the management had similar thoughts as Li Mu. When they saw the car, their first reaction was that the identity of their new boss seemed to be very extraordinary. As for the young team members, they had envious expressions on their faces. Esports is a game that relies on youth. The age of the team members is generally under 20 years old, and there are many teenagers who are even 15 or 16 years old. This is the age when reaction ability is at its peak. Anyone over 20 years old is considered old. When these young people saw this car for the first time, they felt that it was cool, and then they were full of envy, and even fantasized that they could get a sports car like this to play with in the future. However, it is obvious that this is completely overthinking. If they become top esports players in the future and earn some money, it would be possible to buy a sports car worth several $1,000,000, but as for this poison, it's better for them to take it and go to bed early. The car then stopped, and Jiang Che and Mu Hanxue got out. Jiang Che was in front, Mu Hanxue was half a body length behind, and Jiang Che came out from the co-pilot seat, so it was obvious who was the boss and who was the subordinate. Chapter 85, straight to the point. As soon as the two got out of the car, everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. So young? Could it be that he was another top-notch second-generation rich man who liked games like Wang Xikong and wanted to buy a club for fun? Among the more than 10 people in the King of Glory section, Yang Qian was also among them. After seeing Jiang Che get off the car, he looked at the stunning Mu Hanxue next to Jiang Che, and a look of jealousy suddenly appeared on his face. He did not recognize Jiang Che as the man who had challenged him in a one-on-one duel. After all, Jiang Che did not show his face at that time. Yang Qian sighed softly. I wish I had such a good father. This secretary, these legs, TSK, 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 they are so beautiful. Jiang Che was obviously not much older than him, but their status was worlds apart. One came here in a luxury car with a beautiful secretary and bought the entire club, while the other was just an ordinary esports player who had to train hard every day. When Yang Qian thought of this, he felt a little indignant. He worked so hard but couldn't be as good as someone else's father. Zhao Li, the manager of the Wangzhe pesticide division, looked back at him with a cold face and warned him, if you anger the new boss, no one will speak up for you. A hint of indifference flashed across Yang Qian's eyes, but he still wisely shut up because Jiang Che was gradually walking towards him. Li Mu was also a little surprised to see Jiang Che. He didn't expect that the person who bought his club would be so young. But no matter what he thought, he immediately put on a warm smile on his face. Hello, Mr. Jiang, I am the owner of this CG club, Li Mu. Mu Hanxue had already told him Jiang Che's name before. Jiang Che also smiled and said, Hello, I heard from Mu Hanxue that you have already drafted the contract. Yes, Li Mu nodded. He thought Jiang Che was dissatisfied with the price, so he quickly explained, the price has been negotiated. 30 million is really very low. Jiang Che smiled and said, I think this price is okay, so let's just sign the contract. Seeing that Jiang Che had no objection to the price, Li Mu immediately smiled and said, Mr. Jiang, please come in. He was more anxious than Jiang Che. Jiang Che followed Li Mu into the club's office. When he passed by other people, they all smiled enthusiastically and called him Boss Jiang. Jiang Che smiled and nodded in a suggestive manner, and by the way, he noticed where the King of Pesticide section was. But he didn't recognize him. After all, Jiang Che didn't usually watch the game and didn't know any esports players, so he didn't care for the time being. Li Mu also had a secretary beside him, a male secretary in his 30s. The four of them entered the office together. After entering the office, Li Mu's secretary took out a contract from his briefcase and handed it to Jiang Che. Mr. Jiang, is there any problem with this contract? Li Mu said. After Jiang Che purchased business management skills, he naturally understood things like contracts, but he didn't read them too much. He simply glanced at them and wrote his name on them. This contract was signed by Mu Hanxue and them, so Mu Hanxue must think there is no problem with it, so Jiang Che trusts her and has no doubts about her. However, Jiang Che's simple little detail softened Mu Hanxue's eyes. As for the contract, there is naturally no problem with it. Even if Li Mu knew that Jiang Che would not read it, he did not have the courage to cheat Jiang Che. Who knows how much power this young man has behind him? After Jiang Che signed, he did not waste any time and directly transferred 30 million to the bank card provided by Li Mu. Li Mu felt relieved immediately after seeing the text message about the money arriving, thinking that young people were indeed efficient and resolute in their work. If it was another middle-aged boss, the money might have to be transferred in installments. But being decisive is one thing, and on the other hand, Jiang Che is indeed rich. If he didn't have so much cash, he wouldn't be able to win even if he was decisive. After the money was transferred, the transaction was completely completed. Li Mu stood up and said with a smile, Oh, Mr. Jiang, have you had lunch? There happens to be a restaurant next door that has good food. How about going there to have lunch together? Li Mu obviously also wanted to get to know and make friends with Jiang Che. As the saying goes, more friends mean more paths. We are all big bosses worth over 100 million yuan. You never know when we will need each other's help, and we can also take care of each other's business in the future. There is a specific circle among rich people, and friends and partners from all walks of life make it easier for them to make money. This is why the rich are getting richer, while it is becoming increasingly difficult for the poor to turn things around. Jiang Che didn't have any intention of making friends. With his status, he would only make friends with people like Dao Bao Ma and Penguin Ma. Li Mu's status was still a little bit inferior. However, he hadn't eaten yet, so he agreed to Li Mu's invitation. It wasn't just the four of them who were having dinner together, but managers from various parts of the club were also invited, which was a kind of work handover. During the meal, Jiang Che got to know Li Mu better. He was a real estate tycoon in Jiangnan City. 2 years ago, he saw the rise of the esports industry, so he bought the CG Club. He spent less than 10 million to buy the CG Club in 2 years, and after 2 years of development, he sold it to Jiang Che for 30 million, plus the money the CG Club made for him in the past 2 years. It has to be said that there is a reason why rich people are rich, and none of them are simple people. From suddenly investing in real estate to the esports industry, Li Mu can be considered to be far-sighted. In addition to Li Mu, managers of various branches of the CG Club also introduced themselves to Jiang Che. Jiang Che paid special attention to the manager of the King of Glory branch, Zhao Li, a middle-aged man in his 40s, who invited him to join the CG team that day. But Jiang Che had no opinion on him. Yang Qian's Weibo post was just a personal behavior and had nothing to do with the club. Moreover, Yang Qian's Weibo was deleted just half an hour later, which should also be the request of the club. So Jiang Che just has a grievance against Yang Qian. If you can't beat them, then you can't beat them. You even deliberately lead the rhythm and let all the fans of CG curse at others, and even implicate Chen Cixi and Yu Yangran. This makes Jiang Che very unhappy. The meal was over quickly. Li Mu said goodbye, while Jiang Che and Mu Hanshui returned to the club with several managers. Manager Zhao, take me to the King of Pesticide training room. The rest of you go back and take care of your own business first. Jiang Che said. No one was surprised. After all, the King of Glory section was the most profitable part of the CG Club, and Jiang Che would definitely go there to take a look first. So Zhao Li took Jiang Che to the training room of King of Glory. These esports players simply had a lunch at noon and then came to train. Of course, they might not be so serious at ordinary times, but today was the new boss's first day here, so naturally they had to perform better. They couldn't spend 2 hours just to have a meal. When these people saw Jiang Che and Zhao Li coming over, they immediately put down their phones and called out nervously, "Hello, boss." Tilda Jiang Che nodded in agreement, glanced at everyone, and then went straight to the point. Who is Yang Qian? Chapter 86, Yang Qian is confused. As soon as Jiang Che finished speaking, the expression of a certain young man opposite him suddenly became a little confused. He stood up and stammered, "Boss. I'm Yang Qian. Do you know me?" Jiang Che looked him up and down. Yang Qian looked to be only about 17 or 18 years old. He was thin and less than 1.7 meters tall. In short, he was just an ordinary teenager. Jiang Che chuckled and asked, "Why? You forgot me so quickly?" Yang Qian's expression became even more confused. He searched carefully in his mind, but after thinking for a long time, he could not remember when he had met such a big shot. Not only did Yang Qian look a little confused, but other people in the training room also looked at Yang Qian strangely. This new boss was a super-rich second generation with a net worth of over 100 million. When did Yang Qian get to know such a person? Zhao Li beside Jiang Che also had a slight look in his eyes. This new boss actually knew Yang Qian? However, from the tone of his voice, there seemed to be something wrong. However, after a few seconds of silence, Luo Jie next to Yang Qian suddenly felt that Jiang Che's voice seemed familiar, and then he suddenly remembered the Di Renjie from the previous 2 nights. When Roger looked at Jiang Che again, there was already some horror in his eyes. No way. Boss, I'm really sorry, I really don't remember when I saw you. Yang Qian scratched his head and said awkwardly, wondering if Jiang Che had recognized the wrong person. That Di Renjie from 2 nights ago. Jiang Che reminded kindly. After being reminded by Jiang Che, Yang Qian suddenly felt that Jiang Che's voice was somewhat familiar. It seemed to be exactly the same as that passerby Di Renjie player. Yang Chenru was hit hard, his mind went blank instantly, and his phone fell directly to the ground. Sure enough. Roger thought to himself, he guessed it right. You are that Di Renjie? Yang Qian asked in complete disbelief. What do you think? Jiang Che asked back, because of the Weibo post you posted yesterday, I bought the entire CG Club. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Yang Qian. At this moment, Yang Qian felt like countless horses were galloping through his mind. How could a human being do this? Just because of a Weibo post of mine, you spent 30 million to buy the entire CG Club. Is it really that serious? Not only was Yang Qian stunned, but the other players in the training room, including Coach Wang He and manager Zhao Li, were also stunned. They never expected that this new boss was actually Di Renjie who had challenged Yang Qian that day. The most important thing is that Jiang Che bought this club just because Yang Qian offended him. The power of money is so terrifying. Zhao Li and Wang He's hearts trembled. They actually thought of inviting Jiang Che to the CG team that night. No wonder he didn't agree. inviting a rich second generation with a net worth of over 100 million to join the team and play professionally. It was a pity that they could come up with this idea. Even Mu Hanxue was surprised. She didn't expect that the young Chen she had told Jiang Che before was beaten badly by a stranger player. This never-seen-before player turned out to be Jiang Che. A professional player who could beat Yang Chen must have spent a lot of time on the game, right? Is your boss so idle? At this moment, Yang Chen was completely speechless. What the hell was going on? Seeing that he didn't say anything, Jiang Che continued to ask, "Didn't you say on Weibo before that I look down on the CG team? Now that I look down on you, what can I do?" Yang Chen. Just be happy, it's your own team after all. Seeing Yang Chen completely speechless, Jiang Che said directly, "Pack your things and leave. There is no way that you can stay in the CG team. I bought the team specifically to expel you. Also, remember to apologize to those 2 anchors on Weibo of course. You can choose not to apologize, but now I'm just kicking you out of the CG team. But if you don't apologize, I can guarantee that no team in the entire esports circle will dare to hire you." Jiang Che's calm tone contained an unquestionable confidence and strength. This is the confidence brought by the ability to pay. Yang Qian's body trembled slightly. After learning that Jiang Che was the DI Ranger, Yang Chen knew that he would definitely not be able to stay in the CG team. But now that he actually heard these words from Jiang Che's mouth, he still found it hard to accept. Because of his love for esports, he dropped out of school as a teenager despite his parents' dissuasion, and has been playing professionally for the CG team. At that time, neither the CG team nor he was famous. After 2 years of hard work, both the CG team and he achieved some success and gained a firm foothold in KPL. The CG team made him what he is, and he also contributed to the glory of the CG team, so he has deep feelings for the CG team. But now, the efforts of the past 2 years have gone to waste in an instant, and the CG club can no longer accommodate me. But this is not someone else's fault. Maybe it's because he became famous at a young age and was praised by fans all day long, so he got a little carried away. As a result, he offended people he shouldn't have offended. Even if Jiang Che hadn't come along, someone else would have taught him a profound lesson in the future. Everyone felt bad when they saw Yang Chen's distraught look. Although Yang Chen sometimes had a bad temper, they had been teammates for such a long time and had been on the battlefield together. They even remembered how excited they were when they pushed down the opponent's crystal together and won the championship last year. "Boss," Roger suddenly said, "if Yang Chen leaves CG, I don't want to play anymore." Upon hearing this, Yang Chen suddenly turned around and looked at Roger, his eyes full of disbelief. Not only Yang Chen, but several other team members also looked at Roger in surprise. They certainly wanted Yang Chen to stay, but they didn't even have the courage to speak in front of Jiang Che. To put it simply, they were afraid of getting themselves into trouble. But this is just human nature. It is easy to stop them from playing given the strength Jiang Che has shown. No one dares to gamble with their own future. "Oh." Jiang Che turned to look at him. "What's your name?" "Roger? I know you, a top winger in KPL, right?" Jiang Che showed a slightly dangerous smile. "Are you threatening me?" "No." Roger looked at Jiang Che and said calmly, "I don't have the ability to threaten you, boss. The so-called top winger is just a compliment from my fans. There are many winger players in other teams who are stronger than me. Boss, you spent 30 million to buy the entire club just to fire Yang Chen. Obviously, you didn't even take the 30 million seriously. So with your financial resources, it would be easy for you to buy a top winger from another team. I don't have any capital to threaten you." Jiang Che's expression relaxed a bit after hearing this. He was a typical person who would not take tough measures but would give in to soft words. If Roger really wanted to threaten him, then they should just get out together. No one was indispensable to the CG team. But judging from what Roger said before, he is very clear about his position. "Then tell me why?" Jiang Che asked. Roger thought for a moment and said, "There's no particular reason. I was already in the CG team when Xiao Jian first came in, and he called me the captain for 2 years. In the past 2 years, I have watched him transform from a passerby king to the professional player he is today. It's not easy for him to grow step by step. At that time, my teammates changed one after another. Now that I have won the championship, I feel a little tired, so if Xiao Jian leaves, I won't have much heart to play." "But you still have a contract," Jiang Che said expressionlessly. "It's almost due next month." Chapter 87, Roger's Plea. As soon as Roger said this, the expressions of some other team members changed slightly. The jungler in the team had already retired. If Roger and Yang Chen were missing, they would probably not even be a third-rate team. Even Zhao Li's expression changed. The only person who was very moved was Yang Chen himself. Although Roger was the captain of the team, he had always been a little indifferent. He thought that Roger was just a little more experienced than himself, so he usually did not take Roger seriously and just played according to his tactics in the game. But I didn't expect that at this critical moment, Roger would risk offending Jiang Che to plead for me. The saying that a friend in need is a friend indeed is true. A trace of thought flashed across Jiang Che's eyes. To be honest, Jiang Che didn't care at all about the team strength that they were worried about. With his basic mastery of King of Glory, he could beat Yang Chen. After accumulating 1 million admiration points and exchanging them for advanced mastery, it should be easy for him to win the championship. If advanced mastery is not powerful enough, as Roger said, Jiang Che still has the money, so it would be very easy for him to buy a few powerful teammates to cooperate with him. But to be honest, Jiang Che really admired Roger's loyalty. Even though he knew Jiang Che's strength, he still dared to speak for Yang Chen. Apart from anything else, Roger was the only one in the entire training room who dared to say this. It is a blessing for CG players to meet such a captain. Only. You don't have to wait until next month. You can leave anytime now. Since you are so righteous, I won't charge you any penalty. Jiang Che said. Yang Chen was wrong and he was wrong. An apology could not make up for the mistake he had already made. Although Roger was righteous, Jiang Che didn't need to give him face. It was good enough that he didn't make things difficult for him. Roger heard this with a look of disappointment in his eyes, but also a sense of relief. He took a deep breath, nodded and agreed, okay. His feelings for the CG team are only deeper than Yang Chen's. Now that he is leaving CG in such an unpleasant way, he must be feeling very uncomfortable. After working so hard for such a long time, I finally led the team to win the championship. However, when I retired, I felt so desolate and helpless. It would be strange if I felt comfortable. There is a saying that things have changed and people have changed. The team is still the same team, but the people and feelings in the team have changed. It is no longer the same as when everyone worked hard together. It's like a class reunion many years after graduation. The school is still the same school, but the classmates can no longer laugh and play together as freely as they did back then. That's how Roger felt at this moment. You two can go now. Also, Yang Chen, remember your apology on Weibo. Jiang Che reminded. Yang Chen lowered his head and packed his things silently. He was completely different from the arrogant man he was a few days ago. These short 10 minutes or so seemed to have made him mature a lot. The two packed up their things and left quickly. The atmosphere in the training room was a bit depressing. No one expected Jiang Che to be so decisive and directly let Roger and Yang Chen leave together. Everyone else should train well. If anyone falls behind in the competition, I will still not be polite. Jiang Che instructed. Boss, our team's starting jungler just retired a while ago. Now the winger and shooter are gone. The team's coach Wang He said with a bitter face, so. I guess we can't train anymore. Where's team 2? Jiang Che asked with a matter-of-fact expression. Wang He was a little confused. Second team? Could it be that the second team would be trained and then go to play the game? Wouldn't that mean they would be pressed to the ground and rubbed? Then he, as a coach, would be embarrassed. But the strength of the second team is not enough. Wang He explained, they can't play in the game even if they are trained. Jiang Che thought for a while and said, how about this, when Yang Chen leaves, I will play the shooter position by myself, and I will take care of the players in the wing lane and jungle. For the time being, let the second team take over. In addition, I don't have time to train normally, so just notify me when there is any important game. Jiang Che didn't know how powerful advanced mastery was. It would be embarrassing if he didn't win the championship, so he planned to buy 2 players. As for why he wanted to play the shooter position, it was because it was too tiring to run around in the jungle, and shooters were more fun. After hearing Jiang Che's words, everyone's expressions looked a little strange. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Jiang Che asked. No problem. Wang He laughed dryly. In fact, there is definitely a problem. It's not that they don't believe in Jiang Che's ability. After all, the video of him beating Yang Qian that day is still very popular. If he has such strength without any training, then he will definitely be a top player after a little training. But now Jiang Che wants to go directly to the competition without training. The playing style of the competition is completely different from that of ordinary people, and the tacit cooperation between teammates is very important. But Jiang Che didn't train at all, so where did the tacit understanding come from? Even Wang Xikong back then only played one match, had some fun, and then was handed over to the regular team members. But from what Jiang Che said, it seemed that he would directly serve as the main shooter of the team. Would he play in all the future matches? Plus, the side lane and jungle positions are still undecided. Although Jiang Che is the boss of the team and the team's poor performance makes him unable to make money, for a professional player, who doesn't want to win the championship besides money? This is a thought that every esports player will have. Players who don't want to win the championship can't play well without a goal. This is true not only for esports games, but for everything. Therefore, the only remaining main mid laner and support in the team were already thinking about finding their next team after hearing what Jiang Che said, because Jiang Che's words gave them the impression that he was just buying a team for fun, without considering the championship at all, and didn't seem to care about losing money. However, several members of the second team were somewhat excited. Allowing them to train meant that they had a chance to stand out. If they showed extraordinary strength in training, it would not be impossible for them to enter the first team. That's it. You guys train as usual. Zhao Li, come with me to the conference room. Jiang Che said finally. Chapter 88, Shock. About 2 hours later, a few Weibo posts caused quite a stir in the esports circle. The first is Yang Qian's apology on Weibo. Yang Qian admitted that he had indeed instigated fans to curse before, and then solemnly apologized. He was deeply sorry for the disturbance caused to Yu Yangran and Chen Cici, and also begged his fans not to go to other people's live broadcast rooms to lead the rhythm again. As soon as this Weibo post came out, those who were familiar with Yang Qian's temper and his many fans were immediately confused. In their minds, Yang Qian had always been a young and unruly person who became famous at a young age. How could he have ever apologized so humbly? Did he change his personality? Before anyone could figure it out, the official Weibo account of CG Team came out. It was announced that Yang Qian was fired, and the reason was the same as mentioned earlier, that he instigated fans to curse. Everyone was completely confused. Expelled? So harsh? Yang Qian was one of the main players of CG, right? Even if Yang Qian's behavior was wrong, it was far from having a bad impact. Expelling a main player just because of such a thing, CG Team didn't want to be good? Many of Yang Qian's fans started cursing in the comments, asking if the CG management had been kicked in the head by a donkey. Even fans of other members of the CG team expressed their doubts. However, the CG team did not give any explanation and immediately released a second Weibo post, announcing Roger's retirement. Yes, not a transfer but direct retirement. Roger's fans were furious, and the Weibo comment section was filled with, Roger is already in his 20s, so it's normal for him to retire, but this is too sudden. There was no sign before. Although Roger is not young anymore, his condition has not declined at all. It is not a problem for him to play for another 1 or 2 years. There is no reason for him to retire suddenly. Yang Qian and Roger are gone. This wave of CG operations is a bit confusing. Then came the third Weibo post from CG Club, announcing that the team had changed its owner, and at the end it also tagged Jiang Che's Weibo account. Jiang Che's Weibo account was just opened, and his ID is CG Xiao Che. So everyone quickly clicked in, and then saw Jiang Che's first and only Weibo post. Hello everyone, I am the new boss of the CG Club. I am also the DI Renjia who played solo with Yang Qian 2 days ago. I will replace Yang Qian as the shooter of the CG team. Is he the team boss and also a regular player? What kind of operation is this? I have never seen such a boss before. How can there be such a free boss who plays games all day? However, some viewers who watched the live broadcast that day and knew some of the inside story were shocked. They finally knew why Yang Qian was fired. This has offended the boss. Yang Qian lost the solo match first, and then he deliberately made trouble and slandered Jiang Che by using the excuse that Jiang Che refused the invitation of the CG team, and then he was fired. How much money does one have to play like this? A team worth tens of millions just bought it. Just to cause trouble for Yang Qian? Many of Chen Xixi's viewers still remember that Jiang Che gave nearly 1 million in tips in one night. Now it seems that he is undoubtedly a wealthy man. They could already imagine how desperate Yang Chen must have felt when he was fired. But this time, not many fans of Yang Chen criticized Jiang Che, because after the last solo incident, many fans had already stopped being fans, and besides, this incident was Yang Chen's own fault. He is trying to show off to his boss. Who can he blame? In addition, those who had previously criticized Jiang Che for looking down on CG suddenly stopped their anger. The entire CG team became Jiang Che's, and he was also a member of it. Is it a problem for others to look down on their own team? There is absolutely no problem. There are even many people who disliked Yang Chen before and have been mocking him. He refused to accept his solo loss and insisted on making trouble. Now he has hit a wall, right? The only ones who were dissatisfied were Roger's fans, because after Jiang Che's identity was exposed, they could easily see that Roger's hasty retirement must have something to do with Jiang Che. So Yang Chen's fans didn't say anything, but many of Roger's fans were cursing Jiang Che's Weibo. Of course, some people said that Yang Chen had implicated Roger, and Yang Chen was also scolded here. In response to these doubts and abuses, Yang Chen did not respond to them in the comment section as usual, but chose to remain silent, as if he had disappeared from the face of the earth after posting that Weibo post. Roger then published a Weibo post announcing his retirement, and explained that his retirement had nothing to do with Jiang Che. He just felt tired and that winning the championship made his career complete, so he retired. That's fine. However, there are still many people saying that the CG team will be swept out of KPL this year without Roger. Regarding the strength of the CG team, other teams were more concerned than ordinary audiences. After hearing the news, they immediately began to investigate Jiang Che's strength. However, there is not much information about Jiang Che's strength, at most he and Chen Xixi. Yu Yang Ran and the other two have played some ranked matches, and their ranks are not very high. The only match that can show his approximate strength is the solo match between him and Yang Tian, but the difference between solo and competition is too great. But to be honest, they didn't take it too seriously. Even if Jiang Che was strong, he was the only one. After Roger left, CG didn't have any other outstanding players. ZMM Club. The ZMM team is a strong team that is comparable to the former CG. The mid laner in the team is a top player at the same level as Roger. They lost to CG in the final last year and finished second. At this time, a thin boy walked into the club. ZMM's manager smiled and asked, "Have you decided?" "Yeah." The boy nodded firmly. This young man is Yang Chen, who left the CG team. As a shooter of a championship team, many teams want him. That's it. As long as you have won a championship, even if you won it by doing nothing, your value will be different. The 4 words champion team member are more than just a title. What's more, although Yang Tian's strength is not as good as Roger's, he is not weak. He also contributed a lot to CG's victory, so it is very easy for him to find a new team if Jiang Che does not deliberately make things difficult for him. The shooter of the ZMM team was a weak point, so Yang Chen contacted the ZMM team immediately after leaving CG. The manager of the ZMM team was naturally very welcoming to Yang Chen. After all, if they could make up for the weakness in shooter, they would have a good chance of winning the championship this year. It's just that we don't have enough room for salary increase this year, so your salary will probably be much lower than when you were in CG, ZMM's manager said with a smile. Yang Tian looked at him expressionlessly. What about insufficient salary? It was nothing more than that they saw that he was eager to join a strong team and were deliberately exploiting him. But Yang Chen didn't say anything. He simply took a quick look at the contract and signed his name. Now, what he wants more than money is to prove himself. How to prove it? Win another championship. And rely on himself, not his teammates. As I said, the esports circle is a place where strength speaks louder than words. As long as you prove your strength, all the rumors will naturally fall apart. In addition, he had a firm idea in his mind: defeat CG, defeat Jiang Che. Yang Chen felt very guilty because Roger left CG due to his own reasons. However, he and Jiang Che were very different in terms of identity and status, so revenge was basically impossible. But now Jiang Che has also become a member of CG, and he is also a shooter like him, so the canyon is the only place where he can compete with Jiang Che fairly. He wants to defeat Jiang Che and prove himself. To some extent, this is also an explanation to myself and Roger. LT Club. LT Club is weaker than CG or ZMM. It can only be said to be a first-class team, but it cannot be called top. But this year, LT spent a lot of money to recruit a Jungle King. This Jungle King is only a 16-year-old boy, but he defeated many professional players and powerful anchors in the peak game of last season, topped the list, and was favored by a number of professional teams. Eventually he was recruited by the LT team. In fact, there are many of this type of street kings, but not many can successfully transform into professional players. Therefore, many fans joke that these people attack hard in the peak game, but are timid when playing in the competition. After all, the playing styles of the competition and the peak game are completely different. Being able to achieve good results in solo queue does not mean that you are suitable for professional play. But the jungler recruited by LT was different. After a trial training, LT's coach directly let him take over the main jungler position. At this time, LT's manager told the coach, "Go and arrange a training match with CG to test their current strength. Our goal this year is to win the championship, and no unexpected situations are allowed to happen." Chapter 89, The Eve of Live Broadcast. On the other side, Jiang Che and Mu Hanxue were already on their way back. Jiang Che said, "Go buy a top laner and a support for the team tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. They don't have to be too strong, just a little stronger than the ones on CG's second team. As for why they don't buy top players, it's certainly not because they are short of money. Jiang Che's main purpose of participating in the competition personally is to earn admiration points, not to win the championship trophy like other professional players. His value does not need to be proven by the trophy. To earn admiration points, Jiang Che needs to be the most handsome guy in the team and lead his teammates with his performance. Otherwise, if a bunch of top players are found, Jiang Che will just win the championship without doing anything, and he will not earn any admiration points. So it will be enough to have two players who will not hold them back. Okay. Mu Hanxue agreed, but since Jiang Che asked her to do so, she would just do it. Buying two mediocre professional players is much simpler than buying two top players. It is not just a matter of money. As Jiang Che was speaking, his WeChat suddenly rang. Jiang Che took a look and saw it was a message from Yu Yangran. "Brother Jiang Che, are you free to play with me tonight? My fans miss you." It had been 2 days since Jiang Che last played games with Yu Yangran and Chen Cece, so Yu Yangran couldn't help but ask. Jiang Che thought about it, then replied, "It just so happens that I'm also going to do a live broadcast tonight, so we can play together." Yu Yangran replied immediately, "Brother Jiang Che, are you going to start a live broadcast too? What time?" "About 8 o'clock. Jiang Che replied. "Okay, I'll definitely go and show my support then." Yu Yangran replied immediately. There seems to be a sense of excitement between the lines. That's what she said. After all, Jiang Che went there to earn admiration points. If he started from a small anchor slowly, it would be too slow. But it would be different with the help of other bigger anchors. He could just check the room and get a recommendation. With Jiang Che's gaming skills, he would take off directly, not to mention that Yu Yanran's live broadcast room itself had many Jiang Che fans. After agreeing with Yu Yangran, Jiang Che received another message on WeChat a few minutes later. This time it was from Chen Cece. "I heard from Yu Yangran that you will start broadcasting at 8 o'clock tonight." Jiang Che was a little surprised. Didn't these two have some minor conflicts? How come they seem to have become best friends now? Chen Cece knew it as soon as I told Yu Yangran about it. A woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. Jiang Che was too lazy to guess and just replied with one word, "Yes." "Okay, I'll definitely come to support you in the evening," Chen Cece replied. Compared to Yu Yangran, Chen Cece's answer was much more bland. But in fact, she missed Jiang Che a lot after not seeing him for 2 days. It's just that compared to Yu Yangran, Chen Cece is more mature and reserved, and will not show her feelings. To be honest, the reason why she deliberately tried to please Jiang Che in the beginning was very simple. It was because Jiang Che was rich, and if she pleased him she could get rewards. After all, this was one of the main sources of income for the anchor. But with the contact over the past 2 days, her mentality has changed, especially after hearing Jiang Che's song Silence last time. She is now more interested in Jiang Che himself. Not long after, Jiang Che and Mu Hanxue returned to the mansion together. Mu Hanxue had already brought all her luggage with her and had agreed to move in. The house has a master bedroom on the 2nd floor and 2 secondary bedrooms on the 1st floor. There are separate bathrooms upstairs and downstairs, so normally there won't be any embarrassing problems. Jiang Che helped Mu Hanxue move the luggage and quickly decorated the room. Afterwards, Mu Hanxue went to make a simple dinner. Although Jiang Che is a good cook, he is the boss after all, and it seems wrong to cook for his subordinates. Only because Tang Qiyue is his sister did he cook for her personally. As for Mu Hanxue's cooking skills, they can't be said to be great, but it's okay for a meal. However, a senior secretary like Mu Hanxue couldn't be asked to cook every day, so during the meal Jiang Che told her to find a nanny the next day and come back to do the laundry, cooking, and cleaning. It was already past 7 o'clock after dinner. Jiang Che returned to his room, turned on his computer, verified his identity on Shark, and officially started his career as a host. After finishing these things, it was almost 8 o'clock. Jiang Che sent his live broadcast room number to Yu Yangran and Chen Cixi respectively, and then opened his own live broadcast room. Take a look at the chapter review _. Chapter 90, I Brush Myself. Just as Jiang Che was about to start broadcasting, the system's voice rang out, Ding _ system task released, broadcast PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds live and gain 1 million fans within 2 hours. Do you want me to live stream PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds? Jiang Che touched his chin. In fact, he also had the idea of changing to another game to live stream. The reason was very simple, the audience would get tired of the same game after playing it too many times. No matter how exciting the operation was, the audience would get used to it after watching it too many times. Therefore, changing to other games frequently would earn more admiration points. Now that the system has spoken, Jiang Che might as well obey respectfully. However, it is a bit difficult to gain 1 million fans in 2 hours. Thinking this in his mind, Jiang Che opened his live broadcast room. As soon as the live broadcast room opened, a large number of viewers rushed in. Little brother, you are finally on air. Shui Huang, I want to see Di Renjie again. Host, where's your camera? What are you going to broadcast without the camera? Anchor, your hands are so beautiful, no wonder you are so good at playing games. Is there any connection between the two? There is no doubt that these people came from Yu Yangran and Chen Cixi's live broadcast room, and most of them are female fans. Jiang Che smiled. These were all admiration values. Hello everyone, I'm your anchor. Jiang Che had no experience in live streaming as it was his first time. He looked at the screen full of comments and casually said hello. But it was just this simple sentence that made the barrage excited again. The host's voice is really nice, even better than when I was playing games before. You are not our anchor, you are my boyfriend. Important things should be said 3 times, say Xiangtou. Say Xiangtou. Say Xiangtou. Forget it. People with nice voices usually don't look very good. So let's not open it. Lemon juice. Jiang Che sighed, are these female fans so greedy? As the discussion was going on in the barrage, a golden light suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room. A little rice dumpling became the emperor in the live broadcast room. It was obviously Yu Yangran who came over. One is not over yet. After Yu Yangran, Chen Cixi comes right after. A big white rabbit becomes the emperor in the live broadcast room. Wow! Rich woman. Please support me. I didn't expect Xiao Zongzi to be so rich. Hey, are you two going to quarrel over the support position today? Host, please take our little Zongzi back. He keeps talking about you in the live broadcast room every day. Where do you put our white rabbit? Jiang Che thanked him, thank you, but you don't have to spend so much money. Let me give you some popularity tilde. After Yu Yangran became the emperor, the barrage of comments she sent out was very conspicuous. Does opening the emperor have this function? Jiang Che asked. He had hardly ever watched live broadcasts before and didn't know much about these things. Of course, Chen Cixi also explained, if you open the Emperor account or give away Super Fire, viewers in other live broadcast rooms can also see it. Maybe some people will come here out of curiosity and grab the treasure chest. As Chen Cixi spoke, she also sent Jiang Che 10 super rockets. She originally met Jiang Che hoping that he would give her a gift, but now it seems that something is not right. So that's how it is. I thought these things were given just to make money. Jiang Che said. The comments were suddenly filled with ellipsis marks, and many viewers were speechless. Jiang Che was probably the only one among the millions of anchors on the internet who didn't know about this. In that case, Jiang Che suddenly took out his mobile phone, opened Shark, and then hundreds of thousands of viewers were caught off guard and saw a balance of more than 4 million renminbi, real for million renminbi. In that case, I'll just give myself some money. I just happen to have some money left. Jiang Che said and started swiping without waiting for everyone to react. Jiang Che's live broadcast and gift giving are not done through the same Shark account, so there is no conflict. Then the whole Shark started raining rockets. The handsome guy was hacked in the live broadcast room and opened the Emperor. The handsome guy was hacked in the live broadcast room and sent out a super rocket 1. The handsome guy was hacked in the live broadcast room and sent out a super rocket 99. The handsome guy was hacked in the live broadcast room and sent out a super rocket 999. The handsome guy was hacked in the live broadcast room and sent out super rockets 1000. 1 rocket is 2,000 yuan, 1,000 rockets is 2 million, plus the previous Emperor, it is more than 2 million again. Each super rocket comes with cool special effects, and then 1,000 super rockets fly across the screen for several minutes. The shocking effect is self-evident. The most important thing is that it's not just Jiang Che's live broadcast room that is experiencing this. The live broadcast rooms of other anchors can also see the rockets flying around, so much so that they can't broadcast normally. WC, who is so generous? In a small live broadcast room with tens of thousands of people, the young anchor looked at the super rocket flying non-stop on the computer screen with a confused look on his face. He has been a host for more than a year and has quite a few fans, but he has never received a super rocket, not even one. No one needs 2,000 yuan, but few people would be willing to spend 2,000 yuan just to get the host to say thank you, my friend, unless they are true fans or a boss like Jiang Che who has plenty of money. Brothers, let's go see the rich man. The anchor saw that his own live broadcast room could not be broadcast for a while, so he directly followed the rocket link and came to Jiang Che's live broadcast room. At this time, such things were happening in more than one Shark live broadcast room. Many anchors brought their viewers to Jiang Che's live broadcast room out of curiosity to see who was the rich man who gave a reward of 2 million yuan at once. Especially those female anchors who are good-looking. Generally speaking, the anchors in the appearance zone receive the most tips, because if you tip the game anchor, you can at most play games with them, and the anchors in the appearance zone can also add a private WeChat account and make an appointment to have an in-depth exchange offline. Call him boss online and dad offline. Therefore, wealthy audiences who are willing to give tips are very important to them. Here, Jiang Che shook his hands gently. My hands are a little sore, I'll send it next time. Now everyone finally realized that Jiang Che had spent more than 2 million in just a few minutes. Did people say that? Your hands are sore from making money. WC, the handsome emperor is still the handsome emperor. He gave away 2 million without blinking an eye. A little balance left? For million is called a balance. You may be rich, but it's against the rules to give yourself gifts, right? Does Shui Huang's family sell minerals? Why are they so shameless? Worship value plus 100. Worship value plus 100. Worship value plus 100. The barrage has never seen such a host who gives himself millions of gifts. The anchors who came after hearing the news finally understood the situation. It turned out that the 2 million was a reward from Jiang Che himself. They were suddenly too tired to complain. How can this guy just casually take out 2 million to reward himself and still be a broadcaster? I'm afraid he has a problem with his brain. But Jiang Che didn't care at all. He became a host not to make money, but to earn admiration points, so giving himself rewards was equivalent to exchanging money for admiration points, which was very cost-effective. However, whether it is cost-effective or not is one thing, but in fact, it is against the rules to reward yourself, because it is an unfair means of competition, just like writing a book and giving yourself votes. Of course, some anchors will give themselves rewards in order to attract audiences when they first start out, but they use small accounts, or reward each other with friends. The anchor would vigorously defend himself when being accused of brushing up the rankings. I have never seen anyone like Jiang Che who gave himself gifts in front of so many viewers. So some other anchors were dissatisfied. We worked so hard to do live broadcasts to attract so many viewers, and you actually use your money to buy them? Report immediately. In addition to the anchor himself, many other viewers also turned into messengers of justice and sent loving reports. Chapter 91, That Ruthless Person. In the office of a Shark executive. Supervisor, I found that many people reported a new anchor for giving them gifts at the same time. A young man ran into the office and said to the 40-something supervisor sitting at the desk, "How much did you spend?" The supervisor picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. "2,150,000, the young man replied. Puff tilde, the supervisor spat out a mouthful of tea. "How much?" "2,150,000, the young man repeated. He was not at all surprised by his supervisor's reaction. His reaction was even greater when he first found out. "New anchor?" the supervisor asked again. "Yes, it just started today." The supervisor fell silent. "So, are we going to ban his live broadcast room?" the young man asked immediately when he saw that his supervisor didn't say anything. "Why ban him?" The supervisor immediately said after hearing what he said, he spent $2 million, half of which was earned by the company. "This is all my achievement. Send someone to sign him tomorrow. We can make some concessions on the contract." The young man was speechless. It turned out that if you have money you can do whatever you want and don't need to care about rules. If you are still bound by rules, it must be because you don't have enough money. What about explaining to other anchors? What if they are dissatisfied? Asked the young man, wiping the sweat from his forehead. After this person goes off the air tonight, ban him for a few hours as a warning. Then, when signing the contract tomorrow, tell him to remember to use a small account if he wants to send you gifts in the future. The supervisor said directly. The young man was completely speechless and felt the evil of society. The company clearly stipulated that anchors were not allowed to give themselves gifts. However, he could only nod and agree to his supervisor's instructions. In Jiang Che's live broadcast room, there were a lot of comments on the computer screen, but Jiang Che didn't notice the comments that said they would report him. Plus, Shark didn't plan to cause him any trouble, so he still didn't know that it was against the rules to give himself gifts. Jiang Che's gifting of himself only infringed upon the interests of a small number of anchors and had no impact on most viewers. Instead, it made them feel very novel, so many people directly clicked to follow him and added this rich anchor to their harem. In just a few minutes, the number of subscribers to the live broadcast room exceeded 100,000, but it was still a long way from the 1 million viewers required by the system. Some of Yu Yangran and Chen Cece's viewers didn't care about this question. When they saw Jiang Che's vermilion, they suddenly thought of another thing. Shuai Huang, are you the one who spent 30 million to buy the CG team? Shuai Huang, that person said he was the DI Renjie from that night, so he must be your DI Renjie. Otherwise it wouldn't be such a coincidence. The ruthless person who bought the CG club is this anchor? No way. Why would you come here to broadcast with 30 million? Is this a strange interest of rich people? In fact, after Jiang Che posted that Weibo, for the fans of Chen Cece and Yu Yangran, it was almost like directly admitting that he was the one who bought the CG club. However, in the eyes of Yu Yangran and Chen Cece's audiences, big shots of that level were too far away from them, and Jiang Che often had time to play games with Yu Yangran and Chen Cece, and even sang for them. Now saying that Jiang Che is the big boss seems to have a sense of unreality. In addition, there are many viewers here who just came here with other anchors and don't know Jiang Che very well, so they don't dare to believe it unless they hear Jiang Che admit it in person. Jiang Che obviously saw these comments as well, and replied with a smile, "Yes, that's me. A mere 30 million is nothing to worry about. Very classy. When it comes to pretending, I only admire you. After 2 days of not seeing you, the handsome emperor's pretend skills are still so proficient. I'm following this anchor who's blowing the whistle. I'm following him tilde. When will I be able to say the words 30 million? If the girl upstairs is a girl, come to me at night and I'll give you a few 100 million. If it's a man, you can try it yourself. You can drive on this broken road." But it's true that the anchor is rich. He bought a club worth 30 million during the day and gave himself 2 million in tips at night. What a coincidence. I happen to be a fan of CG. You must manage CG well. As the barrage of exclamations spread, the admiration value in the system began to rise again. Jiang Che couldn't help but reveal a smile. He hadn't done anything yet, but he had already earned tens of thousands of admiration points just by spreading rumors. When he showed off his gaming skills later, wouldn't his admiration points soar? Sure enough, the effect of doing live broadcasts by yourself is different. But you can't just brag about your shortcomings when you're live streaming, right? Jiang Che looked at the time and saw that half an hour had passed, so he said directly, "We're going to live stream PUBG tonight. do you two want to come along? The people who were asking this question were naturally Yu Yangran and Chen Cece. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. The two had just recovered from the news that Jiang Che had bought the CG Club when they heard Jiang Che say this again. That's fine. The two answered in unison. Sometimes when they got tired of playing King of Glory, they would play PUBG, but their skills. Hearing this, Jiang Che smiled and said, "It's okay, you two just lie down." As he spoke, he logged into the game. The handsome emperor is so confident. Aren't you playing Honor of Kings? Why did you switch to PUBG? You actually told White Rabbit and Little Zongza to lie down? Where? Is the bed big enough? If not, I have a big bed here. Fuck, there's really no place I can't drive. No, are you really playing PUBG? The comments expressed doubts, saying that they didn't understand why Jiang Che, who was so good at playing King of Glory, wanted to play PUBG again. But this is exactly the effect Jiang Che wanted, to suppress first and then to promote. First, let them doubt me, and then use my superb skills to convince them, so as to achieve the best slapping effect and earn the most admiration points. It's all routine tilde. Soon, Yu Yangran and Chen Cece logged into the game, and Jiang Che directly clicked to start the game. Chapter 92, Jedi Crying Monster. Hello? Is there a lady? As soon as Jiang Che and the other two entered the game, they heard a lively voice, which was the teammate they were randomly matched with. The voice didn't sound loud, probably just that of a teenager of 17 or 18 years old. Jiang Che took a look at his ID, which was Woke Xilu, which roughly translated to "I'm really good at AK thieves," and he seemed quite confident. Jiang Che was about to say no, but suddenly remembered that he still had the skill of voice actor mastery. This skill makes Jiang Che's voice better, but it's just a byproduct. The real job of a voice actor is to dub characters in movies, anime, games, etc. Sometimes it is common for male voice actors to voice female characters, or for female voice actors to voice male characters. Moreover, it would be easy for Jiang Che, a junior voice actor, to do this. Jiang Che then smiled evilly, coughed twice, and then said softly, "Yes, the three of us are girls. Can you take us to eat chicken, little brother?" As soon as she opened her mouth, she spoke in a cute girlish voice. Yu Yangran and Chen Cece were stunned for a moment. Holy shit, who is this? Where is Jiang Che? Not only did the two of them stop talking, the comments on the computer also seemed to be turned off suddenly, disappearing completely within a few seconds. It was obvious that the audience was unable to react for a while. But Jiang Che ignored them. Seeing that Yu Yangran and Chen Cece were silent, he continued, "Sister Zongza, Sister Baitu, please say something tilde." After being reminded by Jiang Che, Yu Yangran and Chen Cece reacted immediately. Ha 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 ha, yes, we are all girls, ha 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 tilde. Yu Yangran really couldn't help it and said while laughing. Even Chen Cece, who is a bit more stable, tried to hold back her smile and said, "Yeah, little brother, you better play well. This time we are counting on you to lead us to win the game." They both have been anchors for a long time, so they didn't ask Jiang Che why his voice changed at first, but directly cooperated with Jiang Che in acting. No matter what the reason for the voice change, this is a perfect live broadcast effect. If you want to retain your audience, this live broadcast effect is essential. The superb gaming skills dazzle the audience, and this is just one of the live broadcast effects. So when Jiang Che changed his voice into a female one, the two of them immediately cooperated. Although classmate AK was very curious about why the three girls sounded so happy, he didn't think much about it when he thought about how he had matched with three girls with such nice voices. He immediately said excitedly, "Okay. Give me AK and I'll be invincible. Professional player, bring girls online." At this time, the barrage also burst into laughter when they heard this person's words. "Fuck, this is making me laugh to death. Is this the way to play it? I'd lose money if I sold this game to the streamer for 98. Poor guy, his brain short-circuited when he heard the girl's voice, and he even said something like a professional player. Ha 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 ha, the handsome emperor is so mean. He used a voice changer to trick people into thinking they were fooling around tilde. Girl? It's bigger than you when I take it out. Worship value plus 100. Worship value plus 100. Worship value plus 100. This wave of operations naturally made a group of audiences feel so excited that their scalps tingled, and their admiration for them soared. However, no one knew that the voice was spoken by Jiang Che himself. They all thought that Jiang Che used a voice changer, even Yu Yangran and Chen Cixi thought so. After all, Jiang Che didn't turn on the camera, so they couldn't see the situation here. When they suddenly heard Jiang Che speak in a girl's voice, the only thing they could think of was a voice changer. Jiang Che didn't explain either. Soon they boarded the plane, and Jiang Che still spoke in a cute girlish voice, little brother, what's your name? And where should we jump?" The voice sounded so soft and cute that even though Yu Yangran and Chen Cixi knew that Jiang Che was a boy, they couldn't help but imagine a cute little sister in their minds and wanted to hold her in their arms and spoiled her. They are both like this, not to mention classmate, AK. "My name is Lin Imu," AK immediately replied, "let's go to the airport in this round. Watch me kill everyone." For a single guy who meets a girl while playing games, it's like a swordsman with a big power. His IQ drops by half, so he just has to rush. What's more, poor Lin Mu met 3 girls directly, and his IQ, which was already low, was only 1/10 of what it was. However, from this sentence we can see that Lin Mu is also a straight man, making the same mistake that most players with girls make. He was so focused on showing off his masculinity in a place like the airport that he ignored the girl's technical level. What do you do if you go to fight a girl? Find a place to hide? Even if you kill all the people and the girl turns into a box, it will be useless. Girls come to play games with you, not to watch you show off your skills. They also need the gaming experience themselves. And this is after taking down the airport. If you also get killed as soon as you land, then I suggest you change a girl and start a new game. Of course, those with the protagonist's halo are counted separately. Jiang Che had already purchased the skill Game Mastery at the beginning of the game. It's not about being proficient in eating chicken, but being proficient in the game, the skill with a worship value of 30,000. So Jiang Che is not only confident that he will not die, but he can also protect Yu Yangran and Chen Cixi. So Jiang Che did not reject Lin Mu's proposal, and the 4 of them went straight to the airport. Chapter 93, Landing M24. The ranking system of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds was updated in May, and there are several ranks ranging from Bronze to Master. Jiang Che only plays a Bronze account, and there is no need to mention the skills of Yangran and Chen Cixi. After playing for a long time, they are only in the Silver rank, and they got there by surviving. So this is a very low-end game. Most of the players in low-end games like to fight and shoot each other, which is what we call being bad at fighting. So when Jiang Che was parachuting, he turned his head and found that there were more than 20 people around him, which means that a quarter of the people jumped at the airport. However, Jiang Che was not panicked at all, and was even a little happy. In his eyes, players at this level were almost the same as bots, and they were all there to give him points and admiration. Jiang Che adjusted the parachuting angle and quickly descended towards the top of the C-shaped building. Parachuting requires many skills. If you have good skills, you can land quickly and pick up the gun quickly. Just like Jiang Che now, when he landed, the person next to him was still floating in the sky. However, Jiang Che's luck was not very good. When he landed, there was only an M24 under his feet. Sniper rifles like the M24 are naturally very powerful, and are even considered the gun of faith by many players. However, when the enemy is close to you, rifles and submachine guns are still stronger. But it's better than nothing. Jiang Che immediately picked up the M24 and the 30 bullets next to it. It was not until Jiang Che had finished reloading that the man next to him picked up an M4. However, when he saw that Jiang Che was holding a sniper rifle, he jumped over while reloading without fear, obviously betting that Jiang Che would not be able to hit him. The comments also mocked, "It's over, this one is going to be a box as soon as it lands." Bad luck, the other side picked up a rifle. There's an M24 and an M4 on the rooftop. Why wasn't there so much when I was playing? But after Jiang Che loaded the bullets, he looked at the enemy running towards him, an inexplicable feeling came over him. He moved the mouse casually, and then fired a sniper shot. Schweibe killed HD with a headshot. That person seemed to have died without any teammates. And Schweibe is naturally Jiang Che SID. The barrage was immediately filled with question marks, and it was obvious that they did not understand Jiang Che's actions. But Jiang Che didn't have the heart to read the comments at this time. After all, there were so many people around him. He immediately took out the M4 from the man's box. In this situation, you should kill the person first, but it is difficult to operate with only a sniper rifle, so you still have to use a rifle. But Jiang Che had just taken out the M4 and hadn't had time to load the bullets when he heard Yu Yanran's voice, "Help, help, help, help." It turned out that he was knocked down by someone. Jiang Che took a quick look and found that the 4 members of his team were scattered in 3 C-shaped buildings. I was in the building on the left, Yu Yangran and Chen Sisi were in the middle building, and Lin Mu was in the building on the right. Since Chen Sisi and Yu Yangran were on the same rooftop, after Yu Yangran asked for help, Chen Sisi immediately agreed, "Don't worry, I found a gun, I'll be there right away." A few seconds later, "Help, help, help, help." Chen Sisi and Yangran both crawled on the ground together. Jiang Che. Seeing this, Jiang Che had no time to reload the M4, so he simply picked up the M24 and fired a shot. Bang! Shuaibi knocked down HDJXNNX with a headshot. The comments were full of questions. Another headshot? A Jedi scientist? The first shot was probably luck, but what about the second shot? But Jiang Che completely ignored them. To be honest, the first headshot was indeed a matter of luck, because the man was still jumping while reloading the bullet, and Jiang Che killed him instantly. Although the technical component was the main factor, luck was also indispensable. But the man opposite to the second shot stood still, ready to finish off Yu Yangran and the other person. With Jiang Che's skills, it was not difficult to kill him instantly. After killing this man in seconds, Jiang Che went to pull Yu Yangran and Chen Sisi away. While Jiang Che was rescuing his teammates, he said sarcastically, "Wow, little brother, where are you? You promised to protect us and take us to win the game." Of course, Jiang Che was not blaming him, he was just joking. He said that simply for the effect of the live broadcast. After all, he didn't need anyone to lead him. When Lin Mu heard this, his face turned red and he said anxiously, "I didn't find a gun when I landed. When I find an AK?" Da, the sound of a series of bullets was heard. Then he saw Lin Mu lying on the ground, crying with tears in his eyes, "Help, help, help, help." Lin Mu felt like he was screwed. Who knew how unlucky he was? He didn't even have a pistol when he landed. The 2 people opposite him were from the same team and they killed him with an Uzi. Jiang Che. The rogues are so awesome, why don't you kill one? It's almost the same as Yu Yangran and Chen Sisi. Are you forcing yourself to increase the difficulty of the game? The audience in the live broadcast room were laughing so hard that they even forgot about Jiang Che's 2 instant sniper shots. Ha ha ha, Dad is laughing to death. Where did you find this funny guy? The show was a blast. I didn't expect that the handsome guy also has the talent for live streaming. Do you want to make me laugh to death and then inherit my Anhuabei? Fuck, no bragging, but the sound of the handsome emperor's voice card made me hard. You're the one who's hard? I've taken off my pants. Fuck, are you guys so scary? I took off my pants and put them on again, it's boring tilde. The live broadcast effect is simply explosive. Some other anchors who haven't left yet were immediately envious. It seems that they are not only rich, but also have strong live broadcasting skills tilde. Chapter 94, Angry at the Audience. After hearing the report from his subordinate, the senior executive of Shark was also very curious. Who is the rich man who has too much money and nowhere to spend it so that he gives himself 2 million? So he went to Jiang Che's live broadcast room to take a look, and was also shocked when he saw it. Live broadcast genius. As a senior executive, he worked his way up from the bottom, so he is very experienced and can basically tell the level of a host at a glance. Jiang Che's superb gaming skills coupled with his interesting live streaming style will definitely make him popular in the future. Don't even mention the future. Right now Jiang Che already has hundreds of thousands of fans, and it's only been less than an hour since he started broadcasting. Although it has something to do with his wealth, it is also Jiang Che's ability to keep these people coming in. Thinking of this, he immediately called his former subordinate, "Hey, call him early tomorrow morning to discuss the contract. If it doesn't work, I'll go there myself." Jiang Che gave up on rescuing Yu Yangran and raised his hand to fire another shot, knocking down the man holding the Uzi in front of Lin Mu. Players in low-end games have a characteristic, they like to finish off the enemy immediately after defeating him, for fear that their kill will be taken away by others, and they don't care whether that person's teammates are nearby. So Jiang Che easily shot him in the head. But there were 2 people on the rooftop on Lin Mu's side. After Jiang Che dealt with one, the other one became a little panicked. He turned around but couldn't find who was hitting him. In addition, he only had a shotgun in his hand, so he simply left his teammates behind and jumped off the roof. Jiang Che fired another shot from behind, but unfortunately he missed the head, and the shot to the body failed to kill him. An M24 magazine can hold 5 bullets. Jiang Che has fired 4 bullets so far. 3 people were hit by the 4 bullets, and 1 was left with little health. His marksmanship is truly terrifying. Seeing that all the people on the rooftops of the 3 C-shaped buildings had been cleared, Jiang Che began to pull his teammates. At this time, the barrage began to discuss again. Fuck, this shooting skill, is it fake? The above person, stop talking nonsense. If you think someone is cheating, just report it. If you succeed, come back and tell me. That's right, if anyone says I'm cheating again, I'll just turn into a Zorn pianist. Brother is so nice, how could he cheat? Because of the misunderstanding that he was cheating when playing games with Yu Yangran before, fans from Yu Yanran's side are now extremely sensitive to these 2 words. Their tone, as if they were ready to transform into keyboard masters at any time, scared the players who were about to say they were cheating so much that they suddenly stopped talking. However, in the live streaming industry, as long as someone becomes popular, there will always be a bunch of trolls and haters looking for trouble. Just like now, no one has said that Jiang Che is cheating, but many people are criticizing Jiang Che for playing a fish pond game. Is the fish pond game fun? People just stand still and let you play. To call it a fish pond is an exaggeration. This is just a fish row bureau. Fish pond game? Can you perform this instant sniping operation in any game? I will admire you if you can customize this instant sniping operation. You're not good at it, but you're jealous of others. Are you jealous of others' success? While Jiang Che was saving people, he glanced at the screen and saw the comments of everyone. He turned off the in-game voice chat and said disdainfully, "Watch if you want to. If you don't want to watch, go away. Why are you trying to show off your presence here? I'm not short of money. I'm just doing live streaming for fun. Do you still want me to coax you into watching? If you don't want to watch, just leave. Why are you talking so much nonsense? They're just getting laid for free, but they still have so many problems. Where's their dignity?" Jiang Che didn't want to be scolded, but he endured it. How could a billionaire with a net worth of hundreds of billions accept such grievances? He mercilessly scolded those people back. What he needs are audiences who can provide him with admiration, not argumentative people and keyboard warriors. You idiot, you are powerful just because you have money. The key is that the man even calls for million the balance. I really can't refute it. Shuai Huang, don't think you can talk like that just because you have money. I'm telling you, I won't leave, I'll just watch. Very cool, I love the host's personality, unlike other hosts who act like bootlickers. Did you see that? The host told you to get lost if you don't want to watch it. Stop trying to show off your presence here. Jiang Che's words did discourage many viewers, but they also made more people click to follow. After all, such tough anchors are rare. The most important thing is that Jiang Che's live broadcast is really good to watch. He has good skills and is funny. It is hard not to be popular. In just less than an hour, Jiang Che already had 300,000 subscribers, but it was still a long way from 1 million. After all, as a new anchor, he has never played professionally before and has no fame. It is a bit difficult to break through 1 million followers in just 2 hours. Chapter 95 Big Sniper Rifle. Jiang Che quickly pulled all 3 of them up and left the M4 to Yu Yangran. Chen Cc already had a gun, but Yu Yangran didn't even have a frying pan. But Jiang Che felt that even if she got the gun, it would be useless. As for Lin Mu, who also didn't have a pot, that was none of Jiang Che's business. The main reason was that Lin Mu's opponent just now was too weak. He had used up all his bullets when he knocked Lin Mu down, so the Uzi was of no use. Jiang Che looked at the only M4 in his hand, and suddenly had an idea in his mind. He said to the audience in the live broadcast room, "How about using this sniper rifle to win the game instead of the rifle? Even if he fails, there will be no consequences. The system only requires him to live broadcast PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds. It doesn't say he must win the game, but if he succeeds, he will get a lot of admiration points. It is a business that is sure to make money. Host, you are getting carried away. You can't play like this in a fish pond game, right? Double sniper chicken to get you a plane. The one above, I think the host may not need your plane. Isn't it enough that your 3 teammates can make things more difficult for you? Do you still want to increase the difficulty yourself? Double snipers. I love playing snipers the most. Jiang Che took a look at the reactions in the comments and found that most people were not optimistic about his use of dual snipers, so he decided to give it a try. Okay, this time we only use sniper rifles and projectiles to kill enemies, no need for rifles or other guns. Jiang Che said. There were more than 20 people jumping at the airport, and Jiang Che only dealt with 3 of them, so he had to be careful. Jiang Che jumped down from the building while observing his surroundings while holding a sniper rifle. Wait for me. Lin Mu hurriedly followed Jiang Che's footsteps. He didn't have a gun, and he didn't have any medicine, so when Jiang Che helped him up, he only had 1 bar of health left. He didn't dare to go anywhere, so he could only follow Jiang Che and prepare to get some supplies. It is sad that such a professional player has fallen to this point. Yu Yangran smiled and said, "Little brother, aren't you a professional player? How come you can't even beat a silver player? How can you lead us to win the game? Sister Xiaoche is really awesome." Well, it's mainly because I was unlucky and didn't get the gun. Lin Mu explained stutteringly, and his embarrassment could be felt through the screen. Yu Yangran and Chen Cici both tried to hold back their laughter. In the past, when the 2 of them played PUBG, they always lost points because they were too bad at it. But this time, with Jiang Che and Lin Mu, a somewhat silly boy, the live broadcast effect was explosive and attracted many fans. The 2 of them thought that if they got tired of live streaming in the future, they would just come to Jiang Che's live streaming room and watch him play games. Maybe they could also gain more followers. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help laughing when they heard Lin Mu's embarrassing words. This child is so miserable. Jiang Che suddenly signaled them not to speak. Someone is here. There is another one in the room on the left at the stairs on the 2nd floor. Lin Mu suddenly said. Jiang Che raised his eyebrows. He heard the footsteps were indeed at that location, but how could Lin Mu determine the person's location so quickly? Could it be that he is really an expert? But Jiang Che didn't think much about it. He just threw a Molotov cocktail over and rushed forward. Hey? Just take the sniper and go up. Lin Mu hurriedly shouted from behind. But before he finished shouting, he heard a gunshot, and then a few words popped up on the screen. Shuaibi knocked down Husu with M24. The shot did not hit the head, but with the damage from the Molotov cocktail, Jiang Che still knocked the man down with 1 shot. But this is not the end. After this man fell, his teammates rushed out of the room, and then. Bang tilde? Shuaibi killed JDBCNHH with a headshot from an M24. After all, it was a low-end game. Even though the man saw that Jiang Che was holding an M24 in his hand and knew that he was wearing a level 2 helmet, he still just stuck his head out of the door of the room and shot at Jiang Che with his rifle. Isn't this a headshot to keep for the new year? What did you just say? Jiang Che pretended not to hear clearly and asked Lin Mu in an innocent girlish voice. Nothing. Lin Mu was completely withdrawn. He probably understood in his heart that Jiang Che was playing the pig to eat the tiger and was deliberately teasing him. From the top of the C building to here, 6 bullets knocked down 5 people, and not a single shot missed. If this isn't a great skill, then what is it? If this game wasn't too low level. But Lin Mu couldn't say anything. After all, he was too bad at this game. There were only these 2 people upstairs. After being killed by Jiang Che, they turned into boxes directly. Lin Mu couldn't wait to run up and start looting. He had nothing but the clothes on his back. AK. I found AK. Lin Mu suddenly laughed. I'm standing up. Ladies, lie down. Jiang Che. Yu Yangran. Chen Cici? Many audiences. Doesn't your face hurt? I just had it done once. Okay, then let's lie down. Jiang Che said indifferently. These 2 people were quite fat, and Jiang Che also found an 8-fold scope and a 98K in their bags. Now I have all the equipment and can go out and kill people. Are you really holding 2 sniper rifles? Yu Yangran looked at Jiang Che holding an M24 in his left hand and a 98K in his right hand, and couldn't help but ask. She herself felt that she couldn't even control a rifle well, so this large sniper rifle that could only fire 1 bullet at a time was simply impossible to play. Ooh? Is it possible that my shot is not accurate? Jiang Che asked. It's accurate. Yu Yangran thought about it and felt that it was indeed quite accurate. That's it. Jiang Che installed the 8x scope on the M24 and turned on the double sniper mode. My big chicken is very accurate. What's the accuracy? What's the size of the gun? Fuck, handsome emperor, please stop doing this. You're corrupting my little dumpling. The handsome emperor is too mean. It's nothing to tease the little Zongza. If you have the guts, tease me. The one upstairs is wishful thinking tilde. Is the big cock gun okay? Jiang Che's driving skills were becoming more and more proficient, and he could speak fluently. Yu Yangran was unable to react for a moment. Chapter 96, Lin Mu's AK. Lin Mu was also stunned for a moment. This little sister spoke very wildly. But he didn't think too much at this time. After getting the AK and replenishing his status, he just wanted to prove himself quickly. Lin Mu jumped directly from the second-floor window and ran towards another C-shaped building next to it. Jiang Che and his companions were inside the C-shaped building in the middle. The other two C-shaped buildings next to it were also occupied, but Lin Mu just rushed in. Don't fall down, it will be too late to save you soon. Jiang Che reminded. Don't worry, within 10 minutes, no, 5 minutes will be enough, I will clear out all the people in the entire airport. Lin Mu vowed. Jiang Che was speechless. Where did this guy get his confidence from? Not long after Lin Mu went out, Jiang Che heard a burst of gunfire coming from the building next door. However, what surprised everyone was that the screen showed that Lin Mu had killed other people, and the teammate status bar on the left showed that he had hardly lost any blood. And this was just the beginning. There was continuous gunfire from Lin Mu's side, and in less than a minute, he wiped out the entire team in the building next door. Fuck, he's really an expert. Why do I feel like I've become a different person after getting the AK? You can't cheat even if you're fine. Why does this style feel familiar? The comments on the forum were also shocked by Lin Mu's move, and they all started discussing it. But Jiang Che was instantly unhappy. Isn't he this stealing my admiration points? How can you tolerate this? So he rushed out with a sniper rifle to grab the kill. For a moment, the entire airport was filled with the sound of AK and sniper rifles, and the kill information kept jumping on the screen. Lin Mu's fighting style is very aggressive. He rushes towards people when he sees them. Jiang Che, on the other hand, is more like an elegant assassin. He can basically kill enemies without a level 3 helmet with one shot. Occasionally, when he encounters a player with a level 3 helmet, he will shoot the enemy in the head first. Then, without having to wait for a change of bullets, he will immediately switch to the second sniper rifle on his back and fire another shot. The second shot will kill the enemy regardless of whether he gets a headshot or not. It gives people a special sense of violent beauty. This style instantly attracted a large number of PUBG players, especially those who like to use sniper rifles, who followed Jiang Che without hesitation and worshipped his superb sniper rifle skills as if they were a god. The word worship like a god is no exaggeration, because no other anchor has ever been able to play the sniper rifle like this. Jiang Che is not the first anchor to challenge PUBG with dual snipers. Other anchors have tried this eye-catching thing before, and some have even succeeded in the challenge. However, in terms of viewing experience, it is nothing compared to Jiang Che's. Of course, one of the reasons why Jiang Che's headshot rate is so high is because this is a low-end game. However, even a low-end game cannot conceal the strength of Jiang Che's own skills. In just 5 minutes, he and Lin Mu took over the entire airport. In these 5 minutes alone, Jiang Che gained nearly 100,000 subscriptions. To be honest, the big cock spear of the handsome emperor is indeed incredibly powerful. Is this guy still human? He's good at playing King of Glory, but he's also so good at playing PUBG? And most importantly, he's so rich. Compared to the handsome emperor, I feel like I am just here to make up the numbers tilde. Oh wow, a host who never missed a shot, report it tilde. The people upstairs, please go slowly. On the other side, Yu Yangran looked at Jiang Che's game character holding dual snipers on the computer screen, her eyes full of admiration. This man is too good tilde. Seeing this, the audience in her live broadcast room teased her and said that she was really in love, with the eyes of a girl in love. Chen Cece also pursed her lips, her eyes a little dazed, and no one knew what she was thinking. Chapter 97. Why did the two female anchors lie on the ground? Even Lin Mu was extremely surprised. Little sister, your sniper rifle is quite powerful. The number of people you killed with the sniper rifle is actually not less than the number I killed with the AK. I'm also surprised. I didn't expect your AK to be so powerful. It's not worse than my sniper rifle, Jiang Che said. He was indeed quite surprised. Although he was holding a sniper rifle, in such a low-end game, one shot would kill almost one person. In this case, Lin Mu's number of kills was almost the same as his? What you said? Lin Mu seemed to be hesitant to speak, but finally shut up. We're done fighting at the airport, let's go out, Jiang Che said, glancing at the boxes scattered on the ground. More than half of the 20-odd people died at the hands of Jiang Che and Lin Mu. The four of them now had everything they needed. Jiang Che and Lin Mu even put together a set of level 3 equipment. In addition, the poison circle was approaching, so the four of them prepared to move their position. Okay, there's a car over there. Lin Mu ran to the side of the road first and got into the driver's seat of a jeep. Hurry up and get in. I'm a great driver. I'm an experienced driver. I have to say that Lin Mu's personality is indeed lively and outgoing. Jiang Che just didn't want to drive because he couldn't shoot from the passenger seat, which would delay him from getting the kill. So when they saw Lin Mu offer to drive, they naturally wouldn't refuse, and the three of them got into Lin Mu's car together. To get out of the airport, you have to cross the bridge. Lin Mu drove the car steadily along the road to the bridge head. But soon after getting on the bridge, a volley of bullets swept over. Someone was actually blocking the bridge. Fortunately, the opponent's shooting skills were not very good, and all the bullets hit the car body. Jiang Che immediately leaned out from the passenger seat. Scope. Aim. Shot. Put away your gun. The whole process only takes 2 seconds. And at the moment Jiang Che fired the bullet, the sound of gunfire from the opposite side stopped abruptly, and the man had turned into a box. Lin Mu was about to slow down, but he didn't expect that the man would be shot dead by Jiang Che in one shot, so he didn't even stop the car and whizzed past the man's box. After all, everyone was fat, so there was no need to pick up things. Flowing like water tilde. Handsome is just one word. How dare one person block the bridge? Jiang Che said with disdain. Damn, your sniper rifle. Lin Mu simply couldn't find words to describe Jiang Che. What's wrong with my sniper rifle? Is it cheating? Jiang Che thought the second half of his sentence was to ask if he was cheating. However, Jiang Che did not feel unhappy. After all, this operation was indeed difficult, and he had been misunderstood many times, so he got used to it. Jiang Che couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sometimes being too good is also a sin. Lin Mu explained after hearing this, that's not the case. I can still tell the difference between cheating and not cheating. I'm just amazed at your sniping skills. I didn't think much of this big sniper rifle. I even felt it was a bit effeminate. It can only be used from a distance. It's nothing like the AK, which has high damage and can be used to rush into the face. It can also be used for single-shot bursts at a distance. But your sniper skills have really refreshed my understanding of sniper rifles. This instant sniping technique is very useful even in high-end games, right? Jiang Che smiled and said nothing. Useful? Can it be described with just the word useful? The reason why the sniper rifle is not suitable for high-end games is because its firing rate is too slow and its tolerance rate is low. If you cannot kill the enemy with one shot, the enemy will find cover and shoot back. However, if the accuracy is sufficient, the damage of the sniper rifle is unmatched by any other firearm. Of course, shotguns are another matter. The audience in the live broadcast room were also amazed by Jiang Che's shot. As a PUBG player, it is normal to be blocked on the bridge. Some people are even often swept off the car by their opponents. Especially for someone like Jiang Che, who had finally managed to fight his way out of the airport. The 4 people in his team were all rich and powerful and were aiming to win the game, but in the end they were wiped out by the old bastard who blocked the bridge. His mentality was simply exploding. Jiang Che didn't even have to stop the car. He just leaned over from the passenger seat and shot the opponent down with one shot. How could this be described with just one word? Cool. Moreover, before at the airport, many people said that Jiang Che could only fight those who could not move. But now Jiang Che proved with his strength that not only could the enemy move, but he himself could also shoot the enemy in the head while sitting in a speeding jeep. I'm impressed by this sniper rifle. Shou Huang, sniper rifle, I would like to call you the strongest. Shui Huang, please stop playing low-end games. I want to see you play high-end games. They always say that snipers are useless in high-end games. My teammates won't let me pick them up, but 98k is my faith to me. The above guy, the so-called usefulness is only relative. If you have the skills of Shui Huang, your teammates will take the initiative to find a sniper rifle for you. There was a lot of discussion in the barrage, but Jiang Che and his 3 companions had already crossed the bridge. After crossing the bridge, Lin Mu drove along the road directly to the nearby Y city, but the fight here had already ended, with only a few boxes left on the ground. After turning around and not seeing anyone, Lin Mu continued driving forward. However, just as I passed by the prison, I heard a burst of gunfire coming from inside the prison. Lin Mu was like a cat that smelled fish. He immediately turned the car around and rushed towards the prison with great courage. Jiang Che was also not vague and was ready to grab the kill at any time. However, just as Lin Mu drove the jeep to the open space in front of the prison, a 98k bullet directly penetrated the secondary helmet of Chen Cici's game character. Chen Cici screamed and fell off the car, lying on the ground. Damn it! Lin Mu was also startled. He kept pressing the direction keys to control the movement of the vehicle. He never expected that there was a sniper rifle here. But his movement seemed to be completely ineffective. The sound of 98k rang again, and Yu Yangran also fell to the ground. So Chen Cici and Yu Yangran lay on the ground again. Jiang Che quickly found the other party's location, which was on the rooftop of the prison building. He immediately reached out and fired a shot, but missed because Lin Mu was controlling the vehicle to sway left and right, and Jiang Che had no way to aim. Even an instant sniper shot required pre-aiming. Jiang Che missed, but the opponent was not polite at all. He shot Lin Mu's level 3 helmet again, and Lin Mu instantly became low on health. This? Lin Mu frowned. There's something wrong with this 98k. Chapter 98. Arrogance. Even if Lin Mu didn't say it, Jiang Che had already discovered that something was wrong with the 98k. Movement is relative. Lin Mu twisted his car around, and Jiang Che couldn't hit him. So the opponent should also not be able to hit Jiang Che. Because the system once said that basic mastery is the level of the world's top professions, so someone's sniper rifle level may be similar to Jiang Che's, but definitely not stronger than him. The man on the roof of the prison was shot 3 times. The first shot could be explained by luck, but being hit 3 times in a row couldn't be explained by luck. If Lin Mu didn't have a level 3 helmet, he would definitely be dead. Fortunately, before the man fired the 4th shot, Lin Mu drove the car to the wall behind the warehouse and then used a medical kit to restore his health. However, it was obvious that Yu Yangran and Chen Cici could not be saved. Seeing that the 98k could not hit Jiang Che and Lin Mu, it shot them both in the head with 2 shots. What a shame, this should have won the game. The handsome emperor and this funny AK are both so strong. I actually encountered a cheater. This is too uncomfortable. I am a noob, why would I cheat? This orphan's household registration book should only have him on it, right? He's probably the only one in the family photo. Low-end games are a little better, but high-end games have all kinds of cheats in order to gain points. Apparently, the audience in the live broadcast room also noticed that something was wrong with the 98k and started to speak out. But Jiang Che's expression was not tense at all, instead he was smiling. Is this a way to give himself admiration points? It just so happens that it's a low-end game, and everyone isn't satisfied with just watching it. Killing a god should earn you a lot of admiration points, right? It wasn't that Jiang Che was arrogant, but he could see that the guy on the other side was probably a rookie, a genuine bronze or silver level, plus a padlock. He stuck behind the wall of the warehouse and observed for a while. The man was standing on the roof with a sniper rifle, looking at Jiang Che. He didn't move and had no intention of moving at all. Of course, it could also be because he was cheating and felt fearless, but in general, this kind of motionless enemy, even if he was cheating, did not pose any threat to Jiang Che. Little sister, we're stuck this time, so I probably can't help you win the game. Lin Mu said with some regret. Until now, he hadn't realized that Jiang Che was a man. He didn't know if he was really a thick-skinned person or if he hadn't seen a girl for too long. Jiang Che smiled wickedly when he heard this. Little brother, try sticking your head out. Maybe the two of us can beat this guy. Lin Mu asked in confusion, how do I try? Just walk out and let him shoot. I'll see how fast his sniping is. Then I'll give it a try. Although Lin Mu still had confidence in Jiang Che's sniping skills, the opponent this time was a cheater who was 100% locked on his head. Even if Jiang Che's sniper was powerful, he couldn't beat the cheater, right? However, there seemed to be no better way than to try it, so Lin Mu decisively walked out from the back of the warehouse. Jiang Che narrowed his eyes, focused his attention, and his expression became serious. Sure enough, the moment Lin Mu walked out, the 98K on the opposite side opened fire. Jiang Che also quickly leaned forward and fired a sniper shot. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The sound from Jiang Che's M24 and the opponent's 98K almost coincided. A stream of green blood spurted out from Lin Mu and the opponent's head at the same time. It's just that both of them had level 3 helmets, so they didn't fall. Lin Mu's level 3 helmet was gone because he had been shot before, but fortunately he blocked the opponent's 98K bullet and ran back to Jiang Che with a little health left to start taking medicine. The other party also lay down immediately, and he must have been taking medicine as well. Jiang Che's shot was no less powerful than the opponent's headlock. This person probably isn't very good at playing. Jiang Che was certain this time. Awesome! Sister! Lin Mu was shocked. Jiang Che's instant sniping was so stable that he could almost hit the target 100% of the time as long as the opponent was not moving, and most of the hits were on the head. 666, what a handsome guy! It's a pity that I don't have AWM, otherwise the opponent would be killed immediately. Fuck, isn't Shuai Huang sniping too fast? It turns out that Shuai Huang hadn't shown his true strength just now at the airport. I really want to see how good Shuai Huang is in a high-end game. The handsome Emperor's big cock, the gun is really powerful, it hits the target with one shot. Hey, handsome Emperor, don't get cocky, what are you doing? It's over. The handsome Emperor is too proud. This is going to be wasted. The content of the barrage suddenly changed. It turned out that when the audience was discussing Jiang Che's previous shot, he walked out from the back of the warehouse and stood openly in the open space between the 6 warehouses, holding his 98K in his hand. Judging from the speed of his shots just now, Jiang Che felt that he could definitely defeat him. Of course, the prerequisite was that the other party would still stand there stupidly and snipe at him like before. So since you know that the opponent can't beat you, just be a little arrogant, and you can earn more admiration points. Hard steel padlock hanging. Who else? Chapter 99, Cheating is also a color pen. About dozens of seconds later, the man showed his head again. Judging from the time, he should have hit the computer bag which can restore full health at once instead of the first aid kit. The moment he showed his head, the 98K in Jiang Che's hand had already sounded, and a stream of green blood spurted out of the man's head again. A few tenths of a second later, a pool of green blood also spurted out of Jiang Che's level 3 head, and he also became directly reduced to a low health state. However, it was obvious from this shot that even if the opponent had a headlock, his shooting speed was not as fast as Jiang Che's, and Jiang Che still stood there motionless after firing this shot. The cheater on the other side was also shocked. Fuck, I met someone in the same field? But even if we are in the same field, you can't look down on me like this, right? The idiot couldn't stand it anymore and started pulling the bolt while standing still. Of course Jiang Che was too lazy to move and looked down on him completely, while the man opposite him had no sense of movement. In fact, Jiang Che could have taken out the M24 behind him and killed him instantly, but he didn't do that. Instead, he chose to do the same as his opponent and wait for the bolt to be pulled after the sniper rifle fired a shot. In less than a second, the bolt was pulled, the bullet was loaded, and the two men raised their 98 Burmese Kiats at the same time and fired at each other. The audience also held their breath unconsciously, their mood became tense, and they stared at their mobile phone screens with wide eyes. Flames spurted out of the muzzle of the 98K, and 2 bullets shot out, whizzing through the air and hitting the third-level helmet on the opposite side. Green blood oozes out from the 2 men's heads again, but the results are completely different. The cheater fell down directly and turned into a box, but Jiang Che was unharmed. His health was still at the low level after being shot in the head by the opponent's first shot, which means that the opponent's shot did not cause any damage to him. Shuaibi killed HFBXB with a headshot using 98K. A kill reminder popped up on Jiang Che's computer screen slowly. Facts have proved that even if the players in the Fish Pond Bureau used cheats, they could not beat Jiang Che. This was a crushing defeat in terms of strength. Generally speaking, with Jiang Che's skills, he would only fail if he encountered a golden immortal who had an invincible cheat that could directly lock his health. If it was just a headlock, he still had a chance to fight back. 666. Kill the immortals directly. Is this the immortal killing? Why does it look so simple? Is the Emperor too strong? What the hell? Was it the other party who did the headlock, or was it the handsome Emperor who did the headlock? I'm totally confused. No, didn't you see that his health was locked? The opponent's shot clearly hit the anchor, but he didn't lose any health. Right. Logically, shouldn't they both fall down at the same time? Not to mention that he wasn't knocked down, I saw green blood coming out of his head. Ha, Cloud players, go play the next game and talk about it later. I'll explain it to these Cloud players. I'm really confused, but I don't know either. The opponent fell first, so even if his bullet hit him, it wouldn't cause any damage. That's how damage is determined in this game. Did you hear that, Cloud players? Watch and learn carefully, and don't come out and embarrass yourself. Yu Yangran and Chen Cece, who had been staring at the computer screen, breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. They didn't know why, but when Jiang Che was killing the immortal just now, they couldn't help but put themselves into that tense atmosphere. Now seeing Jiang Che kill the opponent in seconds, they suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Che looked at the rows of comments on the computer screen and the ever-increasing admiration value in the system. He had already anticipated that this Zhu Xian video would become as popular as the previous video in which he used Di Renjia to challenge Yang Tuen. Nowadays, Zhu Xian is not rare, but most of the broadcasters who play Zhu Xian rely on a lot of luck and help from teammates, and the opponents are basically a little immortals with perspective. It is not easy to beat such a golden immortal with a lock on his head. Jiang Che not only killed the opponent, but also directly confronted Suo Chu's 98k head-on without even taking cover. This not only demonstrated the power of his marksmanship, but most importantly, it made the audience feel relieved. Everyone knows that cheats are rampant in the game PUBG. As a PUBG player, you must have been killed by cheats a few times. If you are killed because you are not as skilled as others, there is nothing to say. Just practice more if you are not as good as others. But after practicing his marksmanship hard, he was KO'd by a cheater with one shot. Who could bear this? Many people even quit the game because they were discouraged by cheaters. Everyone hated cheaters to the core. Now, seeing Jiang Che confront the cheater head-on, they felt relieved. Cheating? Even if you cheat, you are still a noob. You can't beat me even if I fight you head-on. Most of the viewers who had complaints against cheats thought the same thing when they saw Jiang Che defeat the cheater in seconds. Although it was not their own operation, they still felt extremely relieved, and at the same time they admired Jiang Che's skills even more. Then, worship value plus 100. Worship value plus 100. Worship value plus 100. Chapter 100, System Mission. Your sniper rifle. Lin Mu was confused again. He had repeated this sentence many times, but every time Jiang Che could use his strength to refresh his understanding of sniper rifles. He really wanted to know how to practice such an accurate sniper rifle. Even those top professional players who have been famous for a long time would find it difficult to reach this level, right? But if it comes to cheating, Lin Mu can judge from his long gaming experience that Jiang Che's operation is obviously different from those who cheat. My sniper rifle is very cool. Jiang Che continued what he said. Well, it's really cool. Even Lin Mu had to admit that Jiang Che's instant sniping skills had reached the pinnacle level. After killing this god, as if to celebrate, an airdrop fell from the sky above the prison, which was the legendary airdrop that hit the face. Jiang Che ran over and saw that it was an AWM and an intact level 3 suit. The level 3 helmet was given to Lin Mu, and neither of them needed the level 3 armor. As for this AWM, with Jiang Che's skills, getting this gun would be like adding wings to a tiger, and he would basically be invincible. Jiang Che looked at the number of people in the upper right corner. There were about 20 people left, and it was almost time for the final round. The pace of low-end games is generally faster, and people like to fight. If it were a high-end game, at least half of the people would be left at this point. After killing this immortal, Jiang Che and Lin Mu became even more unscrupulous. They drove around looking for people. These bronze and silver players posed no threat to them. In the final round, Jiang Che and Lin Mu were 2 against 4. The opponents did not know how to use the advantage of numbers. They were quickly dealt with by Jiang Che and Lin Mu like the Calabash brothers sending their grandfather away. When Jiang Che's magnum passed through the head of the last enemy, the 4 big words "battle end" appeared on the screen. Challenged the double sniper game and succeeded. Not only was he successful, he even killed a god. Ladies, are you still playing? Can you add me as a friend? Lin Mu asked with a smile. Okay, Jiang Che didn't refuse. Although this Lin Mu person is a little bit naive, his personality is generally good. Besides, his skills. Jiang Che felt that he might not be just an ordinary player. Although there were some accidents at the beginning and he performed a little funny, but later on, an AK was indeed very powerful. The game continued. In the second round, Jiang Che chose the desert rainforest map. This map was smaller, with more opportunities for gunfights, and it was more enjoyable for the audience. It also made it easier for Jiang Che to earn admiration points. But the only bad thing is that there is too much grass, and it is easy to be killed by the old bitch. There is no need to say much about the rainforest map, let us go directly to the training base. In this round, Jiang Che didn't use a sniper rifle when he landed, but there was no shortage of guns on the rainforest map, and supplies were abundant, especially in places like the training base. Jiang Che picked up an M762 as soon as he landed. The M762 equipped with a laser sight can be said to be the most powerful rifle for close combat except for the dog-shaped rifle, and is very suitable for landing steel guns. Lin Mu's luck turned in this round. Although he didn't have an AK when he landed, he picked up an M4, which was very easy to use. So in the next 5 minutes, the entire training base went through a process from chaos to silence. An M762 and an M4 scared the enemies in the entire training base. Of course, Lin Mu changed the M4 to AK in the middle. Yu Yangran and Chen Cixi followed behind and looted the items happily. In fact, for noobs, looting the items was also a great pleasure. Although they did not fight with Jiang Che and Lin Mu, they did not feel bored at all. The comment expressed envy, especially for the young ladies who play PUBG. If they had a teammate like this who was responsible for killing people, and they were only responsible for looting, and finally lying down comfortably as a chicken, it would be so comfortable. 5 minutes later, Jiang Che and Lin Mu eliminated all the enemies in the training base and became the overlords of the training base, referred to as base. Overlord? In fact, the last game was also played by J.I.BA, the airport overlord. How many did you kill? Lin Mu couldn't help but ask after the fight. I only killed 10, and you took all the heads. Jiang Che also started to loot the loot, buying himself some better equipment. I killed them all? Lin Mu looked as if he was about to spit blood. I only killed 9, 1 less than you. Almost all of the 20 people in the training base died at the hands of Jiang Che and Lin Mu. The two were like wolves among a flock of sheep. You are the first one who can snatch 8 heads from me, Jiang Che said aggressively. However, although Jiang Che said this, he still admired Lin Mu's skills in his heart. I am already at the world's top level, but Lin Mu's kill count is only 1 less than mine. If you calculate it this way, doesn't Lin Mu almost reach the ceiling of AK level? He said at the beginning that he was a professional player. Jiang Che felt that he might have really met a professional player, a top-notch one at that. Nothing special happened after leaving the training base. After all, with Jiang Che and Lin Mu's strength, in such a low-end game, as long as they didn't encounter cheats, they would just kill them at will. They wouldn't encounter any thrilling situations at all. They would kill people in seconds when they met them, without giving the other party any time to react. More than 20 minutes later, Jiang Che and Lin Mu took Yu Yangran and Chen Cixi to eat chicken again. When the words "battle ended" appeared on the screen, the comments were filled with 666. This is too easy to win PUBG. I was playing it myself and got beaten to autism. 666, I'll send it by plane. Even though I know you may not need it, I'll send it anyway. I really want a little brother like this to take me to eat chicken . The one upstairs, come find me. Although I can't take you to eat chicken, I can treat you to chicken. The kind that is 37 degrees. The car in front of me, please stop. I haven't gotten on yet. Ding, student card . Jiang Che ignored the comments and glanced at the time on his computer. It was about half an hour before 10 o'clock. He felt that he could not play games anymore. The task assigned to him by the system has not been completed yet. There will be no punishment for not completing the task, but Jiang Che will have a task reward. The system required him to live stream PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds and reach 1 million followers within 2 hours, but now he only has over 800,000, which is more than 100,000 short. If it weren't for the fanbase of Yu Yangran and Chen Cici, the gap would probably be even greater. It would be difficult to complete the task if he continued to live stream his PUBG game, so Jiang Che felt it necessary to sacrifice his looks and show his face. If it doesn't work, you can still. Finally, it's the 100th chapter. To celebrate, I decided to ask everyone for 5 stars. Chapter 101, Lin Wu's Identity. Of course, before showing his face, Jiang Che first told Lin Wu, "Let's stop here today. We won't play anymore." Okay. Lin Wu was still a little unsatisfied. Can I add you guys as my friend? We can play together next time we have a chance. Okay. Jiang Che agreed to his friend invitation. Actually, my real name is not Lin Wu. Before leaving, Lin Wu suddenly said, "I was indeed a professional player before." Oh? What's that called? Jiang Che asked, without any surprise in his tone. After determining that he was a professional player, Jiang Che roughly guessed that Lin Wu was a pseudonym. A person with such strong skills cannot be unknown. Even if he himself does not know him, there must be someone in the live broadcast room who knows him. However, no audience knows his name, so it is not normal. It's impossible that he suddenly becomes as proficient in eating chicken as I am, right? Hearing Jiang Che's question, many viewers pricked up their ears. They were also very curious about which professional player this expert with a somewhat funny personality was. "My name is Lin Wu, have you heard of me?" Lin Wu asked. Although it was a question, Lin Wu's tone sounded as if he was sure that Jiang Che had heard of his name, and even had a hint of pride in it. It seems not. However, Jiang Che's words were like a basin of cold water poured on his face. Lin Wu. I'm so mentally broken. He was originally planning to listen to the surprised and excited tones of these 3 young ladies, but now. Is it possible that no one remembers him just a few months after his retirement? Although Jiang Che had never heard of it, the barrage suddenly exploded when he heard the name Lin Wu. Fuck, God of War. aka God of War. I was wondering why I felt so familiar. It turned out to be the God of War. I should have thought of such a powerful AK earlier. Wushan, I miss you so much. I didn't expect that the God of War would come to play in this bronze and silver game. I heard that he sounded like him, but I didn't dare to say it. Who would have thought that I would meet the God of War in this game? Dense bullet comments flashed across the screen, and Jiang Che asked curiously, "Martial God? Is this person famous?" Really? You really haven't heard of Shui Huang? I thought you were joking. Wushan is the belief of all PUBG players. How many players practice AK because of him? Damn it, handsome Emperor, you haven't even heard of the God of War. This can be said to be the #1 player in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Currently the #1 person in the world. That's not right. Have you noticed a problem? Judging from the previous 2 games, it seems that the handsome Emperor's spear skills are not inferior to the God of War. And the handsome Emperor can also use the chicken spear. Even better than the God of War. Fuck, it seems so. In the last round, after defeating the handsome Emperor, he still had 3 more kills than the God of War. It's terrifying when you think about it. The comments suddenly became sparse, but Jiang Che's admiration points were rising rapidly. There is a saying that goes, "It's not a problem if you don't know the goods, but it's a problem if you compare the goods." When Jiang Che was playing by himself, they only saw that he was very good. Some even thought that Jiang Che was just playing a small game and that they could play by themselves. But now that they knew that Jiang Che's teammate was actually a God of War, and that Jiang Che's performance in the game was not inferior to Lin Wu at all, they felt that their brains were suddenly a little confused. Could it be that Jiang Che is more powerful than their God of War? Jiang Che read the comments and said to himself, "Is it so famous? No wonder AK is so strong." Upon hearing this, Chen Cici also explained to Jiang Che, "He is indeed very strong. I don't play PUBG very often, but I have heard of him all the time. He is the captain of the LCP team. He reached the pinnacle of his career right after his debut. In last year's World Finals, when all his teammates were killed, he used 2 AKS to fight 1v4 and helped the Empire players win the first PUBG World Championship, becoming a legend in one battle. But not long after he won the championship, he suddenly announced his retirement. It was even more sudden than Rogers before him. He announced his retirement without any warning. Roger at least posted a Weibo post to explain after his retirement, but there was no news about Lin Wu after his retirement. It was as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. I didn't expect to meet him here. I see Jiang Che finally understood, no wonder he is so popular. According to what they said, Lin Wu is almost a figure of faith. You really haven't heard of it? Lin Wu couldn't help but ask. This look was somewhat similar to the look he had when he didn't find the gun in Building C before. He was just as silly, and didn't look like a god of war at all. Because the in-game voice chat was turned off when Jiang Che and Chen Sisi were talking, he didn't know that Jiang Che and the others were discussing him, let alone that Jiang Che was still live streaming. His wisdom and might as a god of war would probably be destroyed today. Chapter 102, The Dark Side. I'm kidding. Who hasn't heard of your name, the god of war? Jiang Che said. That's right, Lin Wu's mood suddenly improved, but 2 seconds later he felt something was wrong. Why do I feel that your tone is very calm? Aren't you surprised at all? Jiang Che, I'm not surprised at all. Why am I surprised? Have you killed as many people as I have in these 2 rounds? I was the one who helped you win the first round. Jiang Che said bluntly. Lin Wu, I was speechless. I'm just curious why you suddenly retired. Jiang Che said. This? Lin Wu hesitated. Many audiences immediately became interested and listened attentively. Lin Wu is different from Roger. Roger is in his 20s, and his retirement is a bit sudden but also reasonable. However, Lin Wu is only 17 years old, at the peak of his career, and he has just won the championship and is very popular, but he suddenly announced his retirement. If he doesn't retire and plays for a few more years, wins a few more championships, or even wins 3 consecutive championships, he will become the king of PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds. Just like Lee Ji's status in League of Legends and Michael Jordan's status in basketball. But he suddenly announced his retirement. Of course, if you don't want to say it, forget it. Jiang Che just asked casually, and seeing that Lin Wu was a little hesitant, he didn't want to force it. It's nothing, actually. Lin Wu smiled and said, it's because of our boss. For some reasons, he asked us to play a fixed match. I disagreed, so he kicked us out. Lin Wu said with a nonchalant smile, but there was some helplessness in his tone. Even though he is a god in the eyes of all PUBG players, he has no ability to resist capital. Lin Wu doesn't want to play a fake game, but as long as the money is in place, there are many people willing to do so. Those bosses don't regard esports as a belief, all their activities are for the purpose of profit. Lin Wu was disobedient and couldn't help him make money, so he was naturally kicked out. This statement caused an uproar and many viewers were shocked. Match fixing. So there is this inside story. Many people know the boss of the LCP team, his name is Ji Ning, the boss of the largest contraceptive manufacturer in the country. Contraceptive pills may sound a bit strange, but with the prefix the largest in the country, everyone can imagine how wealthy Ji Ning is. He is definitely a billionaire. Such a boss actually asked the team to play a fixed game? Is it gambling? Jiang Che asked. Esports betting is somewhat similar to football betting. When there is a game, the dealer sits in the bank and the players place their bets. For a strong team like LCP with Lin Wu, the odds must be very high, and most players believe they will win, but if their team loses, some people can make a lot of money. The boss behind LCP may have bet on his team to lose, so he asked Lin Wu and others to deliberately play a fixed game. The reason why club owners set up teams is the same as that of companies, which is to make money. The purpose of winning the game for the team owners is just to make money. They don't have any dream of winning the championship. Now that there are better ways to make money, what does it matter whether the team wins or loses? However, Lin Wu denied it after hearing Jiang Che's words. That's not the case. Our boss doesn't even think highly of the money earned from gambling. Lin Wu explained, the relationship is a bit complicated. In the finals of the World Championship last year, he made us lose to the FBM team on purpose. FBM is the top PUBG team in Country H. The boss behind it is a large medicinal materials company, so they have a lot of business cooperation with our team boss. Jining made us lose to the other side just to give face to the boss behind FBM and to facilitate future business cooperation. The benefits that the H-country market brings to Jining are far greater than those of the esports team. Lin Wu's voice was somewhat bitter. Who knew how long he had worked hard for that championship? Every night, he practiced AK pressure and burst shooting in the training room alone. His strength as the number one was accumulated bit by bit from actual combat, just for the championship trophy of the World Championship. But the goal he pursued all his life was just something that could be exchanged for benefits at any time in the eyes of the club owner, but he was powerless to resist this feeling. He was somewhat disillusioned with esports, and playing these low-level games was also a way of venting his feelings. Fuck, that's so disgusting. Country H is really disgusting. They resort to such crooked methods when they can't defeat them. It seems that it was Jining who took the initiative to ask LCP to lose this time. It seems to have little to do with Country H. What the hell, Jining, I won't use condoms when I check into a hotel anymore. If I use birth control pills again, I'll be a dog. Wake up upstairs, you don't have a girlfriend yet. The barrage is still as excellent as always. Chapter 103, Recruitment. That's not right. Didn't you win the championship last year? Jiang Che asked. Last year's finals were between the Empire's LCP and South Korea's FBM teams, and LCP won the championship. So it seems like there was no match fixing, right? Isn't that me saving the world in a 1v4 match? Lin Wu said with some excitement. My teammates were a little bit slack, otherwise, those FBM guys would have wanted to kill them. After my teammates were killed, I was the only one left. Those Koreans thought they were sure to win, but they didn't expect that I could teach them a lesson with my 2 AKS. What a bunch of little brothers. And then my boss fired me in a rage. Jiang Che. Even though it's a sad story, why does it sound so interesting? Forgive my insincere laughter. Ha ha ha, you are all fake fans, ha ha ha, real fans 1T laugh, ha ha ha. It's so fucking satisfying, the God of War is still the best. The Koreans are all garbage. Lin Wu is a very calm person. He can still talk about such things so excitedly. This optimism is something that others cannot learn. Not only was I fired, but no other team wanted me either, so I just retired. Lin Wu said rather embarrassedly. Jiang Che nodded, indicating that he understood. Most people would not dare to offend such a billionaire boss, so it was understandable that other teams did not dare to recruit him. By the way, you must not tell anyone else about this. Lin Wu warned worriedly, otherwise, if Jining finds out that I leaked this, he will probably come after me again. For the past 6 months or so, Lin Wu had been feeling resentful. Today, he only confided in Jiang Che and the others because they got along well. He thought that since they were all strangers, he had nothing to worry about. Now that he had finished talking, Lin Wu felt much better. Only. Jiang Che's expression was a bit amusing. This shouldn't be considered as something I said to others, it was you who said it. When the audience in the live broadcast room heard what he said, their heads were filled with ellipses. Isn't it a little late to say this now? But Jiang Che thought about it and it was no big deal. The reason why Lin Wu didn't dare to say anything was simply because he was afraid that Jining would retaliate against him. But he just happened to have a chicken-eating team under him, and there just happened to be a PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds team in the CG club. Didn't Lin Wu say that no team dared to hire him? If he recruited him to follow him, who would dare to retaliate against him? Jiang Che felt that Lin Wu's personality was more to his liking. So Jiang Che asked, "Do you still want to play professionally?" "Yes. Of course." Lin Wu answered without hesitation, "I have been thinking about this for the past 6 months. If I have the chance to play professionally again, I will definitely beat the FBM team again, as well as Jining's LCP team. They are all my younger brothers. I just happen to have a team here. Do you want to come? Others don't dare to ask you to come, but I do." Before Lin Wu could say anything, the audience in the live broadcast room immediately became excited when they heard these words. Fuck, the handsome emperor is going to recruit Wushan into the CG team. Yeah, why didn't I think that the handsome emperor has another team? Although I don't know the background of the handsome emperor, but judging from the arrogance of his move, he should be more powerful than that so-and-so Jining, right? It's hard to say. Jining is a billionaire with a net worth of over 10 billion. I don't care. The God of War is coming back, my youth is back. Shui Huang, if Wushan really joins the CG team, I'll be his fan for life. I'll buy whatever advertisement your club takes. Hero, please help Wushan. If the CG team really dares to ask for Wushan, if anyone dares to criticize you again in the future, I will immediately call on the brothers in Zhuan to criticize you back. Lin Wu's popularity is unquestionable. In fact, even though there has been no news about him for half a year, he still has so many die-hard fans. Now that they hear that he is going to make a comeback, everyone is even more excited than he is. When Lin Wu heard Jiang Che's words, he was stunned for a moment before he reacted and asked, "Your team? So you are also a professional player? No wonder your shooting skills are so good. That's not right. There doesn't seem to be any female professional players." Lin Wu, this fool, still doesn't know that Jiang Che is actually a boy. Jiang Che smiled and said, "Since you have told me so much, I will also tell you a secret." "What secret?" Lin Wu became curious. "This secret." Jiang Che coughed twice, then said, "Actually, I'm a man." The first half of the sentence was still in the delicate voice of a girl, but the second half suddenly turned into a rough male voice. It was not Jiang Che's original voice, but a particularly rough male voice, which reminded people of the image of a big man who picks his toes. Fuck. Lin Wu was suddenly confused and couldn't he help but swear fuck. Is this something a human would do? Deceiving the feelings of an ignorant teenager. Tilde ha 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 ha? Now both Yu Yangran and Chen Cixi couldn't help but burst out laughing. The audience couldn't help laughing. Why didn't they notice that Lin Wu was so stupid during previous competitions? "I have to tell you one more thing," Jiang Che said with a smile. "What's the matter?" Lin Wu asked blankly. "In fact, I have always been live streaming." Lin Wu. Lin Wu's mentality completely collapsed. This wave exploded. "But you don't have to worry," Jiang Che said immediately. "Even if your words today get out, as long as you come to our team to play, no one will dare to embarrass you." "Really? Your team's boss is so powerful." Lin Wu asked doubtfully, "By the way, what's your name? I should know a professional player of your level, right? I'm from the CG club, but I'm not a PUBG player, I'm the boss of the team." Jiang Che said, "Have you heard about the change of owner of the CG club? I bought it, so as long as you dare to come, our CG team dares to accept you." Lin Wu still didn't quite react. How could such a powerful person be the club owner instead of a team player? What a mysterious operation. As for the change of owner of CG Club, he hadn't heard much about it, but he had played against the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds team of CG Club before. In his eyes, they were only a second-rate team that couldn't even make it out of the group stage. But now, as long as there is a team willing to accept him, how could Lin Wu still be picky? Besides, wouldn't it be more fulfilling to lead a second-rate team like this yourself? He wants to continue his dream of becoming a champion. Dare! Why not? Lin Wu said firmly, "As long as you are willing to accept me, I will make CG's PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds team a world-class team within a year." Lin Wu is full of confidence. "Okay, you go to the CG Club to report tomorrow and I will arrange it for you," Jiang Che said with a smile when he saw that he agreed. Originally, he was planning to develop the King of Pesticides section of the club first, but now he happened to meet Lin Wu, so he decided to win the championship together. Chapter 104, 3 chapters combined into one, more volume without increasing the price? Next, Jiang Che exchanged contact information with Lin Wu, and Lin Wu also agreed to report to the CG Club tomorrow. After Lin Wu's matter was dealt with, there were only 10 minutes left until 10 o'clock. The number of followers in Jiang Che's live broadcast room reached more than 900,000. Jiang Che's behavior of recruiting Lin Wu invisibly won him another wave of fans. Other teams didn't dare to accept him, but Jiang Che dared to speak frankly in front of so many people and asked Lin Wu to join his team. This made many people feel good about him and naturally attracted a lot of attention. Jiang Che smiled and said, "Aren't there a lot of people who want me to turn on the camera?" The number of subscribers to the live broadcast room has reached 900,000. How about I turn on the camera when the number reaches 1 million? And there will be benefits if you reach 1 million within 10 minutes. Jiang Che tempted her. She is a beautiful anchor. She cannot show her face if she doesn't earn 1 million. Xiao Biluo is proven. Fuck, another Xiao Biluo? Number 1 girl, run. I've bought your plane ticket. The number 1 on his list is his own, okay? That's telling little Zongza and Big White Rabbit to run. Although everyone said this, the number of followers in the live broadcast room was increasing rapidly. Some people had been watching Jiang Che's live broadcast and forgot to follow him, but when Jiang Che reminded them, they immediately clicked to follow. Of course, most people clicked the subscription button out of curiosity about Jiang Che's appearance. They really wanted to see what kind of people were these people who took millions of dollars for granted. Normally, these top billionaires can only be admired on TV, but today they can actually interact with them in the live broadcast room, which makes everyone feel very fresh. In addition, Jiang Che's voice sounded very young and pleasant, so they couldn't help but become curious about Jiang Che's appearance. The most excited ones were Yu Yangran and Chen Cixi. Yu Yangran even felt her heartbeat speed up. I could finally see what the little brother looked like. Was it like what the audience said, that those with nice voices were all photo takers? Or was he actually a big guy who picked his toes? Or a middle-aged boss? But as long as his appearance wasn't too outrageous, it didn't really matter for the voice. Chen Cixi was also somewhat expectant. She became completely interested in Jiang Che after he sang Quiet. She was also quite curious about Jiang Che's appearance. For these reasons, in less than 5 minutes, the number of followers of Jiang Che's live broadcast room increased by more than 100,000 and quickly exceeded the 1 million mark. Seeing this, Jiang Che couldn't help but sigh. He clearly wanted to make a living by his strength, but in the end he had to rely on this handsome face. Anchor, 1 million has arrived. Turn on the camera. I can finally see what the little brother looks like. With such a nice voice, he must be good looking, right? It's already 1.05 million. Emperor Shui, turn on the camera. Jiang Che watched the comments floating by, and naturally he would not go back on his word. He reached out and turned on the camera next to him. Then a face with a perfect appearance appeared on everyone's mobile phone screen. It is no exaggeration to say that it is perfect. The primary genetic medicine has brought about tremendous changes to Jiang Che's body. Not to mention the increase in strength, there are only slight changes in appearance, and people can still recognize that this is Jiang Che at a glance. However, it is these subtle changes that have raised Jiang Che's overall appearance by more than one level. If Jiang Che's gaming skills are the ceiling for professional players, then his appearance is the ceiling for men in the world. He has no rivals. In Lin Wu's words, there is no rival. Fuck, who are you, handsome guy? Where's the fat otaku? All fat otakers look like this? Then I'm also a fat otaku, so if you round it off, I look like this too. I'm sorry, I embarrassed this fat otaku. No wonder he's called the handsome emperor. Even a man like me has to admit that he's damn handsome. Wow, this little brother is so handsome. I knew that someone with such a nice voice must be good looking. Stop talking. I still have tens of thousands of shark fins in my account. I'll give them all to you at once as a dowry. I'll come find you tomorrow. One person wrote a letter in blood asking for the handsome emperor to debut. Why is he doing a live broadcast when he looks like this? Can't he just work in the entertainment industry? The number of barrages has increased exponentially. Yu Yangran and Chen Cixi looked at Jiang Che's slightly smiling face on the phone screen and felt as if their hearts were skipping a beat. Yu Yanran's eyes were full of Jiang Che at this moment. As a beauty lover, she had completely fallen for him. As for Chen Cixi, her heart was also moved the moment she saw Jiang Che's face. It was impossible for her to have no feelings for such a handsome man. It was just like when a man sees a top beauty, he always wants to take a few more glances. But her heart was moved for a moment and then she gradually calmed down, because Jiang Che was too outstanding, so outstanding that he was the kind of person she could not reach. I am just a small anchor. What qualifications do I have to have any thoughts about such a wealthy and excellent person? What's more, there were some misunderstandings when the two met for the first time. Compared to Yu Yangran, she is much more rational. Various comments and gifts were flying all over Jiang Che's computer screen. In just a few minutes, Jiang Che had received tens of thousands of yuan in tips. If the audience didn't know that he didn't need tips, there would probably be even more gifts. The number of followers has directly exceeded 1.5 million and is still rising. Jiang Che was a little confused by the speed of increase. It was much faster than the previous chicken-eating show. Jiang Che thought to himself, sure enough, a handsome guy like me still has to rely on his looks to make a living. In fact, a big part of the reason is that there are many female fans in Jiang Che's live broadcast room who did not follow him before, because the content of Jiang Che's live broadcast is PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, and generally speaking, there are relatively few girls playing this game. They didn't leave because they thought Jiang Che's voice was nice. Maybe part of the reason was that they thought Lin Wu was more interesting. So they thought about leaving after Jiang Che finished playing the game, and whether they could meet again next time depended on fate. But now seeing that Jiang Che turned on the camera, no more nonsense, just follow him. Don't play games? Not playing games does affect your ability to look at handsome guys. Shui Huang, didn't you say there were benefits? This is already 1.5 million. Yes, what benefits are there? Women's clothing? The handsome emperor is so handsome, he should look good in women's clothing, right? Women's clothing? I want to see white silk. Bunny. Miniskirt. Is the welfare singing? I came here specifically to listen to the songs. The comments suddenly mentioned the benefits Jiang Che mentioned before, and many people even asked Jiang Che to wear women's clothes, which was very vicious. As for the welfare, it is indeed singing, but it's not quite what you think, Jiang Che said. He was afraid that the number of subscriptions would not reach 1 million within 10 minutes, so he mentioned the benefit. However, he did not expect these viewers to be so supportive. Before 10 minutes were up, the number of subscriptions exceeded 1.5 million. But since he had said it, he must fulfill his promise. Jiang Che said to everyone in the live broadcast room, "Everyone wait a moment, I'll go get a guitar." In the past, I could only sing a cappella, but Jiang Che knew that he would be doing a live broadcast today, so he specially bought a guitar beforehand. And even if I don't do live broadcasts, I will still use the guitar when singing in the future. Jiang Che returned to the computer with his guitar. What a great song! Little brother, I want to hear the song Silence you sang last time. What's so good about Silence? I still prefer Love You, the voice is so sweet. I love listening to whatever my husband sings. Didn't the handsome emperor say that it wasn't just a simple song? He shouldn't be singing those things, right? I don't know. If you're not singing, why do you hold the guitar? Perform a chest-crushing guitar. The audience was somewhat confused. Jiang Che smiled slightly when he saw this, coughed twice, and then said, "Didn't you just say that I was using a sound card? What about now?" When Jiang Che said this, his voice turned back into the same girlish voice as before. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? But I am uneducated, so I can only say a wow. It's not a voice changer, it's just a direct voice change. Isn't this too amazing? The show of Tihua. Handsome Emperor. Turn off the camera. I feel like I can masturbate again if I just listen to the voice without seeing the face. Is the brother upstairs so cruel? But to be honest, this voice is so damn nice, so soft and cute. Jiang Che's voice surprised the audience again, and he turned on the camera. Everyone saw that he didn't touch any other part of the computer. He just coughed twice and changed his voice. It was really a show. Yu Yangran scratched her head when she heard the voice. For some reason, she suddenly felt envious. This voice is so cute and so nice. It sounds more like a girl than her own voice. Jiang Che is probably the only one who can make girls envious with a female voice. Worship value plus 100. Worship value plus 100. Worship value plus 100. System task completed, accumulated 1 million fans, rewarded with a copy of the Dawn Medicine prescription. The accumulated worship value has reached 1 million. The system will be upgraded within 24 hours. Listening to the prompt sounds from the system in his mind, Jiang Che smiled slightly. It turned out that using live streaming as a method to earn admiration points was the right way. However, I haven't used my ultimate move yet. What the hell is this system upgrade? Does the system also need a version update? However, since he was still broadcasting live, Jiang Che didn't think much about it and said to the audience in the live broadcast room, "The benefit I mentioned before is that I will sing a song for you with a female voice. What do you think?" "I think it's okay. You're handsome and everything you said is right. My husband can sing whatever he wants, and I love to listen to it. Sing I Love You Again in a female voice? That's fine too. Host, please use a female voice to moan. I prefer to hear this. The guy upstairs is so filthy. He just has the same idea as me. Jiang Che ignored the audience in the live broadcast room and started singing after he finished speaking. You know, the bed feels warmer. Sleeping? Here? Alone. You know, I dream in color. And do the things I want. You think you got the best of me. Think you had the last laugh. Bet you think that everything good is gone. Think you left me broken down. Think that I'd come running back. Baby, you don't know me 'cause you're dead wrong. As soon as Jiang Che opened his mouth, the audience was stunned. It was actually an English song. That's right, Jiang Che specially picked an English song. It's not that there aren't enough songs in his native language, but Jiang Che needs admiration points, so he inadvertently let everyone know that he can speak English, which will naturally earn him another wave of admiration points. Everyone knows a little bit of English, and there are even quite a few people who can sing English songs, but you have to know that this song was bought by Jiang Che in the system, so if you round it up, it means that Jiang Che wrote it himself. There are many people who can sing English songs, but who can write them? And who can write them so well? This level of foreign language proficiency is so terrifying. While everyone was stunned, Jiang Che had already sung to the climax. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes a fighter. Footsteps even lighter. Doesn't mean I'm over 'cause you're gone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Just me or myself and I. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. The song given by the system is naturally the best of the best. The name of this song is Stronger. The whole song promotes a positive energy. What doesn't knock you down will make you stronger. It is especially suitable for people to listen to when they are in a low point, and it is very contagious. Although most of the audience didn't understand what the lyrics meant, they couldn't help but shake their legs along when they heard the climax. As for some people with musical attainments, they were stunned for a moment when they heard the first part, and then immediately opened the net depression music. Then they thought it was not right, because the net depression music was full of songs like I'm sorry for being born as a human being, so how could there be such a positive song? So they switched to Penguin Music and searched to confirm that they did not find this song, not even on Baidu. In other words, this song was written by Jiang Che himself? So terrifying. They felt they were witnessing the rise of a monster. Soon the song was over. Although I didn't understand a word of it, it sounded really good. One person wrote in blood, once again requesting the emperor to make his debut. You can sing, dance, rap and play games. What are you waiting for, handsome emperor? I discovered something very scary. I couldn't find this English song on Baidu. It seems that the handsome emperor wrote it himself. What's so strange about this? Now that you tell me that the handsome emperor can fly, I won't be surprised either. No way, no way, is there really anyone who doesn't know that the handsome emperor can write English songs? The audience seemed to have become accustomed to Jiang Che's excellence, so they were not surprised by this incident. Jiang Che looked at the comments and said, "Okay, that's all for today." The promised benefits had been given, and Jiang Che prepared to end the live broadcast. But the audience was dissatisfied. Come on, are you just going to leave like that? You've only been live streaming for less than 2 hours. Play one more game. Listen to me. No, sing one more song. The last one. Handsome Emperor, please continue broadcasting for a while. It can't be so short and weak on the first day, right? If the handsome emperor sings one more song, I will give you planes, rockets, and super rockets. The audience was naturally reluctant to let Jiang Che go. From the start of the show to now, which had lasted approximately 2 hours, Jiang Che had impressed millions of viewers in the live broadcast room with his superpowers and various amazing talents. It can be said that apart from Jiang Che, these people have never seen such an outstanding person. Think about it carefully, a young man in his 20s, with a net worth. I don't know how much, but it must be at least tens of billions, and his gaming skills are not inferior to the top professional players. His looks are even better, and he has no rivals. With his talent, he will have no problem entering the entertainment industry. Let alone these songs, if they can be released, they will definitely be a big hit. Where can I find such a vagrant? So regardless of whether these viewers play games or not, they all admire Jiang Che. At the beginning, some people were even extremely disdainful of Jiang Che's behavior of using 2 million to reward themselves. What's so great about showing off by using the elders' money? But now they just want to say one thing. Handsome and cool. Although Jiang Che saw the comments from the audience, he was not interested in continuing the live broadcast. Today's live broadcast has been almost 2 hours. Anyway, there will be opportunities in the future. Now he still has to study the system, so he still smiled and said, "Let's stop here for today. I will broadcast live to you next time when I have time." But just when he wanted to turn off the live broadcast, the phone on the table suddenly rang, and Jiang Che answered the call first. Chapter 105, Zhao Li's phone call. Jiang Che first glanced at the number on the phone. It was a call from Zhao Li, the manager of CG Club. "What's the matter?" Jiang Che asked. "Boss," Zhao Li said with some embarrassment, "the LT team invited us to play a training match." "Just hit him, why are you telling me about this?" Jiang Che asked in confusion. "But we only have 2 regular players, the rest are substitutes, so we were completely defeated. We played 3 games and lost all 3. In the last game, we were even shut out at the fountain." "Is that so?" Jiang Che thought for a while. "It doesn't matter if we were shut out. After all, only the support and mid laner were starters on our team, and the others were substitutes for the second team, so it's normal that we couldn't win. But fountain abuse is a bit too much. In official competitions, fountain abuse will be punished because it is disrespectful to the opponent. Although strength is the most important thing, there must also be an e-sport spirit, just like there must be sports ethics in sports competitions. Therefore, LT team's fountain abuse is a complete humiliation to their CG team." "Which team is LT? Do they have a grudge against our CG?" Jiang Che asked. Zhao Li was stunned for a moment. He obviously didn't expect Jiang Che didn't even know about the LT team. But he reacted and explained immediately, the LT team is considered a relatively strong team. They won the 6th place in the finals last year. We are still very relaxed now. In addition, I heard that they recruited a new jungler this year. He is very strong, but we don't know his specific strength. As for the holidays, in last year's finals, they were eliminated by our CG team. The top laner on the other side was killed 3 times by Roger and almost retired on the spot, so they might be holding a grudge." Jiang Che was somewhat speechless. He was killed 3 times by a single player in the lane. He really knows how to play. "Why don't you know the strength of the opponent's jungler?" Jiang Che asked. "Didn't we just play 3 training games? They used the old players in the last 3 games. The newly recruited jungler didn't play." Zhao Li's voice became more and more embarrassed. "They didn't even use their strongest players, but they beat him badly. It was really unreasonable." But Jiang Che didn't say much. The team was short of people, and it couldn't be blamed on Zhao Li and Wang He. Seeing that Jiang Che didn't say anything, Zhao Li continued, "Several players on the team are in very bad shape right now, and their mentality is a bit explosive, so I want you to get the top laner and jungler to train as soon as possible, otherwise this year's competition may be a bit shaky." The reason why Zhao Li made this call was to ask Jiang Che to resolve the issue of the team members as soon as possible, and then get everyone together to train and play some games to adapt. Otherwise, if it continues like this, it will definitely affect the official competition later. Jiang Che nodded after thinking about it. Anyone who has played games knows what it feels like to be beaten up. The opponent's economy is overwhelming, and then 3 of you surround one person and get killed. That kind of frustrating feeling is beyond words. 6 minutes into the game, we entered the home defense phase, watching the other side take the dragon and tower, wreaking havoc in our jungle. Moreover, Zhao Li said that LT still had a feud with their CG team, so the other party would definitely not show mercy, and they would be pressed to the ground and humiliated by their former defeated opponents. What's more, they lost 3 games in a row. 1,000 words, to fill in the gaps in the English songs you said were too short. English songs actually only have a few hundred words. Also, I really don't have a single word saved. Chapter 106, Purchase Advanced Mastery. The most important thing is that the loss was due to the lack of players for the CG team, not a problem of strength. Of course, the second team was indeed a little weaker than the first team. But you have to know that CG was the champion last year. Even if it was the second team, it was the second team of the championship team. In addition, LT's Jungle King was not on the court, and CG's mid laner and support were still there. With this calculation, the strength gap between the two sides was not that big. Therefore, the main reason for losing all 3 games was the problem of coordination. There is no need to elaborate on how important coordination is in professional competitions. Team 2 and Team 1 do not usually train together, so naturally their coordination is very poor. As a result, even if the strength of the players on Team 2 is not much different, they cannot perform to their full potential, resulting in a massive defeat. It's like when you're playing ranked, and you're on the top lane and you can beat your opponent, but suddenly the network freezes and you get killed, and then your opponent asks you, that's it. It's so infuriating. These 3 training matches made everyone on the CG team feel extremely frustrated. If this continues, it will definitely have a great impact on their mentality. Jiang Che thought for a moment and said, I will find the team members as soon as possible, but now you can call the LT team out again and we can play another training match. Zhao Li was confused. Why should he continue to play after being beaten by the opponent for 3 rounds? The 2 members of the first team and the 3 members of the second team were just for show. Jiang Che didn't explain much, and said directly, let's ask them to play another game, but I will play this game myself. Didn't they want to bully the Fountain before? Now, in front of more than 1 million viewers in my live broadcast room, I will bully them back and vent my anger. After showing his face, Jiang Che's admiration value reached 1 million. After that, he sang another song, and the total admiration value was close to 1.2 million. In other words, he can now open the high-level mastery of King of Glory. The primary proficiency was comparable to the top professional players, so what about the advanced proficiency? Jiang Che wanted to know. Several members of your team are a bit depressed because they were beaten. Then, if you lead them to beat LT again, they should be able to recover, right? It's a good opportunity for me to gain some admiration points. In person? Zhao Li felt that Jiang Che was a little too confident. Zhao Li didn't know how strong Jiang Che was, but even if he was considered one of the top shooters in the KPL, he wouldn't be able to win even if they played another game together, right? King of Glory is a 5-player game, and teammates are also extremely important. One person's strength can only be icing on the cake. It is almost impossible to change the team's level by one's own strength. And this is calculated based on the level of top shooters. Is Jiang Che really that strong? Zhao Li expressed doubt. But Jiang Che is the boss, and since Jiang Che said so, Zhao Li could only do as he was told. He hung up the phone and started contacting the team members. Jiang Che put down his phone and said with a smile, it looks like I'll have to wait a while before I can go off the air. I'll broadcast a training match for you. The audience became curious after hearing this. Training match? Who are you playing against? I think I heard Shuai Huang say that Team LT was bullied at the Fountain. After all, CG's Roger and Xiaoqian have left. It's normal that they can't beat LT, but the Fountain abuse is really disgusting. The handsome emperor is going to fight in person? So confident? Aren't you afraid of being abused again in front of so many of us viewers? Nonsense. How can they bully me, the handsome emperor? I can fight back with for elementary school students. Come on, husband. If you win, I'll give it to you, he he he. The big man upstairs who picked his feet, please watch your words. Jiang Che ignored what was being said in the comments and directly entered the system to redeem King of Pesticides Advanced Mastery. Instantly, he felt a cool sensation flowing through his body, and then, that was it. The usefulness of Advanced Mastery can only be seen during the competition. After Jiang Che exchanged for Advanced Mastery, he opened King of Glory. Within a few minutes, a game invitation came to him. When Jiang Che clicked on it, he set a delay for the live broadcast to prevent anyone from peeping at his screen. Screen peeking doesn't have much impact when you're solo, but in a 5v5 situation, vision is very important. When Jiang Che went in, the other 9 people were already there. On our side, the ID prefixes are all CG, while on the opposite side, they are all LT. When Jiang Che entered, only Coach Wang He greeted Jiang Che. Everyone else was silent. The atmosphere was very depressing. After all, they had been beaten for 3 consecutive games. Why aren't you talking? Jiang Che asked casually, as if he didn't know the reason. "Hello, boss." The four of them called out, but just from the sound of their voices one could tell that they were not in a good state and looked listless. It was just a training match, and it turned out like this. Jiang Che asked with some dissatisfaction, "Just win it back the way you lost just now. It's okay to lose the game, after all, it's not their problem, but the fighting spirit must not be lost." Chapter 107, Roger's Live Broadcast Room. However, the other four players were speechless. Win back? How could they win? How could they win when the gap in strength was so big? In fact, if Jiang Che was not their boss, these four players would not be able to help but complain, especially the mid laner and support in the team. The mid laner and the support are named Fan Shi and Cao Jun, respectively. They were both members of the first team before. Last year, playing LT was like playing a game, but this year, they could only lead 3 members of the second team and were ridiculed by LT. The reason for all this was naturally Jiang Che. "You said you had a grudge against Yang Tian and kicked him out, but why did you get rid of Roger? What kind of operation is this? What's the point of playing CG without Roger?" The two of them have even decided to wait until this year's games are over and their contracts expire before joining other teams to seek a new life. The current CG has left them with no hope. When Wang He heard Jiang Che's words, he didn't know how to respond, so he just kept silent. The voice on the LT side is much easier. "I heard that the person on the 5th floor opposite is the owner of their club. He plays the shooter position?" The opponent's jungler Zhong Yao asked while looking at Jiang Che's ID. "Yes, he is a big boss. He bought CG for 30 million without blinking an eye." Shi Yun, the middle laner, said with a smile, "So you have to take good care of him and let him feel the dangers of society." Dashi was laning against him, so he was probably defeated in the lane, right? Zhong Yao said with a smile. "I don't know if these bosses are bored at home. They buy the team and come to play in the game in person. Isn't he this asking for trouble?" Wang Qingsha shook his head and said. "He is the shooter of LT, facing Jiang Che, and is the big stone in Zhong Yao's words. What can a rich second generation do? He thinks he's awesome." Song Xing, who played top lane, said disdainfully, "We'll teach him a lesson this time. Let them be so arrogant last year." This Song Xing is the top laner who was killed 3 times by Roger last year and almost retired on the spot. This incident has become an indelible stain in his career, so he is full of resentment towards the entire CG. Obviously, the 5 people from the LT team didn't believe how powerful Jiang Che could be. Someone who has never played a game wants to lead a group of rabble to kill his own LT? It's simply unrealistic. Not only did they not believe it, but most of the viewers in the live broadcast room also didn't believe it. Did they really think they were omnipotent? If Jiang Che knew what they were thinking, he would answer with certainty, "Sorry, I really am omnipotent. There is nothing I don't know, only things I don't want to know." Everyone had different thoughts, and the game had already entered the BP interface. Wang He first asked, "Boss, what do you want to play?" Jiang Che glanced through the Archer column and finally fixed his gaze on a female hero. "Let's Gong Sun Li." "Okay." Wang He nodded. The shooter Gong Sun Li is still very suitable for playing in the game. And since Jiang Che is going to take Gong Sun Li, this game can be played with Jiang Che as the core. Jiang Che's identity will always have some influence on his judgment. However, given Jiang Che's skills, there was no problem at all for the team to play around him. It was just that the other teammates felt a little uncomfortable. Wang He looked at the opponent's bans and selections, and had already decided on the lineup in his mind. A few minutes later, the lineups of both teams were determined. Jiang Che's side has the shooter Gong Sun Li, the support Da Qiao, the mid laner Zhong Liang, the jungler Zhao Yun, and the wing laner Lian Po. The opponents are shooter Sun Shangxiang, support Strong Yu, mid laner Jiang Xia, jungler Tochibona Yukio, and side laner Ma Chao. Soon, the game entered the loading interface. Besides Jiang Che's live broadcast room, there was another live broadcast room that was watching this game. In a live broadcast room of one of Sharks with millions of fans, Roger sat in front of the computer screen, leaning back in his chair with a smile on his face. He wasn't live streaming the game, but chatting with the audience. Roger smiled and said, "You don't have to feel sorry. I wanted to retire on my own. It has nothing to do with CG's young new boss. He just won the championship last year and opened a live broadcast on Shark while he was famous. However, he was still a professional player at that time and had to train a lot every day, so he didn't have much time for live broadcast. And today, after leaving the CG team, the show officially started. He also has a lot of fans in his live broadcast room, close to 2 million, which is temporarily a little more than Jiang Che. This is because he almost never broadcast live before. Now that he has officially started live broadcasting, the number of fans will definitely continue to increase. Of course, Jiang Che's words would only make the price rise faster. In fact, there is no need for Roger to start live streaming so soon. He can relax for a while, play around, and then start live streaming. However, because his retirement was too sudden, many of his fans were confused, so he went on a special broadcast to explain the reason. Roger explained to the audience, "I have won the championship, and I am 22 years old this year, so I actually had the idea of retiring before the new year, and this time I just happened to leave the team with Xiao Qian. Even if I don't retire, I definitely won't be able to maintain the same form as last year. I'm getting old, so I might as well leave before I go downhill and leave a good impression on you." Roger said with a smile, "So don't get me wrong, my retirement has nothing to do with Xiao Qian and CG's new boss. Besides, if I retire, won't I have more time to broadcast live to you guys? I have a bit of back pain today, so I'm writing slowly. There will be one chapter later." Chapter 108, Ali's Emotions. After Roger's explanation, many fans immediately understood. "I see. I thought it was the CG boss who kicked you out. Brother Jie has also retired. My youth is over. Are you Qingjie Gong? Now everyone knows this, so stop blasting people and bringing bad luck to Roger." As the discussion went on in the comments, Roger explained the situation clearly and wondered if he should play 2 more games for the audience to see. When it came to live streaming, he was actually a novice. But just as he was hesitating, several comments suddenly caught his attention. "Brother Jie, CG is playing a training match with LT next door. Do you want to go and take a look? I heard that CG has been beaten 3 times in a row before. But now the new boss of CG said that he will personally take the field and lead the players to get back the advantage. Brother Jie, do you want to go and take a look?" The new boss? The Di Renjie, who is very popular on the internet. He is good in single combat, but can he play in competitions? Roger was moved when he saw these comments. CG was playing a training match with LT? And they were still broadcasting live? Normally, videos of training matches are not released to the public as there is a fear that other opponents may be able to study their tactics. Live broadcasts of training matches are even rarer. Needless to say, it must have been the new boss's idea. Roger thought about it and said, "Then let's go watch their training match. I'll explain it to you." To be honest, although he has retired from CG, as a veteran of CG, he still has deep feelings for it. After all, he has been there for several years and CG is like home to him. Now he was concerned about how much the level of CG would decline after he and Yang Qian left. Would CG be at the bottom of the competition this year? How capable was Jiang Che, the new boss? In short, he is like an old father, worrying himself to death. Especially since I just heard in the comments that CG had been beaten badly by LT in 3 games. So according to the audience's prompts, Roger directly searched for Jiang Che's live broadcast room and saw the scene where the 2 teams had just entered the game. At this moment, Jiang Che was controlling Gong Sun Li in the game, but he had a different feeling. Jiang Che even felt that perhaps the word control could no longer be used. When other people play games, the players control the heroes, but Jiang Che feels like he has become a character in the game, and has become one with the hero under his command. Not only the physical feeling, Jiang Che could even sense Ali's mood at the moment. The hero in the game seemed to come alive. Flowers bloom in the spring in Chang'an, warm and happy tilde. As Ali walked on the road, he spoke softly, and Jiang Che seemed to see through his phone the prosperous city of Chang'an, where a girl holding a paper umbrella was standing in the warm spring sunshine, happily admiring the colorful flowers around her tilde. Who built him? Who watched over him? Who returned from his side in the maple leaf season tilde? The scene changed, and Jiang Che seemed to see a girl standing under a maple tree in late autumn. The fiery red maple leaves were falling. The girl slightly raised her head and looked at the sky in the distance. There was a touch of longing in her eyes, and the promise left by the boy when he left was still echoing in her ears. Even Jiang Che was affected by this emotion, and some past events that had been buried for a long time suddenly surfaced in his heart. But after reacting, when Jiang Che looked at Ali on the screen again, there was already a hint of shock in his eyes. This feeling and emotion were so realistic that Jiang Che even doubted whether there really was such a place, with the prosperous Chang'an City, and in Chang'an City there was Ali and her thoughts in her heart. Is this the advanced mastery? It's like I have become one with the hero. Jiang Che was surprised and happy at the same time. This was too magical. But when he came to the line and saw the enemy hero, he found that advanced mastery was far more than that. Chapter 109, Advanced Mastery? The supports of both sides went to the middle lane to help grab the line and vision. So the only ones in the bottom lane are Jiang Che's Gong Sun Li and the opponent's Sun Shengxiang. Jiang Che was distracted for a moment because of the advanced mastery issue, so he was a little slow to come online, while the opponent's Sun Shengxiang had already ambushed in the bushes in advance. Jiang Che didn't have vision of Sun Shengxiang, but he could judge from his consciousness that Sun Shengxiang came online early and probably saved up her first skill to hide in the bushes. Of course, this is just a judgment based on experience and consciousness, and it is not 100% certain. But when he was controlling Gong Sun Li to pass by the bushes, he suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart. He sensed a faint murderous aura coming from the bushes. In real life, those desperate criminals, or mercenaries with blood on their hands, do have different temperaments and looks from ordinary people, and you can tell the difference at a glance, but this is in a game. Jiang Che's feeling came from Ali, that is, the induction between the two game characters. Ali felt that someone in the grass wanted to attack her. Just like a monkey, when passing by a bush with people, it would say, "There is a demon." When Guan Yu encounters a bush with people in it, the horse's eyes will change. This is the game mechanism, and Jiang Che's is directly sensed by the game character. It can be called a bug. Of course, it is normal for something purchased from the system with 1 million worship points to have bugs. But Jiang Che didn't expect there would be more bugs later. Sun Shengxiang's player Wang Qingsha saw that Jiang Che was just like a fool and didn't even go to the bushes. He just stood in the middle of the line waiting for the soldiers to come over. He sneered and said, "That's it. Eternal Diamond players also know to be careful of the bushes, right?" Since Jiang Che was so weak, he wouldn't be polite. He just stood at the edge of the bush and used the first skill he had saved up to enhance his normal attack. Sun Shengxiang was still in the bushes, and Jiang Che still had no vision of her, so he didn't know her movements. But at the moment the bullet flew out of the bushes, Jiang Che instantly clicked on the second skill. The second skill that Jiang Che upgraded when he came online was Frost Leaf Dance, which shot down flying objects and caused 2 rounds of damage. Sun Shengxiang's normal attack was naturally a flying attack, so it was directly blocked by Ali's second skill, and Ali did not suffer any damage. Wang Qingsha was stunned for a moment. Is this luck? Can he block my enhanced normal attack without revealing his vision? This normal attack flew out from the bushes here and hit Gong Sun Li. The time in between was probably less than 0.1 second, right? Is this something a human can react to? It must be luck. Jiang Che was also stunned for a moment, but it was not because he blocked Sun Shengxiang's normal attack. He had known that Sun Shengxiang was in the bushes and was on guard. It was not surprising that he was able to block the normal attack thanks to the reaction ability given by the genetic potion. He was stunned for a moment because after the opponent's Sun Shengxiang launched an enhanced normal attack, Sun Shengxiang's own vision was exposed, and then a series of data instantly emerged in Jiang Che's mind. Sun Shengxiang. Level 1. Health, 3235. Physical attack, 187. Physical resistance, 89. Magic resistance, 50. Skills, Rolling Assault cools down after 2 seconds, Red Lotus Bomb not upgraded, Ultimate Ballista not upgraded. In addition, there is a series of damage calculations. Ali himself has 192 points of physical attack, plus Sun Shengxiang's 89 points of physical resistance, then Ali's normal attack can cause 184 points of damage to Sun Shengxiang. If a critical hit is achieved, the damage is 368 points. Ali's for normal attacks will create a mark, and then every 3 normal attacks will create a mark, and each mark will cause an additional 264 points of spell damage. Ali's second skill has 2 segments of magic damage with a value of 324. Taking into account Sun Shengxiang's 50 points of magic resistance, it will actually cause 299 points of magic damage. In addition, Sun Shengxiang also has purification that can remove the explosion damage of one of Ali's marks, plus she has a recovery that can restore 106 health points per second for 5 seconds. Of course, if you are attacked, the recovery effect will be interrupted, but at least 106 health points can be restored once. In short, a lot of data was calculated in Jiang Chei's mind in an instant, and the final conclusion was that if he wanted to kill Sun Shengxiang, he would need about 8 to 10 ordinary attacks, which would take about 10 seconds. Then Sun Shengxiang's damage data emerged in my mind. In the early level 1, Sun Shengxiang's first skill has a cooldown of 5 seconds. Each basic attack can reduce the CD of the first skill by 0.5 seconds. Then the damage of the enhanced basic attack is 414. In addition, Jiang Chei's own second skill and purification can block the opponent's enhanced normal attack once respectively, and so on. Taking various factors into consideration, it is calculated that it will take Sun Shengxiang about 12 to 15 seconds to kill Jiang Chei's Gongsun Li. There are also some data that are not particularly relevant, such as the damage of the soldiers in the early stage, the incremental damage of the tower, and the pulling situation between the two. Chapter 110, Fight. These data are very complicated, but after Jiang Chei has integrated advanced proficiency, he does not need to think at all, and these data automatically appear in Jiang Chei's mind. The damage of all heroes in King of Glory at different time periods, as well as the damage and defense after various equipment are installed, are memorized in Jiang Chei's mind like a multiplication formula. He does not need to think about it at all. When he sees the corresponding hero, the corresponding data emerges instinctively. This is the change that advanced mastery brings. So, comparing his own data with the opponent's data, 3 simple and rough words emerged in Jiang Chei's mind: I can beat him. Moreover, these data not only calculate the damage, but also take into account the critical strike effect. You can make 5 critical hits, and your opponent can make 3 critical hits. This was the information that appeared in Jiang Chei's mind along with the data. Jiang Chei didn't know how it was calculated, but he could already directly see the opponent's skill CD. Now being able to predict a critical hit didn't seem to be something unacceptable. After all, it was all the system's black technology. And the information about the number of critical hits is also extremely important. Generally speaking, Ali's red inscriptions will carry 10 sources of disaster, pursuing critical hit rate, while Sun Shengxiang usually has 7 sources of disaster and 3 invincibles in red, sacrificing a little critical hit rate in exchange for critical hit damage. 10 sources of trouble equals a critical hit rate of 16. On average, a critical hit will occur every 4 or 5 hits. But if you are unlucky, it is not impossible that a critical hit will not occur at all. Then the opponent will randomly attack with a few soul attacks. Cool tilde. It will be useless no matter how well you calculated the damage before. So without this critical hit information, Jiang Chei didn't dare to fight. But now that it is certain that the other party cannot beat me, what are we waiting for? One sword dance moves all directions. Ali muttered to himself, and directly used the second stage of the second skill, rushed to Sun Shengxiang and started to attack. The original sentence of this sentence is that in the past there was a beautiful woman named Gongsun Li, whose sword dance moved the 4 directions, which is a poem by the great poet Du Fu. It is very appropriate to use it to describe Gongsun Li at this time. Just now she was a young girl missing her lover, but in the blink of an eye she turned into a peerless female swordsman. Using an umbrella as a sword, she is extremely beautiful, her swordsmanship is unparalleled, and her dance amazes the world. When Wang Qingsha saw how ferocious Jiang Chei was, his first reaction was that Jiang Chei didn't know how to play and was just a reckless man, so he didn't plan to leave and the two of them started fighting directly. But as the fight went on, he felt something was wrong. His blood volume seemed to be decreasing faster. This is too much, retreat quickly. But Jiang Chei obviously wouldn't let him go and chased him with a normal attack. Then he hit 2 critical hits in a row, and 2 bright red 368 damage values appeared on Sun Shengxiang's body, which was shocking. Fuck! Wang Qingsha watched his character's health drop to less than 1/3 in an instant. He couldn't help but swear, and quickly used purification to escape. Jiang Chei saw that the CD of the opponent Sun Shengxiang's first skill was only 2 seconds left, and his own second skill also had only 2 seconds left. Each normal attack of Sun Shengxiang can reduce the CD of her first skill by 0.5 seconds, and Ali also has a passive CD reduction. Every time a mark is cast, the CD of all skills is reduced by 1 second. When Jiang Chei came online, he used his second skill to block the opponent's enhanced basic attack. Combined with the passive effect, the CD is almost over now. Wang Qingsha looked at his decreasing health and his first skill which was about to be ready, and he was extremely anxious. He kept repeating in his heart, hurry up, hurry up. Once the first skill is ready, we can enter the tower. Finally, 2 seconds later, Wang Qingsha saw the first skill on his mobile phone screen light up and he clicked it immediately. Jiang Che smiled. If your first skill is ready, my second skill might be ready too. Wang Qingsha's second skill was released almost at the same time as Jiang Che's first skill, but Jiang Che was obviously a little faster. Even if it was just elementary mastery, Jiang Che's hand speed was not comparable to his, not to mention that now he was at advanced mastery, the heroes under his command could move as he wished, and as soon as he thought about it, the second skill would be released. So the damage of the second stage of Jiang Che's second skill just hit Sun Shengxiang, who was at the edge of the skill. 2 purple 299 numbers appeared on Sun Shengxiang's body, and her health dropped again. Fortunately, after releasing her first skill, Sun Shengxiang had already rolled into the defense tower, and Wang Qingsha felt instantly relaxed. You can't jump over the tower and hit me at level 1, right? But Jiang Che obviously wanted to cross the tower and hit him. When Ali releases his second skill, the paper umbrella in his hand will appear beside him and continuously rotate with Ali himself as the center. When triggered again, Ali will appear at the location of the paper umbrella. However, the location where Ali's second skill, the paper umbrella, appears is random. It may appear anywhere around Ali, in front, behind, or even on the left or right. After it appears, it will keep rotating around Ali. But it's different now that Jiang Che has advanced mastery. He can control the location where the paper umbrella appears. After all, Jiang Che could almost see through Ali's emotions. To be honest, Ali's umbrella was his umbrella. Why couldn't he control his own umbrella? Jiang Che felt there was nothing wrong. So Jiang Che controlled the paper umbrella and appeared directly next to Sun Shengxiang, then clicked the second skill again, instantly appearing at the position of his umbrella, which was next to Sun Shengxiang, and then used the passive skill to hit 2 normal attacks at once before turning around and leaving. Although the second passive only causes 30% damage, Sun Shengxiang already has 2 marks on her body, and these 2 basic attacks can just cause the mark to explode. A real man never looks back at an explosion. I have slowly tested the data in the training camp, so it should be fine. There is 1 chapter left to be read later. Let us read it tomorrow morning. Staying up late is not good for your phone. Chapter 111, Escape from Low Blood. There is a more important mission waiting for me. Wang Qingsha's Sun Shengxiang spoke a line weakly and then fell to the ground. Jiang Che really jumped over the tower at level 1 and killed the opponent. But this is not the end yet. Jiang Che had used his second skill to advance too deep before. If he wants to get out now, he will have to withstand at least 2 attacks from the tower. In the early stage, the first tower under the tower has a damage of 470, and the second tower under the tower has a damage of 752. The total damage is 1322. But Jiang Che was not panicked at all. Since he dared to cross the tower, he must have calculated the damage in advance. Bang tilde once, twice. 2 balls of fiery red light hit Jiang Che and Gong Sun Li. Gong Sun Li's health dropped to the bottom in an instant, but fortunately he did not fall down. Jiang Che took a look at Gong Sun Li's health point, which was 37 points, which was almost a bit of health. What is 37 health points? The damage to Gong Sun Li when he is hit by a soldier at level 1 is 51. So he came out of the tower with almost no health. After coming out of the tower, Jiang Che used his recovery skills slowly and his health finally recovered a little. Wang Qingsha was stunned as he watched Gong Sun Li walk away. The other party didn't even use purification. Because Jiang Che set a delay in the live broadcast, only after he killed Sun Shengxiang did other viewers see that Jiang Che had just controlled a lead to reach the line. Then he just stood there like a fool. Shuai Huang, are you kidding me? Aren't you afraid that Sun Shengxiang will hit you if you stand here? Sun Shengxiang must be in the grass. Isn't it time for her to be exhausted if she stands here? After seeing the Emperor's actions, this game is basically over. She's out, she's out. Sun Shengxiang is hiding in the grass, and she has saved up her second skill. The audience was discussing the issue in the barrage. But when Jiang Che used his second skill to block Sun Shengxiang's enhanced basic attack, everyone was shocked. Can this be blocked? Can this be blocked? Fuck, this bastard. This reaction speed is incredible. Don't brag, this is reaction speed? Are you going to fly? It's definitely luck. Eh? The two of them are fighting right now? The handsome emperor is a bit fierce. This is called recklessness. Fuck, it seems like Sun Shangxiang can't beat him. Dashy Sun Shangxiang has started to retreat. Can we enter the tower? All right. First skill is ready. Enter the tower. Fuck, the handsome emperor went over the tower directly. He's only level 1. Hey! Killed him. And he came out alive. Nice. The barrage replayed Jiang Chei's actions, and everyone was stunned when they saw Jiang Chei walk out from under the tower with empty health. A professional player was beaten to death by a tower dive at level 1. That's outrageous. This was not only the case in Jiang Chei's live broadcast room, but also in Roger's audience. When Roger first saw Jiang Chei standing stupidly on the line, he instantly remembered that Jiang Chei was like this when he was fighting Yang Quan. Just like a novice, he walked to the line and didn't move, as if he didn't know there was someone in the bush. But the result of the duel between Yang Quan and Jiang Chei, needless to say, so now when Roger saw him like this, he did not think that Jiang Chei did not know how to play like other viewers. Later, his eyes lit up when he saw Jiang Chei use his second skill to block Sun Shangxiang's enhanced basic attack. It is true. This guy has absolute confidence. Even if I let you take the initiative, you still can't beat me. However, after seeing the two of them hit each other a few times, Jiang Chei kept chasing Sun Shangxiang and attacking her until he finally went over the tower and killed the opponent. He was stunned on the spot just like those ordinary spectators. He originally wanted to explain it to the audience, but now he found that Jiang Chei's skills were no longer something he could understand. Finally, he took a look at the comments and said dryly, "This is amazing." He could understand what happened in the beginning. Jiang Chei made a critical hit first, and the opponent got scared for a moment and prepared to retreat, and then was chased and beaten by Jiang Chei. But why was Jiang Chei so confident? He actually dared to jump over the tower directly? Aren't you afraid of being killed and losing first blood? The most important thing is, why didn't he use purification to block the tower's attack when he left the tower? With Jiang Chei's skills, it is impossible that he couldn't react. Is the damage calculation so accurate? I just can't understand. Roger suppressed his shock and read on carefully. The game part should be finished tomorrow. Chapter 112, The Intention to Kill. First Blood. The voice broadcast of the First Blood resounded throughout the canyon, and when Jiang Chei's teammates saw the avatars of Gong Sun Li and Sun Shengxiang appear above the canyon at the same time, their first reaction was that Jiang Chei had given away the First Blood. After all, they didn't have much faith in Jiang Chei's skills before, so when they heard the sound of First Blood, they naturally thought that Jiang Chei was dead. Isn't he this too fast? The assistant Cao Jun was feeling a little unhappy. Wouldn't he be beaten even more miserably in this game? Before he could figure it out, he heard the voice of top lane Alicia. "Fuck, boss, you actually killed Dashi at level 1. Who? Cao Jun was stunned for a moment. Did he kill the opponent alone? He opened the data panel and took a look. Only then did he realize that Jiang Chei really killed the opponent Sun Shangxiang. Although Wang Qingsha's skills are not as good as Yang Tian's, he has played in LT for several years after all. Now he was killed by a single person at level 1? Boss, this is a scam. Cao Jun didn't understand what was going on, but since it was Jiang Chei who killed the opponent, then he should just lick him first. The slight dissatisfaction in his heart just now completely disappeared. The other teammates were also good at flattering Jiang Chei, praising his skills. They were completely different from the listless look when he was being beaten badly before. Jiang Chei was speechless. Is it really that serious? Don't talk, play games. Jiang Chei told them to shut up. Boss, let me come down and take you home. Cao Jun's Xiao went directly to the bottom lane and gave Jiang Chei a return to city skill. The combination of Xiao and Gong Sun Li is very common both in casual games and in competitions. Because Gong Sun Li's second skill can return to the location of his umbrella, you can just leave an umbrella online and then use Xiao's second skill to go home, so you can go online instantly without delaying your development. It is generally called the Xiao and Gong Sun Li system. In the voice on the other side. Dashi, how did you get killed by him? Asked the mid-laner Jiangxia puzzledly. He's quite powerful. Wang Qingsha originally wanted to say that Jiang Chei was lucky, as he not only blocked his enhanced normal attack, but also dealt several critical hits. But after thinking about it, he still said that Jiang Chei was quite powerful. Luck is luck, but Jiang Che still has some skills. Don't worry, just play well. Jungler Tochibana Yukio didn't take it seriously. I saw the video of him and Yang Tian fighting one-on-one before. He is indeed very detailed in one-on-one fights, but whether he can deal damage in team battles is another matter. Yeah. Wang Qingsha nodded and suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. Da Xiao has gone down. I'll go down to help you too, said the assistant Song Yu. Yeah. Wang Qingsha agreed. From then on, the two sides started to fight in duos in the bottom lane. But Jiang Che's Gong Sun Li has already got the advantage of first blood. The purpose of playing the game is to continuously expand the only advantage, like a snowball, to achieve economic crushing. So after Jiang Che gained the advantage, he began to suppress the opponent, constantly harassing him, consuming Sun Shengxiang while also interfering with her farming, which made Wang Qingsha even more annoyed. The opponent's Song Yu's combat effectiveness in the early stage was still strong, but he couldn't even touch Jiang Che's Gong Sun Li. Just like a loach, too slippery. Song Yu player frowned. The hero Gong Sun Li was naturally agile, and coupled with Jiang Che's skills, he was simply helpless. Wang Qingsha looked at his experience bar and said, let's find an opportunity to fight back. Otherwise, if we continue to let him develop like this, there will be no solution. The military line, the birds, the river spirit, and even secretly running to the opposite jungle to kill a group of small wild monsters, Jiang Che's Gong Sun Li was developing non-stop. At this time, Wang Qingsha had just reached level 3. He estimated that Jiang Che's Gong Sun Li should be almost level 4. He wanted to find an opportunity to kill Gong Sun Li once, while there was no level suppression yet. Although Gong Sun Li's economy is temporarily higher than hers, it will be useless if she cannot output damage. In the early stage, Song Yu's first skill is still very powerful. As long as you push it and then follow up with a normal attack, the enemy's health will basically be reduced to half. This period is also Sun Shengxiang's strongest period. The hero Sun Shengxiang is very special. She starts to enter a strong period after level 2, then slowly becomes weaker after level 4. In the very late stage, she becomes invincible and can kill any enemy with one shot. Therefore, with the help of Song Yu's flash and the control of his first skill, Wang Qingsha felt that he could kill Jiang Che's Gong Sun Li in seconds. Even if I can't kill him instantly, at least I can use a purification spell on Jiang Che, leaving him with little health and limiting his development. Besides, Da Xiao is not level 4 yet and cannot call teammates, so in Wang Qingsha's opinion, now is the best opportunity. LT Song Yu nodded when he heard this. He also felt that he had to deal with Jiang Che. If he flashed, Gong Sun Li on the opposite side would not be able to react, right? As long as he was half a second late in purification, allowing Sun Shengxiang to use her first and second combo, that would be enough. Upon hearing this, the LT jungler asked, do you want me to come over and help? No need. If you come, the other side will definitely come over too. The two of us should be able to defeat them. Da Xiao doesn't have the ability to protect others. Okay. LT's jungler nodded, then you guys stay calm. Jiang Che narrowed his eyes as he watched Song Yu's suddenly arrogant movements. Could it be that he couldn't help but attack? Chapter 113, Terrifying Reaction Speed. In Roger's live broadcast room, he also noticed Song Yu's abnormal movement and said to the audience, Song Yu should be thinking about going up. Ah? Now? Sun Shengxiang was killed once in the early stage, so she should be unable to defeat him now, right? It all depends on Song Yu. If we can push him, we can definitely win. Gong Sun Li is amazing, but this comes at the cost of his own fragility. If he is controlled, he will definitely die. That's right. After Da Xiao reaches level 4, they will have even less chance. The audience was talking about it, when suddenly they saw a golden light flash across Song Yu's body, and then his first skill came up. Flash! Roger's eyes moved slightly, and he said, Song Yu's flash is very fast. In this situation, no one should be able to. Damn! Purification dodged it. Before Roger could finish his words, he saw a faint light appearing on Jiang Che's body. It was the purification, which was used almost at the same time as Song Yu's flash. Not only was he not controlled, but the damage of Song Yu's first skill was even offset. As for Sun Shengxiang on the opposite side, because she had communicated well with Song Yu, she rolled over the moment Song Yu pushed forward and prepared to receive a 1-2 combo. According to their plan, Song Yu should control Jiang Che, and then Sun Shengxiang would kill him instantly. However, Jiang Che was not controlled at all, so it was impossible for Sun Shengxiang to use this combo to hit Jiang Che's Gongsun Li. Jiang Che used his second skill again, and the flower umbrella rotated to block Sun Shengxiang's skills. Neither of the two skills hit. Jiang Che then used the second stage of his second skill to rush to Sun Shengxiang's side and deal damage. When Sun Shengxiang saw that Strong Yu failed to control Jiang Che, she felt something was wrong and turned away. But at this time Cao Jun also reacted immediately, flashed up and used his first skill, and a small river knocked Sun Shengxiang away to prevent her from escaping. Jiang Che just kept following behind and continuously attacking. After a few seconds, Sun Shengxiang fell down again. Jiang Che successfully reached level 4. When Strong Yu saw Sun Shengxiang fall, he no longer dared to fight and retreated immediately. But Jiang Che wouldn't let him go, so he rushed forward and used his first skill to deal damage continuously. It was indeed a bit troublesome for Jiang Che to fight Strong Yu in the early stage. Strong Yu, with a damage reduction effect and inscriptions, was very tanky. But fortunately, Jiang Che had a big move. Just when Strong Yu was about to return to the tower, he pushed him back and killed him alive. Duoble kill. Roger watched in shock as Jiang Che got a double kill and began to question his life again. To be honest, among Jiang Che's operations, only the purification to block Strong Yu's flash was eye-catching, and the rest were basic operations. But how many people can do this purification in seconds? Can you do it yourself? Roger asked himself, but it was obvious that this operation was almost impossible for him. Strong Yu dodged at such a close distance, but Jiang Che was able to react in time. He not only freed himself from the control but also offset the damage. The reaction speed of the king's AI shouldn't be that fast, right? Fuck, let me be honest, the reaction speed of the handsome emperor is amazing. No wonder he was so accurate in the instant sniping when he was playing PUBG before. His reaction speed is on a different level. How did you predict this? It feels like you're not playing the same game as me. Who said that Shui Huang can't play professionally? Stand up. I am Strong Yu on the opposite side. I am doubting my life now. Completely different from everyone else's surprise, Jiang Che looked calm, and even after killing the two people, his own condition was still full. After clearing the line, he said, Chen Hao, I'll take the red. Chen Hao is the jungler Zhao Yun in the team. Okay. Chen Hao agreed hurriedly, but he was trembling in his heart. The first solo kill could be said to be luck, but what about the double kill this time? The higher the level of the game, the more cautious both sides played, and the fewer kills were scored. But Jiang Che had just reached level 4 and he had already taken 3 kills? This was a training match between KPL professional teams. The other teammates had the same idea. After this double kill, they began to take Jiang Che's strength seriously and no longer regarded him as a passerby. Especially after seeing the whole process of Cao Jun, he still replayed in his mind how Jiang Che used purification to directly avoid Strong Yu's flash. Was this luck or reaction ability? If it was pure reaction ability, it was too terrifying. Wang He couldn't stop smiling. His team had been badly beaten before and he had also been mocked by the opposing coach. Now he had completely vented his anger. He could already imagine the expression of the opposing team's coach at this moment. The voice chat on the LT team side was completely silent. What's the point of fighting? Now the opponent can just keep Gongsun Li. This level of shooter has strong self-protection ability and high economy. Once the damage starts, there will be almost no way to deal with it. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I didn't push it. The assistant Strong Yu said with some annoyance. It's not your fault. This Gongsun Li is too strong. Wang Qingsha had a strange look in his eyes. It wasn't that he was weak, but Jiang Che was too strong. It's so strong that it can ignore the hero mechanism. Its reaction speed is simply terrifying. We must target Gongsun Li and limit her development, otherwise we won't be able to win this game. Said the LT jungler. That's what you said, but how can you target them? If you go over and catch them now, you might get killed in a 3-on-2 situation. Besides, DHR will be the 4th one soon. You can call your teammates. It's okay. No matter how high his damage is, he's still a squishy character. We just need to kill him before his teammates can come to support him. The mid laner Jiang Zia already had an idea in his mind, the 4 of us will go catch him later. I don't believe he won't die. There's another chapter that's probably late. Chapter 114, Out in Full Force. When Jiang Che took the red buff, he accidentally killed 3 Peppa Pigs and the bird in the bottom lane. Then when he went to gank the middle lane, he also took another wave of lanes. He felt very comfortable. However, his teammates had no objections, and Zhong Liang even took the initiative to give the line of troops to Jiang Che. This is how it should be played, because the lineup chosen by Wang He is centered around Jiang Che. Zhao Yun is a blue-collar jungler who doesn't rely much on economy. After equipping Shadow Blade, the following equipment is not that important and should be chosen according to the lineup. When fighting in a team, use your ultimate to cut through the back row, and your teammates will just have to follow up and deal damage. Someone like Nicolu is a typical jungler. She focuses on jungling and farming economy in the early stages. When fighting in a team, whoever she sits on with her 200-pound big but will die. Jiang Che's top laner Lian Po obviously doesn't have much output, he just provides control and tankiness to the team. Of course, Lian Po's salary cannot be deducted. Jiang Che only has this one tank. If he cannot withstand the damage from the opponent during a team fight due to insufficient money, then he is done for. As for the mid laner Zhong Liang, he is a typical tool man. He builds a half tank and then uses his ultimate to reward the opponent with the highest economy. This is completely different from the play style of mid-core players like Jiao Chan. So Jiang Che relies on Gong Sun Li for output. If not him, who else will the economy be given to? Even if Jiang Che keeps sending gifts, the finances still have to be given to him. Of course, now that Jiang Che is playing so well, he feels comfortable when his teammates give him economic support, and he doesn't feel aggrieved at all. Unlike Sun Shengxiang on the opposite side, who now eats other people's economy and is always submissive and acts according to other people's faces. After all, I am embarrassed about my record of 0 bars and 2 bars and 0. It was in stark contrast to Jiang Che. In the following time, Jiang Che completely suppressed Sun Shengxiang, pinning her in the tower and making it difficult for her to come out. Not to mention coming out, even wanting to get sick from the enemy depended on Jiang Che's mood. If she moved a little forward, Jiang Che would dare to jump over the tower and kill her. After all, there is DH Yao, who directly puts the return skill in the tower. Jiang Che can control the time and cross the tower without any worries. Song Yu wandered around to see if there was a chance to capture someone in other routes. Jiang Che couldn't give up any more. LT Team Voice. Come here quickly. It will be difficult to ambush him when he pushes the tower and roams around. Wang Qingsha couldn't help but urge them. The tower was already low on health. As long as another wave of soldiers came, Jiang Che would destroy it with just a few clicks. Once the tower is gone, it will be difficult for Jiang Che to hide while he is roaming around. In fact, Jiang Che is now level 8, with the highest economy and level in the game. He was just busy developing before and was too lazy to push the tower. Now that he sees that the time is almost up, he plans to use this wave of soldiers to push the tower. Okay, I'll be there right away. Jiang Zia in the middle lane agreed after hearing Sun Shengxiang's words. With the help of Song Yu, he used a big move to clear the soldiers and then pretended to go to the top lane. Song Yu also followed behind. Zhong Liang was a little slow in clearing the lane, so he immediately reminded Haozi, the mid laner and the support are coming to find you. The jungler should also be in the upper jungle area. I will come to help you after I clear the lane. Okay. Chen Hao agreed, it's okay. I'm already strong enough. Even if there are 3 or 4 of them, they won't dare to cross my tower. But what they didn't know was that Jiang Zia and Song Yu bypassed the bushes and immediately headed for the bottom road. And Tochibana Yukio, who was supposed to be in the red zone, had already appeared in the bushes in the blue zone at some point. He came over without attacking the red zone, and the vision he gave Zhong Liang before was completely false. The 3 of them hid together in the small bush next to their own tower. Jiang Che was unaware of the other party's vision and thought that the others were going to gank the top lane. After clearing the minion line with DH Yao, he prepared to push the tower. But just 2 steps into the tower, Jiang Che frowned, a sense of crisis surged from his heart, and he immediately shouted, "Retreat!" Cao Jun was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Jiang Che meant. But when Jiang Che realized the crisis, he immediately turned around and made a very detailed move to the diagonal rear. At the moment when Jiang Che changed his direction, a big man rushed out from the bushes. It was Song Yu who was using his first skill. He originally planned to push first, control Jiang Che, and use Jiang Chei's purification. Because after the first wave of confrontation, he felt that it was unrealistic to kill Jiang Chei in an instant when he couldn't react since he had the purification in his hand. So I lowered my requirements this time. But he didn't expect that Jiang Chei dodged him again. Missed again. LT's assistant was already doubting his life. In the first wave, Jiang Chei's reaction speed was amazing, but what about this wave? It was impossible for him to reveal his vision and use the first skill to rush out directly from the bushes, and Jiang Chei was right next to the bushes. How could he have any time to react? But why was Jiang Chei able to dodge it? I can't understand it at all. Zhong Liang realized it belatedly and said, "It seems they haven't come yet." "Boss, you two should be careful. The fighting has already started, and you just said it." Cao Jun finally reacted. However, since he was standing next to Jiang Chei before, Strong Yu pushed him down after Jiang Chei dodged, making him unable to use his ultimate move to summon teammates for a while. After Jiang Chei dodged Strong Yu's first skill, he did not run away immediately. Instead, he used his first skill to create distance to the right and clicked on the defense tower twice to destroy it. In Roger's live broadcast room, Roger was also surprised when he saw Strong Yu suddenly rushing out from the bushes. He had previously thought that the opponents were heading to the top lane, but he didn't expect that they would come to the bottom lane to look for Jiang Chei. It seemed that they had been planning this for a long time. However, Jiang Chei's next move surprised him even more, because Jiang Chei did not escape immediately, but instead used his crucial first skill to destroy the tower. Why do you attack the tower? Can you just destroy the other side's defense tower and then you can show off without any worries? There are 4 people on the other side. In this situation, if Strong Yu failed to hit him, and Jiang Chei released his first skill backwards immediately, and if Xiao's skill was good, Jiang Chei could also leave. After all, he still had a purification in his hand. But now that I have used my first skill, there is no retreat. Cao Jun didn't understand Jiang Chei's move. "Brother, there are 4 people on the other side. Can we stop showing off? Let them go. Let's go home first." Cao Jun only now realized how much pressure it was on the support to face such a confident shooter. Although he looked cool when he won without doing anything, he was really embarrassed when he chased after the shooter and used his skills. Just like in a random game, if you play Cai Wenji as a support and pair her with a shooter like Marco or Gongsun Li, when the shooter wants to attack, the support will find that he can't keep up at all. While driving hard and chasing after him, he kept shouting in his heart, "Wait for me. Let me feed you with just one bite." It can be said that I am worried to death. Cao Jun has this feeling now. Although Xiao did not come. No, she does not have a blood recovery skill, but she also needs to release skills to cooperate with Jiang Chei's operation. The first skill speeds up Jiang Chei, the second skill sends Jiang Chei home, and the third skill silences the opponent. These skills require the right timing to be released, but he can't be as calm as Jiang Chei. He was confused when 4 opponents rushed towards him at the same time. It was impossible for him to pay attention to all the skills of the 4 opponents at the same time like Jiang Chei did. But Jiang Chei obviously doesn't care what other people think. At the same time as he used his first skill, Jiang Ziya's first skill also exploded at the position in front of Jiang Chei. Jiang Ziya's first skill is also very disgusting. Not only does it slow down continuously, but it can also reduce double resistance. Fortunately, Jiang Chei narrowly avoided it. After destroying the defense tower, Jiang Chei glanced at the 4 people who had surrounded him and Xiao. Their various data instantly appeared in Jiang Chei's mind. Various fighting methods quickly emerged in Jiang Chei's mind. His thoughts were extremely clear. The more chaotic the situation was, the calmer he was. The opponent's defense tower fell, and Jiang Chei took a small step forward, and it was this small step that allowed him to avoid Jiang Ziya's second skill. Jiang Ziya was stunned for a moment, and vaguely understood why Strong Yu had been unable to push Jiang Chei before. Such a large second skill can be avoided by moving? It's outrageous. But that's not all. Both of Jiang Ziya's skills were used up, and he only had one ultimate skill left, so he simply retreated and used the ultimate skill in the opposite direction, preparing to flash. Otherwise, you can't just go up and attack normally, right? He didn't want to use his ultimate to hit Jiang Chei head-on, but you can't dodge the ultimate, right? I don't believe that you are so lucky every time. While Jiang Ziya was preparing his ultimate move, the others were naturally not idle either. Tochibana Yukio uses his first skill to charge forward, and then his second skill, Yai, is aimed directly at Jiang Che. After rolling over, Sun Shengxiang used her highest damaging skills 1 and 2 to attack Jiang Che. Xiong Yu was naturally not idle either. After his first skill failed, he immediately turned around and charged his ultimate skill. Xiong Yu's ultimate move had a large range, and he felt that Jiang Che couldn't dodge it again this time. The 4 people's skills were all given to Jiang Che as if they were free of charge. As for Da Qiao, no one paid any attention to her at all. Cao Jun finally had the chance to use his ultimate move, and several teammates immediately came to support him. But it will take several seconds to teleport over. If Jiang Che is killed instantly, even if those teammates come over, they will be like the good brothers saving their grandfather. Without Jiang Che's output, they will be useless. Then the advantages built up previously might be completely destroyed. So now it depends on how Jiang Che survives these 4 skills. Chapter 115, isn't it enough to just have hands? There was a strange flash in Roger's eyes. It was almost impossible to avoid it in this situation. Jiang Xia has 4 skills, and a full-scale damage can be said to be devastating, and if you use the big flash, it is almost impossible to avoid. The skills of the other 3 all have control effects. Once you are hit, it will be impossible to dodge the subsequent series of skills. Many viewers were also worried. How would Jiang Che dodge this attack? Their thoughts were similar to Roger's. In this situation, they would just put down their phones and wait for resurrection. However, Jiang Che had created miracles more than once, performing operations that seemed almost impossible to them time and time again. So even though the hope was slim, when they looked at the slender figure on the screen, there was still some expectation in their eyes. Unconsciously, they all seemed to subconsciously recognize Jiang Che's strength. However, if Jiang Che knew what these people were thinking, he would definitely be confused. Ooh? Is that so troublesome? Can't I just use my hands to dodge a few skills? With the help of advanced mastery, Jiang Che knew every move of his opponent. In his eyes, the skill animation of each of the opponent's heroes seemed to be in slow motion. First of all, the fastest one is Tochibana Yukio. His second skill has almost no pre-swinging action and is released instantly. But at the moment he drew his sword, Jiang Che took a slight step forward and dodged by the edge of the skill. Then Sun Shengxiang's heavy artillery fired over, and Jiang Che used another frost leaf dance, blocking Sun Shengxiang's skill for the nth time. Then, before Xiong Yu launched his ultimate move, he used the second stage of his first skill to return to his original position, which was behind Xiong Yu, and naturally avoided his ultimate move. At this time, Jiang Xia's ultimate move was finally charged, and he flashed back and rushed towards Jiang Che. Jiang Che calmly clicked on Purification the moment the opponent's ultimate skill hit him, making him immune to damage. The opponent was as ferocious as a tiger, but when he saw Jiang Che, he was not injured at all. After a series of skills, he didn't even touch the corner of Jiang Che's clothes. Fuck, bastard! Cao Jun couldn't help but shout out. He thought Jiang Che was going to die, but he didn't expect Jiang Che to be able to perform such a move. Awesome, awesome, awesome! During the teleportation process, several teammates also turned their attention to this side. When they saw Jiang Che's amazing operation, they couldn't help but shout out. As professional players, they have an extraordinary love for this game. It is normal that they couldn't help but shout out when they saw Jiang Che's wonderful operation. Just like when football fans watch a game and see a wonderful goal, they can't help but cheer excitedly. Jiang Che's action made them subconsciously excited. They didn't see the specific situation when Jiang Che killed the opponent in the previous 2 waves, but now they finally understood it. This movement to dodge skills can be called a script. In fact, Jiang Che himself is now a script. When the 4 people on the opposite side saw this, they were immediately disappointed. If they failed to kill Gong Sun Li in the first second, they would be the ones to die. But Jiang Che didn't care what they thought. After dodging for skills, he directly used his ultimate skill on Sun Shengxiang, killing her in a few hits. After Sun Shengxiang was gone, the mid laner and jungler also came. Zhong Liang was the first to give his ultimate to Tochibana Yukio. Zhao Yun, holding the dragon spear, jumped high, and then smashed it hard on Jiang Xia, knocking him away. Jiang Che stood beside him and output like crazy. Triple kill. With his teammates deliberately giving up kills, Jiang Che instantly got a triple kill. The other tankier Xiong Yu was also reduced to 200 gold coins by Jiang Che under the siege of everyone. Quadra kill. The four men ambushed Jiang Che but were killed by Jiang Che, a huge shame. In Jiang Che's view, this operation is just normal. It is a basic operation that can be learned by watching. But in the eyes of many viewers, Jiang Che's previous move was like dancing on the edge of a knife as he narrowly dodged one skill after another. He moved to avoid Tochibana Yukio's second skill, used Frost Leaf Dance to block Sun Shengxiang's 1-2 combo, and Song Yu was at a loss after showing off his second stage first skill. Finally, he used Purification to block Jiang Zia's earth-shattering ultimate move. This series of operations made many viewers excited. This was exactly the scene that countless Gongsun Li players had dreamed of. Who wouldn't want to fight 5 people at the same time when playing such a show-off hero? Jiang Che's move perfectly satisfied their fantasy. This wave can be said to be a textbook of Gongsun Li's team battles. Roger looked at Gongsun Li, who had just scored a quad kill on the screen, and the shock in his heart was beyond words. He plays in the side lane and his main hero is Guan Yu. He uses Guan Yu to perfection, and almost no team dares to use his Guan Yu. His Guan Yu can be said to be the ceiling of KPL, and no one can surpass him. When he used Guan Yu, he had a special feeling. It could be said that he felt extremely smooth when using his arms and fingers. But now, as he watched Jiang Che's Gongsun Li, he suddenly felt that his Guan Yu still had room for improvement. It seems that his Guan Yu is still some distance away from Jiang Che's level. He could already foresee that Jiang Che's video would be studied by various teams and imitated by millions of players. From now on, this would be the pinnacle operation of the hero Gongsun Li. This is the real Phantom Linglong Gongsun Li. Keep the enemy unpredictable. Roger couldn't understand why Jiang Che could be so calm in the team battle, taking every detail and factor into consideration, as calm as a machine. Is this really a game that the handsome emperor is playing with me? Buy Gongsun Li. Buy it now. If you don't have enough gold coins, use coupons to buy it. Is this really a training match for a professional team? Why does it look like Shui Huang is playing against a robot? The handsome emperor is too strong. My roommate asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast. I showed him this video, and now he is kneeling next to me. No more talking, let's ban Gongsun Li first in the ranked match tonight. Many viewers have recorded this team battle into a video and are ready to watch and learn from it carefully. Boss, your operation is amazing. I have never seen a Gongsun Li like you in the entire KPL. Cao Jun said excitedly, even more excited than Jiang Che himself. This is not flattery, but sincere praise. The boss really did avenge us, as he said. Now let's see if LT dares to show off in front of us again. What a bunch of mean guys. There was a sense of satisfaction in the words of mid-laner Fan Shi. This time, Jiang Che truly conquered his 4 teammates with his strength. Although Jiang Che was rich before and was considered their boss, it was still a little bit difficult for them to truly regard Jiang Che as a comrade in the competition. If you don't have enough strength, no matter how rich you are, it is almost impossible to gain the approval of others from the bottom of their hearts. Just like Fan Shi and Cao Jun before, they called Jiang Che boss but were already considering joining other teams in their hearts. Professional players also have their own pride. But through this game, everyone recognized Jiang Che's strength from the bottom of their hearts and truly regarded him as a member of the team, rather than just a club owner. Don't call me boss, it sounds awkward. Jiang Che said. Okay, brother Jiang. Fan Shi called out with a smile. This title undoubtedly brought the 3 of them closer together. Compared to the relaxed atmosphere on CG's side, the LT team's voice chat was completely silent. With 4 kills in one wave, plus the 3 heads before, Jiang Che has already reached 7 points without any kills. How can he beat Gongsun Li like this? After a long silence, Wang Qingsha finally spoke up, wait for me to grow up. As long as you can hold me out until I get up, we can still fight. In addition, there is Song Xing's Ma Chao in the top lane. He has never died so far. In team fights, he can take the initiative to kill the opponent's Gongsun Li. But just as he finished speaking, bad news came from the road. Chapter 116, Preparing for the Fountain. An ally has been slain. Ma Chao was killed alone, by Lian Po. Everyone. The atmosphere was very awkward. What's the point of this? Why did you get killed again? Wang Qingsha was a little upset and asked dissatisfiedly. That's true. When Roger was still around, he was killed 3 times by Roger on the court. And now Roger has retired, but he was killed by the top laner of the opposing second team. How bad is this? But Wang Qingsha's words reminded Song Xing of the past that he couldn't bear to recall. He immediately said angrily, "What do you mean by being killed by a single person again? Look at what you have done with Gong Sun Li. If you hadn't killed him by a single person in the first wave, how could he be so fat now? How could he snowball?" The assistant couldn't stand it anymore and said, "What can we do about Gong Sun Li on the other side who is so powerful? Didn't you see that the 4 of us who tried to catch him were killed? The support and the shooter often cooperate with each other, so the relationship between the two is naturally better." The support then said something on Wang Qingsha's behalf. But it is indeed the case. Wang Qingsha was killed because Jiang Che was too strong, and Song Xing was killed because he was too weak. This is not double standards, but facts. Song Xing was even more dissatisfied now. "How dare you say that? It's not enough for the archer to send one, you went down and took him to send one to Gong Sun Li, which directly made Gong Sun Li helpless. I just can't understand how you, Xiong Yu and Sun Shengxiang, can't beat Gong Sun Li and Da Qiao. What's the use of Da Qiao before she reaches level 4? She has no fighting power at all." I have to say that although Song Xing's skills are not that great, he is still very good at arguing with others. Seeing that it was about to become a blame-sharing meeting, the mid-laner Jiang Zia could no longer bear it and stopped them, saying, "All right, stop talking. Gong Sun Li is really powerful, so let's try to delay it for now. We still have to rely on Sun Shengxiang later. Sun Shengxiang is also a hero who can create miracles. No matter how big the disadvantage is in the early stage, as long as Sun Shengxiang gets up, there will be a chance to turn the situation around." But would Jiang Che give them a chance to delay? Obviously not. Clear out the opponent's jungle area openly and honestly, and then directly press in to force a team fight. We should push the tower first and then clear the jungle economy. After all, this is a tower-pushing game. But Jiang Che didn't think too much about it. Anyway, he had such a huge advantage now, and the opponent couldn't turn the tables with his own skills. He should get more economic benefits, which would make it easier for him to abuse the fountain later. "Howzy, your Lian Po is really good." He actually killed the opponent's Ma Chao alone. As everyone pushed the tower, they talked about Lian Po's killing of Ma Chao just now. Jiang Che also felt that Lian Po played the role well. Jiang Che himself had felt very relaxed when facing Sun Shengxiang before, so he would often switch perspectives to see how his teammates were doing. He felt that with Chen Hao's strength, there would be no problem for him to be the starting winger in other teams. It was a bit of a waste of his talent to have him placed in the second team before. But before CG, Roger was on the wing, so he had to bear with it. Now that Roger has retired, it seems that we can directly promote him to the first team, and we don't have to bother looking for other wing players. It's okay. The main thing is that the people on the other side are quite good. Chen Hao said with a smile. Everyone laughed. No matter how bad he was still a professional player. Chen Hao was able to kill him alone, so his strength must be one level higher than that of his opponent. Everyone worked together and pushed directly from the first tower to the high ground, but unfortunately the opponent resurrected quickly and failed to take down the high ground tower. However, Jiang Che was not in a hurry. After destroying the first and second towers, he and his teammates took both dragons. After returning home to rest for a while, they forced their way to the opponent's highland tower again. What should we do? Cross or not? Chen Hao saw the 5 people standing together in the tower and was eager to make a move, but he still asked Jiang Che for his opinion. Okay, wait for the next wave of dragons. We can cross directly if we have a chance. Our economy has already crushed the opponent. Okay. Chen Hao agreed. Zhao Yun, pay attention to your ultimate move, Da Qiao, use your return to city skill well, and Zhong Liang just need to control Tochibana Yukio. Jiang Che instructed. The 4 teammates nodded. In the past, this kind of tactics were all decided by Roger. They would play the way Roger said. But now, after just one game, Jiang Che's skills and his identity as the club owner have made his prestige in the hearts of many team members no less than Roger's. The benefits of a prestigious captain to the team are self-evident. He can promote cooperation among team members, enhance the coordination of the entire team, play better cooperation, and will not hesitate at critical moments. Among all the teams in the KPL, it can be said that no captain of any team has such high prestige as Jiang Che, because Jiang Che not only has unquestionable strength, but is also the owner of the club. When the line of soldiers just entered the tower, Jiang Zia activated his ultimate skill, ready to clear the line. However, at the moment when Jiang Zia threw out his ultimate skill, Jiang Che used his second skill to offset Jiang Zia's ultimate skill and protected the line of soldiers. After the line of soldiers entered the tower, Chen Hao flashed in without hesitation and attacked the three of them. After the revision of Lian Po, his control system became disgusting. And now several people in LT have felt the disgustingness of this hero, and are being hammered in the sky and cannot come down. Some players jokingly call Lian Po's skill kiss, hug and lift up high, because as long as you are controlled by Lian Po in a chain, there is no chance of landing at all. Lian Po entered the field, and Jiang Che and the others naturally did not hesitate. Zhao Yun used a big move to rush in, and Zhong Liang kept throwing skills into the crowd. Jiang Che seized the opportunity to enter the field and killed Sun Shengxiang instantly. Although Sun Shengxiang did not develop, but it was right to kill the C position first. Xiao also used all three skills except her ultimate, and added a shield for Jiang Che. With the economic advantage, the opponent was wiped out in a few seconds, while Jiang Che's side was still intact. Even the Overlord's little flying dragon was still there. After destroying the Highland Tower in the middle lane, Jiang Che said, Xiao is using her skills. Let's go home first and then use her ultimate to teleport over. Can we give it a try? Chen Hao asked puzzledly. In this situation, the opponent's team has been wiped out, but the military line is still there, so we can definitely give it a try. Why are you in such a hurry? Didn't they just abuse your fountain? We have to abuse them back. Jiang Che said as a matter of course. This isn't appropriate, right? Cao Jun said hesitantly. What's inappropriate about that? They can abuse you, but why can't we abuse them back? No, brother Jiang, you're still live streaming. If you abuse the fountain, it may not have any impact. It's okay. Cao Jun was interrupted by Jiang Che before he finished speaking. Things that can be solved with money are not a problem. Everyone. Is this the super rich? Love it tilde. When professional teams compete with each other, fountain abuse is considered a shameful behavior. Every team loses sometimes, and everyone performs poorly sometimes. Why are you blocking them in the fountain and humiliating them? Hitting someone doesn't even hit their face tilde. Therefore, if a team exhibits this kind of fountain abuse behavior, they will not only be criticized by the audience, but will also be punished by the official. When LT abused the fountain CG just now, no one saw it, but Jiang Che is now live streaming, plus Roger's live broadcast room, with millions of viewers. You can imagine how bad the impact will be. It may even cause many CG fans to quit. But Jiang Che didn't care. As I said, esports is based on strength, and when the competition comes, winning a championship is more effective than anything else. Soon, a large number of 10-year-old fans, who come uninvited, will come. If you bully my teammate Quan, then I will definitely bully him back. Jiang Che doesn't care about what others think. As for the official punishment, Jiang Che didn't care at all. When the competition came, Jiang Che would just sponsor a few hundred or tens of millions of dollars. When the officials saw the members of the CG team, they would all smile. Ultimately, it comes down to money. Cao Jun felt relieved when he heard Jiang Che say this. He used his second skill on the spot, and the five of them stood in the middle and prepared to go back. The LT on the other side was furious when he saw this, and the audience was also in an uproar. There are only 2 chapters today. The total word count is about the same. Chapter 117, the first live broadcast ends. Back to the city? No push? Everyone knew at a glance what Jiang Che and the others were going to do. Fuck, Shui Huang and the others are going to abuse the fountain? Aren't they afraid of being punished? What is the use of having good skills without character? I used to think this anchor was pretty good, but now I've unfollowed him. Watch if you want, get lost if you don't. Does the handsome emperor care about you guys? I've already said that it was LT who attacked the fountain first. Is there any problem with him attacking back now? That's right, those saintly bitches should just go away. I'll be disappointed if the handsome emperor doesn't beat them back. Fountain bullying? Is this kind of person qualified to be a professional player? Are you worthy? The audience was talking about it, and there was a lot of controversy about the issue of fountain abuse. Although Jiang Che had said before that it was LT who attacked the fountain first, the audience did not see it after all. All they saw was Jiang Che preparing to attack LT's fountain. Others think that there is no problem. They were bullied before, and as the boss of CG, Jiang Che has such good gaming skills, so he should lead his teammates to fight back. This is domineering. On the other side, the audience in Roger's live broadcast room were similar, each holding their own opinions. Roger frowned slightly. To be honest, he didn't quite agree with Jiang Che's approach. If the game ended normally, Jiang Che's skills would have won CG a wave of fans. Yes, it is to attract fans for the entire CG team, not just for Jiang Che himself. Fans of other team members may not like the CG club as a whole, but Jiang Che is the owner of the club, and people who like Jiang Che naturally become fans of the entire CG club. So from a rational point of view, Jiang Che's fountain abuse behavior will only attract a lot of black fans for the team, and there is no real benefit in venting anger by abusing the fountain. Roger has always been more rational. But Jiang Che doesn't care what others think. He doesn't care about the truth. He just does what he wants. People live for a breath. Who cares about black fans? Jiang Che doesn't rely on these fans to make a living. In a blink of an eye, Jiang Che and his four companions were already standing in front of the LT's crystal. However, it would take more than 10 seconds for the opponent to resurrect, so they waited in front of the crystal. LT team voice. What should we do? They are obviously going to bully the fountain. How about we just click it? Surrender? How can you surrender in a professional game? With so many people watching, not only will you be abused by the fountain, but you will also be called a spineless person. What should I do? With Gong Sun Li's current wealth, he can kill me in the fountain. Why did he sell his equipment to buy the golden body sword resurrection armor and then go to the fountain? Wang Qingxia said irritably, it's all Song Xing's fault. We were fighting well with CG before, but he insisted on bullying me in the fountain. Now he's getting his comeuppance, right? Why are you blaming me again? Song Xing was angry. You didn't say that when we were bullying the fountain before. You were happier than anyone else when you were dealing damage. Xian had a headache. You two stop arguing. Is it fun? We can just revive and fight head-on. Although we will definitely lose, at least we can show the spirit of esports and not give up. Maybe we can attract some fans. After the training match, we can make a fuss about this matter. What kind of article are you making? CG team must have the video of us abusing the fountain before. When it releases it, we will be the ones who get criticized. The support said speechlessly. Anyway, just go out and do it. Xiyun said, there's no other way. While they were discussing, Sun Shengxiang had already resurrected, so Jiang Che and the other four rushed into the fountain directly and blocked the entrance. In a head-on confrontation, you can't just go ahead and give in, so Sun Shengxiang rolled back a little, preparing to wait for her teammates to revive before going forward together. Jiang Che saw Sun Shengxiang standing behind him. He couldn't reach her from this distance, so he wondered whether he should change to another famous sword and rush into the fountain to push her out with his ultimate move. While he was hesitating, the LT team members were resurrected one after another. What the 5 CG members did not expect was that the opponent did not back down and rushed out directly. Strong Yu flashed out and tried to push Jiang Che into the fountain, but Jiang Che obviously would not be touched by him. He dodged Strong Yu's first skill by moving a little. Then Ma Chao, Tochibana Yukio, and others rushed out one after another. Seeing this, Chen Hao immediately shouted, how dare they come out? I'll take action first and get a pentakill for brother Jiang. This flattery was just right. Okay. Everyone nodded in agreement. Sensible. Jiang Che accepted it happily. So just like before, Chen Hao entered the field first, and the others also provided damage, while Jiang Che stood by and took the kills with peace of mind. Legendary. Double kill. Triple kill. Quarterly kill. Pentakill. Ace. The system voice announcement sounded one after another, and Jiang Che successfully got a pentakill. After getting the pentakill, Jiang Che was too lazy to waste time and directly destroyed the opponent's crystal, ending the game. Seeing the big word victory appear in the center of the screen, everyone in CG felt like they had let out a sigh of relief and felt relieved. The LT team members immediately left the room without saying a word. Jiang Che did not rush to leave the room, but said, everyone played well. Chen Hao, you can directly take over Roger's position in the future. There is no need to find a wing player. Ah? Okay. Chen Hao was stunned at first, then he nodded in surprise and said, "Thank you, boss." He obviously didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. It seems that his flattery just now was right. Don't thank me, you got it through your own hard work. If your skills are not good enough, thanking me is useless. Jiang Che said, as for Yuan Wu. Yuan Wu was the jungler Zhao Yun from before, who was also temporarily recruited from the second team. At this moment, he heard Jiang Che calling his name, and his heart instantly became nervous. Chen Hao has become a winger in the first team, but what about me? Your strength is still lacking, so you should stay in the second team for now. If you can improve before the game, I might put you in the first team. Okay, thank you, boss. Yuan Wu felt a little disappointed, but didn't say anything. He understood that his strength was indeed a little worse than Chen Hao's. In fact, Jiang Che was planning to promote him directly to the first team, but after thinking about it, he felt that if he promoted him directly to the first team, he might not have the motivation to work hard, so he just left it at that for now. In fact, Jiang Che was no longer planning to look for teammates, and would let Yuan Wu play as a jungler during the game. Jiang Che was afraid that he was not strong enough before, so he wanted Mu Hanxue to find a team member, but now. I still say that professional players are just like this. After explaining the matter in a few words, Jiang Che asked everyone to exit the voice chat. Jiang Che's arrangement naturally sparked a discussion among the audience in the live broadcast room about the strength of the new CG team. However, they found that as long as Jiang Che was there, no team dared to say that they would win. The factor of Jiang Che is too variable. They cannot accurately judge Jiang Che's strength just by this one game. After explaining these things clearly, Jiang Che said goodbye to the audience, Chen Cixi and Yu Yangran, and ended his first live broadcast. Chapter 118, Back to School. It was already noon the next day when Jiang Che woke up, and he heard the system voice as soon as he woke up. Ding tilde system update completed. Today's mission spending money has been refreshed. Please spend 11 million before midnight today. Ding tilde today's spending task has been completed. Is the update complete? Jiang Che muttered to himself and opened the system panel. 300 billion system 2.0. Host, Jiang Che. Worship value, 322,784. Assets, 30,954,321,123,050 yuan. Skills, music proficiency elementary, cooking proficiency elementary, alcohol mixing proficiency elementary. Rewards, Lamborghini Veneno, Aston Martin, Yulong Hotel. System Mall. Jiang Che scratched his head. Is 2.0 okay? He took a quick look and found that the system mainly added a few things to the mall that were not there before, and then added a system space to store some things, but the space was very small and could only store some documents and the like at most, not large goods. Another very important thing is that the system indicates that the admiration points that Jiang Che will gain through live streaming or being a celebrity through the internet will be reduced by 100 times, and the admiration points he will gain in real life will increase by 100 times accordingly. Although one is reduced by 100 times and the other is increased by 100 times, it seems that there is no change, but Jiang Che obviously lost this time because the base numbers are obviously different. In other words, the system update has slowed down Jiang Che's rate of gaining worship points. Damn it, tilde, Jiang Che muttered in dissatisfaction. Can it be weakened? It seems that I need to learn more tricks to pretend to be cool in real life. Once the host has accumulated 1 billion worship points, the system will be upgraded again and the God-level mastery will be enabled. There's also a God-level mastery. Jiang Che scratched his head. His high-level mastery of King of Pesticides could be said to be invincible, but what was God-level mastery like? All the opponents were gone with just a glance? How could he play that? It didn't look right to others either. Although his current operation was almost unsolvable, it was still within the scope of the game rules. However, his operation had already reached the limit of the game rules. If he could improve to the next level, would he be invincible? Locking his health? Wouldn't that be cheating? Others could see that something was wrong at a glance. Besides, this is just a game. I have other skills, such as cooking proficiency. What effect will it have if this skill is upgraded to advanced proficiency or God-level proficiency? Jiang Che was a little confused. Host, please explore on your own. The system replied dimly. Jiang Che knew the system would say this, so he didn't dwell on it and just said, "Then let's draw another prize. Let's refresh today's free draw times. Ding tilde congratulations to the host for winning Xinhua Airlines." Airline? Jiang Che was confused for a moment. When he heard the word aviation, his first reaction was that he had drawn a private jet, but when he thought about it carefully, it seemed that he had drawn an airline company. The entire airline's fleet is its own. In addition to the plane, there are also beautiful, sports cars are no longer enough? Direct airlines? While Jiang Che was in a daze, he received a call from the head of Xinhua Airlines, who reported to Jiang Che about the operating conditions of the airline. Jiang Che said that he would go and see it in person when he had time. After the lottery was over, Jiang Che took out the e-morning prescription, which was the system reward for Jiang Che completing the 1 million fans mission. Jiang Che took a closer look. Isn't this a prescription for birth control pills? Why do you want this thing? Paving the way for a scumbag life in the future? Only take birth control pills produced by your own family? Wonderful. Of course, this was just a joke. Jiang Che remembered that the boss of the LCP team, Ji Ning, was also the boss of Lin Wu's previous team. He was the largest contraceptive manufacturer in the country. He had previously publicly stated that he would recruit Lin Wu into CG, which might have offended Ji Ning. So the system probably left him a trump card in advance. According to the introduction on the prescription, this contraceptive is far more effective than those on the market, which are more or less harmful to women's bodies. Jiang Che's Morning Dawn prescription is not only 100% effective in preventing pregnancy, it also has the effect of detoxifying and beautifying the skin, and has no side effects on the user. Of course, anything produced by the system must be high quality, and Jiang Che was not surprised by this effect. The reason naturally lies in technology and raw materials. Jiang Che needs to use his worship points to purchase the raw materials for this contraceptive in the system, but the price is not expensive and is within Jiang Che's affordability. However, Jiang Che thought that if he really produced this contraceptive pill, other contraceptive pill manufacturers would probably go bankrupt one after another and would have no room to survive. The system has said before that the lottery system will have a higher chance of drawing what you need in the near future. It seems that the reward for this task is similar. As for this prescription, Jiang Che naturally wanted to produce it. Who would complain about having too much money? It was just that he had no idea for the time being, and he was not in a hurry, so he put it into the system space and waited for a chance to do it later. After having lunch, Jiang Che went to school. Although I have money now, I still have to go to school. However, after arriving at school, Jiang Che unexpectedly met his roommate whom he hadn't seen for almost half a year. Jiang Che's dormitory is a 4-person room, but there are only 3 people living in it. There is another one named Su Junju, whose name sounds a bit like a girl's, but he is also a rich young man. It's not the second-generation rich like Xu Sailui and Qin Sui whose families are worth hundreds of millions, but a real family business. The children of rich families had not been in school before and were trained in the enterprise according to their family's arrangements. Although Su Junju did not spend much time in school, he had a very good relationship with Jiang Che and the other 2. When Su Junju was a freshman, he still lived in the dormitory and they often played together. He also came back several times between his sophomore and junior years to treat everyone to dinner. Now for some reason it's back again. "Boss Jiang, you're finally here." Su Junju teased Jiang Che as soon as she saw him. "You're really good at hiding things. I only just found out you're so rich and have a car made of poison after sleeping with you for 3 years. Obviously he had heard about Jiang Che before Jiang Che came. As for Jiang Che's car, now, not to mention the whole school, at least half of the people know that there is a super rich second generation who drives poison in the school. After all, Mu Hanxue was too high profile last time. Su Juanju's call of Boss Jiang also made the other students in the class notice Jiang Che who had just entered the room. Their eyes were complicated, and the small car made them clearly realize that Jiang Che was much richer than they thought. As for Qin Sui, who had a grudge against Jiang Che last time, he now dared not even look at Jiang Che. He had heard about Xu Sailei's affairs. Jiang Che didn't care about the looks of others and agreed with a smile. "How come Master Su has time to come back?" Du Yuan couldn't listen any longer. "You two should stop bragging about your business. Boss Jiang, Master Su, it gives me goosebumps tilde. You are openly envious, classmate Du Jiaoxi." Su Junju said with a smile. Oh my god, Tilda Du Yuan slapped Su Junju on the leg. You are the loser, Su the loser. When everyone in the class heard the noise, they all looked over with envy. Of course, they were envious of Wang Cheng and Du Yuan. As for Jiang Che and Su Junju, they only had admiration and could not envy them. After graduation in a year, Wang Cheng and Du Yuan won't have to worry about finding a job because of their relationship with Jiang Che and Su Junju. These are two real thighs. As for the girls, most of them looked at Jiang Che and Su Junju. Any one of them would do. But it's obvious that they're dreaming. But when they thought of this, they immediately thought of Shu Rui again, and many of them secretly glanced at Shu Rui, who had already come to the classroom. And Shu Rui suddenly stood up under everyone's gaze, left her roommates, and quietly sat in the row of seats behind Jiang Che. Shameless. Everyone complained in their hearts. In their opinion, Shu Rui had taken the initiative to abandon Jiang Che and follow Shu Silei. Now Shu Silei has been put in jail for provoking Jiang Che, and Shu Rui is actually pestering Jiang Che again. Isn't this shameless? Jiang Che also frowned. He had made it very clear last time, but he didn't expect Shu Rui to still be like this. However, Shu Rui just sat there and didn't make any further moves, so Jiang Che couldn't say anything. He couldn't just stop her from sitting there, right? The classroom wasn't his own. What's wrong? Su Junju noticed that Jiang Che's expression seemed to be a little strange. She looked at Jiang Che, then at Shu Rui and asked. He only heard Wang Cheng and Du Yuan say that Jiang Che was rich now, but he didn't know about Shu Rui and thought they were a couple. Nothing. Jiang Che shook his head and changed the subject. Why are you suddenly back to class now? Does the family business no longer need you to manage it? Seeing that Jiang Che didn't want to talk more, Su Junju didn't ask any more questions and explained, I used to manage a branch factory under the family business, but business was bad this year, and the family sold some factories to raise funds. The one I managed was also sold, so I had nothing to do. I just happened to come back to finish my senior year. Speaking of family businesses, Su Junju sighed, many companies have closed down this year, and our family is in trouble now. Chapter 119, Dormitory Dinner. Hearing this, Jiang Che couldn't help but ask, what business does your family do? Making medicine. Su Junju said. Pharmaceutical factory. I guess so. Su Junju nodded. What a coincidence. I was just planning to do some pharmaceutical business. Are you selling the pharmaceutical factory? Do you have any extra? Yes. Are you kidding me? Su Junju asked suspiciously. How could it be such a coincidence? I just said I wanted to sell the pharmaceutical factory and Jiang Che needed it. But Jiang Che really needed it. He was thinking about how to make the prescription for his contraceptive pill. It was a pity to leave such a money-making thing idle in the system space. And Su Junju's family happened to be in urgent need of selling the pharmaceutical factory to recover funds. It was a mutually beneficial situation. Of course, I'm not lying to you, I really need it. Jiang Che said, let's have dinner together tonight and then we can talk about this in detail. Okay, we haven't eaten together in the dormitory for a long time. Su Junju naturally smiled and nodded in agreement. Alas, I can't even get a say in your business conversation between the two big bosses. Du Yuan sighed in mock melancholy. Isn't it enough for us to just have a free meal? Why should we care so much about the affairs of the two big bosses? Wang Cheng said with a smile. That's true. Du Yuan nodded in agreement. The afternoon class was rather boring for Jiang Che and Su Junju. The teacher was talking to everyone about employment and providing some guidance on finding a job. This kind of course is still very useful for senior students who are about to graduate, as it can allow them to learn some skills in applying for jobs. However, it is completely unnecessary for Jiang Che and Su Junju. Instead, they can learn how to recruit employees. The afternoon classes passed quickly. After school, Jiang Che and Su Junju took Wang Cheng and Du Yuan to the best hotel near the school for dinner. This kind of hotel is a real luxury consumption place. Just ordering a few dishes would cost several thousand yuan. A plate of cabbage for 499 yuan made Wang Cheng and Du Yuan's eyebrows jump. If they hadn't been following Jiang Che and Su Junju, they would never have seen a plate of cabbage that cost 3 figures. At the dinner table, Jiang Che and Su Junju discussed the pharmaceutical factory again. Seeing that Jiang Che really wanted to buy it, Su Junju agreed to meet Su Juanju's father tomorrow to discuss the specific matters. Su Junju herself could not make the final decision on this matter, so Jiang Che naturally had no objection. After the discussion, the four of them officially started to eat. After eating and drinking, they prepared to go back. However, just as they were about to pay the bill, a young man with a female companion suddenly recognized Su Junju. The young man smiled and walked forward to greet him. "Hey, isn't this Mr. Su? What a coincidence!" Su Junju also saw the young man and said with a smile, "What a coincidence, young Master Wang." When Jiang Che heard the conversation between the two, he knew that this young man was probably some rich second generation and was acquainted with Su Junju. After Su Junju greeted him, she immediately introduced him to Jiang Che. "This is also a rich young man from our school. His name is Wang Jie. His father is a famous steel boss in Jiangnan City. It can't compare to Master Su's pharmaceutical factory." Wang Jie replied modestly, then looked at Jiang Che and asked, "Who is this?" When he saw Su Junju introduced himself to Jiang Che first, he knew that Jiang Che's identity was probably not simple. These rich young men were much more sensitive to the ways of the world than ordinary people. After all, we have been following our parents since childhood and have been influenced by them. As long as we are not particularly stupid, we can learn something. "This guy?" Su Junju smiled. "Haven't you been talking about him these past 2 days?" Wang Jie showed a puzzled look, not quite understanding what Su Junju meant. Jiang Che was also a little confused when he heard this. Talking about him? He didn't even know these rich young masters, right? "He is the owner of the poisoned car that you have been guessing," Su Junju said with a smile. When Wang Jie heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up and the way he looked at Jiang Che suddenly changed. Mu Hanxue had previously driven Jiang Che's poison car to pick him up, causing such a big commotion in the school, but for ordinary students it was just a fun thing to watch, and gave them some more topics to talk about before and after meals, because this kind of thing was too far away from them and they could only use it to brag about it. As for these rich second generations, what they care more about is Jiang Che's true identity. With such an amazing car, what kind of business does your family run? Is there any chance for cooperation? This is a question that these rich second generations are concerned about. Even if there is no opportunity for cooperation in business, it never hurts to have a good relationship with people like Jiang Che. As the saying goes, more friends mean more paths, and there will always be times when we can help each other in the future. So when Wang Jie heard that Jiang Che was the owner of the car containing the poison, he immediately wanted to make friends with him. Even the girl next to Wang Jie's eyes lit up. She is also a student of Jiangnan University, the most beautiful girl in a department. A big part of the reason why she got together with Wang Jie is because Wang Jie was attracted by her looks and thought it would be prestigious to take her out, while she was attracted by Wang Jie's money. She could easily get bags worth thousands or even tens of thousands of yuan by acting coquettishly and cutely, and live an exquisite life. The two of them got what they wanted, and after a while Wang Jie got tired of her, so he kicked her out and replaced her with another one. And she has made enough money. With her looks and money, it would be easy for her to find an honest man. There are even many dogs waiting for her. So when she heard that Jiang Che was the owner of the poisonous car that was widely rumored in the school, she immediately became suspicious and regretted why she hadn't met Jiang Che earlier. Not only was he much more handsome than Wang Jie, but he also seemed to be much richer than Wang Jie. What a loss! But now that Wang Jie was still beside her, she obviously didn't dare to reveal any inappropriate thoughts. "I've heard a lot about you." Wang Jie shook hands with Jiang Che, with warm smiles on their faces. As the saying goes, you shouldn't hit a smiling person. Wang Jie was so enthusiastic that Jiang Che couldn't just ignore him, so he also smiled and extended his hand for a friendly handshake. "Mr. Su, you are really not nice," Wang Jie said to Su Junju with a smile after shaking hands. "You didn't introduce a young talent like Mr. Jiang to us earlier." "How would I know?" Su Junju said. "This guy kept it a secret. I was his roommate for 3 years before I knew he was so rich. Young Master Jiang is indeed a low-key person." When Wang Jie heard this, the words family mission suddenly popped up in his mind, so he didn't ask too much about Jiang Che's personal affairs, but continued, "And these two are." Chapter 120, Ignorance. His eyes turned to Du Yuan and Wang Cheng. "These two are also my roommates. We were originally having a dinner together in the dormitory." Su Junju introduced. When Wang Cheng and Du Yuan heard Su Junju introduce them, they immediately stood up and called out, "Young Master Wang." The expressions of the two men were somewhat unnatural. They didn't feel anything else when they were with Jiang Che and Su Junju. After all, they were so familiar with each other. But in front of Wang Jie, the two men unconsciously felt a little restrained and even embarrassed. When Wang Jie was chatting with Jiang Che and Su Junju, they even felt that they were redundant and couldn't get a word in. In response to the two people greeting each other, Wang Jie smiled politely but didn't say anything else. They are not from the same world, so there is nothing much to say. Today, Jiang Che and Su Junju had some contact with each other because of their relationship. There will be basically no chance for communication in the future, so there is no need for Wang Jie to say much. Then we won't disturb your candlelight dinner and we'll go back first. Su Junju saw that Wang Jie brought a girl with him and thought that he was out for business, so she didn't plan to disturb him anymore and prepared to go back. But Wang Jie said, "What candlelight dinner? Today is young Master Li's birthday. He specially requested a private room on the top floor and asked me to come over for the dinner. Do you want to join us, Mr. Li?" Li Dongxian. Su Junju asked. Of course it's him, who else could it be? Wang Jie explained, it's his birthday today, and he invited a lot of people. Do you want to go up and take a look? Okay, of course I have to go up and take a look. This guy didn't even invite me to his birthday party. Su Junju was obviously very familiar with Li Dongxian, but after saying that, he looked at his roommates and said, let's go up and take a look together. Let's get to know more people. Wang Cheng and Du Yuan immediately shook their heads. No, we'll go back first. You and Lao-san can go and take a look together. Although no one would stop me from following Su Junju and Jiang Che to attend Mr. Li's birthday party, there was no need to do so. Being in the same circle is called getting acquainted, but if the two of them try to get in, they can only be called bootlickers, and no one will respect them even if they go. Jiang Che hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, okay, let's go and take a look. Based on the conversation between Su Junju and Wang Jie, it is obvious that these rich second generations have their own circle and are familiar with each other. Jiang Che felt that there was no harm in getting to know these people, and Jiang Che was also quite curious about this kind of gathering of rich second generations, as he had never seen one before. Okay, let's go upstairs together. Wang Jie was very happy to see Jiang Che agreed, and took the two of them upstairs. Wang Cheng and Du Yuan left first and went back to school. The three of them took the elevator to the top floor of the hotel. Su Junju introduced Jiang Che along the way. Li Dongxian's father is a real estate tycoon in Jiangnan City. His family has nearly 10 billion in assets. Among the many rich second generations in Jiangnan University, he is also one of the top ones. Jiang Che nodded casually, not caring too much. Nearly 10 billion? Even his own Tianyu entertainment company couldn't compare to that, not to mention his entire Xinhua airport. As expected, my rank is still far higher than theirs. Wang Jie noticed Jiang Che's expression keenly, and when he saw the indifferent look in his eyes, he was thoughtful. Could it be that these 10 billion are nothing in Jiang Che's eyes? Then this big guy's strength is a bit terrifying. It seems that people who can afford to drive a top-of-the-line luxury car like the Venom are definitely not comparable to the native, rich second generations of Jiangnan City like us. He guessed in his heart that Jiang Che might be a top-notch rich second generation from a super first-tier city like Shanghai or Beijing, or from some unknown wealthy and powerful family. As I thought about it, I admired Jiang Che even more. As Su Junju was talking, he took out his phone and pulled Jiang Che into a WeChat group chat. The members of the group were all wealthy kids from Jiangnan University or other places in Jiangnan City. Being in the same group made it convenient for them to communicate, and when everyone took over the family business in the future, this group would become a huge network of relationships. Jiang Che's current identity is enough to enter. After Jiang Che went in, the three of them also arrived at the door of the box. As soon as the door opened, a white figure bumped into Jiang Che, and a glass of red wine spilled on Jiang Che's chest. What's the matter? Don't you look when you walk? The person who bumped into Jiang Che was a woman in white. She looked good, but the words she said were not very nice. In fact, she was about to curse, but when she looked up and saw Jiang Che's face clearly, she swallowed the curse and replaced it with something a little more civilized. Jiang Che looked at his shirt, which cost hundreds of thousands of yuan, and the red wine stains on it. If I had known, I would have worn the $20 one. Well, not really. Hundreds of thousands of dollars wouldn't be enough to make Jiang Che feel bad right now, but my dress is from Chanel, it costs several $1,000s each. Can you afford it? The woman complained first. Su Junju frowned when she heard this, and she pulled Jiang Che's sleeve and said to the woman, "Did you see this logo? Do you know guess? This dress costs at least 100,000 yuan. What kind of clothes cost 100,000? The woman obviously didn't believe it. Besides, he bumped into me. What does the price of his clothes have to do with me? Wang Jie next to him couldn't stand it any longer. It was you who bumped into me with a wine glass. As he was talking, a tall young man noticed the commotion here and walked over. Wang Jie and Su Junju, why are you here too? Why can't I come? Su Junju said, you have become successful. You didn't even invite me to your birthday party. If I hadn't met Wang Jie, I wouldn't have known about it. Judging from what Su Junju said, this young man is obviously the protagonist of today, Li Dongxian. I thought you were busy with business outside. I didn't call you because I was afraid you didn't have time. Who knew you would suddenly come back today? Li Dongxian smiled when he saw Su Junju and said, Mr. Su, I am naturally very grateful that you can take the time to show your support. I'm not so grateful as to say so, but who did this woman come from? How could she be so ignorant? Su Junju glanced at the woman in white and asked, she poured red wine on my brother's clothes and then complained first, asking my brother to pay for the clothes. Is that cool? Su Junju sounds a bit ruffian when he speaks. Your brother? Li Dongxian saw and looked at Jiang Che. He's the owner of the poison car you mentioned before, Jiang Che. Su Junju thought for a moment and added, he's also my roommate. The owner of the poison car seems to have become a synonym for Jiang Che. After all, they have never even seen a poison car in real life, let alone driving it. So Jiang Che and the others might not know, but when the owner of the poison car was mentioned, they knew it immediately. Sure enough, Li Dongxian, like Wang Jie before, immediately changed his attitude towards Jiang Che, so that car of poison is yours, young master Jiang. Before Jiang Che could say anything, Su Junju interrupted him, let's not talk about this for now. Who did this woman come with? Or did you find her to accompany you for drinks? Chapter 121, Too Good Temper? Li Dongxian glanced at Jiang Che awkwardly and said apologetically, no one brought her here. Her name is Zhao Ting. She is a little star I invited. I asked them to perform some shows during the preparation. In order to make the birthday party more dignified, Li Dongxian specially invited 2 little stars to come and let them sing in the middle of the party to liven up the atmosphere. Celebrities may seem out of reach and far away in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of these rich second generations, they are just that. If they can't afford first-tier celebrities, they can invite second-tier and third-tier celebrities to sing and dance, or even drink with them. After all, no matter how otherworldly celebrities appear to be, they become celebrities to make money, and these rich second generations have money, so naturally they can invite them over. However, Zhao Ting was somewhat dissatisfied with Li Dongxian's way of addressing her, and muttered, a star is a star, what's the point of calling him a little star? A second or third-tier celebrity. Su Junju sneered, he may not be famous, but he has a bad temper? Seeing that Su Junju seemed to be really angry, Li Dongxian said to Zhao Ting, Miss Zhao, it was indeed you who spilled the wine on Mr. Jiang's clothes. You should apologize to Mr. Jiang. Li Dongxian's tone was not too harsh. After all, Zhao Ting was quite famous and he needed to take her identity into consideration. Zhao Ting was obviously reluctant, but she didn't want to cause trouble. Su Junju and Jiang Che both looked like they were not simple people, so she still apologized to Jiang Che reluctantly, sorry. Su Junju was obviously a little dissatisfied with her perfunctory attitude, but Jiang Che was too lazy to care about it. He waved his hand and said, it's okay, let's just leave it at that. Let's go in first. Jiang Che didn't bother to argue out of giving face to Li Dongxian. After all, it was someone's birthday today, Zhao Ting was his guest, and he was also a guest. It would be bad to make things too awkward. Besides, Jiang Che really didn't care and didn't care. As a second-tier little star in Qianyu Entertainment Company, if she wanted to talk to Jiang Che, it all depended on Jiang Che's mood, so Jiang Che really didn't take the real Zhao Ting seriously. Sometimes when your identity is different, your mentality will indeed change. However, Jiang Che's magnanimous appearance surprised Wang Jie and Li Dongxian. Such a good temper? To be honest, if Jiang Che got angry and slapped Zhao Ting twice, they wouldn't be surprised. There are many rich second generations with bad tempers, including Li Dongxian and Wang Jie himself. Even though the two of them are so polite when talking to Jiang Che and Su Junju, giving people the impression that these second-generation rich are well-educated and well-mannered. If you think so, you are totally wrong. The premise for them to be polite is that everyone is a friend and a person of similar status. If they have a bad temper, it will have no other effect except offending people. If they were other ordinary people, they would not be so easy to talk to. Maybe they were bullies outside. In their opinion, since Jiang Che could get a car like the poison car, his status and financial resources should be far superior to those of them. How could he take a mere celebrity seriously? So they were a little surprised that Jiang Che was so easy to talk to. Wang Jie even doubted whether Jiang Che had the status and position as Su Junju described. As soon as Wang Jie had this thought, he felt more and more like it. It seemed that Jiang Che hadn't said a few words since he met him. Could it be that he was guilty? As for Li Dongxian, he had similar thoughts in his mind. If he was really that powerful, would he tolerate such a clown jumping around in front of him? But because Su Junju was beside him, he didn't show any strangeness. Seeing that Jiang Che didn't pursue the matter, he immediately smiled and said, "I'm really sorry. I'll personally give young Master Jiang a drink to compensate him later. Everyone, come in and don't stand at the door." As he said that, he led Jiang Che and others into the box. Although Su Junju was still somewhat dissatisfied with Zhao Ting's perfunctory apology, she had to give up when she saw that Jiang Che was not prepared to pursue the matter. After entering the box, Jiang Che found that it was not what he thought. It was not just these second-generation rich people having dinner together. There were about a dozen tables in the whole box, with more than 100 guests in total. Their ages range from teenagers to over 40, and not all of them are young. But think about it, Li Dongxian's family business is so big, there must be a lot of people who want to curry favor with him. In addition, some business partners would definitely not want to not come if they knew he was having a birthday party. Li Dongxian had to entertain them if they came, so this was probably a banquet to entertain everyone rather than a gathering for these rich second generations. After finishing the meal here and dealing with those who come to establish connections, Li Dongxian will probably go to a bar or KTV with his rich second-generation friends to get together again. That would be a real small gathering. This is also the reason why Zhao Ting spoke like that before. She thought that Jiang Che and his friends were just here to build relationships like most people, so she didn't think much of them, and even mocked Jiang Che for not being able to pay for the thousands of dollars worth of clothes. After Li Dongxian came over, she realized that Jiang Che and his friends were Li Dongxian's friends, all of whom were wealthy second generations with considerable wealth. Only then did she apologize. If all the people who came today were Li Dongxian's rich second-generation friends, she would never say such things. But now that she has offended Jiang Che, she doesn't want to bow her head. After all, she is a well-known artist. Would it be shameful to apologize so easily? Li Dongxian brought Jiang Che and others to the table in the middle of the hall. There were some young people in their 20s sitting at the table. As soon as these people saw Su Junju, they greeted him with a smile. Some even asked him why he suddenly came back. It was obvious that they were very familiar with Su Junju. Of course, some people were greeting Wang Jie, but overall, Su Junju was more popular. This also showed that there was a slight gap in their status. These young people are undoubtedly the rich second-generation friends of Li Dongxian. There were more than 10 people at the table, and most of the boys were accompanied by a beautiful female companion. Of course, there are also a few girls who are Li Dongxian's friends, not other people's female companions, that is, the legendary rich women. And she is a young, beautiful and wealthy woman. Sorry, I have something to do today, so there is only one chapter. I will make it up tomorrow. Chapter 122, Director Jiang Supplementary Chapter. Li Dongxian first introduced Jiang Che to everyone. This is Mr. Jiang Che, Su Junju's friend. He will also be everyone's friend from now on. Welcome everyone. Li Dongxian's words meant that Jiang Che had also joined their circle, but he did not mention the owner of the poison car. Others also looked at Jiang Che, especially the girls. After all, Jiang Che's looks would always have a stronger appeal to women. If they hadn't come with a man, they would have wanted to step forward and sell themselves to him, offering free food, accommodation, and hotel bills. Those young and beautiful rich ladies were also very interested in Jiang Che and looked him up and down. However, the other boys were not so enthusiastic. After hearing Li Dongxian's words, they just welcomed Jiang Che symbolically and continued their previous topic. Jiang Che didn't care and sat down with Su Junju. What does Mr. Jiang's family do? As soon as Jiang Che sat down, a young girl asked with a smile. It doesn't look like there's any other intention, it seems like she's just simply interested in Jiang Che. The business is quite complicated, Jiang Che said after thinking for a while. It is indeed quite diverse, with entertainment companies, hotels, clubs, and even an airport. What is your main job? This question was asked by Li Dongxian. He was also very curious about Jiang Che's identity. With the girl's introduction, he continued to ask. The main thing is. Jiang Che said casually, let's start an entertainment company. Entertainment company. A young man in a sweatshirt at the table said with a smile, Miss Zhao, it happens that we are in the same industry tilde. Zhao Ting was disdainful, entertainment companies are different from each other. I am a contracted artist of Tianyu. How can I be confused with his second-rate entertainment company? The obvious meaning is that he looks down on the entertainment company that Jiang Che mentioned. Since she has offended him, Zhao Ting doesn't care anymore. Jiang Che was slightly stunned after hearing this, and then an inexplicable smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Tianyu's artist? That's really a coincidence. But to be honest, it's not a coincidence. After all, Tianyu is the largest entertainment company in the empire. On average, 1 out of every 4 artists is from Tianyu. This is no exaggeration. So it is normal that Zhao Ting is an artist of Tianyu Entertainment Company, and it is not a coincidence. It's just that it's not a coincidence that Jiang Che met her, but it's a coincidence that she met Jiang Che. Li Dongxian had been paying attention to Jiang Che's expression. Seeing that he just smiled calmly in the face of Zhao Ting's ridicule, he couldn't tell for a moment whether he was really too lazy to care or simply had no strength. The young man in the sweatshirt who had spoken earlier smiled and said, that's true. What's the name of young Master Jiang's entertainment company? I want to see if I've heard of it. Su Junju was immediately dissatisfied when he heard his tone. Wang Hai, how can you talk like that? Do you really need to look after my brother's company? 1 car is enough for your father to earn in a year. What kind of car costs hundreds of millions? The young man looked nonchalant and obviously didn't believe it. A car worth several hundred million? I've never heard of it. Jiang Che suddenly felt that this banquet was meaningless. He did not see any upper-class temperament in these people. He felt that they were even more opportunistic than ordinary people. But ordinary people know that they are poor and have self-awareness, while these people say that they are ordinary people but have some money, so there is always an inexplicable confidence in their words. In Su Junju's words, they speak a little arrogantly, just like the young man in front of him. Jiang Che glanced at him, and just as he was about to speak, a voice with a hint of surprise suddenly came from behind him. Director Jiang? You are here too. Jiang Che turned around and saw that it was Yang Yatong. She was here too. Why are you here? Jiang Che asked curiously. I? Upon hearing this, Yang Yatong's expression suddenly changed from surprise to embarrassment. I'll do some part-time work. But I've almost learned all the songs that you taught me, Director Jiang. I promise it won't delay the release of the album. Before Jiang Che understood what she meant, Zhao Ting suddenly asked, Yatong, what did you call him? Boss Jiang. Yang Yatong said as a matter of course, by the way, the song you said was very nice last time was also written by Boss Jiang. In fact, it was Boss Jiang who taught me to sing it. Director Jiang. Zhao Ting's face froze. She no longer had the mind to care about who wrote the song. Jiang Che just said that he worked for an entertainment company, but now Yang Yatong called him Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang, besides the chairman, who else would be called this? Isn't he Yang Yatong's chairman also his own chairman? Zhao Ting still held on to a glimmer of hope and asked dryly, Director Jiang, which company's chairman? Of course it's the chairman of our Tianyu tilde, Yang Yatong said, but the chairman just took over the company a few days ago, so it's normal that you don't know. Zhao Ting was immediately confused, and the young man named Wang Hai was also confused. Chairman of Tianyu? Are you kidding me? Jiang Che took the opportunity to straighten his collar and said, I am the chairman of Tianyu. If you have any entertainment industry investments in the future, you can come to me. Very classy. Isn't he just showing off? Who can't do that? Jiang Che thought to himself. He looked at the indescribable expressions on Zhao Ting and Wang Hai's faces and felt extremely comfortable. You two were showing off your superiority like crazy just now, aren't you embarrassed now? But this was not enough. Jiang Che also specifically asked, do you think Qianyu entertainment can be accepted? Alas, I also think it is not big enough. Everyone. Jiang Che was not just pretending to be awesome, he had other purposes. Worship value plus 100. Worship value plus 100. Worship value plus 100. After the system upgrade, the amount of admiration Jiang Che received in real life increased 100-fold, so he naturally couldn't miss the opportunity to earn admiration points. The admiration points gained in real life increased 100 times, while the admiration points obtained on the internet decreased 100 times. As a result, the admiration points provided to Jiang Che by these two channels were almost the same. Wang Hai's face turned pale and blue. How could he not hear that Jiang Che was mocking him? But he dared not say anything. Not only did he not dare to say anything, he also had to apologize proactively. Wang Hai immediately picked up the wine glass on his table and said, Mr. Jiang, I was blind and didn't recognize the great man. I'm really sorry. This glass of wine is my apology. Chapter 123, Change of Attitude. He drank most of the glass of white wine in one gulp. It's not that he can drink a lot, but an apology must appear sincere. After drinking more than half a glass of wine in an instant, Wang Hai's expression became a little distorted, and it took a few seconds to return to normal. Jiang Che waved his hands. What are you apologizing for? You didn't say anything. Wang Hai had a smile on his face, but he was thinking, MMP, I have already finished my wine, and you still say this on purpose to irritate me. However, everything was fine as long as Wang Hai apologized. After all, he didn't say anything too excessive. But Zhao Ting was different. Not only did she spill red wine on Jiang Che, she also mocked him. The most important thing is that she is still an artist of Qianyu. It is no exaggeration to say that Jiang Che can decide her future with just one word. Mr. Jiang. I'm so sorry that I didn't recognize you before. Zhao Ting picked up the wine glass tremblingly and drank a glass of wine to apologize to Jiang Che. Jiang Che thought about it and said nothing. As President Jiang, it would be a loss of status if he kept fussing over this matter, so Jiang Che simply ignored her. Zhao Ting didn't care whether Jiang Che paid attention to her or not, and also swallowed the half glass of wine in her hand in one gulp. Su Junju then smiled somewhat complacently and said, How is it? My brother's entertainment company is okay, right? Isn't there anyone who hasn't heard of it? Su Junju didn't know Jiang Che's identity before. When she suddenly heard that Jiang Che was the chairman of Qianyu, she was as shocked as anyone else. But in this situation, she should pretend that she already knew the identity and look at other people's shocked expressions to feel comfortable. Everyone then realized that Jiang Che's status was no longer on the same level as theirs. Among all those present, Su Junju's family probably has the largest assets, but the entire Su family has only tens of billions of assets, while Jiang Che himself owns Qianyu, which is worth tens of billions. According to what Yang Yatung said, Jiang Che bought Qianyu a few days ago, so he must have other assets. This is beyond doubt. Jiang Che is so young, it is impossible for him to have earned these assets through his own efforts. They must have been allocated to him by his family. Such a young person can control a company worth tens of billions. How big would the family behind him be? It's terrifying when you think about it. When did such a big guy come to their Jiangnan city? Everyone was glad that they hadn't said anything to offend Jiang Che, but it seemed that their attitude just now was a bit cold. Li Dongxian still doesn't know Jiang Che's true identity, but what is certain is that Jiang Che is not someone he can afford to offend. Not someone that anyone here can afford to offend. There is one more thing I forgot to tell you. Young Master Jiang is also the owner of the poisonous car that everyone has been discussing these days. Li Dongxian mentioned this and revealed it with a smile. When Su Junju introduced it to him before, he was still a little skeptical, but now he has no doubt at all. Everyone was a little surprised to hear this, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. After all, only someone of Jiang Che's status could get a car like that, and they had never heard of anyone in Jiangnan City who had the ability to get such a car. And they finally understood what Su Junju had said before, that Jiang Che's car was enough to earn Wang Hai's father a year. It might be enough to earn money for a year, but even if you have enough money, you can't buy it. As everyone was thinking, a tall young man suddenly stood up, raised his glass and said to Jiang Che with a smile, "Mr. Jiang, I'll toast you. I like sports cars the most. I heard that a sports car of the level of Du Yao appeared in the school before. I have long wanted to meet the owner of the car. Now I finally meet the real person." Seeing this, several people around complained in their hearts, "You like sports cars? When did this happen? How come we didn't know?" This young man obviously wanted to make himself familiar to Jiang Che. Su Junju did not expose the truth, but introduced Jiang Che from the side. "This man is Sundu. If you want to have fun in Jiangnan City, you can find him. He is the best at having fun among this group of people." Sundu also laughed when he heard this. "Of course there is no problem with this. If young Master Jiang wants to relax, you can come to me anytime. There is no place in Jiangnan City that I haven't played." Jiang Che didn't know what this play meant specifically, but since Sundu was so enthusiastic, Jiang Che couldn't just ignore him, so he picked up his glass and drank a little as a token. Jiang Che's alcohol tolerance increased as his physical fitness improved, but he was too lazy to drink so much and there was no need to give too much face to this group of people. So when Sundu toasted Jiang Che, he took a big sip to show his sincerity, while Jiang Che just drank a little as a token of his sincerity. Li Dongxian suddenly felt a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he should have been more serious when introducing Jiang Che. This way, no one would have taken Jiang Che lightly like they did at the beginning, and Jiang Che would not be unhappy now. Speaking of Jiang Che, Li Dongxian was unhappy and glanced at Wang Hai again. "This idiot." Everyone noticed that Jiang Che seemed to be in a low mood, but they not only did not care, but they became enthusiastic instead. After Sundu, another person immediately raised his glass. "Young Master Jiang is really good at this. He can even get a car like poison. I admire you." Su Junju introduced Jiang Che again. "This person is Ling Yu, and his family is a car enthusiast. If you want to buy a car, you can find him." "That's right. I can't get the car that Master Jiang wants," Ling Yu said with a smile. "It's very difficult to get a car worth more than tens of millions in China. Since Master Jiang can get a limited edition car like the poison, he must have his own channels. If it's convenient for Master Jiang, can you introduce me to one in the future?" Ling Yu started talking about business. After all, their family is in the sports car business. If Jiang Che has the channels to get a large number of those luxury cars that are hard to buy in the country, it will definitely be of great benefit to Ling Yu's business. But Jiang Che didn't have any channels, his car was just given by the system. Thinking this in his heart, Jiang Che raised his glass and said with a faint smile, "Okay, if there is a chance in the future, I will introduce you to it. If there is a chance, I will introduce it to you. If not, just pretend I didn't say anything." Mr. Jiang is indeed generous. Ling Yu was very happy to hear Jiang Che's words, and he also raised his glass and drank it all. After Ling Yu, there were Mr. Zhu, Mr. Han, Miss Li and a bunch of other people toasting Jiang Che. Su Junju introduced them one by one to Jiang Che. If Jiang Che didn't have a good memory, he really wouldn't be able to remember them. Zhao Ting's but felt like it was being pricked by needles as she sat there. Jiang Che had never met her before, so she had no idea what Jiang Che was thinking. After a while, Jiang Che drank it with everyone. Yang Yatong, who was standing next to her, noticed that Zhao Ting looked a little unhappy and understood something, but she didn't know what to say. Firstly, she and Zhao Ting did not have a very good relationship, and secondly, she had no say in what Jiang Che did. Chapter 124, Yang Yatong's Singing Skills. After Jiang Che finished his round of drinking, he found Yang Yatong still standing beside him and said, "Sit down, why are you standing all the time?" "But I have to go upstairs to sing." Yang Yatong scratched her head. Li Dongxian immediately said, "No hurry, you can wait a little longer." Yang Yatong and Jiang Che obviously have a good relationship, so Li Dongxian would naturally say what Jiang Che wants. Yang Yatong agreed and sat down next to Jiang Che. "What part-time job do you do here?" Jiang Che asked curiously. According to what he thought, Yang Yatong should still be practicing singing in Jianyu and working hard to prepare for the new album. Yang Yatong said somewhat awkwardly, "The main reason is that I have spent all my money and came here to earn some living expenses." Yang Yatong was just a newcomer with no fame and no works before, so she naturally didn't have much money. She was about the same as those office workers, or even worse than them. After all, it is difficult for an artist to have any income without fame, and they even have to spend money to maintain their musical instruments, so Yang Yatong is now in a penniless situation. She will be able to make a lot of money next month if the album becomes a hit, but it won't be released until the end of the month at the earliest, so she is still in a rather awkward situation. Then, after hearing that there was a business here, Zhao Ting and I came here to do some part-time work. Jiang Che nodded and said nothing. After all, he couldn't let her starve even though she had no money. I didn't expect that I could meet Mr. Jiang's friend just by inviting someone. It can be considered as fate. Li Dongxian said with a smile. This was obviously an attempt to get close to him, and Jiang Che didn't know how to respond. How can I answer this? Reply with "It's indeed a fate"? What an embarrassing group. So Jiang Che simply nodded and agreed, yeah. But Li Dongxian didn't feel embarrassed at all and continued to find topics to chat with Jiang Che. Not only Li Dongxian, but everyone else was also trying to get close to Jiang Che. Even those goddesses and rich ladies who were completely unattainable in the eyes of ordinary people kept toasting Jiang Che, and occasionally gave him a wink to seduce him. Jiang Che didn't show anything on his face, but he was speechless in his heart. I just came to see the lives of these upper-class gentlemen and ladies, but how come I saw a bunch of bootlickers? But this cannot be blamed on them, mainly because the strength displayed by Jiang Che was too astonishing. Yang Yatong smiled secretly when she saw Jiang Che looking somewhat helpless. She didn't expect that Jiang Che, who was so domineering in the company, had such a side to him. However, seeing that the time was almost up, she said something to Jiang Che and Li Dongxian, and then prepared to go on stage to sing. This hotel is also Li Dongxian's family property, so Li Dongxian specially asked someone to change the layout of the interior space and leave a large space in the front. Yang Yatong simply held the guitar, sat on a high stool, cleared her throat and started speaking. The others were also attracted by the movement from Yang Yatong's side. Li Dongxian had already introduced that he had invited artists from Chenyu Company to perform, so these people were naturally very interested. These are real stars, definitely not those street-side cell phone sales where they just set up a stage and find a group of young girls to start jumping and dancing. This is definitely not comparable to that kind of performance. Although Yang Yatong is not very famous, she is still a contracted artist of Chenyu and can be considered a star. Other people have rarely seen stars in real life. In addition to Jiang Che's table of noble gentlemen, there are also many ordinary people here. Yang Yatong did not disappoint Jiang Che and the others. She amazed everyone as soon as she opened her mouth. Feel how the fingertips that stop at my origin freeze time in an instant. Remember to look into my determined eyes, maybe there is no tomorrow. This song is also one of the 10 songs Jiang Che gave her. In fact, she had not originally planned to sing this song. After all, it was a song that had not been released yet, so it was better to keep it secret. But when she saw Jiang Che also changed his mind at the last minute, she sang the song to everyone and also wanted Jiang Che to comment on it. Jiang Che listened and nodded slightly. It had only been a few days since the last time they met, but Yang Yatong's progress was obvious. It was obvious that she had worked hard in the past few days. Others couldn't help but sigh in their hearts when listening to the song. Stars are stars, even if they are not famous, they are not comparable to those ordinary people, they sing really well tilde. However, what they didn't know was that although Yang Yatong was not famous for the time being, her singing skills were among the best among all Chenyu singers, otherwise Pan Wenliu would not have recommended her to Jiang Che at that time. As everyone pondered, the climax gradually came. Fate brought us together outside of troubled times. Fate wants us to love each other in times of trouble. Maybe the future is light years away. I am willing to wait in the unknown. Waiting for you. One of the reasons why Jiang Che valued Yang Yatong at the time was that he felt her voice was very distinctive and had an inexplicable penetrating power, and this song perfectly showed the characteristics of her voice. This climax part gave everyone goosebumps, and Yang Yatong herself was completely immersed in it, playing out a poignant love story in her mind. It's rare to find a singer who can put his or her own emotions into a song. Jiang Che looked at her, with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. He really did not choose the wrong person. To be honest, Jiang Che still thinks Yang Yatong's singing voice has some flaws, and her strength is slightly inferior to those top singers who have been famous for a long time. However, her progress is extremely fast. As long as she is given a chance, she will soon catch up with those top singers. And the album that Jiang Che gave her was the opportunity. Li Dongxian looked at Yang Yatong with a little surprise. He asked two singers to come just to entertain people and make the party not too boring, but he didn't expect Yang Yatong to give him such a surprise. The program was originally just a decoration, but Yang Yatong attracted everyone's attention. Li Dongxian glanced at Jiang Che again. As expected, anyone who knew Jiang Che was no ordinary person. With his singing skills, although he was not famous for the time being, it was only a matter of time before he became famous. Yang Yatong, Yang Yatong. As Li Dongxian thought about it, he suddenly felt that he had heard of this name. Isn't he this the person that Qianyu Entertainment Company has been promoting on Weibo these past 2 days? It seems that I invited a great god by coincidence. While she's not famous yet, try to curry favor with her. In an instant, Li Dongxian thought of many things. In fact, Yang Yatong is not completely unknown now, especially in the entertainment industry. After all, Qianyu has been promoting her new album these days. However, before she had any works, those who didn't care much about the entertainment industry had not heard of her. Most people listen to music just for the sake of listening to the music, and things in the entertainment industry have nothing to do with them. If the song is good, they will remember it immediately. If there is no work, passers-by will not remember it even if you promote it every day. Not long after, Yang Yatong finished singing the song and the audience burst into applause. Chapter 125, 100,000, Understand. Of course, it's not just about singing one song. After finishing the song Light Years Away, Yang Yatong took a short break and then started the next song. However, the lyrics of this song were not given by Jiang Che, but were composed by her herself. It was obviously inferior to Jiang Che's previous Light Years Away, but with her powerful singing skills, the audience was also very satisfied. Yang Yatong sang 5 songs at once before stopping. Li Dongxian smiled and said to Jiang Che, "The artists of Jiang Shao Qianyu's company are indeed amazing. With such talents, it is only a matter of time before they become popular." Yang Yatong, who was coming down from the front, also happened to hear this. Perhaps Li Dongxian deliberately let her hear it. Yang Yatong smiled and said, "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Li." Then he asked Jiang Che, "Mr. Jiang, how was my singing?" There was a hint of pride in his tone, but also a kind of nervousness as when a child was having his homework checked by his teacher. The 10 songs Jiang Che gave her were all of excellent quality, and any one of them would become popular, but Yang Yatong herself liked Light Years Away the most. This was also the best song she had ever sung, so she was naturally a little proud of herself, but she was also a little nervous because she was afraid that Jiang Che would be dissatisfied. Jiang Che smiled, not wanting to discourage her, and said, "It's okay, but there's still room for improvement. There are still some areas where you're not quite sure." Yang Yatong was obviously a little unconvinced, but she also knew that Jiang Che would not lie to her, so she handed the guitar in her hand to Jiang Che. "How about you teach me again?" Jiang Che naturally wouldn't take her guitar, and said with a smile, "It's not convenient now, we can go to my house after dinner to discuss it." Yang Yatong blushed, wanting to call Jiang Che a hooligan but not daring to. In the end, she could only sit back in her seat with her guitar in her arms and not say anything. However, for some reason, she didn't feel much disgust in her heart. Su Junju looked on with envy. The boss of an entertainment company, what a tough job tilde. Not only Su Junju was envious, all the men present were envious. Although they had no shortage of girls given their status, girls were obviously different from each other. As for the girls, there were quite a few who were envious. Of course, they were envious of Yang Yatong. When Jiang Che asked the question just now, they almost agreed on Yang Yatong's behalf. So greedy. In fact, if Jiang Che took the guitar and sang a song, he would definitely gain a lot of admiration. But it doesn't make sense. Today is Li Dongxian's birthday party. If Jiang Che is too dazzling, it would be like stealing the show. Besides, Jiang Che is now President Jiang and his status is higher than these people. Why doesn't he take the initiative to sing for them? I want to eat fart tilde. After Yang Yatong, it was Zhao Ting's turn. However, I don't know if she was worried about Jiang Che in her heart, or if her singing skills were just not good. After one song, the audience immediately lost interest, which was in line with Li Dongxian's original intention and became a decoration. Of course, a big part of the reason is that Yang Yatong sang before her. When the two were compared, the audience immediately felt that Zhao Ting's singing was meaningless. Jiang Che had no interest in continuing to talk to these people, so after Zhao Ting finished singing, he found an excuse to say goodbye to Li Dongxian. Li Dongxian tried to persuade him to stay. We have a private dinner later, wouldn't Jiang Xiao want to join us? No, I have other things to do tonight. If Jiang Che had some interest before, now, he might as well go back to live streaming and earn some admiration points. Li Dongxian felt extremely sorry when he heard this, but there was nothing he could do. Everyone also said goodbye to Jiang Che. Seeing this, Yang Yatong also carried her guitar and left with Jiang Che. She didn't like such gatherings very much. Since she had completed her mission, it was just right for her to go back with Jiang Che. As for Su Junzhu, it was not convenient for him to leave for the time being, so he stayed. When going downstairs, Jiang Che asked, "Where are Sister Chiyue and Sister Xiaozhu? Didn't they come with you?" "No," Yang Yatong stuck out her tongue, looking a little cute. "I ran away secretly. Director Jiang, please don't tell Director Pan, otherwise she will say that I didn't work hard tilde." Jiang Che smiled and said, "Stop talking. Shall I take you back first?" "Okay, thank you Mr. Jiang." Yang Yatong thanked him. However, just as the two arrived at the parking lot and were about to get in the car, a figure chased them from behind. "Director Jiang! Director Jiang! Wait for me!" Jiang Che turned around and saw that it was Zhao Ting. "What's the matter?" Jiang Che asked calmly. "Director Jiang, I'm really sorry about what happened just now." Zhao Ting was still worried after all, so she chased out to apologize. She was afraid that Jiang Che would fire her when he returned, and it would be too late to apologize then. Jiang Che glanced at her. In fact, Jiang Che had no intention of pursuing anything, but since Zhao Ting took the initiative to chase him out. Jiang Che slowly walked towards her, smiled faintly and asked, "Is just an apology enough? Are you going to make some compensation?" Zhao Ting looked at Jiang Che, who was getting closer and closer to her, and a hint of joy rose in her heart, but she pretended to be shy on her face. "Then Mr. Jiang, what do you want to compensate?" In her heart, she was willing to do so. If she could establish a relationship with Jiang Che, her future career would be extremely bright. Not to mention Jiang Che's looks, she could even pay for him. Yang Yatong, standing next to the car, looked at Zhao Ting and then at her own chest. "Is this the reason?" However, Jiang Che stopped after taking 2 steps, pointed at his clothes and said, "Guess, 100,000, understand?" Zhao Ting. Yang Yatong. Isn't this too much of a show? Zhao Ting's originally shy expression froze instantly. Jiang Che had no intention of pursuing the matter, but since Zhao Ting had taken the initiative to catch up with him, Jiang Che said, "Don't blame me for being rude. 100,000 yuan. Not a cent less." After sending Yang Yatong back, Jiang Che went back himself. The first thing Jiang Che did after returning was to send a video to Pan Wenliu, which was the video of Yang Yatong singing in the hotel. "Yang Yatong? You said you wouldn't tell me? And you even recorded the video as evidence?" Of course, Jiang Che didn't intend to report her, he just wanted to use this video as a publicity tool. Jianyu promotes Yang Yatong's new album every day, but verbal statements alone have little effect and may even cause some people to be disgusted, so Jiang Che plans to let Pan Wenliu put this video under the official Weibo as promotional material. The video was not very clear and even had some noise, but Jiang Che deliberately did not shoot it so clearly to leave a sense of mystery. Not long after, Pan Wenliu replied, "Is this okay?" Obviously, he was somewhat skeptical about the propaganda method proposed by Jiang Che. Because if the unreleased songs were leaked, who would buy the album if people thought it was not good? Jiang Che's action would probably affect the sales of the entire album. But Jiang Che believes in Yang Yatong's ability. People won't buy it if they don't like it, but what if they originally didn't plan to buy it but fell in love with Yang Yatong's singing because of this video? Jiang Che believed that with Yang Yatong's ability and the lyrics given by the system, the fans gained by releasing this video would definitely be more than the fans lost. So Jiang Che said affirmatively, "Just have someone upload this video. You don't have to say it's a song from the album. Just say it's a guest appearance by Yang Yatong on her friend's birthday." Yang Yatong didn't have any works before, and the public doesn't know much about her. This video can help others get to know her better. Seeing Jiang Che was so sure, Pan Wenliu had no choice but to agree. "Okay, I'll have someone arrange it right away." After finishing this matter, Jiang Che continued live streaming for a while, earned some admiration points, and ended his life for the day. Chapter 126, Primary Intelligent Robot. As it had been agreed yesterday, Jiang Che took Mu Hanxue to Su Juanju's pharmaceutical factory early this morning to meet Su Juanju's father. Mr. Jiang, look at these pharmaceutical factories. The machines inside are all intact. You can use them right away after you take over. A middle-aged man was taking Jiang Che and Mu Hanxue on a tour of the factory. Su Juanju also followed behind, but maybe because he played too late with Li Dongxian and the others last night, or because he drank too much, he followed behind with a listless look. In addition to the three of them, Su Bing's secretary also followed behind. And this middle-aged man is Su Juanju's father, Su Bing. This pharmaceutical factory has stopped production and there is not a single worker inside, but the machines are still there and it looks like the production has been suspended for only a few days. If our Su family didn't need a lot of money right now, we wouldn't be willing to sell it. Su Bing continued. Because Su Juanju had told him last night that Jiang Che's identity was not simple, so even though Jiang Che looked very young, Su Bing did not have any intention of looking down on him, but spoke to him as a peer. But even if Su Juanju didn't say it, Su Bing would not be negligent. Regardless of Jiang Che's background, the pharmaceutical factories that Jiang Che wanted to buy alone involved hundreds of millions of dollars. It was obvious that he was not a simple person to be able to control so much money at such a young age. Jiang Che looked around and nodded. Yes, this pharmaceutical factory is indeed good. Because Jiang Che had previously obtained the enterprise management mastery granted by the system, he knew that Su Bing was not trying to trick him. I don't know if it was because of Su Juanju's relationship or because the Su family was really anxious to sell these pharmaceutical factories, but the price Su Bing gave was very fair, even a little low. In this case, Jiang Che naturally had nothing to be dissatisfied with. That's good. Su Bing was relieved when he saw that Jiang Che had no objection. Seeing that it was already noon, he invited him. Mr. Jiang, why don't we find a place to talk while we eat? Okay. Jiang Che nodded in agreement. Su Bing's secretary drove and took a few people to a restaurant that looked very high-end and asked for a private room. The two of them discussed the specific details. One of them was in a hurry to buy, and the other was in a hurry to sell, so as long as the conditions were similar, they didn't care too much. However, Jiang Che wanted Su Bing to keep some of the workers for himself, and this condition made Su Bing feel a little embarrassed. For a factory to start operating, it needs workers in addition to machines. After all, this was Jiang Che's first time stepping into the medical field and he had no clue where to start, so it wasn't easy to find someone in a short period of time. Of course, Jiang Che was not referring to the ordinary workers on the assembly line. Those people can be easily found as long as one has money. Jiang Che was referring to those technical personnel. Jiang Che only has a prescription. To produce the medicine, he needs a lot of professional technicians. After the medicine is produced, it needs clinical trials and so on. In short, the process is somewhat complicated and these steps require professional personnel. However, Su Bing felt a little embarrassed about Jiang Che's request, because the Su family has been in the pharmaceutical business for a long time, and many of these professionals have been with the Su family for a long time. They are the foundation of the Su family, so Su Bing naturally cannot give them to Jiang Che. Even if Jiang Che asked for more money, Su Bing did not agree. Mr. Jiang, these people are the foundation of our Su family, so we can't give them to you. If we don't run the pharmaceutical factory here anymore, we still have other industries in other places that need people. So if we give it to you, our Su family will be in trouble. Su Bing shook his head and said, if you think the price of the factory is too high, we can still discuss it, but I really can't give up these people. Jiang Che frowned. What Su Bing said made sense. He couldn't ask for more help, but when would he be able to start construction of the factory without anyone? No matter what field, those professionals are in great demand. Jiang Che thought it would be very troublesome to find them by himself. If he couldn't find them, the factory couldn't start construction, and the factory would incur costs if it stopped. So Jiang Che was a little embarrassed. But at this moment the system suddenly spoke. It is recommended that the host check the primary intelligent robots in the mall. Jiang Che's heart moved. The last time the system was updated, this primary intelligent robot was added to the mall. Jiang Che didn't pay much attention to it at the time, but the system brought it up at this time. Could it be that this intelligent robot could help him solve the problem? However, since Su Bing was still here, Jiang Che did not delay and said hesitantly, well, okay, I'll reduce the price by another 7 million, and forget about the personnel issue. This? Su Bing smiled bitterly. It's true that the young are to be feared. The 7 million that Jiang Che mentioned was just close to the bottom price in his mind. He would not believe it if it was just a coincidence. This showed that Jiang Che knew the value of the entire pharmaceutical factory very clearly. How could Su Bing not be surprised? You figured it out just by taking a look? He even suspected that Jiang Che was deliberately making up an excuse to bring up the matter of the Su family's personnel just to find an excuse to bargain. Jiang Che also smiled without explaining. With the system, these were nothing. Su Bing's words were equivalent to his approval of the price Jiang Che mentioned. The next thing was easy. After discussing some other details, the two of them drafted the contract. Jiang Che also transferred the money to Su Bing very readily. At this point, these two pharmaceutical factories completely belonged to Jiang Che. After the business was settled, they had a pleasant lunch. Then Su Bing and the other two went back first. Jiang Che and Mu Hanxue came to the pharmaceutical factory again. You go out for a while and wait for me in the car, Jiang Che said to Mu Hanxue beside him. Mu Hanxue was a little surprised, but still nodded and said, okay. Jiang Che then opened the system mall to see what the primary intelligent robot the system was talking about was. 5,000 worship values for a robot. It's a bit expensive. Jiang Che touched his chin, but let's buy one and try it out first. Jiang Che's mind moved, and the system deducted 5,000 worship points. At the same time, a metal robot appeared in front of Jiang Che. Can this thing work? Jiang Che frowned. You can do some simple research tasks. The system explained briefly. But how do we explain this iron mass to others? Jiang Che looked at the robot in front of him that was almost as tall as himself and asked, do we have to put him in the basement to work? Host, you have one chance to choose their appearance. They will change according to what you want in your mind. Jiang Che raised his eyebrows and stared at the robot in front of him. Under Jiang Che's gaze, the robot slowly turned into an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. Amazing tilde, Jiang Che exclaimed, but suddenly thought of. Forget it, I don't want to think about robots anymore. Chapter 127, Shark Executives. Jiang Che thought this robot was pretty good, so he bought for more, making a total of 5 robots. These 5 robots all look like middle-aged men with ordinary looks. If they were thrown into a crowd, no one would even glance at them. However, their behavior is subtly different from that of ordinary people. They appear a little stiff, and you may not notice it if you don't pay attention. But over time, others will find that they are different from normal people. But this is enough for Jiang Che. Anyway, they don't have to show up in public all the time. As for its abilities, the primary intelligent robot is not very powerful and has only simple thinking skills, but it can produce the dawn contraceptive pills that Jiang Che needs based on its internal programs. With these 5 robots, the personnel problem has been solved. The next step is to find a group of ordinary production workers. In fact, this type of robot can also perform production work, but after all, each robot requires 5,000 worship points, and Jiang Che is reluctant to use them as ordinary production workers. Good steel should be used on the blade. When Jiang Che walked out of the factory, Mu Hanxue was a little confused. There was clearly no one inside just now, so why did Jiang Che bring 5 people out? But Jiang Che did not explain. He let the 5 robots stay here and left the task of finding workers to Mu Hanxue. Once all the workers were gathered, production could officially begin. Jiang Che estimated that in about a month, the Chensi contraceptive pill would be able to be put on the market and start making money. However, Jiang Che does not have any sales channels yet, so he will probably have to cooperate with the Su family in the future. But it is still early and there is no rush. After finishing these things, Jiang Che and Mu Hanxue prepared to go back. However, while on the way, Jiang Che suddenly received a call from an unfamiliar phone number. Hello? Jiang Che picked up the phone. Excuse me, is this Jiang Che, Mr. Jiang? The voice on the other end of the phone asked politely. Well, who are you? Hello, my name is Jiao Hui, and I'm a senior executive of Shark. I've arrived in Jiangnan City and would like to discuss the live broadcast contract with you. The person on the other end of the phone said politely. In fact, Jiang Che's live broadcast the night before yesterday was surprisingly good. The Shark executive wanted to contact Jiang Che yesterday, but later found out that Jiang Che was not just a host, but also the owner of the CG Club, and he had no shortage of money from being a host. So the executive first reported the matter to his superior and asked how to deal with it, which delayed him a bit, so he only contacted Jiang Che now. Only. I'm sorry, I don't have any intention of signing a contract for the time being. I don't have a fixed time for live streaming. Sometimes I may not be able to live stream for a long time due to something, so I'm not suitable for signing a contract. Jiang Che refused directly. He had thought about it before the broadcast started. After signing the contract, it would be like working for Shark. He would still have a contract to work on, which would be very troublesome. The live broadcast time every month would even need to meet certain standards. Jiang Che was too lazy to sign the contract. There was no way he would be interested in that salary, he just wanted to earn some admiration points. Jiao Hui was not surprised by Jiang Che's rejection. He knew that Jiang Che would not care about that little money, so he said, "Mr. Jiang, don't be so quick to refuse. Now that I'm in Jiangnan City, why don't we meet and have a good discussion?" The contract that Shark prepared for Jiang Che was naturally different from that of ordinary anchors. Jiang Che thought about it. Although he was not going to sign the contract, the other party had come all the way to Jiangnan City. It would be a bit too much if he didn't even meet him. So he agreed, "Then let's meet at Xingyue Hotel." Okay. Jiao Hui naturally agreed. Jiang Che turned to Mu Hanxue beside him and said, "Let's go to Xingyue Hotel first." About half an hour later, Jiang Che arrived at the Xingyue Hotel, but Jiao Hui had already arrived and booked a private room. Jiang Che and Mu Hanxue entered the private room reserved by the high-level meeting together. "Mr. Jiang?" "Hello, I am Jiao Hui, a senior executive of Shark." Jiao Hui looked at Mu Hanxue and Jiang Che who were about to come in, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Because Jiang Che showed his face during the live broadcast, Jiao Hui recognized Jiang Che at a glance. However, he originally thought that Jiang Che had such good looks because he turned on the beauty filter during the live broadcast. However, he did not expect that when they actually met, Jiang Che's appearance was even better than during the live broadcast, and he had an inexplicable temperament. As for Mu Hanxue next to her, she was even more amazed. Any man who saw such a woman would not be able to help but take a few more glances, and Jiao Hui was not surprised. There was a young man sitting next to Jiao Hui. When he saw Mu Hanxue, he couldn't take his eyes off her. It was not until Mu Hanxue glanced at him coldly that the young man withdrew his gaze with some embarrassment. "Hello." Jiang Che casually greeted Jiao Hui and sat down, while Mu Hanxue sat next to him. Before Jiao Hui could say anything, the young man stood up, extended his hand to Mu Hanxue, smiled and said, "Hello, my name is Han Chiu, and I'm also a senior executive of Shark." To be honest, Han Chiu looks pretty good. He is about 1.80 meters tall and has a sunny smile. It's just that Mu Hanxue doesn't pay much attention to Jiang Che, and as for Han Chiu, Mu Hanxue didn't even raise her eyes, as if she didn't hear anything. She had encountered at least 800 such people when she was in college, and they were all rich young men with both good looks and financial resources. However, she was very disgusted with such people. What's more, Jiang Che was sitting next to them. Han Chiu didn't shake hands with Jiang Che but shook hands with her first. If Mu Hanxue extended her hand, wouldn't it make Jiang Che look very embarrassed? Obviously, Jiang Che was the boss. So Mu Hanxue completely ignored him. Jiang Che saw it and smiled without saying anything. "I originally thought that since the other party came to Jiangnan City to find me, I should treat them with courtesy even if I didn't want to sign a contract, and give them face by politely refusing them. But now it seems, there is no need for this at all." When Jiao Hui saw this situation, he almost wanted to throw the cup in his hand at Han Chiu's head. Has this man never seen a woman before? But not only could he not fall, he also had to smile and introduce Jiang Che. "This is the Shark Game Division Manager, Han Chiu." He came all the way from the capital to show his respect for Mr. Jiang. Han Chiu saw that Mu Hanxue ignored him and didn't care. He turned to look at Jiang Che and also extended his hand and said, "Hello, Mr. Jiang, I am the director of the Shark Game Division, and my father is also the vice president of Shark." Han Chiu specifically mentioned his father's identity, but it was unclear whether he was speaking to Jiang Che or Mu Hanxue. Jiang Che happened to have an empty glass cup at hand, the kind used for drinking tea in hotels, so when Jiang Che saw him reaching out his hand, he casually put the cup in his hand. "Just pour half of it, thank you." "Han Chiu? I want to shake hands with you, not pour you tea." Mr. Jiang is really humorous. Han Qiu withdrew his hand with a bad look on his face and sat back. Jiang Che spoke again. Mr. Han's father is the vice president of Shark. Hearing this, the dissatisfaction on Han Qiu's face instantly disappeared, especially when Jiang Che called him Master Han, which made him particularly happy. That's right. Han Qiu had a smug look on his face, and he glanced at Mu Hanxue by the way, as if he was showing off his identity. But Mu Hanxue finally glanced at him, but the look in her eyes was as if she was looking at a mentally retarded person. President Tuanyu is still beside me, I don't know what you are bragging about. Chapter 128, The live broadcast room is gone? Jiang Che heard Han Qiu agree, nodded, and said, no wonder Han Xiao is so young and has become the director of Shark Games. I admire you. Of course, Han Qiu's voice suddenly became lower, and he suddenly felt something was wrong. What do you mean? My father is the vice president, so I can be the director of the gaming division? Although this is true, you can't mock me like this, right? How outrageous! Han Qiu was unhappy again. Jiao Hui showed an extremely complicated expression on his face. This was simply an IQ crush. He knew in his heart that although the contract had not been discussed yet, there was already a result. Jiang Che was not short of money, and he had said on the phone before that he was too lazy to sign the contract. So Jiao Hui thought that if he was more sincere and made some concessions in the contract, he might be able to complete the task. But now, this is like playing a game and having a stupid teammate. The key is that this stupid teammate is also the C position of your team. As a support, there is no chance of a comeback. But no matter what, I'd better ask Jiang Che. Mr. Jiang, this time we are here mainly to discuss the signing of the contract with you. Jiao Hui interrupted Han Qiu, who was about to speak. I don't want to sign. I'm not short of money. Jiang Che stood up and didn't bother to talk any more with them. He turned around and left without even asking about the conditions, without giving them any face at all. Seeing this, Mu Hanxue walked out with Jiang Che, leaving behind Han Qiu with a gloomy face and Jiao Hui with a helpless look. After getting in the car, Mu Hanxue suddenly apologized to Jiang Che. Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry. Sorry for what? I seem to have disturbed your conversation. Mu Hanxue said apologetically. It's just a live streaming platform. I don't take it seriously. Besides, I wasn't planning to sign a contract with them anyway. Jiang Che said nonchalantly. Mu Hanxue fell silent again. Without saying anything else, she started the car silently. After Jiang Che returned, he planned to do a live broadcast for a while. It was impossible to sign a contract, but he couldn't delay earning admiration points. But what Jiang Che didn't expect was that after opening the Shark software, he found that his live broadcast room was blocked. Jiang Che immediately changed to a small account and opened his live broadcast room to take a look. The anchor is suspected of illegal operation, and the live broadcast room is temporarily banned. There was only this sentence on the grey screen. At the same time, Jiang Che also received an email from Shark Company. The general meaning was that because Jiang Che gave himself millions of rewards last time, it was a violation of the rules, so the platform banned his live broadcast room for 3 years. 3 years? Jiang Che looked at the email on his phone with a thoughtful look on his face. I didn't mention any violations before, but the live broadcast room was gone after meeting with the 2 Shark executives in the afternoon. This must be because of that Han Qiu. It is easy for a supervisor to close a live broadcast room, not to mention that Han Qiu's father is a senior executive of Shark. Jiang Che didn't care too much about it. Even if Shark was banned, he could still go to other live broadcast platforms such as Longya, which would not affect his earning of admiration points at all. It was just that they banned his live broadcast room, and he changed the live broadcast platform without even saying a word. Wouldn't it be embarrassing? The market value of the entire Shark is about 20 billion, which is nothing to Jiang Che. Jiang Che wondered if he could invest a little money to become the largest shareholder of Shark, and then fire Han Qiu and his father. It would be nice if the system directly sent the Shark to Jiang Che. Jiang Che thought so in his heart. But at this moment, the system seemed to have heard Jiang Che's call and issued a task to Jiang Che. The super rich cannot be insulted. System task released, develop or acquire a live broadcast company and make it a rival to the Shark. The system did not ask Jiang Che to acquire Shark, but directly made him a competitor of Shark Live. That's fine. Jiang Che touched his chin. If I open my own live broadcast company, no one can block my live broadcast room, right? Then I can poach all the top streamers from Shark. It's just about money. How dare a small supervisor block my live broadcast room? Hanqiu had no idea what kind of opponent he had provoked because of his momentary lust. Jiang Che acted immediately. He called Mu Hanxue over and explained his plan to her. Mu Hanxue heard this and said, Iron Hand Live announced bankruptcy a few days ago. Director Jiang, you can take it over. After thinking for a while, he added, but now there are two major live streaming platforms, Shark and Dragon Teeth. Most of the famous anchors are there, and it is difficult for other new live streaming platforms to take off. So, if you, Mr. Jiang, are just doing this for what happened just now, there is no need for you to create a live streaming platform yourself. There was Xiaomao Live before, and now there is Taizu Live. They were once glorious, but now they are gone. So it is difficult for the live broadcast industry to take off now? That makes sense, Jiang Che nodded, so you should contact Tai Show's people as soon as possible to see if you can buy it. Mu Hanxue? However, seeing Jiang Che's sure look, Mu Hanxue didn't say much. Jiang Che was the boss, and she had explained the reason clearly. If Jiang Che still insisted on taking over Tai Show, then she would do as he asked. In one of Shark's offices, a middle-aged man was scolding Hanqiu, tell me what you did. I asked you to learn something from Jiao Hui, but not only did you get him to run away, you also closed his live broadcast room. This person is Shark's vice president Handu, who is also Hanqiu's father. Hanqiu looked unconvinced that Jiang Che is too arrogant. He just left without even telling us the conditions. He didn't take us seriously at all. After all, Jiao Hui and I ran so far to find him. Weren't you the one who provoked him first? Jiao Hui told me everything. Handu said in a tone of disappointment, since he doesn't want to sign the contract, forget it. Go and unblock his live broadcast room now. Why unblock it? Hanqiu was obviously unconvinced, because he is rich. He is just a rich second generation at most. What can he do to us Sharks? I'm not afraid of him, I just think there's something wrong with the way you do things. Handu said directly, I hope you can do things based on your own abilities, instead of using the power I gave you to just block his live broadcast room. Handu's understanding of Jiang Che was limited to knowing that he was the owner of the CG Club and a wealthy second generation, so he didn't care much about Jiang Che's identity. Jiang Che himself was indeed suspected of violating regulations, so his live broadcast room was closed. However, he was extremely dissatisfied with the way his son did things, so he asked him to unblock Jiang Che's live broadcast room in order to dampen Hanqiu's enthusiasm and temper him, so that he would not be so arrogant next time and remember to use his brain, otherwise he would be the one to embarrass himself. Therefore, whether Jiang Che's live broadcast room is blocked or not has nothing to do with whether he has violated any rules or not. It all depends on what Handu thinks. Okay, I'll go right away. Hanqiu was extremely dissatisfied when he heard his father say this, but he could only agree weakly. But before he left, the phone on Handu's desk suddenly rang. Chapter 129, Moon Live Platform. Handu glanced at the number on his phone and his tone became polite. Brother G, how do you have time to call me? Thinking about it, we haven't been in touch for a long time, so naturally I wanted to call and say hello. The man on the other end of the phone said with a smile. If Lin Wu were here, he would definitely recognize that the voice was that of his former boss Ji Ning. Come on, Handu said with a smile, I don't know you yet. What's the matter? Judging from Handu's tone, the two seemed very familiar with each other. In fact, after investing in the esports team, Ji Ning has cooperated with esports-related companies such as Shark and Dragon Teeth. As Handu is the vice president of Shark, the two are naturally very familiar with each other. Haha, you really do understand me, Ji Ning said with a smile, I'm calling about a host on your platform. Anchor? Which anchor are you going to support? Handu asked with a smile, which anchor is so prestigious that Brother Ji needs to speak up in person? This time I'm not going to promote a certain anchor. I want you to help me ban an anchor on Shark. Ji Ning said. Oh? Who was so blind as to offend Brother Ji? Handu asked. He was a little worried that it might be a big anchor because most small anchors could not reach Ji Ning's level and had no chance of provoking him. Famous anchors cannot be banned casually. As if knowing what he was thinking, Ji Ning explained, don't worry, he's not some big anchor. He just came to your Sharks the day before yesterday, and he probably hasn't signed yet. That's no problem. Han breathed a sigh of relief, then asked curiously, "Who is it?" "His name is Jiang Che. You should have heard of him." Ji Ning said, "He's the new boss of the CG team who has become quite popular these days." "Him?" Handu didn't expect that Ji Ning was talking about Jiang Che. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Ji Ning asked. "No problem, I'll arrange someone to shut down his live broadcast room soon," Handu said. Handu had originally planned to ask Hanxiu to unblock Jiang Che's live broadcast room, but since Ji Ning had asked, he decided to do him a favor and not unblock Jiang Che's live broadcast room. Hanxiu's eyes lit up when he heard this. "No need to unblock it." "Okay, thank you very much. I will go to Longya and some other live streaming platforms to tell them not to accept Jiang Che. You don't have to worry about him going to other platforms to live stream and becoming your competitor." Handu was a little surprised to hear this. "How did Jiang Che offend you? Was it because of problems with the team?" Ji Ning sneered, "He is just a kid who doesn't know his place." Ji Ning briefly explained to Handu that it was simply because of Lin Wu's previous incident. After hearing this, Handu smiled and said, "In that case, I'll help you put him on the Shark homepage to give him a warning." "Thank you very much." Ji Ning was naturally very satisfied. Young people nowadays are too arrogant. "This time, I will teach Jiang Che a lesson." Jiang Che didn't know that Ji Ning had also intervened in this matter. He still thought that Hanxiu was just targeting him. But it doesn't matter even if he knew. He has already been in contact with the people who were broadcasting the Iron Hand live. Taisho Live had just announced bankruptcy not long ago, and the company had not yet been deregistered. Mu Hanxiu was very efficient. On the morning of the next day, she contacted the few remaining shareholders of Taisho and explained the idea of the acquisition. When several shareholders of Taishu Live heard that someone actually wanted to take over their bankrupt company, they were overjoyed and transferred the company completely to Jiang Che at the bargain price of 1 million. 1 million is a good price for both parties. For the people in Taisho, it was already very good for each of them to get tens or hundreds of thousands. If Jiang Che hadn't accepted it, they might have to pay out of their own pockets, and then they would have to fight a lot of lawsuits because of the debt problem, so they were already very satisfied with the price of 1 million. As for Jiang Che, by spending this 1 million, he could directly take over the original technical staff, anchors, and personnel from various departments of Taishu Live without having to start from scratch. He also found it very convenient, so the two parties hit it off. Of course, this 1 million is just the money paid to these major shareholders. After Jiang Che took over the company, it meant that he also took over all the debts of Taishu Live Broadcasting Company. Not to mention, Taishu already owed 2 months' salary to all its anchors and staff, which is another hundreds of millions. After taking over, Jiang Che also has to operate and promote the business, which requires another huge amount of money. The server rental and traffic costs alone require tens of millions of dollars every month, so a large amount of money is needed in the early stages. But isn't it just money? To Jiang Che, these are not a big deal. Besides that, Jiang Che also felt that the name Iron Hand didn't sound nice, so he naturally had to change the name when he took over. So Iron Hand Live became Moon Live, which was very nice. After discussing with several major shareholders in the morning, he went to some government departments in the afternoon to legally transfer Moon Live to Jiang Che's name. The next day, the Moon Live app was already available in major software stores, with extremely high efficiency. In the conference room of the Moon Live platform, Jiang Che sat in the main seat, Mu Hanxiu stood behind him, and on both sides of the conference table were a group of executives from Moon Live. These people were also the former senior executives of Taishu Live. They had all prepared themselves for losing their jobs, but they did not expect that now there is a ray of hope. Jiang Che actually took over Taishu Live and was preparing to develop it vigorously. In fact, they no longer care about how Jiang Che develops. What they care about is, has the company paid the wages that were owed to you? Jiang Che asked. It's paid, it's paid. Everyone had a smile on their face. Not only did they pay, but they also paid a lot more. They said it was compensation for the previously overdue wages. They had never seen such a generous boss before. They are just company executives, not shareholders, and do not participate in the company's profit distribution, so as long as Jiang Che pays their salaries, they will naturally be satisfied. Jiang Che nodded and continued to instruct, okay, next the people from the finance department will settle the wages of the employees and anchors below. The sooner the better. The rules are the same as your wages. Give out an extra 20% as compensation for the overdue wages. A 20% increase for all, the finance manager asked in disbelief. Yes. Jiang Che nodded confidently. The situation within the company is not stable right now. We need to give our anchors a shot in the arm. After all, they are the foundation of the live broadcast company. The extra 20% is firstly compensation, and secondly, it is to tell others that our company is not short of money. They just need to do a good job of live broadcasting. In addition, this initiative can also be promoted. Maybe it can attract other new anchors to join us. Did you hear that, publicity manager? Jiang Che looked at a middle-aged man and asked. The man nodded quickly. Okay, Mr. Jiang, I will definitely publicize all the benefits of our Moon Live in detail to attract more anchors. Yeah. Jiang Che nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 130, Black Technology Server. As soon as Jiang Che finished speaking, a young man in his 30s suddenly stood up and said, Director Jiang, I have another question. Speak. Jiang Che leaned back in his chair, carrying the air of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. He remembered that the young man was called Wang Xin, and he was the manager of the operations department. It was considered very capable for him to be able to hold the position of manager at such a young age. Wang Xin said, Director Jiang's move can indeed stabilize the anchors and staff under his command, but our inevitable problem, and the most important problem, is traffic. If we can't attract viewers, it will be useless even if we have more anchors. When we were still Iron Hand, we tried many publicity methods, but with little success. If we can't solve this problem, our Moon Live will not survive for long. As the saying goes, the truth hurts, and what Wang Xin said was not very pleasant to the ear. However, Jiang Che admired it very much. He thought that he must be really thinking about the company when he said that. If he just wanted to get the salary and be done with it, he would definitely not consider so much. Jiang Che thought that he could find an opportunity to promote this person in the future, and other unqualified executives would also be gradually replaced in future work. After all, Jiang Che was rich, but he was not stupid and rich. Jiang Che will not treat unfairly those who have contributed to the company, and their salaries and other things can be negotiated. However, for those who take advantage of the situation, Jiang Che will start to clean up once the live broadcast platform gradually stabilizes. But now we have to answer his question. Jiang Che motioned Wang Xin to sit down, and then said, I have naturally thought about the question you mentioned. The most important thing to attract audiences is not publicity, or it is not simply publicity, but the anchor and the content. A top anchor can bring his own traffic. Wherever he goes, the audience will go there. Or some interesting live broadcast content can also help the platform retain audiences. As for where to find such anchors, I have my own way. You will see the results in a few days. Upon hearing this, Wang Xin nodded, although there was some doubt in his eyes. Perhaps his boss really had some means. Does anyone else have anything else to say? Jiang Che continued to ask, if you have any questions, please raise them now. Everyone shook their heads. Jiang Che said, okay, if you don't have any questions, I'll say a few more words. We are just starting out at Moon Live, and we need everyone's joint efforts, so everyone should work hard during this period. When the situation stabilizes, you will naturally get the bonus. I, Jiang Che, never treat my people unfairly, but if you take the salary while fooling my people. Jiang Che didn't say what the result was, but everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The enterprise management elementary mastery that Jiang Che had previously integrated gave him the aura of a man with a long history in business, and also made his previous words very oppressive. Some people who originally looked down on Jiang Che because of his age suddenly lost this idea in their minds. Anyone who can control such wealth at this age, no matter what the reason, is definitely not a simple person. Some executives who were already ambivalent even broke out in a cold sweat. Even Mu Hanxue, who was standing behind Jiang Che, was slightly stunned, and looked at Jiang Che's back in a daze. Such a man is indeed excellent. Jiang Che saw everyone's nervous expressions and suddenly smiled. The depressing atmosphere in the entire conference room was quietly relieved a little. I know some of you don't believe that I can make Moon Live a success, because you have experienced how Tai Shou fell from the peak little by little and ended up in the current situation, and you know the difficulty. Jiang Che's tone revealed a sense of confidence, but I know as much about the live broadcast industry as you do. Since I dare to take over Tai Shou, I have enough confidence to make it bigger and stronger. By then, everyone here will be considered a veteran of Moon Live, and the company will certainly not treat you unfairly. Jiang Chei's words were very infectious, just like some great orators who could make people unconsciously follow his rhythm and drive the emotions of the audience. The situation of these executives was similar now. They were infected by the confidence and determination in Jiang Chei's tone, and the dejected feeling that had formed in them due to the collapse of Taisho quietly dissipated. Jiang Chei leaned back in his chair, looked directly at everyone and asked, "Do you understand what I mean?" "Understood." Everyone responded in unison, and the aura they exuded was completely different from before. "Okay, let's adjourn the meeting." Jiang Chei showed a satisfied smile. Jiang Chei directly took over Taisho Live, including all the staff therein. Although it was very convenient, there was also a problem. Taisho Live is a bankrupt company. The business world is like a battlefield. In other words, the employees here can be said to be defeated troops with low morale. Jiang Chei is full of energy, but most of the employees below are still thinking about the bankruptcy of Taisho Live. They have no enthusiasm for work and their thinking is stuck in inertia, so they can't catch up for a while. But now, from top to bottom, the management has become motivated, which will greatly influence the people below. Emotions are contagious. Of course, relying on something as intangible as emotions is definitely not enough, but Jiang Chei still has money, so the extra 20% salary compensation will also play a big role. Now that wages have increased and bosses are motivated, how can employees be lazy? In this way, the entire Moon live streaming platform will give people a positive feeling from the inside out, attracting more anchors to join in, forming a virtuous circle, and Jiang Chei's goal will be achieved. This is a question of corporate culture and spirit. Just as the others were leaving, the system's voice rang in Jiang Chei's mind again. Ding tilde mission completed, reward, a black technology live broadcast server. The task previously given by the system was for Jiang Chei to develop or purchase a live broadcast platform, so now Jiang Chei has completed the task. When Jiang Chei heard about this reward, his eyes lit up. Live streaming server. Great stuff. The importance of a good server to the live broadcast platform is self-evident. The first is the cost issue. The servers used by live broadcast platforms are generally rented, and huge rents have to be paid every month. But now the system directly rewards Jiang Chei with a server, which saves Jiang Chei a lot of costs. In addition, there is the impact of servers on live streaming platforms. Top live streaming platforms like Shark and Dragon Tooth naturally use top servers, so their live streaming software can accommodate tens of millions of viewers online at the same time. If the server is not working, the software will crash directly. Now Jiang Chei's server is a system reward, and it is a black technology server. You can imagine how powerful it is. Jiang Chei immediately contacted the company's relevant technical personnel and asked them to replace the server. Now that Jiang Chei is broadcasting live on Moonlight, everyone in the company is doing their job and the anchor is also broadcasting normally, so it can be said that things are back on track. So it's time to increase publicity. But what Jiang Chei didn't know was that Shark had already notified and criticized him.